Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 29, Date with a Universal Level Threat. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. The Sith Code. Sorry for the delay. But I have 3 written exams last week and 2 essays. I made the chapter, but I don't like very much, so I don't post it last week, because of dialogue, the bane of my existence. As a non-American person, dialogue is very hard for me, and I work hard to not make it stiff and unnatural. Anyway, enjoy. New York, third-person POV walking through the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. New York headquarters, Nick Fury is delighted to see all the employees and agents running out of his way. It took him a long time to get to the position he is in today, decades in fact. And he had to do it twice. In the 1980s, the newly promoted director of S.H.I.E.L.D. suffers in the hands of a certain criminal that tricked and captured him, and using old Hydra technology, developed by the madman Arnim Zola, switches bodies with him, assuming Nicholas Fury's position and identity. It took years to prove the truth and regain the trust of the high-ups. Understandable, after all, how they would know that it's truly him. Luckily, Peggy Carter vouched for him, and with the help of an acquaintance of hers, Charles Xavier, he proves his innocence and that he was in fact the real Nick Fury. Unfortunately, making a hard choice when faced with the criminal in his former body, he killed the guy together with his old identity. And because of this, now he is a bald black man. Well, on the bright side, he becomes 30 years younger, and with his own version of super soldier serum, he still looks 30 years old. Well, he can't compare to Natasha Romanoff and Wolverine, who like him have been active since World War II but have incredibly youthful appearances. One for being a mutant and the other for being injected with her own version of the super soldier serum as well, of the Black Widow program, with a focus on increasing lifespan. It looks like costs a lot of money to make one Black Widow, so she has to be active for decades to make up for it. Too bad for her old employers, she had morals and now works for S.H.I.E.L.D. The only thing that intrigues Fury is the fact that he lost the same eye twice. In World War II, fragments of a grenade hit him, and later with his new body, when he was on a mission with Captain Marvel and Ms. Marvel, a certain alien monstrosity took advantage of a moment of distraction and injured the same fucking eye again. After that, Fury believes that the universe really wanted his left eye, so he'll let the universe have this little win. Just this one. That will be the last time that he will admit defeat to fate. After this, he will be in control. And Fury worked hard for this. With his work throughout the years, he already knew the multitude of dangerous enemies lurking in the shadows. People with powers beyond what normal humans can achieve. But his encounter with the Marvel couple made him see how small humanity is in the great scheme of things. How weak and fragile. And how ignorant we are of our own precarious situation. Humanity needs to be better if it wants to have a chance against what is out there, in space. Move up into the universe food chain, but we don't have time. The best option will be a group of extraordinary individuals holding out until the rest of the world could catch up. And like that, the Avengers Initiative was born. His own brainchild. Too bad it was never implemented. Lack of permission of the superiors and people to be part of the Avengers. But now, there is a chance. And Nick Fury is now going to meet with this chance. In fact, the greatest asset possible, and the one who will be able to lead the Avengers. The legendary Captain Steve Rogers himself. Freshly awakened from the ice, the war hero Captain America. That's huge. The birth, or perhaps the creation, of Captain America was a game-changer moment for the world arms race. The focus went from manufacturing weapons to who would make the best soldiers. After all, even if you have such weapons of mass destruction, what will you gain from turning your enemies into a wasteland? People can do all kinds of jobs, subtle jobs, that a BVR missile could not do. Even with the death of Dr. Erskine, the man who made the original super soldier serum formula, the world has never stopped trying to recreate his success, and every country wants its own super soldiers. Many with different variations. The Hulk is the biggest example. And Fury suspects that the Green Goblin and Spider-Man are also the results of those researches. After all, he already confirmed with Charles Xavier that the duo of hero and villain are not mutants. That's why Fury is already preparing a mission with his best agents to investigate the company that is the main suspect in these experiments, Oscorp. The big problem was political. Norman Osborn simply has too many friends in the upper echelons. So many were trying to stop this investigation. No doubt because they wanted any benefit for themselves first rather than letting it fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sometimes Fury just wants to bomb some politicians' cars, It's this kind of thing that makes people like Trask and Ross still be able to jump around, even after fucking up really bad sometimes. Money and benefits are all that matter to these people, even the World Security Council is not beyond this situation. Fury is snapped out of his pessimistic thoughts by a loud sound. He then notices that Captain America has sent flying a punch bag that weighs at least 50 kilograms so hard that has been enough to send it through many meters, flying in with a hole in the middle. If that punch bag was owing to you money, you could have told me. I would help you break it knees. Fury announces his presence. Steve Rogers turns to the newcomer and gives a nod saying, "Sir," before going to get another punch bag to use. The punch bag is not the problem, sir. Steve continues as he hangs up the punch bag. And what would it be? Nick Fury asks. Me, Steve says, I shouldn't be here. Today, in this day and age. Steve starts punching. Precise movements, but a pretty old-fashioned kind of boxing, Fury notes. He'll see with some agent to update the captain when possible. 60 years was a long time. And everything evolved, even fighting styles. But some things don't change. And that's why Nick Fury needs Captain America. If Fury wanted to, he could use the loyalty the man has for the country, and for doing what's right, and use his superior position to get Steve Rogers to comply and follow his orders, and do missions. But that's not what Fury wants. He's looking for the long-term benefit. He wants Steve Rogers to join him of his own accord. I don't know, Captain. Fury starts, I think it's pretty normal that you're here. Normal. Freezing in ice and awakening 60 years later is normal. Steve asks with a raised eyebrow. If you caught up with what's happening today, you'd be surprised. You are still very normal. But if you want an example of that, you can simply look at me. Fury says dramatically. I myself have been alive since World War II, Captain. I was there in Pearl Harbor, and I was fighting with the Howling Commandos at various times as well. Steve looks puzzled. How? I don't remember you. I'm not surprised, you see. A certain criminal captured me and switched bodies with me. That's why I look like this. I'm Nicholas Joseph Fury. Do you remember the eye patch? The only thing that stayed the same. Fury concludes. This is unbelievable. Lieutenant Fury. How? Steve says shocked. I'll tell you the whole story later. But know that people like Logan and Black Widow are alive too, and young. Others are not so young. Like Peggy Carter. Fury says slowly. Fury sees Steve's expression change, looking sad, frustrated. Several expressions cross the captain's face in a few seconds. Tell me, Captain. How were your last moments? Nick Fury says, raising an eyebrow. You fought on a plane with a Nazi leader who had no face and has a glowing alien object that could empower weapons. The world was already strange. Now you're just part of the weird side. And things are even stranger these days, Cap. Fury says, returning to calling Steve Rogers familiarly, and maybe the world needs a normal guy like you again. He ends up handing Steve a file and then saying goodbye. Fury knows it's not good to force anything right now. Steve Rogers isn't the type to ignore a bad situation. Even after Nick Fury left, Steve remained silent for a long time before sitting down and looking at the documents. It had a lot of important information that happened over the last few decades. Secret information. That Steve hasn't had access to until now. Projects trying to make super soldiers, and other more powerful weapons. Files of people too. His old teammates Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and more recent ones. With names like Iron Man, Ant-Man, Wasp, Hulk, Fantastic Four, and many others. Steve Rogers was alone with his thoughts for a long time without moving. Hector POV sigh, things escalated again. I think as I use Black Whip, just to keep Kitty busy. I wonder if this is some sort of fan service. Sorry, Shimura-san. I tried. But honestly, this works for me just fine. As long as I don't do any irreversible damage, I don't think I'll become an enemy of the X-Men. I really didn't have the patience to deal with Scott. I could have just ignored him, right? I should have known what Scott is like and predicted his reaction. Am I getting arrogant? Nah. I guess I just have little patience for idiots. I spoke so many times and asked politely. But Scott wouldn't let Jean answer. I saw that the conversation wasn't going to progress. So I provoke him a little. And I want this to be over before Xavier arrives. I don't want to deal with him right now. I wonder if I have any prejudice against Scott. In the movies, he really is almost unbearable. In the comics he did really questionable things. Like that time he has a relationship and impregnated a clone of Jean Grey, and when Jean resurrected, he abandoned Madeline Pryor and the child. What is this strange feeling in my chest? I'm forgetting something. My sixth sense is bothering me. And I use hockey and I'm force sensitive, so I must trust my instincts. Ah. It's because Scott was manipulated by Mr. Sinister to like Jean, right? Must be it. That's why he's so emotionally unstable. Poor guy. I will help him in the future. I can help him with the uncontrollable power he has. It's not because I don't like him that I'm going to let the guy suffer. Although there are people in much worse situations than him. So he shouldn't complain so much. Well, let's forget about that for now. And a part of me also wants to teach these guys a lesson. Not to hurt them, but to make them take these super fights more seriously. I don't think these guys have plot armor. A well-placed shot by a sniper can kill even the strongest ones, like Jean or Storm. Let's give these guys some urgency by showing how weak they are. I think I'll do something similar with Spider-Man later. A little wake-up call. No need to worry, I'll be nice, I say looking at the X-Men, unless you want me not to be, rough Rogue. I say giving Rogue a look. Recalling Kitty's comment about the Southern Belle metahuman preferences. Haha. Nice one, I will use this from now on. Kitty laughs as she tries to circle me. And Rogue blushes even more. And tentacles, huh? I have an even more similar power with tentacles. But I think would be weird to use. I say while using Black Whip to separate the X-Men. Hey. No kink shaming. Not cool, dude. She speaks as her face reddens to compare with Rogue. What if kink shaming is my kink? I shot back. Now you got me. She speaks after a few seconds. Hoo-hoo, I laugh a little. Can you forget about that? Rogue speaks in her characteristic accent. Nope. I say popping the P, it would bring shame to my family if I don't tease a cute girl when I can. And that makes her blush even more, almost tripping. This girl is easy to please. Well. Business first. I say getting serious. Approaching quickly I try to grab Kitty while using hockey, but my hand just goes through her. Too bad. But expected. I know I can hit her if I use an energy attack at a certain frequency, but I don't have the means right now. Well. Let's up the game a little. Using the force I just throw everything around her high in the air. Really high. Enough for her to disappear. This power of yours isn't really intangibility. You separate your own atom to go through intraatomic spaces, greatly lowering the density of your body. But you still exist. So it can still be manhandled by telekinetic force. I advise, using a power to project my voice. An optical beam comes toward me, but I just let it pass me by like it doesn't exist. I have a similar power, by the way, Mirio's old quirk was improved by me. Now it's at Kitty's power level. When I awakened the Machi Machi no Mi, I understood how Logia types work with clothes. I remember reading somewhere that Oda makes devil fruit powers work on clothes just for convenience, so he doesn't have to draw naked characters. But I see that the power of the devil fruit extends to everything the bioelectricity the body produces. This bioelectric aura is very thin, but if the body surpasses human limits. So with that principle, I make most of my powers affect my suit. The fact that it is made of unstable molecules helps very much too. After letting several optical beams of Scott pass through my body I reach out and use a low-key OP power. Larceny, able to steal small objects. But it has a weight and size limit. I use it on his glasses. Making Scott useless now. Don't you bring an extra. Very unprepared. I advise. A little force push later and he is thrown away. Spike and Rogue throw themselves at me. I'm not the type to look down on someone because their power is weak. But Spike is really out of his league right now. The projectiles he throws, I just shove to the side and then I punch him in the stomach, making him double over like a shrimp. I thought he could make bone armor. Or is this in the future? All this time Jean is trying to attack me, but the telepathy doesn't work and I'm just ignoring her telekinesis, which tries to restrain me. And the objects she's throwing at me are useless. Watching almost in slow motion Rogue's hand approaching my face under the hood, trying to find some part of my body uncovered. I just step to the side and put her into submission on the floor. Gah. Do you want to touch me that much? Okay. I say and grab her wrist. Rogue is a secondary objective for my visit. First, I want to copy her power, maybe even merge it with my power manipulation, and finally be able to copy physiologies. My power is strong, but it has certain blind spots. Power manipulation works with unnatural powers of individuals, but even better if it's an innate ability. That is, not gained from experiments or accidents. It was difficult to copy Luke's mutate power, possible but hard. I believe I can't copy magic either. And I tried giving the talent for magic I got from Loki to Isabella as a test, but it didn't work. I believe these limitations will decrease or even disappear if I upgrade power manipulation enough. Maybe reach the level of Protégé. The guy who managed to copy the Living Tribunal power set. So I'll try to copy Rogue's meta power. My focus today is Jean Grey's Omega-level telepathy, but I won't waste this opportunity. Also, I want Rogue to use her power on me. Okay, sounds stupid. But I have a good reason. My secondary power allows me to adapt to powers. Mine, and that is used against me. It's a defense mechanism, so I don't self-destruct. It's not at Darwin's level, who can adapt instantly. But it's good enough. Rogue can absorb a lot of things from a person. And she's not the only one here in Marvel that does this. There are people like Selene Galio, and she is much more problematic than Rogue. So I'll use it as training. And it's better to use it now when I don't have such OP powers. From here on I'll only get stronger. Next month Gacha, I can gain better cards, and would be a problem if Rogue absorbs me at that time. Of course, I will protect my memories and I will be the one who controls the process. If all goes well, I'll gain resistance to all types of absorption. So guiding Rogue's hand lightly under my mantle, I make a hole in my UMF suit and let Rogue's fingers touch me lightly. It's a strange feeling. I feel my stamina and vitality being slightly drained, but this I have in excess. My focus is different. I feel a suction force reaching out to my mind and inner world. My mind is the first thing I defend, and I feel the suction force being held back from invading my memories, but still passing harmlessly through my mindscape. Now to my powers. In my inner world, the stars in the sky represent my powers, and those in the center are the strongest. Of course, I'm going to stop Rogue from gaining access to these. I start to consciously guide my secondary mutation to protect these powers, and it works. I feel the suction force being barred and just absorbing some of the powers outside the central part. After a while, and seeing that Rogue's absorption has become ineffective, I let her hand touch my chest freely. The suction force greatly increases in intensity but is still prevented from reaching my most important memories or powers. And in response to that, my resistance also increases. Hoo-hoo, neat. Unfortunately, a problem arises. I don't know if it's because she's absorbing a lot of my powers. But it looks like it will take me a while to copy her power. It's as if everything merged into one thing. TCH. The rest of the X-Men could show up at any time. If Kurt shows up and takes Jean away, it will all be for nothing. Or maybe she's absorbing my own resistance. Well, I can always come back later, when the effects of the absorption wear off. Hard choices, but I'll give up Rogue's power for now. Time to focus on the main course. I will copy Rogue's power later. I will come back in the future with a solution for the side effect of her power, so I don't think she will mind me copying it. I could steal her power. But I don't want to reveal now that I can take powers permanently. I have a plan for this. And one part of me doesn't want to see her giving up on her powers. I want to give her more options. Looking at Rogue, I see her with a dazed expression. Her mouth hung open in an O shape, and her hand roamed my torso. Ah, this is starting to get weird. After a while longer I separate Rogue's hand from my body. She looks like she doesn't want to let go. I think my resistance is high enough now. I also want to see how my powers will interact with her. It will be a good experiment. Awkward, but I knock her unconscious with somnambulism. Midnight's power. After gently lowering her to the ground, I look up and see Kitty, who is finally falling. Using the force, I grab her gently too. Hello there, I say. General Kenobi, you're an asshole. She answers very pale, but still gets the reference. I'm really starting to like her. Sorry, but not sorry. I say and knock her unconscious too. After placing Kitty on Rogue's side, I turn to Jean, the last one left. Now, I'm going to kidnap you just a little bit, I say. Asterisk psi star. I guess I don't have much of a choice, right? She speaks. Jean. Run. Scott yells and opens his eyes from my overall direction, and then starts aiming more correctly, after seeing me. Too late. I say, appearing behind Jean and wrapping her in black mist. Don't worry, sir. I'll bring her back before 10 p.m. And I won't touch below her shoulders. Bye, I say mockingly to Scott. Here, take your glasses back, Velma. I say, tossing his red glasses towards him. I just can't resist in making fun of him. Using Warp Gate, I choose the coordinates of my destination. I chose the top of Mount Everest as a place to talk. A secluded place, high and cold. You know, flames that can destroy everything. Maybe it's useless, but it's better than nothing. Huh. Where are we? Can you teleport too? Ugh, cold. Jean says after appearing at my side. I take a close look at her. Well, she's pretty as expected. Everyone appears to be in this world. Red hair and green eyes, like Mary Jane. But MJ1 is still prettier. Or maybe the right word would be hotter. Jean has a gentle, mature vibe, while MJ1 is damn sexy. Well. The focus is not on appearance. Reaching out my hand, I touch her shoulder, using a power to warm her. Let's keep the promise to Scott. Hoo-hoo. Sorry, Ms. Gray. But hold on for a while, I say, making her look at me. She seems calmer than I expected. So, what do you want? She says on guard. Signaling to the side, I tell her to follow me while I keep a hand on her shoulder. Allow me to keep you warm during our conversation. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman. Lies. I could protect her from the cold without needing to touch her, but I need contact to copy. And apparently, it will take at least 20 minutes to copy her telepathy, let alone the telekinesis. Sit here with me. I touch a large rock and use overhaul to reshape the rock into something similar to a sofa. Then I take off the insulation blanket from under my cloak, which I just created with creation, and cover it. Using whirlwind, I protect us of the strong and cold winds. Please, sit. When we're done, I'll take you back safe and sound. I promise. I say. She looks at me for a while before sitting down. You seem to have no ill intentions, considering you could have been a lot more violent. But it's hard to trust you since I can't read your mind. She says. Oh. I gasp exaggeratedly. You mean without reading my mind you have to talk and look at me like a normal person to judge my intentions? It must be hard. I say, teasing a little. She has the decency to blush a little. Okay. That's on me. But you understand what I'm talking about. Hoo-hoo. Relax, we all have our differences. Advantages and disadvantages. We get used to it and lose a bit of common sense when we have powers, right? Your friend who can teleport would probably climb walls out of boredom if he had to take a 12-hour train ride. And Kitty should only use doors for appearances. I say. Yeah. Just like that. She says, agreeing. Power corrupts. I don't mean that the person will become evil, but it sure changes the person. That's why I'm careful not to abuse certain powers. Like making clones and seeing the future. A lot of problems these powers can bring if used too much or carelessly. Or even make me lazy. Civil War II happened because of a guy who could see the future, I think. Minority Report style. Luxury is the enemy of men, my grandfather once told me. Someone who's always used to having someone cook for them will never learn to cook. Or someone who has a private driver won't know how to take a train. Certain luxuries take us away from common and basic things. Jean looks at me. I think you're right. She says thoughtfully. I get so used to reading minds, it's weird to meet someone for the first time and not know what's on their mind. She says. You don't have to read minds to know what's on my mind. I'm a young man. Obviously, I'm thinking of you, Kitty and Rogue Naked, duh. I say seriously. She pauses, before chuckling. Ha 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 ha. What happened to you being a gentleman, she says, almost wiping her tears. Ah, that was unexpected. The first time anyone admits in having perverted thoughts to me. But somehow I can't believe you're having them right now. She says, looking at me. Oh, how do you know? I ask, intrigued. Could her powers be stronger than I thought? Maybe empathy. I don't know. Just compare it with past experiences. You don't act like you are thinking of something perverted. She says, suddenly falling silent, probably remembering something. Ugh. I don't even want to imagine what you hear or see. High school. Being a woman. I say sympathetically. Right. Women call me a bitch in their minds and most boys imagine me in not very nice situations. She says, huffing. Damn. Sucks, huh? Yeah, this too. She says and pauses. I pause too. Wait. She looks at me cheekily. It's my turn to laugh. Ha ha ha. Good one. Never thought that you would make that type of joke. Now that she seems to have relaxed a little more with my presence, it's time to get serious. So Ms. Gray. You can call me Jean. She interrupts. No need to be so formal, you don't look much older than I am. How old are you, she asks. Sorry, Jean. Not telling. Secret identity. And you still expect me to trust what you're going to say. Scott is right. She says, testing me. First, I don't need you to trust or believe, just listen to me, you will make your own decisions. And second, what's the deal with Scott? I ask. Dude needs to chill. He has a crush on me, if you haven't noticed. She says after hesitating a bit. And you intend to give him a chance? I'm going out with Duncan. A guy from our high school, she replies. I wince. Poor Scott. Damn. The guy can't even hide his crush. Sucks to be him. I thought Mr. Sinister had manipulated both sides, both Jean and Scott. Was it just Scott? I pity him now. Suffering so much. All to create Rachel Summers, I think. Because the Summer and Grey DNA is very strong and compatible. Then after all this, Mr. Sinister creates Madeline Pryor, a clone of Jean. The X-Men storyline is weird. Clones, time travel, damn. Yes. Jean replies looking down. Ah. You don't have to feel bad, you know. It's not your fault. You can't control how you feel. If you accepted Scott's feelings out of pity, then you would be hurting both of you. I say. She looks at me. Do you like this Duncan guy? I ask. The longer we stay here, the better. I will be able to copy her telekinesis at this rate. Not a lot. She answers uncertainly. Are you asking me? It's like. Arg. Duncan is a hot guy and popular. He asked me out. Everyone expected me to say yes. And I said yes. She says, but the more she says, the more she sees that logic itself is fucked up. I facepalm. That mind-reading power of yours backfires, Jean. You worry too much about what people think of you. I bet you deduced that if you rejected it, they would think badly of you, right? Or that is only natural to you to accept, right? After all other girls would accept too, right? I say. And by the way she cringes. Bullseye. Teenagers. No matter how powerful. They still care too much about their social image. Jean. You can't please everyone. Focus on pleasing the people who are important to you, without sacrificing your own happiness, obviously. I say seriously. She lightly bites her lip uncertainly. ****, you don't have to take my advice seriously. You don't know me and I don't know you. I'm just a busybody, I don't know anything about your life. Just keep in mind what I say. I say, deciding to drop the subject. Well, let's talk about something more important. I want you to listen to me until the end. And try to stay calm. I'll answer any questions you want later. I say and she nods. Well, Jean. For starters, as you've probably noticed, I have a lot of powers, she nods. One of my powers allows me to see the future. I start. I'll go the route of seeing the future. I haven't even used foresight on her yet, but I'll talk about the possibility anyway. Honestly, I think hiding it will do more harm than good. Isn't it better that she knows that she is the potential avatar of a universal level threat? I want to end misunderstandings, which are the main cause of conflict between heroes at Marvel. And in this future I saw, you may have caused the destruction of the planet. I continue. And I expect the normal reaction. What? She exclaims in horror. Yes, this one. Listen to me. The future is not written in stone. It can change. I saw this possibility and I came to talk to you about it. Let's work it out, okay? I say, squeezing her shoulder a little, to calm her down. Okay. She says, calming down a bit. But still horrified. I don't know if she believes me. But if she only listens, it will be enough. I don't know how the Phoenix Force is going to act in this universe. Maybe she tries to take Jean's body, tricking her. Maybe she doesn't even have a conscience, act on automatic. Who knows? Far better that Jean knows what she's dealing with. Well, can I ask you a few questions before continuing? Can you tell me how you awakened your powers? When did you move to the Institute? How the professor trained you? I say. She looks at me before starting to speak. My mutation awakened when I was 12. My best friend at the time, Annie, was hit by a car. The trauma made me awaken my telepathic and empathic powers. I even felt her death from her perspective. It was horrible, she tells me sadly. I just wait for her to continue. There's not much a stranger like me can say now. I was depressed for days, until the professor came to help me. My powers were very strong. I could hear everything for miles. Then he said he would put up some telepathic barriers to keep me from suffering so much. So that I would slowly get used to my mutation. Oh, red flag. I and Scott were the first students. Obviously Dr. Hank and Aurora were already with the professor, but we were the first kids. Then came others, Bobby, Kurt, Warren, Piotr with his sister. She continues. Names that weren't in X-Men Evolution. Confirming that only the age group must have changed. In the comics the X-Men are a little older than Spider-Man, like 5 years difference. For a long time, we only learned to control our powers and adapt to society. You know. Ethics and stuff. Not abusing our powers. She speaks. But a year ago, we started doing rescue missions, which previously only adults did. Obviously, we were trained before. Into the danger room. It's a room that makes simulations. She explains. I just listen. Now I have a good understanding. Nothing too remarkably different. All in my expectations. Now tell me. How am I going to destroy the world? She suddenly speaks quite loudly, looking at me. First, calm down. Nothing is certain. Don't take my visions as absolute truth. I imagine now you understand why I want to talk to you in private. It will be your choice to share our conversation with your friends. I say, and she nods. Thanks for the consideration. She says. She is the only one who can judge if this information is shared, although it will all be for nothing if Xavier can read her mind from this conversation. Well. Let me ask you another question. What's the weirdest situation you've ever gotten yourself into as an X-Man? Or X-woman? I ask before she starts to explain everything. Well. She thinks for a time. About 3 months ago we were going to stop Magneto from getting a certain chemical component, which we believed would be used as a chemical weapon. It turned out to be actually a version of Captain America's super soldier serum. Magneto used the serum to make himself look much younger. Kurt hesitated to stop the machine because it could kill Magneto. So he let the procedure be finished. She tells me, remembering. It was a surprise to see a ripped-up Magneto coming out of that tube. But he just walked away without hurting anyone else. After that, we didn't hear from him anymore. Only brotherhood in our school. She concludes. Magneto rejuvenating, I think it happened in the comics. Or was it in a cartoon? He's always been in shape, right? I see. Well, it looks like you're a newbie. Because there are so much weirder things in this world. Like gods, aliens, magic, parallel universes. I start. You're kidding, right? I wanted to be. But we live in a crazy multiverse. Pantheons like Olympus and Asgard are real. Aliens too. Even the pyramids in Egypt are problematic. Stay away from there for now, by the way. I notice. Although these things haven't happened yet, I know they can happen. So to gain her trust, one can talk about it now. When it inevitably proves to be true, everything I say will be more credible. Investment in my relationship with one of the most powerful beings in this universe. Stunks. But what I'm getting at is. You are strong, Jean, stronger than you think. Your telepathic ability is so strong that you are compatible with a cosmic entity made of pure flaming psionic energy that rules over rebirth. I say. I'll ask again. You're kidding, right? And I'll say it again, I want it to be. Have you never had any dreams or visions of flames? Or a bird? A white room? Does the name of Phoenix sound familiar? I ask, more interested. Her brows knit together. I think maybe. Somehow. I have a strange familiarity with what you're talking about. She says before falling silent. Take your time to think. I say. And finally I decide to use foresight. Foresight isn't very specific. The further I look into the future, the more the images get messy and obscure. Using my power to see the period from this year to December should be enough for now. And I begin to see Jean Grey's future. As a really fast-forward movie, I watch Jean train, go to school, travel on an X-Men jet, fight some mutants, go to space, get intimate with a man. Yikes, wait, I know that guy. It is me. No. One of the worst love triangles in fiction, Logan Jean Scott. Will it become a love square? Like the Fantastic Foursome of Susan Reed, Name or Doom? Oh no. No, I command my destiny. This will only happen if I want to. Calm down, Hector. I will stay away from unnecessary drama. Like, Jean isn't all bad. If I were to choose a female from Marvel to be my love partner, she would definitely be at the top 5 of the list. Beautiful, smart, powerful, and already part of the meta community. But I won't chase her. If it happens, it happened. Hey, guys. Interrupting this chapter for a little message. The chapter will continue later. As I said before, not every woman will be a love interest. In fact, I haven't even decided the love interests yet. I can give a spoiler that will likely eventually be Wanda and Rogue for now. I like the two. But even that isn't set in stone yet. I just think that the two have been received a bad hand that Hector could help, you know. Let's see. Kitty I see more as a bro for the MC. But that doesn't stop the MC from having one night stand with some Marvel girls. I just want to say, don't expect serious romantic development for now. And not to get excited every time a female appears. I can say now the requirement to be a true love interest, accept all faces of the MC, good and bad. And believe me, that eliminates a lot of possibilities. Gwen, for example, would never accept Hector as having a criminal empire. By the way, a question for you guys. If you could only choose one Marvel woman to marry, who would you choose? Take everything into account. Well, that's all. Back to the chapter. Taking a deep breath, I start to process the rest of the vision so I see what I wanted, or rather what I didn't want. A Jean Grey engulfed in flames. 2 huge flaming wings behind her. And her speaking the famous Dark Phoenix phrase. I am fire. And life incarnate. Now and forever, I am Phoenix. Should I have an average time of 6 months to try to avoid this? Okay. You can do it, Hector. There are several contingencies. Is no end game yet. How are you, Jean? I asked to get my mind off negative thoughts. And hers too. I don't know. It's a lot to receive. Sorry. But I thought it would be better to be upfront with you. I say. No. I appreciate it. Thanks, but now what? You'll kill me. I am a danger to everyone, right? She asks, looking straight at me. Her body language says she won't go down without a fight, but at the same time she's not so averse to the idea of being killed to protect her friends. She is just that nice. No, Jean. I want to avoid the worst-case scenario. I want you to prepare and be alert. Who knows, maybe the mere fact that I told you has already altered the future. I say, shrugging my shoulders. Make no mistake. If I run out of options, and you really are going to destroy the world, I will kill you without mercy. I say seriously. She widens her eyes a little. But I'll give you every chance, Jean. I will help you as best I can. I appreciate it. I really don't think about becoming evil, but... She talks, but I interrupt. You're not evil. The problem is that Phoenix Force. It is an entity that represents rebirth. Life and death. It has no concept of good or evil. It will likely act by responding to the host's emotions. Amplifying your emotions, if they are too negative, maybe you'll become the Dark Phoenix, I say. There's also the fact that we don't know what it's like to transcend and have all that power in your hands, right? Maybe you miss the distinction between good and evil. Maybe you wanted to make better planet Earth, but in order for it to have rebirth, death is necessary first. It's a complicated subject, Jean. We have to think about avoiding it. That's why I'm curious about your telepathic training. How do you train? Honestly, I think you're too weak for an Omega level, sorry. I says honestly. Well. The professor usually instructs me with telepathic training, not all of my mental barriers have been removed yet. I don't like this. I say sincerely. Creating restrictions like that will only bring more bad than good. You have to get used to your real power. And I also don't like the idea of someone else having access to your mind. I trust the professor, she defends. I don't. To be honest, I have the theory that him putting up a barrier to restrict your powers is one of the factors in you becoming Dark Phoenix. He appears to be the controlling type. I speak sincerely. Maybe this will create much pressure in you, till you simply explode. I speak, thinking about the various media of my former world. She only looks at me. I shrug. Again, I'm just talking, consider it all bullshit. IG, you want, you're the only one who knows the guy. I almost finished copying telepathy. Here, take this. I say, delivering a stack of papers. These are mental exercises, for defense and such. I found it in an old book. Knowing I was going to talk to Jean, and knowing that her mental instability might have been caused by Xavier, I copied the defense and mental training parts from the chakra books. Just the basics. If this can avoid the Dark Phoenix saga, I'll be more than happy. I don't know if it will work for you, but it doesn't hurt to try, right? I say and watch her read the papers. Thanks. All of this makes sense a little, I can say only by looking superficially. She speaks gratefully. Relax, it's just a copy. I didn't lose anything doing it. I say. And Dune. Telepathy acquired. I will keep deactivated for now. I will train later. We can go now, Jean. Your friends must be worried. I say, making a move to stand up. Wait. She says, and I stop. Can we stay here for a while? She asks a little hesitantly. I just look at her. It's so quiet here, you know. Distant. Isolated, relaxing. She confesses after a while. I see. Must be hard. All the time you need, Jean, I say, relaxing back into my seat. And I take advantage of this and start to copy telekinesis too. She also straightens up and takes my hand off her shoulder and places it on her thigh, just above the knee. I will allow. Don't tell, Scott. She says, smiling a little, it feels uncomfortable to keep your hand on my shoulder all the time, right? I laugh. Haha. Okay, if it doesn't bother you. After that, we were silent for a while. Looking around, I relax a little. Whoa. I was really tense, huh? It's only when I feel the tension leave my shoulders that I notice the difference. And I contemplate. I'm on top of Mount Everest, a hard place to go for a normal person, and I came here in seconds. I could have used my powers to enjoy life a little, right? See the world. All I'd done was some super business, not that it's bad. But this is slowly burning me out. I'm so focused on surviving that I'm not living. Let's work on that in the future. Reaching out my hand, I make a camera lens appear in my palm and I take a picture of the beautiful landscape. Snap. What is that? Jean asks from my side. Ah. You know I have various powers. Not all of them are for fighting, do you know? I say, pulling out a picture of the opening that appeared in my chest and showing it to her. Whole body lens. It allows me to make camera lenses appear on my body, and it allows me to take pictures of this aperture right here. I say, showing the opening and making several other lenses appear all over my forearm. Neat. Very nice. She says, a little impressed. I move my hand as if taking a selfie and take a picture of the two of us together. Pulling the picture off my chest, I use a pen to write. To Jean Grey, my first fan, my first photo. Idolin, and I put the date in place. Here, an autograph. You're welcome. I say smugly. She receives it and looks at it for a while and laughs. You are famous. I've never heard of you until today. She says. Bitch. I will be. Because I haven't made my debut yet. But this photo will be worth a lot in a few years, believe me. I say, faking outrage. Keep it as compensation for your time. I say and huff. Hee hee. Okay. Mr. Idolin. I will make it a family heirloom. She says and bows sarcastically. Do you want an autograph too? Nah. With a stupid name like Marvel Girl, you'll never reach the big leagues anyway. I say mockingly. How dare you? I was 13 when I was asked to decide my codename. She slaps my shoulder lightly as she blushes a little. Well. Considering all the usernames I've used in online games. I can't say shit. You know, Jean. It will be boring just staying here. Wants to come with me for a little trip around the world. I stand up and extend my hand to her. Earth is at my fingertips, and I never went beyond America, continent. I remember several places that I wanted to visit before getting my powers. She looks at me and speaks. I would love. And take my hand. With Jean in tow, I start teleporting to various places that I remember being tourist attractions in the world. First is the famous Pink Lake in Australia. Wow. Looks like Nesquik. Jean says next to me as we float high. Yeah. There's no definitive explanation for the coloring. But it appears to be because of certain algae and bacteria. I say. After that, we were traveling to places that I remember, and in the meantime, I was talking to Jean. I gained important information from her. She tells me about the X-Men, the day-to-day training. It's not too much for her. But for me, it is very valuable to profile these people of interest. There are many more people than I expected at the Institute. She gossips about the fact that Rogue and Bobby have a crush on Scott. But Rogue crush is slowly fading, and Kitty has the hots for the older Colossus, and more. Scott can't control his power because of an accident. He received brain damage. Jean says by my side, while we observe some landscapes of New Zealand. Oh. Brain damage, that's explain everything. I say exaggeratedly. She slaps my shoulder playfully, but she laughs too. You're the worst. Ha. But this reminds me, Scott has two brothers. The younger one is an Omega level that was taken by the Shi'ar Empire, Vulcan. I need to keep an eye on the stars too. On my side, I talk a little bit about the crazy things that are in the world and remain hidden. Obviously, I don't say names. But I talk about secret organizations, some aliens. Skrulls, apparently can shapeshifters. But telepaths like you and Xavier can identify them. If they want to take Earth, they'll have to take care of you. I have the theory that maybe they're out of the shadows and done with the metahuman image, you know. To invade. I talk. I know there's a sentient virus out there too. Sublime. But it's impossible to pinpoint his location, for now. Do all the aliens want to kill us? She asks as we float over the Jurassic coast in England. Nah. Just the assholes, but that's what we're most likely to meet, right? By the way, I think throughout our history alien invasions have been stopped several times. I remember reading about prehistoric Avengers one time. There's even a Stone Age Phoenix avatar. Oh. And she is a redhead too. Phoenix Force has good taste. Have you ever encountered any aliens? She asks me. Nope. I answer. I don't count Donald Blake / Thor. What? And how do you know these things? She asks surprised. I read in a certain place. In comics, not that I'm going to say that. Maybe all this stuff I'm talking about doesn't even exist, but I don't think I'm so lucky. Well. You can apparently see the future, I'll believe you for now. She speaks resignedly. I just shrug my shoulders. I'm just saying this because Jean is a very strong potential ally. Always good to gain good faith with her. And this thing of metahumans. What is this? I heard you use the term a few times. She asks. Well. Then I start to explain the whole philosophy behind it. About disassociating mutants with the names that reduce us and that make us look like narcissistic assholes. Yeah. Makes sense. Mutants come from our mutations, so I never really thought about it. But I like metahuman, Jean says after I try to convert her. Whoa, beautiful. She says, mesmerized looking at the place we've come to now. Keukenhof in Netherlands. The most beautiful flower garden in the world. The fact that the sun is setting also adds to the effect of the image. I will take some pictures too. I leave Jean alone to enjoy the place a little while I make one last stop. Wait for me here. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I say. She just nods her head. Teleporting to Canada, I go to Niagara Falls. Catching a barrel, I'll make a childhood dream come true. Too bad there's no one to cheer for me. Almost a minute later I come back and Jean asks me why I'm wet. I just replied. I'm an accomplished man now. Okay. She looks at me strangely but doesn't comment further on the matter. Time to go home, Jean. I say, opening the portal to the place of the fight with the X-Men and Brotherhood. We found a completely empty place. Looks like we took more time than I anticipated. Your friends must be worried. I will drop you off at the Institute. I say before opening another portal near the Institute. Looking at the mansion I feel a large number of people inside. It seems that although the X-Men are not very active, Xavier already has several students. We're here. I really lost track of time. They must be crazy after me, thinking I'm strapped to a lab table in some underground facility somewhere. Jean speaks. Already happened. I ask. Not with me. Do you want to enter? Introduce yourself. I'm sure you can get along with a lot of the people of the Institute if you show up normally, you know, she offers. Nope. In the future. I promise, I want to have a good grip on telepathy before I come face to face with the bald man on wheels. Too bad, thanks for the ride, Eidolon. Jean says as she holds the mental training papers and the photo. I thank you for your time. One last thing, Jean. I say. She turns and waits for me to speak. I just want you to know that you have options. I say, and she just tilts her head in confusion. About this, you know. Metahuman and X-Men stuff. I say, trying to convey my point. Until now you only had two options, Xavier or Magneto. Good or bad. Not much like a choice, right? But I can help you too. And help you if you want to leave this super life behind and follow a normal career too. Nobody said being a heroine has to be for life, right? I finish. And she looks at me. Are you offering me a job or something? Hee, she asks. Ha. It could be. I just want you to know that you always have a third option. By the way, I will come to visit you periodically. Maybe next month. To see how you're doing. And formally introduce myself to the Institute. Let Xavier know beforehand. I speak. I want to ensure good mental health for Jean. Too much pressure can be a catalyst to the Dark Phoenix. And she is nice enough too, to be part of my group. Okay. I'm sure the professor will welcome you with open arms. She says as she drops to the Institute's gate and waves. Goodbye, Eidolon. See you later. I disappear from the spot, but I still watch her until she enters the mansion. Jean Grey POV entering the mansion. I brace myself for the barrage of questions I'm likely to receive. Well, it's partly my fault. I'm the one who asked to extend the time for Eidolon. And when we noticed, hours had already passed. Using my password I pass through the gate and walk through the garden to the front porch. The systems will alert the people of my arrival. And as expected, in the entrance hall there are already several people waiting for me. I come face to face with most of the X-Men, with Aurora, Mr. McCoy, Logan, and the professor. I think only the youngest are not here, they must be sleeping. And where's Rogue? I ask before anyone can say anything. Did she get hurt in the confrontation with Eidolon? It didn't seem to be the case. She's sleeping, there was a little problem. Kitty says a little uncertainly. Problem. She is dazed after absorbing Eidolon. A few minutes after you were kidnapped, Kitty says. Invited. I interrupt and correct her. I have to cut the misunderstandings from the root. Invited. The professor and the others arrived, and the professor went to check her mind. To see if everything was okay and Kitty continues. But it is Jubilee that finishes. She just flipped and attacked the professor. Damn, you should have seen her moves. She did a double backflip and throw her hand. And then a high concentrate mass of air went straight to the professor. If Colossus didn't get in the front. Jubil speaks excitedly, as is her custom. She realized later and calmed down. It seems like it was some reflex. It must be something she got from Eidolon. Eidolon has a great aversion to mind probing. It must have been instinct. I say, remembering my conversation as we traveled the world. Although he's not wrong to be against having his mind read. It worries me how this Eidolon resorts to violence so quickly. The professor speaks from his wheelchair. I don't think he's that belligerent. He seems like a very calm guy. It must be because Rogue hasn't gotten used to it yet. I can't help and defend Eidolon. Scott speaks right after. Jean, are you okay? Did that guy do something to you? No. We just talked. I decide to clarify. Actually, the delay was my fault. Sorry for worrying you guys. Your fault? Ororo asks. In the past, I called her Ms. Monroe. But we've grown very close to each other over the years. And I already see her as a big sister. And she asked to call her by her first name. Yes. He was teleporting me around the world while we were talking. I got a little excited seeing several interesting places. Sorry. I say a little sheepishly. I look like a kid at Disneyland that way. Foo-foo. It's all right, dear. You should have called. Cerebro had trouble locating you. Ororo speaks. It's just that we move around a lot. And what did you guys talk about? Or did he just want to take you on a date around the world like Aladdin? Kitty asks, grinning a little. Oh, romantic. Yukio talks to the side and I see Ellie rolling her eyes. I hesitate. He wanted to tell me about a threat that would affect everyone. Me mostly. I decide not to say everything. I'm afraid of what they'll think if they know I'm a potential threat. Threat? Logan asks. Yes. Global level threat. I speak. Wow. So it was really important. Kitty speaks. Yeah. He also told me some interesting things, but you won't believe it. Oh. He said he will visit in the future. I say. Will that guy still have the guts to come after everything he did? Scott asks, incensed. Calm down. He didn't even do much. Well, just kicking your asses. Ellie, Negasonic T-Anger Warhead speaks. That's a name worse than Marvel Girl. I will introduce her to Eidolon next time. I want to see his reaction. Foo-foo. He is welcome to visit anytime. As long as he comes in peace. The professor speaks. I wonder if he's the mutant Cerebro detected yesterday. Kurt ponders. Metahuman, I correct without thinking. Metawat, Logan asks. It's complicated, I'll talk later. And I should have asked if it was him, but he seems too experienced to have awakened his powers just yesterday. I say. He may be a mutant for longer, but Cerebro only found him yesterday. Because he used his powers in excess for some reason. Some mutants are resistant to having their brainwaves read. I've been told you couldn't read his mind, right? Dr. McCoy speaks. I nod. WEL. Let's let Jean rest, tomorrow we can continue this conversation. Ororo speaks, clapping his hands together to disperse the students. I give her a grateful smile and start walking to my room. The room I share with Rogue, Kitty, and Jubilee. Rogue is sleeping in her bed. I wonder what she absorbs from Eidolon. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see the effects. So. Did your guys kiss? Kitty asks, smiling while phasing through the wall. How looks like the night isn't over yet. New York, third-person POV. In a New York apartment, a man rests in bed with his beloved. That man is Donald Blake, Thor's alter ego. At the moment he is together with Jane Foster, but different from his partner. He is wide awake. Months ago he finally remembered who he was, Thor, the god of thunder. At first, it was confusing. A few months ago he had the urge to go visit Norway as if something was calling him. He resisted for a long time in making this pointless trip. But finally gave in. It was then all changed. In a cave he found the Mjolnir. And he turned into Thor. At first, he thought that hammer that had the inscription, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." Is the one that allow him to gain the powers of the Norse god of thunder. But over time the memories started to come back, visions and dreams. He doesn't have Thor powers. He's Thor, and for some reason, he was in Midgard. Many theories popped up in his mind, like reincarnation or trickery of a sorcerer. A name floated in his mind when he thought of tricks. A few days ago he remembered almost everything. Thor, son of Odin. Banished to Midgard for his arrogance and for almost starting a war. He doesn't remember everything from his childhood, but now his memories are clearer. And it's also clear that with his identity as Thor, one day he's going to have to return to Asgard. Leaving life like Donald Blake, leaving Jane. Donald sighs. He hid the fact that he had powers for a long time from Jane. But when she returned from New Mexico, he decided to tell her everything. And it was complicated. She didn't believe it at first. He had to transform in front of her to prove it. And when he brought up the fact that as Prince of Asgard, one day he would have to come back. Well. They have a huge fight. Only 2 days ago they reconciled. After all, it's nobody's fault. One day he will have to come back, but until that day he and Jane have agreed to try to make this relationship work. No. Even if he comes back, he will make this relationship work. He loves Jane. He's lived 2 lives, and now they're blending together. Donald/Thor just hopes that the day he has to make a final decision will take a long time to come. Annandale-on-Hudson, New York. Hector POV. Going down in the neighborhood I use illusion to make me look like a regular guy. This place is where the Grey's residence is located. Jean told me a lot about her childhood. Seriously, she has to be more careful with what she reveals. She lived here until she was 12, before her friend's accident and awakening from her powers. Looking around I see a house with the surname Richardson and I walk over to it. Ringing the doorbell, I wait until I'm answered by a young woman. Oh, good night. Sorry to bother. My name is Bruce Wayne, I'm looking for the Grey's residence. I'm friends with their daughter. I say to the teenager in front of me. Then she speaks. The Greys have no daughter. My eyes harden. But on the outside, I look only a little surprised. Is that so? Am I at the wrong address? Oh. Excuse me, what's your name again? I ask with a smile. And she shocks me again. One of my fears proves true. Annie. Annie Richardson, a pleasure. She says, reaching out for a handshake. Annie. Jean's dead childhood friend. I don't know if I showed anything on my face, but Annie took a step back a little startled. Oh. I'm sorry, I remembered something. I'll have to look for the right residence, otherwise I'll be late. I say, turning around. Xavier. I growl under my breath after taking a good distance. And then I take off the illusions and soar to the sky. Hello, my dear readers. I just can't help myself, can I? 10K words. I really worked in developing Jean. Well, she is an important character in the universe, so, characters like her, Thor, and Peter have to receive special attention. Well, as I said before, don't go thinking that she is a future love interest, only because she has a little screen time, in the vision that Hector sees, could be a clone, an illusion. I can change. I just have that feeling, you know. I don't know if you guys have too. That feeling that doesn't want to let Jean, that is a very special character, ended up with someone else like Scott. A feel like would be a waste. Maybe is a male possessive thing. But Jean is overused in fanfics. Ugh. Let's leave her in open for now. Who knows? Well, let me say something. The MCU works because they made movies of the characters before the Avengers of 2012. I'm trying to imitate, showing the characters highlighting the differences between them and the movie's counterparts. Because of this, the progression of the story is going slow, sorry. But I predict that in 3/4 chapters must start the events of Avengers. By the way, I notice that I don't describe the characters that showed up. I'm assuming everyone knows them. Most of them are famous. Thanks for reading, stay safe you all. Till next time. Chapter 30, How to Make an Organization 101, Part 1. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. There's a fine line between manipulating people and motivating them. Brad Turnbull. There's a reason I keep these smart Marvel guys at arm's length. They always think they know best, and end up fucking up something. Civil War, Ultron, World War Hulk, Secret Invasion, and much more. All caused by these smart guys. Obviously, not everyone is that bad. Hank McCoy, the Beast, is pretty chill. But with examples like Hank Pym, the wife beater who created Ultron, we see that we are one step away from being fucked by a mistake of these guys. And the worst one is the Smart Guys Club. The Illuminati always think they have all the answers. And if someone who doesn't have an IQ on the same level as they offer another option, they don't even consider the idea. Brightest minds my ass, they're arrogant and thoughtless. They work with absolutes and only talk after bullying the other party in submission. They try to manipulate the true strong guys like the Sentry, and if they can't they say the person is too dangerous and make them an enemy. Like Hulk, or Thor when he didn't want to sign the Super Registration Act. I have to be careful, I'm smart too. I hope I don't become like these guys. I try don't make mistakes, and I don't think that I have all the answers, I always prepare myself before making a move. And I have the example of these guys of what not to do. I'll keep an eye on my actions as collateral. Self-awareness is always a good thing. I will try to surround myself with people down to earth too. To give me other perspectives, maybe even keep myself in check. Hoo-hoo. I remember that Batman doesn't even trust himself, only Alfred. I think that is one of the motives that he doesn't pursue superpowers. Would be hard to stop the guy if he goes rogue and be on the same level as the heavy hitters. He wants his own humanity as a weakness. Anyway, getting arrogant is the beginning of one downfall. But with so many bad examples, I just need to do the opposite of what these guys did. Because of that, I'm trying to be reasonable and try to resolve things on the basis of conversation. So I talked to Jean and went up front with her. And I feel it was a good step taken. Let's see how it develops in the future. Even if Dark Phoenix is inevitable because of Xavier's fuck-up, now I know Jean can trust and listen to me in the future. And with that common cliché route of trying to bring her back to their senses. She wouldn't listen to me if I were a total stranger. Now I have a chance. But seriously. If someone sent Scarlet Witch to a psychiatrist, many catastrophes might be avoided. But no one takes the initiative. It seems that Marvel's heroes prefer to punch problems when they arise rather than trying to do a steady job of making things better. Half measures, huh? Descending from the sky to an isolated area of Africa, I think again about the problem at hand. Xavier altered the memory of Jean and those involved with her. Did he feel the Phoenix? I didn't feel the Phoenix. Using power manipulation, I didn't find any traces of the Phoenix in Jean. Either Phoenix isn't in Jean at the moment, or she's too above me to feel it. Did Xavier sense because a telepath would have an easier time detecting a psionic entity? There's much I don't know. Jean thinks that her parents didn't care about her and that her childhood friend is dead. In reality, her parents don't even remember that she exists, and her childhood friend is alive and doesn't remember either. Did Xavier do this to gain control over Jean? To be the only pillar for her? Ugh. I remember Xavier had romantic feelings for Jean when she was 15 in the comics. UGHHHHH. I'm worried. These actions by Xavier will likely be what makes Jean snaps. Should I tell her the truth now? TCH. I can't. The damage is already done. It's best to wait for Jean to study the papers I've given her, and for me to get stronger, before doing something that might trigger the Dark Phoenix saga. I will apologize to Jean later. But I also need to have a good grasp of telepathy. And that's what I'm going to do now. That's why I'm in Africa now. I'm going to train with an Omega level power. I won't do this at my house. And also I'm taking advantage and making a shot in the dark. I'm on the border of Kenya and Ethiopia, and you know what else is close to where I am? Wakanda. I will not invade the place, I will not underestimate the most advanced nation in the world. But I want to see if I can learn something about Wakanda while I'm here. There must be some people from Wakanda around, so if I train telepathy, I might get lucky and find a secret passage. Who knows? Contrary to what is shown in the fanfics, it is not easy to locate Ulysses Klaue. The guy is not running away from the best technology on the planet for decades for nothing. So, if while I'm training my telepathy I happen to find the mind of some Wakandan soldier at an outpost, lucky me. I don't think they can detect people with power, and even if they find me I can run away. The only concern would be Bast, but I'm not doing anything magical, and if I still get her attention. Sword of actuation as a last resort. I'm willing to take the risk right now. Hiding under some trees to avoid being spotted by a satellite, I enter the famous lotus position for meditation and activate my newly acquired telepathic power. I have the ability to turn on, OFF all my powers, so I don't have any change in appearance of heteromorphic powers. But when I activate it, it's up to me to control the powers. Taking Jean's telepathy as an example, she can't turn off her ability to read minds. If I turn it on, I also can't turn it off without turning the power off completely. Until I train, obviously. Let's see what it's like to be a telepath. I release my new power and start to feel my mind expanding into my surroundings. I feel the minds of some animals since there are no humans around. But my mind doesn't stop with just a few meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 1 million meters. 10 million meters. Arg. Stop. I begin to suppress my power, causing it to recede. It's too much information. The circumference of space that my telepathic powers reach begins to slowly decrease. Ugh. So this is an Omega level power. With me at the center, my mind can make a circle 10,000 kilometers in diameter. That's 25% of the Earth's circumference. With this power, Jean can sense people's minds on a continental scale. And I don't think it's the limit. Omega level. I remember seeing it on the Marvel wiki. That means when someone has a power with no upper limit, or the person is at the apex of that power. There is a lot of discussion about the power level itself. But I think it's somewhere between continental level to planet level. Magneto can affect the whole world, even the Earth's rotation, with his control over electromagnetism. Storm and Iceman can affect continents too. Iceman is so underrated. I remember a comic where Emma Frost possessed Bobby Drake's body, and since she doesn't put limits on herself, she affected entire countries with the Omega-level cryokinesis, as well as becoming untouchable. Because it became ice itself. Like a Logia. There's a ridiculous feat of Magneto. He pulls the break world bullet that Kitty is trapped inside, from at least galaxies away. No wonder it has less than 20 Omega-level powerhouses on Earth. Come to think of it, my power is not all that great in the beginning, it has the greatest potential. But without resources, other people with power, I would be a normal human. Well. My power manipulation does much more than just copying and stealing powers. And I will still invest in breaking the barrier to beyond Omega level. After an hour of concentration I finally managed to retract my psychic power to just a few feet away again. I groan and bring my hand to my face. She comes back red and wet. Blood. I bled from the nose and eyes. Instead of worrying about any damage to my body, I wonder what it's going to be like for Jean when her psychic powers explode to full potential. I think Phoenix should heal her. Or maybe she will adapt. But my body is adapting to this new power too. I watch my blood evaporate, thanks to my Titan powers. So I have an idea. One of my favorite manga was Hunter x Hunter. And one of Nen's techniques, the power of the HXH world, was the N. N consisted of releasing your aura into your surroundings so that you could feel the world around you as if it were touching your skin. When I let my psychic power run amok, it was very similar. Then, I start to extend my psychic power in one direction, like a tendril. Kilometers pass without problems. I feel the minds of some animals and even some people. Since I'm not specifically delving into their minds, I just listen to and feel their surface thoughts. This is easier than I thought. Maybe it's because I'm already used to force. Retracting my psychic tendril I begin to shrink the circle my power can reach, to be smaller than my head. And I leave it there. And done. No more reading minds by accident. It's so simple. Why can't Jean do it? The MC is very good with powers, and certain characters' assimilations help too. It must be because she can't get used to it. Xavier should have let things take their natural course. You'll never learn to ride a bike if you don't take the training wheels off. By the way, I also managed to copy Jean telekinesis. Despite not being Omega level, it is already a boost. And it's even easier to use. I will try to combine with the Force later. I take a deep breath and exhale. Thanks to my super advanced brain, I was able to process all the words and sensations that came to my mind. Disappearing from my position, I move quickly and stand above a range of mountains. Below me. Wakanda. Hidden under a hologram, very advanced. I can't see this place even with various powers like infrared. I felt the minds of several guards and huts surrounding the country in the center. Tucking my chin between my fingers I contemplate for a while. Nah. Let's leave them alone for a while. I thought I'd steal one of those guards. And see if I could create vibranium with creation, but it has too many variables. Like the fact that vibranium only works if it's exposed to a specific type of radiation. I remember that I have vibranium in Savage Land, and the vibranium there acts completely different from Wakanda. It's not worth drawing attention to these guys, probably destroying any future good relationship I may have with Wakanda for a thing that is not certain. Disappearing again from my position I appear above a small village nearby. During my training I felt the minds of the villagers. Fear, hunger, despair. Reality just slaps me in the face. Everyone knows that Africa is poor, but seeing and feeling it firsthand certainly gives you a new perspective. I felt many villages like this too. And other places even worse. Dropping fast to the ground I touch the ground. The earth begins to be manipulated by me and makes way for a river not too close to here. Diverting the waters closer to the village. The process took about 30 minutes. Is not optimal. I'm doing this more for my own satisfaction, after all I'm not helping all the other villages. Clenching my fist I remember myself that I really need all types of power. Also. Why doesn't Wakanda help? Seriously. Wakanda is the richest country in fiction. From all fiction. They've already ignored slaves being carried from their homes 500 years ago. I don't know what to think anymore. People have their own circumstances. I understand that revealing that you have vibranium would be the same as attracting the greed of certain people. They will be attacked. Then they would have to fight back. But they could give a little more support, right? Arg. Whatever. I will go home. Time Hector, you only need time. New York, Carvalho's residence. I go down the stairs to the dining room dressed now in casual clothes. Before returning home I placed cameras at points of importance. And I made a little tour of New York, finally found what I was looking for in the sewers. Hoo-hoo. I will go there tomorrow. Now I have an eye on the Stark Tower, Baxter Building, Oscorp, and many other companies. Obviously, I didn't put it in the places themselves. Just around so I can get a good view of the buildings. Knowing who goes in and who goes out. And if the place is attacked. I also working on making some drones. I already have the blueprints. But I don't have anyone to keep an eye on 24/7. I need an AI, I have some versions that I got in the world of BNHA, I think I'll program later. A VI should suffice. I don't need an AI with personality and self-awareness. I really need allies. I don't think there's any reason to delay further. I spot Isabella sitting on the couch reading a book with Cathalhu in her lap. The TV is on and shows how Spider-Man saved a building on fire. Good job, Peter. Welcome back, Master Hector. I hope that your trip has been worthwhile. Isabella says meanwhile gets up and gives me a little bow. Yes, it was. And you? Did you deliver the documents to the lawyers? I ask. Yes. The 2 lawyers and a woman were in the office. They said that your emancipation will be ready as soon as possible. She reports. Good. And woman, huh? Is that a blonde named Karen Page? I ask. She looks at me. Yes. Ms. Page was in charge of attendance, she answers. I see. Karen Page is not very important. The love interest of the Daredevil, and she didn't die like Gwen, I think. But it reminds me of Elektra. Street-level people aren't a problem, but I think Elektra died at some point in the comics, maybe I can avoid that. And maybe even recruit her. I can give people powers, if someone already knows how to fight, even better. I will bring in more allies now, Isabella. Do you want to watch? I ask, after deciding not to delay further. Her eyes show surprise. If you allow. She says. Okay, we move to one of the rooms in Infinity Castle. I sit on my chair with a couch in front of me. Cathalhu comes to sit on my lap. And Isabella stands behind me. Summon. I will summon the 2 together. Shago and Huntress. Do you want to use a background customization card, 03? This message appears twice, side by side. Yes and yes. Then 2 windows for customizing the background appear. On my left is Shago's and on my right is Huntress's. I read what is by default. Helena's background is very similar to her story in the comics. She is an Italian, an orphan very early in her life. But it doesn't speak of her becoming a vigilante in this world. So she will not have a history in the Marvel world as a hero. Shago is a little more unusual. It's saying that she was a mercenary and assassin who has already accepted jobs from various criminal organizations like Hydra, Hellfire Club and others. Do I leave this? It has advantages and disadvantages. I think for several minutes about this. I make my decision after thinking hard. It's best that Shago doesn't have a criminal history, even if she loses the contacts she would have with such a background. I plan for Shago to be my right-hand woman, I don't want her to be in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database so early. I start to edit the background of the 2, but I don't change Helena's much. I decide to add that she has some properties, I test to see if I can add that she has an Italian restaurant. To my surprise, a prompt appears. Charging me money. Do you want to part with money, or equivalent, to add a property to this character's background? Note will cost 300% of the actual market price. Now, this looks like Gacha. It means that if I have enough money, I can give houses, businesses or even private islands to my summons. Makes sense. Theses reality warping powers of the background customization card need a price. I remember that Isabella came with just the basics. But where will the money be taken from? From my bank account. It's not in my name yet. I don't have access to everything my parents left me. I'm delaying the inheritance process until I have my emancipation in hand. I have a lot of gold bars. Removing a ton of gold from my inventory. I think a ton of gold is somewhere around $40 million these days. On second thought, I take out another ton. Living in New York is not cheap. Come to think of it, this can be a waste of money. After all, if a tragedy happens here in New York, and I'm sure it will, Destroyed properties will have their prices lowered greatly. But I don't want to wait. And I have gold to spare. Better to spend on Gacha than to destroy the country's economy. I start writing that Helena has a penthouse and an upscale restaurant here in New York. And with Shago, I write that she also has a penthouse and a bar. I find cool something like a villain pub. I wonder if these establishments will have any reputations. When I write that places have capable employees, the text turns red. Not allowing it. I see. She'll have to open the place now and work from scratch. No more creating a multi-million-dollar company out of thin air. Too bad. I may have a building, but not a business with an excellent reputation. Reputation is priceless. Whatever. Making Shago and Helena have a life that can't be related to Hector is enough. I put in specs for a really good location, then another one pops up for me to customize the houses and establishments. I end up getting excited. I always get excited about these games of creating things. Who never took 3 hours to create their own character? Shago's nightclub ends up being similar to Lucifer's nightclub in the series, Lux. Shago's house is on the top floor of the building as well. For Helena, the restaurant is quite fancy. And Helena has a house nearby. I will hope to have capable workers to open these establishments. Who knows? Maybe I will get someone from Toriko or Shokuchiki no Soma to work at the restaurant. I wait for the next gacha. Master Hector. I hear Isabella's voice behind me. You've been moving your hands for 2 hours. I thought you were concentrating and didn't want to interrupt. But is everything all right? She asks, displaying a little concern. 2 hours. Damn. Wait. Isabella. Can you see this? I ask, pointing to the screens around me. This what? She responds, confused. Oh. I thought since she was a summon, she could see. Interesting. Sorry for the delay. It's time, I say. After finishing everything, I press OK. About 60% of the gold disappears and the screens turn into motes of lights and go in 2 different directions to form 2 silhouettes. I and Isabella focus on these 2 new appearances. Helena Bertinelli, the huntress, appears in her vigilante outfit, in purple colors, white and a little of black. Do you really need to leave your abdomen exposed like that? Looking now, her suit is very similar to the Hawkeye one. I should make some changes. Helena is obviously a beautiful woman, with a fit and slender build, long dark hair and slight tan skin. As expected. In addition to the usual suit, she has a crossbow in her back. So the summons brings their weapons. Or is it just because of the background card? Shifting my focus to the other newcomer, I notice. Damn. Mary Jane has just lost her place as the sexiest woman I know. Shago has a slender and curvaceous build with waist-length black hair, piercing green eyes, pale skin, gray-like with a little shade of green and black lips. Obviously, I don't show anything to my face. The 2 look around a little. I notice Isabella curiously watching the 2 as well. Reading their body language, I notice that Huntress appears to be on guard. Her body is tense and ready to move, legs wide enough to go into any position, center of gravity a little lower and her left hand tucked behind her body, probably going for some concealed weapon or to quickly withdraw. Her crossbow. Shago, on the other hand, despite looking around carefully, seems much more relaxed. But I don't doubt she can react as fast as Huntress if she needs to. The 2 then turn their eyes towards me. And just like Isabella, I'll just watch the 2 of them react. Huntress, don't move. She just watches me, but she also doesn't draw any weapons to defend or attack. Looks like she's going for the wait-and-see tactic. Shago, on the other hand. She blatantly gives me an up-down look and smirks before she just starts walking confidently towards me with a sway of her hips. I just keep looking into her eyes, curious about what she's going to do. Kathal, who raises her head that was lazily on my thigh and starts to face Shago. To stop him from attacking, I start caressing his neck. Shago continues to approach and, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, she sits on the arm of my chair and starts polishing her nails. So you're my boss now. She hums a little while giving me another look up and down. I have to say it is an improvement compared to my other employer. Well. Someone is taking this all pretty well. Even Isabella is staring at her with a little frown, probably because she's acting too familiar. Huntress seems happy to let Shago test the waters. A power play, huh? I remember that Shago doesn't respect Draken very much in the cartoon. Don't act overfamiliar, Shago. I say and telekinetically pick her up and sit her on the couch across from me. Let's know each other first. No need to worry, in time you'll notice that I'm a pretty chill guy. I smile a little at the shocked Shago. Then I wave my hand for Huntress to sit down too. Please. Not wanting to be manhandled too, Huntress sits on Shago's left side. Well. You two seem to know a little bit about what's going on. But I will ask you some questions anyway. I say calmly. But first I'm going to start talking a little about myself anyway. Let's gain some of their trust. My name is Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. My power is what allowed me to bring you all here, to a different world. This world is similar to yours but incredibly dangerous. Dangerous on the level of your world, Huntress. I say, looking at the woman in purple. She looks surprised but doesn't seem to take my words to heart. I will prove her wrong in time. Before I explain further, I would like to ask about you. Who are you and how were your last moments in your former world? I say. Now I will have more than one example to know how the essence works. Shago starts. I'm Shago, get bored out of my mind in my cell, you know. Life sentences grow tedious fast. I felt something giving me an opportunity in BAM. Here I am. She talks while supporting her cheek with one hand, so. What's the plan? World domination, please tell me it's world domination. Nope. World domination brings too much paperwork. Next, please. I say, turning to Huntress as I ignore Shago pouting for now. Every summons has its preferences, huh? Keep that in mind in the future. Shago is not a problem to control. And my activities in the future align with what she does too. But I will be careful with whom I summon. The right person for the right job. Huntress looks at me and speaks. Helena Bertinelli, my universe. My universe has been destroyed, so here I am. She says simply. Well. Things went from 0 to 100 pretty fast. Do you want to talk about this? I ask sympathetically. Not really. She responds flatly. I shrug. Okay. I won't force you, it must be a difficult subject. It must have been a crisis, where in her universe the heroes failed. Endless possibilities, huh? Just one wrong step and everything goes to shit. And it looks like the essence really takes the versions in a tight spot, Shago imprisoned and Huntress dead like Isabella. There's a pattern here. It's good that all the summons agreed to come here. But that doesn't mean they're super happy. I look at Huntress who still maintains an unfriendly expression. Very different from Shago. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how I got you here and how my power works. I start. Obviously, I will leave things out. But it's hard to hide the power of essence from people who literally came from the essence. Everyone seems interested, even Isabella who only knows the basics. My power allows me to connect with the omniverse. I begin dramatically, I can reach all universes, even those you would consider fictional, and bring things from there. Including people. I say, pointing to the two in front of me. It's like a well. I put my hand there and pull something. I can't control what I pull, but I can use everything. In the case of people, I have two options. I say to my interested audience. Or I summon, as I did with you. Or I assimilate the person. Gaining their powers, experiences, traits, and so on. Ah. I can imbue someone what I pull in someone other than myself too. I explain. And I stay silent letting them digest the information. I think this is a good cover for Gacha. That's some bullshit power. Does that mean you can absorb anyone from the multiverse? Helena speaks in disbelief. Omniverse, I correct. And I wouldn't say I absolve, I assimilate because I don't absorb the person. I assimilate the person template. It's not like I'm killing someone to absorb that person's powers. Only when I wish to summon, that is when the option for you all come, appears. You guys were kind of invited, right? I conclude. Shago asks. So there are more people besides us? Are you trying to make an organization? I just summoned the three of you, this cat here. Meet Cathalhu. I say, hold out Cathalhu Lion King style. Cathalhu. Seriously? Shago asks in disbelief. Cathalhu opens his mouth, releasing several tentacles and stealing some gold bars. Shago and Huntress get into a battle stance. They relax only after Cathalhu has eaten the gold and retracted his tentacles. He looks smug, like, go on, offend me. And you will see what happens. Cats. I think I understand now. Shago speaks with her eyes still wide. And also take a good look at the gold and my reaction. Cathalhu. I already told you to eat only what I say. I don't really care for him to eat gold, I can easily create it in a few minutes. But I have to create a habit for the pet. Meowth. He says. Whatever. I'll let it go this time. It seems he has a taste for precious metals. The little bastard is picky. Moving on. I have this power for less than a month, you all are the first ones I summon. I say. So we are cat. Your little harem. Huntress speaks, raising an eyebrow as she looks at her companions. I shrug. Meh, believe it or not, it was a coincidence that you were all women. As I've said before, I can absorb people's templates, right? I have already absorbed the strongest options. You are all people who would have not added anything to my personal strength, but you can be useful as a person. I say. They need to know that they are not special. They're alive because of me. And they should be grateful for that. A little necessary manipulation. Looking at the expressions of the three, I can see that they arrive at the conclusion I want. After all, they could have been absorbed instead of being here right now. By the way, Helena. I absorbed a person from your universe. You must know. I say, and she looks at me with interest. The Batman, Bruce Wayne. She widens her eyes. Oh God. Where are the eavesdropping devices and trackers? She gets up and starts looking through her clothes. What, I'm not that bad. I'm offended. Calm down, even though I'm influenced a little bit by the people I absorb, I'm me. I am different from Batman. I say, making her stop looking for some microchip or whatever, on her own body. Wait. Batman is Bruce Wayne. She says after a while, shocked. You do not know. I ask a little puzzled. I'm not that close to the inner circle of the Justice League because of my preferences in not letting loose ends. I met him several times, but apart from him trying to convince me to stop using lethal force, we didn't interact much. She says. I see. Batman can be pretty strict with his code. He probably didn't arrest you because of your similar past. I say. She shows an expression of realization, remembering that Bruce Wayne's parents also died because of crime, similar to her own parents. Do you know about me? She asks me. And there we go. Let's rip off the band-aid. If there's anyone who can take this easy, it's Helena. Yes. I know a little about who I summon. Let's say, due to special circumstances, my other life, but I will not reveal that, your world was fictional to me. I reveal. She widens her eyes but doesn't look too surprised. You don't look very surprised. I see. Superboy Prime. I ask. For those who know DC, you know that Superboy Prime is an alternate version of Superman, very OP BTW, which is from an Earth in which DC is comics. Like my last life. You even know about this. Huh. She speaks. I'm a fan, I say simply. Let me say one last thing before we go take a look at the house I've prepared for you all. I say, gaining attention from both of them. You've all made your choice to come into this world and serve me. But relax, I'm not a heartless bastard. I don't plan on making you do anything you don't want to. You can even be independent and pursue your dreams and hobbies. I'll ask you to help me when I need it. Take this as a job. If you guys want to quit, just say so. Don't betray me. I say this end seriously. Just trust me for a while, I conclude. Better clear the air soon. They just look at me. I don't need an answer. Without waiting for them, I open a portal to the location of the nightclub I prepared for Shago. Come. I say. Shago POV. Well, isn't that interesting? One moment I'm trapped with no prospect of escape, and the next I'm in an entirely different universe. When I felt something reaching out and offering me my freedom in exchange for my loyalty, I thought I'd finally gone mad. But look who's done well now. The multiverse is real. Draken had told me about the possibility, but I'd always brushed it off thinking it was just another one of the gibberish talks of him. I just passed through the portal to a very fancy building. And apparently, this place is going to be mine. I'm already liking my new employer. Good-looking, rich, and apparently smart, and he only getting started. Apparently that Helena is still brooding about her universe being destroyed. Girl, put yourself together. I'd be having a party if everyone in my universe died and only me was left. It was going to be a lonely party, but at least everyone there would be great. Because of would be only me. Unlike the woman wearing that hideous purple, I see it as an opportunity. My young employer has a lot of potentials, and I'm one of the first people to join his group, which is sure to be a big one. I need to secure my position. Make him see that the evil side is much more fun and convince him to take over the world. So I, Shago, will be at the top right beside him. Hee hee. Ugh. Does he plan to go hero? Isn't it easier to just take the reins of the situation? And have everyone obeying you? Well, apparently not, because he's talking about how dangerous this world is. Gods, demons, aliens, cosmic entities. I will need to work hard to make my life easy. Oh, nothing comes easy to Shago. Can't I catch a break? I just want to be at the top of the world, like is my natural position, duh. It doesn't seem to have a lot of furniture, besides the basics. Hector notices as we walk through my penthouse. I can agree with him, the layout and location are excellent. But I will need to decorate the place. Make better, more like me. Although you work for me, it is completely unnecessary for you to live with me. My normal identity has to be disassociated from the super world as much as possible. Only Isabella will live with me. Hector talks as he opens all the rooms and checks all the windows. What a methodic guy. That said, you will live with me for the time being, until you settle down. Your background appears that you have just arrived in New York from overseas and you have just moved into your respective homes. Meanwhile, you will be using the portals to live with me. He continues. Although I have prepared a business for each one, they don't have to open them right away. Let's take it easy. After all, we don't have reliable people to work with. These places will be a good cover for any shady activity and will be a good source of income too. I think that's all. Hector says as we walk through Helena's empty restaurant. I prefer my nightclub. And it looks like he's not a total goody two-shoes. Nice. He is looking at me. He smiles and says. You know, Shago. Trying to manipulate me into the path you want is not going to work, he says, shocking me. He can read mind. I can read minds. He answers before I even finish the thought. But I'm not reading anyone's mind at the moment. I'm a hypocrite, but not that much. It's written all over your face, your thoughts, he says as he approaches me. I know that each of you is your own person. I will never force you to do something you don't want to. You don't want to be a hero, you won't be. I will ask you to help me in my endeavors that you have an affinity for. He says, then take a look at the three of us. Each of you all isn't good people, but you aren't evil either. That's good because I can't be considered good or bad either. I will do bad things and do good things in the future. But what I do will come from my own decisions. Any attempt at subtle manipulation will not work. Like you girls, I am my own person too. He finishes looking at me with a calm smile. I can only nod. But that doesn't stop you from giving me suggestions. He shrugs his shoulders. Feel free to speak your mind and act however you want, as long as you don't hurt innocents. I'm just letting you know, so our relationship doesn't go down a bad path, because you would overstep your own boundaries or whatever. Well, Isabella. Open a portal to a training room into the Infinity Castle, let's see how strong your guys are. He concludes, smiling at us. I see the maid making a white and black double door appear in the middle of a fog. When the door opens, I can see a large space on the other side. Hector enters the portal without hesitation. Well, he is young, not dumb. Point to him. Ouch, and strong too. Another point. I think as I'm thrown to the ground for the 100th time since we started sparring an hour ago. At first, Helena and I alternated one by one to fight Hector. Let's just say we didn't have much of a chance. Now we are teaming up against him. Without much luck either. Very good, above normal humans in the physical aspects. Hector comments quietly. The bastard hasn't moved from his spot since this started. I hear Helena mutter under her breath, fucking Batman, as she catches her breath on the floor. Now for the last round, you can use your weapon powers on anything. Come. He says but doesn't even put himself in a battle position. Alright, I will kick his ass. And wipe the condescending look off his face. Hector has no condescending look on his eyes from him, but for Shago is pretty much like that. Unreliable narrator, you know. I see Helena going to get her crossbow, meanwhile, I get up. Igniting my hands with my green energy, I go on the attack. First I launch towards him. He simply steps aside. Interesting, but you'd better set your hands on fire, revealing your powers, middle motion. To catch the enemy unsuspecting. He speaks calmly. Ugh. Annoying. I jump and go to close quarters. But I can't hit the bastard. Gah, he gives me a punch in the stomach. You don't know how to treat a fragile lady. I asked, catching my breath. I see no fragile girl and these fists are rated E, to everyone. He responds while leaning back a little, dodging an arrow that was going to hit his shoulder. Too straightforward, he says, looking at Helena, who makes multiple shots, none hitting the target. Later we will work on a wider type of arrows. I take advantage and attempt another attack, swiping with my hand in his face. He just catches it. I see, it's no fire. Is like a corrosive energy, can it explode too? Neat. He says, intertwining his fingers with mine. What? That shocks me. My power can melt steel, and he is just holding it. I try to take my hand off, but he doesn't seem to budge. Calm down, this won't hurt me. He speaks, withdrawing his unscathed hand from mine. Unbelievable. Then he turns his face quickly and catches an arrow shot by Helena, with his teeth. And then start munching the whole thing and eating it. I have a power that allows me to eat anything, without problems. He says. A quirk of one of the Chisaki guys. This guy is full of bullshit. Well, I have a good idea of what you can do now. He says and pulls telekinetically Helena, causing her to collide with me. Ugh. Get off me, you fat bitch. I say, gently, pushing the woman above me. Giving a revenge slap in her fat ass in the meantime. It's bigger than mine. Just a little. But mine is perkier. She glares at me, and I glare back. Okay, ladies. No infighting. I will give you all a gift. Hector says, approaching. Oh. I like gifts. I can give powers too. To me, no matter how strong you are, I can make you stronger. He says. I understand the hidden message. We are not so important, we can help him, but he doesn't really need us. It has a double side too. Will not be much of a loss to him if we go away. So we can leave him without guilt. His hands touch my forehead and Helena's, and I feel power coursing through my body. Ooh. I see. I hit the jackpot. Baxter Building. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, paces furiously while waiting in a corridor outside a room in the Baxter Building. He wants to be inside the room, helping. But he can't. And it wouldn't do anyone any good if he lost his cool right now. It's too personal for to him involve himself. Inside the room is the last family that he has in the world, Jennifer Walters, his cousin. She is sick with a terminal illness. And she needs a transfusion from him. But he knows how dangerous that can be. So he sought the help of the Fantastic Four to look for a solution. Reed assured that there was a way to get the blood transfused without causing any harm to the patient. While Bruce Banner is having pessimistic thoughts, the door to the room where Jennifer is receiving surgery or procedure opens. And a blue-eyed blonde woman leaves the room. She is using the Fantastic Four's blue uniform. This woman is obviously Susan Storm. Dr. Banner, she begins, I'm happy to say everything was smooth, but... But what? What's the problem? Interrumps Banner. Jennifer will be unconscious for weeks, maybe even a month. What? Why is this happening? Your blood is very strong and harmful. Susan talks kindly, she receives it without any problems, but to her body adapts without any problem, even if we use a special chamber. It will take time. Susan concludes. The Fantastic Four are using a chamber that was first developed to try to make them normal again, when they wanted to be normal again. Well, the thing still wants to go back to being less rocky. But it's not a priority anymore. It is now being used so that Jennifer Walters does not suffer from gamma radiation. I see, that's good. We need to be very careful with this. Bruce speaks. He's at a big risk being in New York, memories of Harlem come to his mind. He doesn't want to put anyone at risk anymore. But he needs to stay here for Jennifer, in case anything goes wrong. Well, hello there. This chapter should be bigger, but I cut him in half. So, only 7K worlds for now. In the next, we will see the MC creating his foothold in the world. And more development for Shago and Helena. Chapter 31, How to Make an Organization 101, Part 2. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Nothing personal, it's just revenge. Afro Samurai. Manipulation's easily more fun. A little guilt, a lot of force, of course you have to lie. Remind them that without you, they'd shrivel up and die. Tough Love, In the Villain's Lair, EP2, a Disney villains musical. Sorry for the delay. I'm busy. Here is a 12K word chapter as compensation. Fun fact, I'm taking more time researching than writing. Enjoy. Jotunheim, 9 Realms. Loki walks through the halls of Jotunheim's palace like he owns the place. If asked, Loki wouldn't be calling this giant huddle of ice a palace. Having grown up and lived in the Golden Palace of Asgard, Loki has high standards. But the look of the place isn't what matters now. Loki has a big goal in being here. Arriving at a large hall, he finds himself facing a giant throne at the top of a staircase, where an equally gigantic person with blue skin and a bald head is sitting. Father. Loki says as he kneels and adopts a respectful expression on his face. You have no right to call me father, yet. The frost giant, who can now be identified as Laufey, responds. My king. Loki, if correct, I bring good news. I have the means to invade and dominate Midgard, prevent Odin from interfering, and capture Thor. That would be the first step towards conquering the 9 realms. Loki speaks. Laufey doesn't show any reaction. If you have the means, why aren't you doing it already? The giant on the throne asks. To ensure the highest success rate. I'd like to order a small army of frost giants. Before Loki could finish, he was interrupted by Laufey laughing. Har har har. Then he suddenly got serious. You think I'm going to spend even one soldier on your silly plans, boy? He asks contemptuously. You have a lot to prove to be one of us. To earn even an inch of respect from my people. Laufey says dismissively. I have proof that I'm taking this very seriously. Loki doesn't let himself be shaken and removes the casket of ancient winters from a pocket space. Seeing this artifact, Laufey's eyes show eagerness and surprise for the first time since the beginning of the encounter. It is important to remember that the casket of ancient winters can be considered the most important and powerful artifact of the Frost Giants. In the last battle, before Odin finally unified the 9 realms, he took the casket as the spoils of war after defeating the forces of the Frost Giants. Unknown to the world, he also took a baby Frost Giant as well. That baby was none other than Loki, a Frost Giant who was born strangely smaller than the rest. And to make matters worse, he was the son of the king of the Frost Giants. How could Laufey keep this embarrassment alive? For the Frost Giants, strength is everything. In truth, most are brutes, not nearly as magically or technologically advanced as the Aesir. Loki is really a oddity. That's why Loki was abandoned until Odin found him. And he was raised as an Asgardian until he discovered the truth recently. Yes, my king. At great risk, I managed to retrieve the artifact of our race for you, to prove my worth and loyalty. Loki says, and Laufey was so fixated on the casket, he didn't notice the strange glint that flashed across Loki's eyes for a moment. Laufey rises from his throne and moves towards the still kneeling Loki. You did well, with this our people will not be bullied in submission anymore. But when Laufey goes to take the casket from Loki's hands, he groans and drops the casket to the ground. The casket flickers green and reveals that it was, in fact, a fawn disguised with illusion magic. Laufey starts to drop to his knees. You. He tries to speak, trying to keep himself upright but failing miserably, to gather even an ounce of strength in his body. I what? Poisoned my bastard of a father with the fang of my dear son Jormungand. Together with a special concoction made personally by me. Yes, I did it. You and Odin are the same. Strong people like you act so high and mighty. But they fall for such simple tricks. Loki says mockingly, the mask of obedience and subservience he previously wore completely removed from his face. Loki approaches and strokes his father's head mockingly. Sleep well, father. When you wake up, I will be king of the 9 realms. Loki finished while Laufey in his last vestiges of consciousness. After Laufey is helpless in a deep sleep, Loki begins waving his hands in a certain pattern, summoning runes and glyphs that glow green and boom. A massive explosion engulfs the throne room, reverberating through all the ice palace, alerting all the inhabitants. After a few minutes, the throne room starts to be flooded with newly arrived Frost Giants. Loki appears among the smoke, bruised and dirty, dramatically climbing the throne stairs, dragging each step with great effort, holding the side of his abdomen. At his feet is the giant form of Laufey, unconscious and with injuries even worse than Loki's. When Loki reaches the top of the stairs he turns to the crowd that has gathered. He takes a deep breath and speaks in a loud voice. Frost Giants. I am Loki Laufeyson, and I have just defeated my father, your king, in fair and honest combat. Proving myself superior and capable of leading our great race to their rightful place, the top of the 9 realms. At that moment Loki pulls out the true casket of ancient winters and unleashes its power to the skies. Loki's skin color turns blue and his eyes red, proving his heritage. Follow me and help me become the absolute ruler of the 9 realms and I give what you all crave. Battle. Battle. The whole crowd screams together. Revenge. Revenge. All Frost Giants repeat and start cheering. The excitement is so much that some Frost Giants even start some ruckus, fights, and dancing. Bunch of retards brutes. Loki mutters in a low tone. After a while, the crowd disperses, to spread the news that there is a new king for Jotunheim and to prepare for the great battle that will take place. After Loki is alone, his body flickers with a green light and all his injuries disappear. On Loki's side, space shifts, and Amora appears with a green light. Well. You never fail to amaze me with how much of a bastard you can be. She says, apparently amused with the whole situation. Now what? We expect the other army of your master. She asks. The first part of Amora's speech doesn't shake Loki, but the ending makes Loki's face turn ugly. I don't have a master. Loki exclaims, punctuating each word. Loki's deal was an exchange, he was not sworn to servitude. Amora only smirk furthers. All right, call me when you're ready for the big moment. She says, disappearing, leaving Loki alone in the empty throne room. Hector POV, day after summoning Shago and Helena. I've done my daily jog and now I'm going to have my breakfast to go to school. Arriving in the kitchen I see Helena and Isabella preparing the breakfast table. After exchanging good mornings I ask. Where is Shago? She hasn't gotten up yet, even though I already called. Isabella answers me. Okay. I'll wake her up. I say, heading towards the room she is in the Infinity Castle. Until she was acclimatized to this world, both Shago and Helena will live with me. After that, they will have more freedom. There is no reason for all summons to be so close to me all the time. I even plan to put some future summons in other important countries like Russia, Japan, Greece, and China. They'll be a portal away anyway. I knock on the door of Shago's room. After not getting a response for the third time, I just enter. I sigh. I should have expected this. But calm down, Hector. Act natural. In bed is a Shago sleeping like a rock, with the worst posture possible. Lucky for her, she's flexible. How can she bend like that? Problem is, she's only in lingerie, a black set that contrasts nicely with her pale skin. Okay, Hector. Take a deep breath. Impassive face, let's go. Shago, wake up. I say, removing the blanket that was wrapped around her body, looking like a snake. The world is ending. Shago straightens up quickly and looks around alertly. Breakfast, I deadpan. What? What time is it? She asks, rubbing her eyes. Her hair is a mess. It's 7:02. Let's eat. I reply, and she looks at me like I've shot her in the back. What? No one is psycho enough to wake up at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. is not even a new day yet. She says, and starts to lie down again. First, apologize to all minimum wage workers who wake up much early than that. And second, I woke up at 5 a.m., exercise, tinker a little, and I'm going to school. So you can wake up just to stay home. Let's go. I say. You're the true evil one in this house. Ruthless with himself. A true madman. Let me sleep. When I wake up by myself, you won't even be here. She says as she starts to snuggle with the pillows, completely unconcerned with the level of nudity she finds herself in. Nope. I say, and telekinetically wrap her in the blanket like a cocoon, leaving only her head out and making her levitate. In this house, everyone eats together whenever possible. That's one of the few rules my parents had. They were busy people. So times like breakfast, lunch, and dinner were good opportunities to chat and catch up. I will try to keep that rule. I'm green and I can make you high, but I'm no weed for you to roll me up like that. Shago protests as she tries to resist. It's useless. I bring her to the breakfast table and drop her in a chair. There aren't many rules here, but let's try to eat together. From here you can go back to bed if you like, Shago. But don't forget that you have to see the world if you want the freedom to go out. Just don't go lazy all day. I say as I sit in my seat, at the head of the table. Shago frees her arms from the cocoon of covers and steals one of the jam buns Helena had already made for himself, completely ignoring the glare she receives from the Italian vigilante. Fine, don't worry. I will learn in the team. Shago says while eating. After that, we started eating while watching the news. Oh, apparently Spider-Man had his ass handed to himself in a fight against Kraven. But Spider-Man won the day in the end. But that just proves how unprepared Peter is. All it took was Kraven studying Spider-Man a little and he dominated the fight almost the entire time. Spider-Man managed to get the upper hand by taking the fight to the rooftops, where he managed to trap Kraven in an absurd amount of webs and leave him there. And I bet Spider-Sense saved Peter's ass from getting a tranquilizer long before this fight started. In the worst case, Peter would already be ahead decorating Kraven's wall. Eventually, Kraven was arrested because of the damage he did to people and public property, but damn. Peter was a mess. All bloodied. It's a shame he got so beaten up even with all the power advantage he has. I know he has a little healing factor. But I don't see him healing from last night to today. I'm a little worried about all this. In real life, it's easy for things to go wrong. An unlucky moment and everything goes to shit. We have several examples of what-if scenarios. But at the same time, I can't control everything. This is tiring. A friend of yours? I hear Helena ask, gesturing to the TV as an image of Spider-Man appears. Not really. I know him, know his secret identity too. But I'm no friend of his. I say. Know his identity, huh? Typical Batman. I hear Helena muttering. I roll my eyes. I'm not Batman, I think a little about how to continue, consider that I learned from him. So you're a Robin. She says, making me sigh. And I give up. Let's ignore her. Seeing her smiling a little makes me realize she's just trying to get under my skin. Testing my patience, huh? Expected. It's only natural you want to know the limits of the person you work for. This proves that summons are not super obedient to the level of going crazy for me and not admitting any disrespect to me. Like the Nazarick NPCs. It's a healthier relationship, where you can have little teasing, flirting, fighting. And there's no problem with that. Much better this way. I don't want puppets that don't just do what I say. For example, in a certain situation, Shago or Helena can take a completely different approach than I would. Maybe better. I'm not arrogant enough to think I have all the answers. I leave that to the Illuminati. Don't forget your appointment with the lawyer Darrow today, Master Hector. Isabella talks as she sets aside some food for herself and lazy Shago. Yeah, I haven't forgotten. I answer as I go looking for any news from the world of supers. Master Hector. Do we need to call you that too? Helena asks, her brows slightly furrowed. She doesn't seem to like the idea very much. Modern ideals, huh? And it looks like she's a lot more talkative today. Good, she looks like she's getting over whatever tragedy has occurred in her world. Nah, call me whatever you want. Just be mindful of the place. I say nonchalantly. And you too. I say, taking my eyes off the TV and looking towards the newly summoned duo. Stay out of sight of everyone, okay? Hector can't be related to any of you girls. And study about this world. I have a big job for you two this week. I say. I am pleased to see the two of them nod. After that, we just talked for a bit until it was time for me to leave. I notice that Shago is fully awake now. My goal of getting her out of bed is complete. The worst thing is getting out of bed, then the day can go on smoothly. Shago POV this food is good. I think to myself as I quickly collect what Isabella puts on my plate, and retract my arm under the blanket that wraps around my entire body, leaving only my head exposed. Isabella, I'll remember you when I'm at the top. You're a good woman. Now that I'm awake, it doesn't hurt to research this world sooner than later. Hector told us to have a minimal sense of history and geography. Because they are probably the most different from our previous world. Since our worlds are also of a modern level, other things must be similar. Oh. Art is also important to check. After all, if someone doesn't know a famous singer or actor, it can be a problem to socialize. I look at Helena out of the corner of my eye. She is my rival. In truth, everyone is my rival, but Helena is my real adversary for now. Isabella already has her place next to Hector, Thulu is a cat. But Helena is the real danger. Look at her. Acting like don't care. I know that she must be plotting to take the place of a right-hand woman. I can see through you, bitch. Shago delusions. I need to solidify my place as soon as possible because in the future things will only get more complicated. If Hector can bring people from all over the Omniverse or whatever, that means he's not going to just hang out with us. The competition will increase. And even though I'm super awesome, the Infinity Omniverse must have much stronger and more capable people out there, right? Endless possibilities. I have the first come, first serve advantage. I will not waste it. So I'm going to make an effort to get used to this world and pass whatever test Hector puts me with flying colors. He said he plans a task for us. It will be the opportunity to stand out. I smile at Helena. She raises an eyebrow at me. You can act innocent as much as you want, but I will win in the end. Hector POV. Some hours later. After the end of school. Grabbing my things from my locker, I prepare to head home. The school was uneventful. I honestly expected to be ambushed by Flash and his lapdogs at some point. But I just got distant looks. Not just theirs. Pretty much everyone keeps giving me looks of all kinds. Cautious, fearful, judgmental, even lustful. High school girls are thirsty. Peter didn't come to school today. It seems he has no excuse for his injuries from the night before. School is tedious, but it's something I can't avoid. I thought about using clones. But there is a big problem. The clones I can make, either by clones of ectoplasm or twice, are incredibly more fragile than I am. Seriously, even if they attack with 20% of my strength, the backslash from the attack itself will destroy them. That's the biggest problem. When I imagine the scenario that a villain invades Midtown High, and the clone gets hit and falls apart, all my cover will blow off. Just because I'm too lazy to go to school. It's simply not worth it. Not to mention this isn't a shadow clone jutsu, I won't receive the clone's memories. It can cause problems in the future in the case of social interactions. And as I said, I'm afraid of abusing certain powers. Clones see the future and now read minds. These powers can make a bad habit. I won't hesitate to use it when necessary or on someone who deserves it, but it's good to put certain limits on yourself. Although I consider my rules to be very flexible, nothing like the Batman or Superman code, which basically has crippling moral anchors on themselves. I have to say it was hard not to give in to temptation and read certain people's minds. To make sure these people aren't a threat, like Ned or Harry. See. This power corrupt. Is too easy. I was already arguing with myself. Like, is not like I will reveal their secrets anyway, or, is just to make sure. But this is how it starts. If I'm not careful, I can start saying things like, I did this for your own good, or, I'm the only one that can do this. Ugh. Well, time to go home. Too much to do. Ned leads POV. So, is Peter really alright? Gwen asks after approaching. Yeah. He said that he has been hit by a motorcycle, but he wasn't hurt too much. He got lucky. But his head is killing him, so he doesn't come. I reply. It's a little awkward to talk to her like that. Without our mutual friend Peter. I see, that's good, that's good. She says, looking relieved but still a little dazed. Apparently learning that Peter was hit by a car shocked her. Peter, she is so into you. I don't know why he doesn't ask her out already. Okay, this is really awkward. We have nothing to talk about. We start walking to the exit, but damn, the silence is killing me. As I try to think of something to make the situation bearable, I hit a wall and nearly fall over. Apparently, the wall held me down, so it wasn't a wall I bumped into. Are you okay? Brilliant blue eyes ask me. Hector. He is holding me with only one hand. He is strong. Ah. I'm alright, thank you. Sorry to bump into you. I say. Damn, he's really huge now, huh? Edward, Gwendolyn. Hector nods to both of us in greeting. Arg. Gwendolyn. Serious? Can you call me Gwen, please? Gwen says she doesn't like her full name. And you can call me Ned, no problem. I speak next. Her parents chose you names so carefully, it would be a shame to shorten them, Miss Gwendolyn. Hector speaks calmly without changing his expression. This guy is always like that, keeping his distance. I think I have never seen him smiling. He is really quiet and gives that calm vibe. So it was a surprise how he reacted to Flash yesterday. Did something happen to Peter? It's unusual for him to miss school. Hector says, looking interested. He had an accident. But it's fine. He said he should come tomorrow. I answer. Oh. An accident, huh? I hope that he will heal soon. Hector speaks, but there's something about his tone that's strange to me. Speaking of heal. Gwendolyn, are you still an intern at Oscorp? With Dr. Connors? I remember you being our guide on our last trip there last year. Hector speaks, turning to Gwen. Yeah, I'm still with Dr. Connors. Why the sudden interest? Gwen asks. Nothing much. He shrugs. I just plan on graduating early. And the research of Dr. Connors interests me, and Hector is interrupted. By Gwen. Are you going to graduate early? She asks. Yeah. If all goes well, I'll only stay this semester in high school. And you? You and Peter are smart. You guys can already be accepted in college, right? He asks. I'm feeling like the third wheel here. I can't. Gwen spoke slowly. My parents won't let me. Same with Peter. His uncles wanted him to have a full high school experience, you know. Yeah. Socialize and stuff. My grandparents are the same. But they supported my decision. And it's not like I miss anything in socializing, right? He says, self-mocking, making Gwen laugh. Oh no, Peter. He is going to steal your girl. Do you plan to go into the biology area? Gwen asks. Medicine in truth. I remember the work of Dr. Connors in regenerative medicine. I was interested. And I also had to make sure his research wouldn't make my family go bankrupt. He says. Gwen laughs again. Ah yeah. Your family owns hospitals. I forgot. She says. Me too. Hector is rich, but he does not flaunt his wealth, like Harry. His clothes are very casual, no expensive accessories or anything. He is pretty laid back. Yeah. He spoke softly, looking down for a moment. Oh. His parents died recently. Gwen seems to notice it too, by her hand-to-mouth reaction. Hector scans our reactions and speaks. I see. You guys know. Hector, I don't mean to intrude. Gwen starts but is interrupted. But your father is a police captain, and you recognized my parents' last name. Hector deduces. Bullseye. Yeah. I'm sorry for your loss, Hector. Gwen speaks empathically. Me too, Mun. I know that can be hard. I mean. I don't know. But it happened recently with Peter, and, you know. I tried to speak not very successfully. Arg, this is hard. I understand, relax. And don't worry, I'm okay. You get used to it, do you know? The best thing to overcome is to act normally and move on. That's why I want to graduate soon. Time waits for no one, he says as he caresses the wrist that contains a nice watch there. He hadn't noticed because of the long sleeve. Very simple and tasteful. I deduce it must have been a gift. After all, Hector doesn't wear accessories. It's good that you're okay, man. If you need anything, you can ask. I speak. I was never very close with Hector, but I think it was more for lack of opportunity. I feel like we could be good friends. I am grateful. He speaks. Well, I have an appointment now, I have to go. Send my best wishes to your boyfriend Gwendolyn. Hector says, looking at his watch and turning to Gwen. Making the girl blush hard. What? Peter is not my boyfriend. She responds quickly. Oh no. Such fast negation. Hector raises an eyebrow. Really? I swore you two were together. Hector says, looking interested. Peter, be careful. I was mistaken, this guy is bad news. No, is that? Peter never asks. I mean. We are not like that. Gwen stutters. Oh, so if Peter asks, would you go out with him? Are you just waiting for him to take the initiative? Hector asks with a hint of teasing in his voice. Something like that. I mean, if he asks. Gwen stutters a little and starts looking around as if she wants to escape the situation. Hector gives me a look while Gwen isn't looking at us. I see. This guy is a real one. He don't care and asked her directly so I could tell Peter the answer. Peter has always been skeptical about whether he should go ahead with this relationship with Gwen, although it seems obvious to anyone watching from afar. But he's always been unsure, don't want to risk the friendship, or something like that. Now I know it's enough for Peter to ask. Sorry for doubting you, Hector. You're a true bro in my heart now. I see. Well, sometimes you have to go after what you want, Gwendolyn. Being passive is not a solution, believe me, I know. Hector speaks meaningfully. Hector refers to his mother letting her brother do whatever he wants. She never took action toward her brother, wanting to avoid conflict. In the end, her brother became brave enough to plot her death. I see. Gwen says and falls into deep thought. Anyway. Is my time now. Bye to you too. Hector says and starts walking towards the exit. I watch Hector walk away and then look at Gwen still lost in thought. First thing I will call Peter. Hector POV is really hard to resist the urge to just read someone's mind. I plan to give the task of invading Oscorp to Shago and Helena. It will be a good way to access their abilities. Also, stealing any research from there will be very beneficial to me. It won't be much of a risk, after all the two are currently stronger than the Green Goblin, and I can rescue them at any time. For a moment I thought about getting into Gwen's mind and knowing the layout of the building or any password or whatever, but I gave up. I feel like I would miss something if I gave in to temptation. It would be easy. But the easy way is not always the best way. Let's go through the right path. I tested my telepathy when I got to school, I let my power go a little rampant. Only a few meters. I read the surface thoughts of the people passing. I couldn't and didn't want to identify who had each thought. It was just training. My conclusion is that people have very different minds. Some think with words, others with images. Some are in a constant monologue in their own heads, and others think of nothing. And porn. Lots of porn. I should choose better. A high school, really, Hector? And the amount of false people is impressive, damn. I thought my trust issues are unfounded. As an example. There's a girl cheating on her boyfriend with his best friend. People are assholes. Arriving home I greet all the girls and Cathalhu and head to a separate room in Infinity Castle to wait for the lawyer. Call me when Darrow arrives, Isabella. I say and Isabella nods. While sitting on the floor of an empty room, various stones and precious metals around me. I have an emerald floating above my palm as I try to imbue magic properties into the gem. The Chakra books has the basics of magic enchantments, which he read while on the trip to the grandparents' house. There is a mention of this in the opening chapters. Shago is laying lazily next to me, back on the ground with her hair scattered wildly, and moving her legs, playing with discarded jewelry. Wow. So you can make this stuff that easy? She asks, holding up a diamond the size of a human skull, in the shape of a human skull. I did it just for shit and giggles as a reference to the Indiana Jones movie. A diamond is just atoms of carbon arranged tetrahedrally, for me there is no difference between making a diamond or making a lump of coal. I answer. And it's true, that's the thing about powers. They disconnect you from common sense. These things. Diamonds, gold. Priceless things to other people. To me, they are just a little more than garbage. Obviously, I spent my energy and biomass, time and concentration to do it. But it's so easy for me, barely worth mentioning. More complicated things are electronic devices like smartphones. That thing is really hard. Honestly, I love creation so much that when I come back to the world of BNHA I will give Yayorozu a kiss. It's not that simple to use this power of creation, but it's no problem to produce giant diamonds. I can make a diamond statue of myself if I feel self-centered. Ooh. I want one diamond statue of myself. She talks, still focused on the diamond skull. Making the final touches, my hands glow green as magic is poured into the emerald. Creating a ring, I place the nail-sized emerald on the ring and offer it to Shago. Here. Try this. I say, realizing my mistake almost immediately. Oh, she brings both hands to her cheeks. Acting surprised and thrilled. So early. I accept, obviously. We will make a happy family, I will be a good wife, our children will the future leaders of the world, every day I will give morning blowj dash. I interrupt her, taking the ring back. I will make this into a necklace. I say, going to pull out the yoke. No, oh. I like this ring. Sorry. She comes over and I let her take the ring from my hands. She places it on the middle finger of her right hand. Good. When she does, a green light begins to expand from the ring, enveloping her body. The result is that her skin has a more normal tone. Shago has gray pale skin, with a tonality a little green. Which would be a problem for her in everyday life. I simply imbue Loki's illusion spell in the emerald. Gemcraft or jewelcraft is a real concept apparently. But really expensive. It's not a problem for me, so whatever. Even normal gems can carry magic, obviously more special gems like Monster Core of Anime Worlds would be better. But you have to work with what you have on hand. I used the emerald because it suits Shago. I didn't see much difference in testing with various types of gemstones, although diamonds seem to store magic better. Oh neat. She says, looking at herself. I prefer your normal color. But this will do. I say, making her give me a smile. Remember to wear it whenever you leave the house. Yes, boss. She responds with a mocking salute. Isabella then comes to warn that Darrow has arrived. I dump Shago and go meet the lawyer. From the corner of my eye I see Shago taking the diamond skull. I let her do what she wants. Just don't sell it. I say before walking through the door. Aye, sir. She says with her fake salute again. Sitting in front of me is Mr. Darrow, the lawyer. I'm in another situation where I'm tempted to read a person's mind. I'm pretty sure this guy is in cahoots with my uncle. I just don't know the level of involvement that Darrow has in the death of my parents. My conversation with him is more of the same. He talks about my fortune, properties. But then he hits the spot I've been waiting for. Yes, Mr. Carvalho. Due to the fact that you are a minor, you will need a legal representative until you become an adult. Mr. Darrow speaks as he wipes his eyes. Oh. I say simply and keep silent. So. He says, seeing that you're back I have an idea of your decision. But I have to ask. Do you plan on living here in New York? Yes. I plan to finish my studies here. I say, looking at him without blinking. Then I advise you to contact a relative. I believe your older uncle would be the best option. He has children of similar age to you. He speaks casually. To an ordinary person, this would seem like an innocent suggestion. But for me, that I can see even the small changes in his body and aura. I don't even need to read his mind to know he has ulterior motives to suggest my uncle. Let's get these guys out of their comfort zone. You know, Mr. Darrow. I was thinking of seeking my emancipation. What do you think? I speak. My emancipation is almost ready, I will speak as if I was still thinking about acquiring it. Let's see how he will react. Will he try to stop the inevitable? A lawyer doesn't have that authority. He would have to use someone else. My uncle. And why would my uncle stop me from getting emancipation? This will make any judge, who hasn't been bought, see that my uncle is a greedy bastard. They are in a nice checkmate. There's nothing they can do. So my uncle will probably use force. The force of his friend, the Kingpin. And that's what I'm waiting for. There's no way these guys can beat me in a direct confrontation. I would destroy them. They would just give me more clues to the whereabouts of Kingpin. I can kill my uncle anytime. I can fly to his house, walk through walls invisible and crush his heart telekinetically, making him into a vegetable with telepathy. So many ways to kill him it's not even funny. But my uncle is the line that will guide me to find the Kingpin, and I can't destroy the Kingpin now without doing some preparation first. I don't think it's necessary. Only 2 more years and you will be of legal age. So much paperwork, bureaucracy. It's not like you will miss anything going to live with your uncle. He could even teach you a lot. About the administration of hospitals. He starts to speak. As if he were a salesman. I just stare at him silently. And I let the silence linger. Until he got uncomfortable as I narrowed my eyes to him. When I let him sweat a little with my penetrating gaze, I finally speak. Mr. Darrow. Yes. You're the lawyer of the family, right? You and your office. I say. Yes. The law firm has been working with you family since your grandfather's time. He replies, bragging a little. Probably wants to show how reliable he is. Yeah. Your office has always helped the owner of the hospitals and the head of the family. I say slowly. Yes. He speaks without understanding what I'm getting at. Mr. Darrow. Who is the de facto owner of the hospitals and the real head of the family? I ask, looking into his eyes. I notice he starts to sweat a little, but he responds. Well. You are, obviously. But it's a big responsibility. A young boy like you has a long way to go. It would be better to be under the tutelage of someone more he starts to ramble, but I cut him off. Then. If I'm the biggest shareholder of the hospital network and the heir of the family, you and your colleagues should be treating me and my interests as the highest priority, right? I ask casually. Yes, but I interrupt again. Then. If I say I want to emancipate myself, you should help me to emancipate myself, Mr. Darrow. I say slowly. He's sweating bullets now. Mr. Darrow. Sometimes in life, we have to choose sides. And that choice can drastically decide our future. I say, putting pressure on him, choose wisely, Mr. Darrow. This guy doesn't stand a chance. With these last words, I say goodbye to the lawyer. Now, this guy has two options. Or he comes to my side, abandoning my uncle. He will no longer pass on my information and will help me take effective control of my inheritance. Or he stays with my uncle. He will pass on my information, which will make my uncle despair and do something drastic. And I'll turn the tables, because there's no chance of me losing to whatever Kingpin does. They still think I'm a normal teenager. It's a win-win situation. I'm giving this last chance to Darrow and his office. They worked for a long time with my family. He can make things run smoothly for me. After I return to my couch, Helena appears beside me seemingly out of nowhere. One of the powers I gave her was invisibility. I don't even need to ask as she's already talking. I bugged his car, as you asked. She says. I remove a device from my inventory. Strange, huh? Reading minds is amoral, but putting hearing devices in someone's car doesn't, huh, Hector? Why? Why is it a power? There is a limit for invasion of privacy. Well, whatever. My morals are flexible. I hear Darrow drive around town for a bit until he makes a call. Leopold Darrow POV. What was that? Hector didn't speak like someone his age. Does he have an idea about the deal I made with Alexander? He at least suspects, I think. And now? What do? I have to choose a side. My law firm works with the Bellucci for a long time. A member of the Howling Commandos, like the founder Bellucci, has a son that becomes a lawyer, and he is the first to represent the Bellucci family. When it was just a single hospital. So this partnership between the law firm and the hospital network began. Can he really risk 50+ years of partnership for a dozen of grands? The best choice would be to remain passive. No matter who wins in this dispute between Hector and Alexander, nothing would affect me. But now. I already made the deal with Alexander. If I back down now and Alexander ends up winning in the end. Obviously, I know of Alexander's ambition to become Hector's guardian. In 2 years he could become the true owner of the hospital network. This is the business world. Hector's mother never bothered with the administrative part. Alexander has been taking care of everything since the death of Hector's grandfather. Alexander probably wants to buy the hospitals at a low price. Hector would live a quiet life. And Alexander would fulfill his ambition. But it seems that Hector is not so simple. Dialing Alexander's number, I contemplate my options. Darrow, I assume you called me to let me know how the meeting went. I hear Alexander's grating voice on the other end of the line. Yes, Mr. Bellucci, I have good news. I reply. He always liked being called Mr. Bellucci. To feel like the head of the family. I maintain my voice impassive. Hector intends to continue living in New York and he hasn't shown much resistance to living with a relative. I say. I choose to side with Hector. That is what my gut feeling is telling me to do. And I always trusted my gut feeling. I'm a pragmatic person, but sometimes you have to make a bet. A year ago when I first met Hector's mother, I saw right away that she wasn't an ambitious person. And so I accepted Alexander's proposal to help him control hospitals legally at that time. The bet paid. Even with Alexander not being the legal owner, he never had any interference from his sister, everything went well. I profited a lot. That was a gamble. Pragmatically I should have sided with the legal heiress, but I felt it wouldn't give me the best results. And now I'm feeling the same in this conflict between Alexander and Hector. Taking Hector's side is the right choice. The emancipation plan is plausible and a smart move. He'll have to act fast, I'll work on it. I have some dirt of Alexander too, like embezzlement. Which if it turns into a dispute in the court can be used against him. Hector is young, I can become a person he can trust if I help him now. And the main reason. I hate Alexander. That man is truly unpalatable. Ungrateful, petty, condescending. He was a profitable partner while he lasted. But now, I have a better option. I did not mention your name, Mr. Bellucci, to not scare the boy. But in time he will see for himself that you are the best option, have patience. I say to placate the poor guy, who doesn't know that his little sandcastle will be destroyed by the new waves. Yes, yes. I keep replying slavishly. Give me time. We still have 2 years. The kid has no interest in hospitals, just like his mother. I keep talking. After a few minutes of listening to his annoying voice and a rant about how when he gets what is rightfully his I will be rewarded, the call finally ends. Focusing now on driving, I sigh. I'm sorry, Alexander. It was a pleasure doing business with you. I sigh without feeling even an ounce of guilt. Helena POV, I'm sorry, Alexander. It was a pleasure doing business with you. I hear the lawyer's voice on the device Hector is holding. Oh, it looks like he's on your side. Shago speaks from my right to Hector. Everyone is listening to the talk. But what's the story between you and your uncle? She asks. Hector just commented that he had a score to settle with his family. Which was one of his goals. Well, about Darrow. I don't trust him. But I can use him. And about my uncle, he killed my parents. Hector says seriously. Exclamation point. This surprised me. He looks into my eyes before looking away to the listening device in his hands. Well. He didn't perform the act himself, but he colluded with a big shot of the criminal world, the Kingpin. So basically I have 2 targets, my uncle and the Kingpin. Hector speaks normally as if he were commenting on the weather. These guys are problematic. They have powers. Isabella asks. Hector is strong, if he knows who the culprits are, I don't understand why he hasn't already taken matters into his own hands. No, normal humans. Kill them will be easy. Although I still don't know the whereabouts of the Kingpin. But I'm not looking too hard either. Hector says as he rolls the device between his fingers. Why? I can't help but ask. My relatives are taken from me too. Well, my family is part of the mafia, and a part of me feels I have no right to complain that they died for the line of business my parents lived in. But anyway. These things cannot be rationed. I wanted revenge. I want to kill all responsible and all connected with them. How can Hector resist simply teleporting to where his uncle lives and ripping his head off his shoulders? Hector looks at me with a look full of deep meaning, as if he understands everything just because I said the word why. Hoo-hoo, he chuckles humorlessly, well, I thought long and hard about my vengeance. Hector begins. As I would even weigh the consequences. Killing my uncle is easier than eating a piece of cake. I can use my telepathy to sense his mind from here to his house and simply lobotomize the bastard. Hector speaks in a tone that causes a shiver in my scalp. My dear uncle is so insignificant that he doesn't even know he's already a dead man. I will kill him, but it will be at the right time. Whether or not the bastard's death can bring attention to my person. Even if it's only a 1% chance that people will start to distrust me. My uncle is just not worthy of even that small percentage. Hector speaks nonchalantly. Kingpin on the other hand is a little more complicated. Just a tiny bit more complicated. I would first have to find the fat bald bastard that looks like it came out of a NTR hentai. Oh, this almost gives my ideas. Hoo-hoo, Hector speaks with a dark chuckle. Anyway. I'm new to dealing with criminal syndicates, I admit, but even I know that if a big shot like Kingpin just disappeared, the power vacuum would cause chaos and eventually affect innocent people. I want to know everything I can about Kingpin, so I can get his criminal empire to myself. Hector announces. From the corner of my eyes, I can see Shago's eyes practically glowing. And my last reason. My parents. Are good people. Better than me. They wouldn't want me chasing revenge. That's why I'm careful not to affect ordinary people, by the way, regarding the memory of my relatives. He says, if I'm going to walk this dark path, which I know would be scolded if they are alive, I'll at least be careful. There is no need to be haste and hurt others who are not the target of my vengeance. Hector concludes. Or not, because it continues almost as an afterthought. You know, a while ago I thought about giving up on killing my uncle and Kingpin and just handing them over to the authorities. He mutters with a dazed look on his face. It would be what my parents would want, I'm sure of it. He speaks so low that I can barely hear him. But I eliminate this thought as fast as it appears in my mind, Hector says suddenly, his face morphing slightly. I know very well that justice is flawed to the ones with money and power. They will be free in no time. And this disgusts me in a way I didn't think was possible. Hector leans forward a little and puts his hand on his face. Ha. I often hear that it's good to abandon revenge. That no good comes from it. That you would only self-destruct. That you would become like the people you want revenge on. That living happily is the best form of revenge. Hoo-hoo, Hector starts to laugh. Ha ha ha, what a load of bullshit. The ones that talks this flowery shit are people who never lost anyone by the hand of another person. Ha ha, Hector suddenly exclaims. His eyes are dangerous. Did you know? I stay awake thinking not about my relatives. Not about the happy moments. I stay awake thinking about the killers. The mere thought that those responsible for their deaths are out there. Living leisurely. Happy. Sleeping, eating, drinking, fucking. That they are enjoying the things that have been denied to my parents so easily. Feeling safe. Taking everything for granted. Hector's face is distorted now, veins spread through his neck and temples. Make me want to puke, Hector spat with all disdain of the world. I never thought that feeling hate for someone could affect my body like this. My stomach churns, my ear buzz, like an itch that I can't scratch off. Hoo-hoo, Hector says with his hand still in his face, clawing like he wants to peel his skin off. Between the spaces of his fingers, I see his eyes glow dangerously red as if reflecting his mood. I never thought I could hate someone so much that I want to shred them with my own hands. I want to end them, end everything that they love. And I want them to know that is me and the reason that why they are gonna die. Not only me, I see that even Shago and Isabella are looking at Hector in silence. Petrified. Even Cathalu has the hairs on his neck standing up. And so fast that it almost looked like it was all a hallucination. Hector is back to normal with an impassive face. Sorry for scary your guys. I was just venting. He speaks calmly. Cathalu goes to sit on his lap and Hector strokes the cat's back leisurely, a small smile on his face. Humph. Shago snorts. Scare me. You need more than that to scare this bad girl here. I confess. I'm almost called you daddy and asked to choke me. But you don't scare me. She says, crossing her arms and leaning back on the couch. I roll my eyes, this girl is too horny. But Hector just gave a light laugh. Well, everything in its due time. There's no need to rush. When I need it, I hope you can help me, Helena. You're more experienced than I am with this criminal underworld stuff. Hector says, turning to me. I just nod. I'll go out for a bit, don't wait up for me. You can eat dinner without me. Hector speaks, getting up. And opening a portal to an unknown location. Huff. I release a breath that I don't know that I was holding. Hector is dangerous. He's different from the other heroes I've met in that they have a strict moral code. No one fears Superman, that guy doesn't operate like that. He wants to give people hope. Even Batman has his bottom line. But Hector. His moral code is too fickle. He has no moral chains or restraints. He is unpredictable. And that kind of person is the most dangerous. A poor comparison would be the Joker. I know Hector is not monstrous like that fucker. But the fact that you don't know what's going through his mind, and that he can change so fast makes the two of them a bit similar. Anyone sane feels the Joker. I have personally seen what he is capable of. I've also personally seen what a Batman without restraints is capable of. I sigh again. It's too early to try to judge Hector. I will tread on thin ice meanwhile. I know from my jokes that he's not an arrogant bastard who doesn't admit even an iota of disrespect, so I don't think he's that bad. But he's young, he can change. Especially on the path he's on. I will try to help him, with the experience I have. It's the least I can do to repay for the second chance I got. Isabella and I get up to continue with our assignments, but Shago remains seated. Are you going to stay there, Shago? Isabella asks curiously. I'm a little wet. Hector is so hot, full of righteous anger. I think I just marked this couch. You guys can go ahead. Shago speaks without looking at us. I just sigh. This group is gonna be okay. Hector POV sigh. Sometimes I lose control, huh? Oh, better. I want to lose control. I was holding back too much. I tell Jean to loosen up more, not to hold back too much, not to get to the point of exploding. And here I am doing the same. I need to punch something. Just let it go for a few minutes. The idea that someone always has eyes on me restricts my actions. Well, I'm going to beat up some criminals while I'm walking around New York. I won't break anyone's bones, at least. Self-control is important. I feel better now. I blitz in some mugs, these guys didn't even see what hit them. I don't want my debut to happen yet. If I exist, people will have countermeasures to me. Heroes are always at a disadvantage because they are in the light, while villains can be in the dark. Plotting, knowing everything about the hero, choosing the better time for the confrontation. I don't want to give a free advantage like that. And I'm not a fame seeker. In the future, I will need a good image to fight against prejudice against mutants, metahumans, but it can wait. I have to make my debut at a good time, when they really need me. To increase my reputation. Sell the image that I appear when the world needs me the most or some bullshit like that. Receiving a cool breeze of the night while on top of a skyscraper, I continue to observe the building in front of me. Oscorp. I try to keep my prejudice against people in the Marvel world to a minimum. Not judging before knowing. But Norman Osborn. He's on my kill list. There are people that anyone who knows the world of comics would kill in the first chance they got in case they were transported to this fictional world. And neither are the super powerful guys. They are those normal psycho guys. Like the Joker, Lex Luthor, Norman Osborn. These guys are the ones that can cause the most damage. Well, this world could have a different Norman than I'm used to, maybe he's a saint. But I'm 99% sure he is the Green Goblin. Just that 1% that's holding me back from nuking his home. I really, really hope it doesn't have resurrection bullshit in this world. But I'm not very optimistic. I need some power that gives me the ability to true death or something. Like the mystic eyes of death perception or other soul destroyer bullshit. I've been watching Oscorp for 2 hours, looking for a target for the little, unconventional interrogation that I planned. And I think I just find the guy. Using various eye powers I can see people coming in and out of the building very well. And even see a little inside the building. Middle age, lab coat, no wedding ring, signal of stress, his shoe is a little dirt with mud. The rain happens 2 days ago. He must live alone. Shouldn't have a wife or girlfriend doing chores for him. And I saw him talking in whispers with Norman Osborn. And he uses the elevator a lot. Going to some secret facility, my friend. By the way, Norman Osborn looks nothing like Willem Dafoe, thanks Jack Kirby. I would feel bad if I had to punch Willem Dafoe in the face. I hope Xavier doesn't look like Patrick Stewart too. I can't slap Patrick Stewart in his bald head. Well, anyway, our dear Dr. Strum. Mendelstrom, I see it on his badge. Hoo-hoo, is he a geneticist? I will be lucky if he is. I follow his car. Now I'm waiting in a dark corner of Dr. Strum house. I barged in while he parked the car. Watching him open the car, I look at him go through a routine of taking off his shoes, hanging up his lab coat, getting a drink from the fridge, and sitting on the couch and relaxing. Well, if you're so tired. Let me help you. Using somnambulism, imperceptibly I watch the doctor fall asleep. Time to learn a little about Oscorp. As I said before, I don't want to trivially invade people's minds. But I also won't hold back too much when I know the benefits will be great and can help a lot of people. Green Goblin is already a thing. And he was certainly born at Oscorp. Don't worry, Doc, I won't tell anyone your fetishes or something. Approaching the unconscious scientist, I place my fingers on his temples to make it easier. And delve into his mind. An unknown amount of time passes. I'm being very careful not to mind break him. I will only mind break girls through the power of D. And jackpot. This guy works in the secret OZ serum project. Developed to the military. Oh. Damage in the lab last year and no one knows who is responsible. The birth of the Green Goblin. Heh. This guy even knows the formula. I see. The OZ serum is another ripoff of the super soldier serum of Dr. Escrine. Using my genius intellect and my meta-knowledge I can see where they are going wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Escrine used Vita rays to empower his machine. Because to create muscle mass, energy is needed. That's why Red Skull is a Red Skull, he didn't use Vita rays. Oscorp is using another form of radiation, which is what probably connects the user with the Goblin Force or whatever. By the way, the Hulk was also another project to create a super soldier, but they wanted to empower the machine with gamma radiation. Well, everyone knows the consequences now. I also focused on the layout of the building and passwords. Well, looks like I have everything I need. As a thank you, I will cure some of this guy's problems, like his back, his bad blood circulation and others. I will use this information for Shago and Helena to break into Oscorp. I could do it, and maybe it would be more efficient. But I need to test them and they need to be put to use. Even if they fail, it won't be a big loss. And if it's a success, I'll have access to several more kinds of research. Oscorp is the birthplace of various Spider-Man villains. Oh. In some media. Norman worked with Kingpin, right? To create these villains. Another thing for the girls to try to figure out. Well, let's go back to training. Next day is more of the same. Peter returned to school. I at least say hello to Gwen and Ned now, but they were more focused on Peter. So I didn't interfere and just got alone again. Not that I care, obviously. Well, the fanboy part of me wants to befriend Spider-Man, but I won't force it. And Flash still hasn't tried any revenge. Boring school day. Arriving home, after greeting the girls and Kat, Isabella comes to talk to me. Master Hector, the food that you ordered has come this morning. Is it so? Excellent. Show me. A huge amount of food is stored in the back of the house. Hoo-hoo, now I can make a little progress. With a wave of my hand, I keep everything in my storage. I'm leaving today, don't wait for me. I say. Wait. Take me with you, I'm bored of my mind here. Shago speaks. I think for a bit but decide against it. Not today. But relax, still this week I will give you something to do. I say to the pouting Shago. Better go before she convinces me that dark upper lip is one of my weaknesses. Sewers of New York. One of the good things about having meta-knowledge is that you know about secrets. When I merge with my eye of this universe, it was already a little late in the storyline and I missed some good opportunities. Arc reactor, radioactive spiders and others. And Captain America was probably retrieved from Iceland already. But I know a lot of things that people can't even imagine. I know about secret locations. I know about Wakanda. I know there are the savage lands in Antarctica, of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis, New Rome on Amazon, Titan, homeworld of Thanos, is a moon of Saturn, and I think some Olympians live on Venus. I know about Sanctum, Kunlun, and the gateways to other dimensions. Less important and not so secret. I know that the Morlocks live in the sewers below New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. I found them while doing my recon. The Morlocks, forgotten and shunned. They rarely appear. No one cares for them. Whether it's the people of this world or the writers. Let's change that a little bit. And it looks like it's my lucky day. Looking at the big space underground. Damn, this place is trash. I see the community of about 200. There are men, women, children, and the elderly. Almost all have strange appearances. But it doesn't affect me at all. I spent a month in the world of BNHA, I saw all kinds of people. A person who has thorns is not so creepy, people of the Marvel world. Chill out. And there are some who just have different skin color, really. It's so cool, different skin colors. Really. People are lame. Propaganda really took away people's ability to think for themselves. I'm sure that if people weren't manipulated, people would find these differences very nice and attractive. That woman with rainbow skin, for example. I'm sure many men would simp for her. And there are some that don't have any difference from other humans externally. But I understand why they are here. The powers are activated at some inopportune moment where they're discovered by the community they lived in and persecuted. At the moment everyone is gathered watching two people fight. The two have not unusual in appearance. A man and a woman. From the feelings I'm getting from my empathic feedback, this fight is not for entertainment. Like a coliseum. The woman is having her ass handed to her. And I recognize her. Is Callisto the leader of these people? Until she is defeated by Storm sometime in the future. I see. They are deciding who will be the next leader. And it looks like the giant, muscular guy is going to win. I don't recognize him. My Marvel knowledge is lacking. But he is strong. Alpha level. Spatial power. He is fading, merging with the space and attacking the woman mercilessly from blind spots. Callisto is weak, she's like Captain America without the training but with a weak healing factor. She is gonna lose this. And it seems no one wants her to lose. Hume. Time to be the hero. Or villain. Hoo-hoo. Watching Callisto take a hit she won't recover from, I resolve to make my big entrance. Third-person POV. The Morlocks. As Hector said, they are mutants in which circumstances prevent them from living normally in society. The most common factor is their appearance. They usually have weak powers and live by raiding the surface for supplies. Unfortunately, there are far more than just over 200 that Hector is seeing here. There are other places like these. The sewers extend for many miles. That's why life underground is difficult, there's competition even here. Too many mouths to feed. No income. There are few people who can help like Xavier or Magneto. But for unknown reasons they don't extend an olive branch to their fellow mutants. Due to harsh living conditions, it was decided that the strongest would lead the Morlocks, and there is currently a battle going on to decide the next leader. The two combatants are Callisto, as Hector rightly points out, a woman with short black hair and a slim build. She uses an eye patch on her right eye. She just has reflexes, strength, and regeneration a little above normal. Her opponent is different. His is strong. Mikhail Rasputin, the elder brother of Colossus and Magic. He's an obscure character who hasn't appeared much. So it's not strange that Hector doesn't know. He is alpha level with the power of spatial warping. He, like his younger sibling, is very tall and with a strong build. He has black hair tied in one ponytail and some ugly scars on his face. He is destroying Callisto. But nobody wants to see him as a leader. The reason for everyone's unease is that Mikhail is a radical, maybe worse than Magneto, and the Morlocks don't have the strength to go along with him in his crazy ideas of attacking the surface population. That's why Callisto is resisting with everything she has, to prevent the new leader from driving the Morlocks to extinction. Many Morlocks are watching the fight, but they are powerless to intervene. Mask, Caliban, Bliss, Marrow, Striker, Madden, and even heavy hitters like Brute and Hump. Paw. Ugh. Callisto is beaten to the ground. Mikhail is simply in a league above her. It can disappear into space and attack from any direction. It even has energy beam attacks. Amazing, woman. I appreciate your bravery. It would be a waste to have to kill. Mikhail speaks with a Russian accent. Callisto wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth and tries to get up. Mikhail. Do you even understand your role as a leader? I won't let you use us as tools. Callisto responds by gritting her teeth. And what? Are you content to live here like rats? Cowards. Mikhail spat, the humans are the ones that need to hide from us. He speaks with an insane gaze. Callisto knows that arguing with Mikhail is pointless, but she has no other option. She tries again to get up, but Mikhail puts his huge foot in her back. I win, woman. The Morlocks belong to me now. Callisto doesn't want to accept it, but there's nothing she can do. She can barely move. At that moment she hears a deep voice that seems to echo throughout the underground. Oh, so that's how you guys decide your leaders. Very convenient for me. Can I participate? The speech attracts everyone's attention. A man in a black cloak slowly descends to the ground from where he was floating. Identify yourself, stranger. Mikhail shouts. When the stranger touches the ground he speaks. The name is Eidolon, nice to meet you all. I'm the next leader. Eidolon speaks as a matter of fact. Preposterous, Mikhail growls as he sets out to attack Eidolon. You are very strong for someone unknown. Eidolon speaks while making a barrier defending himself from Mikhail's fist. Do you recognize the names Natalia Romanova, Mikhail Ursus, Dmitri, Valentin, Pyotr? Hector begins listing Russian character names. Mikhail is an enigma to him, he wants to know if he has anything to do with something he knows. This guy has a strong power, he knows how to use it. He can't be a nobody. Do you know my foolish brother? Mikhail speaks as he disappears into the void. Oh. Brother. Who? Eidolon asks interestedly as he stands still. Eidolon moves his head to the side an instant before a fist comes out of nowhere trying to hit him. Exclamation point. Everyone is shocked, even Mikhail. Mikhail tries again and again. Punches, kicks. Blows from all angles. Mikhail starts attacking faster and faster. Showing a speed and mastery of his powers that he didn't need to show against Callisto. But nothing touches Eidolon. Come on. Answer please. I need to decide how much strength I will use against you. Eidolon speaks casually as he jumps up, dodging two arms that emerged from the floor and tried to grab Eidolon's legs. Arg. Pyotr is my brother. Mikhail unconsciously responds because Eidolon used truth on him. Really? I really didn't know. I can't kill you now, huh? Hector decides to capture Mikhail and take him to the Xavier mansion as a gift on his next visit. Knowing a little about Colossus' personality, he should care about his brother. Even if Mikhail is a villain. Eidolon also has a keen interest in Mikhail's power. Callisto looks at the battle with wide eyes, she has been brought into the crowd by other Morlocks. Well, battle would be an exaggeration. The new guy, Eidolon, is toying with Mikhail. When Eidolon gets the answer he wanted he settles into the ground and waits. Mikhail again disappears and goes on the attack. And when he reappears, is Eidolon's turn to disappear. Faster than the eye can see, Eidolon appears behind Mikhail with his hand outstretched. Back to back, he doesn't even turn to watch Mikhail turn into a cloud of blood and gore. Exclamation point. Everyone's eyes widen at the scene, but like magic, or as if time is turning back. The cloud of blood coalesces and becomes Mikhail again as if he had never been attacked. Eidolon used overhaul just for the shock factor. Mikhail falls to his knees on the floor with a dazed expression. It is possible to notice that he no longer has the scars on his face. Eidolon took advantage and healed Mikhail just to sow some good faith with the X-Men in the future. Tap tap. Walking slowly, Idolin goes behind Mikhail and grabs the top of his head. Mikhail appears to suffer some shock before passing out. Hector wasn't kind enough to take his power away gently. Silence prevails on the place. Hector lets people get a little more nervous to have the biggest effect on his next performance. He turns and faces each one by one. Many shy away from his gaze, others stare. When Idolin feels the mood is ideal, he speaks up. Utilizing various powers, Idolin increases the dramatic factor. His voice reverberates throughout, calm and soothing. Look at your guys, he says as he walks, occasionally patting a child's head. Ostracized and forgotten just because you are different. Living in these atrocious conditions. Idolin gestures around. Are you guys satisfied? He exclaims. All flinch. Soon after, he again uses a calm tone. He approaches Callisto, a golden light extends from his hand, healing all her injuries. Hector also releases bubbles that clean the place, creating a pleasant smell, and some plants that probably are kept by someone with sunlight power that barely manage to survive also start to grow healthy. The place looks brighter. The water now runs clean. Even people start to feel comfortable. Idolin dramatically waves his hand, his mantle flutters and a large amount of food appears. I want to change this. You guys don't deserve this. Idolin says, looking at the ceiling in melancholy. I want to give your guys your own spot under the sun too. Everyone here is human too. We don't bleed like the people above. We don't cry if we are hurt. We don't become scared of them when they come to beat us. Be who you are, not your choice. Idolin exclaims, each word making the listener's blood boil and hearts beat faster. There's nothing wrong with you all. In my eyes, you're all are beautiful people. Idolin speaks softly as he stretches a kid's cheek. Callisto is still on the floor in shock. She looks at Idolin as if she is seeing her savior. Idolin turns to her again. Believe in me when I say that better days are coming, my friend. Idolin says as he extends his hand to Callisto. She unconsciously holds. Everything is gonna be all right. He continues saying in a tone of voice that reaches the deepest parts of everyone's hearts. Do you know why? He asks softly, looking at Callisto's hopeful eyes. Because now. Idolin allows himself to smile, but no one sees. I'm here. The first step is taken. Oh boy, all for one would be proud. Hello, my dear readers. I hope everyone likes the chapter. You know, the concept of fanfic where the MC tries to change the prejudice against mutants isn't new. But I never see anyone approach the Morlocks. Only because they are weak. Because there's no waifu. Because there is nothing to gain. Meh. Is easy to save Jean, right? Many benefits. But take almost 1,000 people under his wing and gain nothing. Protect and feed them. Give them hope. Now I want to see someone do this. Let's talk about some things, bear with me a little. First of all, maybe I should apologize. In the previous chapter, there were some comments about my statements about Africa. You know, that talk about hunger, despair. I mean, I wasn't generalizing. Only idiots generalize. I like to think of myself a little better than an idiot. But the MC was commenting on the bad things he noticed. And he has hunger, ethnic and other conflicts in Africa. But it's obvious that not all of Africa is like that. Anyway, my knowledge about Africa comes from movies and documentaries. Forgive me if I offended someone. Beau's head. Moving on, about the fact that Hector didn't go talk to Jean about his discovery. Well. There's a reason. Hear me out. The damage is already done. All Hector will do if he's going to reveal the truth is increase Jean Snap's earnings. Hector is not ready, Jean is not ready. Hector plans to reveal the truth, make no mistake, but in maybe 2 months. 2 months is enough time for Jean to train and for maybe Hector to gain something useful in the gacha that can help Jean. You don't like it, Hector doesn't like it, and I don't like it. I would also like the Hector-Jean relationship to run smoothly, but things don't happen that way, right? You have to make choices. And if you put the small relationship between the two versus the lives of millions of people. You know what Hector chose. He's prepared for Jean to hate him, but he won't risk it now. Human relationships are complicated, my friends. Not everything is black and white. Now one last thing. You may have noticed in this chapter that I paid special attention to Hector's moral dilemma and the power of telepathy. In my opinion, the power of telepathy is the most corruptible of all. Seriously, doing things without consequence. It changes people. In truth, Hector is very afraid of becoming crazy or developing a god complex. The bad thing about going crazy is that you don't notice it yourself, right? Hector will avoid using it as much as possible but will use it if the situation requires it. I hope I managed to convey Hector's moral stance on this issue. Oh. I almost forgot. I hope I'm getting the personality of the characters right. I am very concerned about this. Give me your opinions. Shago is a little too horny. I would imagine her this way if she wasn't from a public free cartoon. That's all. Stay good, my dear readers. Till next time. I will try to write faster. I can't promise anything. Bye-bye. Chapter 32, Girls. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. When a woman wants to dig up a man's secrets, she normally ends up sinking into an abyss before she can even notice. Chi Wuyao, ATG. Xavier Institute, day after Eidolon meeting the X-Men. Subtitle, Rogue Woes. Early in the morning, Rogue gets out of bed. In fact, she has been awake for a while, she feels full of energy. The absorption of that Eidolon guy. She concludes. One of the things that Eidolon is definitely not lacking is stamina and vitality. Rogue removes the covers and sits, lights the lamp at the head of the bed, and starts looking for some workout clothes. Yo. Rogue. Did something happen? A sleepy kitty asks as she rubs her sleepy eyes. She at first thought she was late because Rogue never wakes up early. But a quick look at the window confirmed that it was still dark. So something must have happened. Is the mansion under attack again? Kitty asks, already starting to get up. No, no. You can sleep, Kitty. I just feel like jogging. Rogue responds quickly and in a low voice so as not to wake up Jean and Jubilee, who is still sleeping. Kitty's bed is next to her, so she was the only one who noticed Rogue's movements. Kitty stares at Rogue for a while. And she takes the smartphone. 5:03 a.m. Are you Mystique? Kitty asks in disbelief and already starting to become intangible to escape. Rogue sighs, how do I prove myself to you? Do you want me to talk about that 6 number codes on your PC? She asks. Okay. You are Rogue. Kitty responds, blushing. Rogue notes. Rogue seems to have no problem seeing in the dark. It seems that turning on the light was unnecessary. I'm just full of energy, Kitty. Feel like spending a little. Rogue says. Oh, Eidolon. Kitty asks, realizing the reason for the change in Rogue. She should have realized it sooner, but her brain isn't fully awake yet. Yep. I think so too. I'm leaving. Wanna come? Rogue asks after she already changed out of her clothes and put on running shoes. No way. No one deserves to wake up so early. Kitty says with finality as she covers herself fully with her sheets. There are minimum wage workers and farmers waking earlier, do you know? Rogue says and pauses a bit. Where did that answer come from? I never thought or cared about these things. Rogue resolves to put the thought aside as she leaves the mansion to do something she's never done in her life. Exercise while still dark. Later. After more than an hour of exercise, Rogue is finally back at the mansion. Seeing that the garage is open, she decides to go through it to enter, to avoid having to keep putting the password in the main entrance. Hey, Logan. Rogue greets the older mutant who is working on his motorcycle. Sup, kid. You're early, fell out of bed. Logan responds from his position on the floor as he fiddles with the underside of the motorbike. Just feels like jogging. Rogue replies simply. Logan only grunts in acknowledgement. Can you help me a little? Get the star key in the box. Is the one dash. Before Logan finished, Rogue raised her hand and pulled the right tool to her hand and expertly used it on the motorcycle's brakes. Since when do you know how to handle motorcycles? Logan asks curiously. Since this morning, I think. And I don't know. Eidolon knows. Rogue speaks as she looks at the tool in her hand. Not only did she identify the tool right off the bat, but she also used it correctly before Logan gave the instructions. With one look she saw what the problem was with the motorcycle and knew what Logan wanted. Logan looked serious for a moment before climbing out from under the bike and standing up. All right. Did you absorb his memories? Logan asks worriedly. No. I couldn't. This was the first time this had happened. I don't have his memories, but sometimes thoughts float to the front of my mind. Thoughts that aren't mine. Like what Eidolon would think if he were in my shoes. Rogue responds by trying to put her thoughts into words. Due to the great mental defenses and the careful preparations Hector took when it came to increasing his own resistance against Rogue's power, Rogue did not absorb a clear memory. But that didn't stop Rogue's power from passing through Hector's mind. Even if she couldn't absorb memories, she can absorb other things. Tastes, ideals, habits, talents, lines of thoughts. It's like Rogue absorbing Hector template. In terms of powers, she didn't get anything overpowered like power manipulation, new order, decay, overhaul, or the force. But she managed to absorb several minor powers, many powers. Some are even reasonably strong. I see. You should go see Chuck. Logan advises. These metals things are beyond his understanding. It's okay. It's not hurting me or anything. And we know it will pass with time. It's just a little confusing to have a person's habits without memories. Rogue speaks before saying goodbye to go get ready for school. Logan watches Rogue retreating back with a critical eye. The way she is carrying herself, the way she moves. She looks like a trained fighter. Way superior to her norm really is. Logan is the X-Men's main trainer in the physical aspects. Exercises, combat. He has an excellent understanding of the abilities of all students. And he can tell for sure that Rogue is moving instinctively and subconsciously much better than her normal abilities. She is dangerous now. That means that Eidolon guy or whatever is dangerous too. He's not just a guy with a lot of powers. He is a trained fighter. That wasn't in the kid's report. Logan isn't sure before testing. But he can say he ranks this Eidolon guy pretty high on the list of fighters of his long life. Rogue just now had the same feeling as many dangerous opponents. Like a certain redhead spy, a war hero with a shield, a woman who uses a purple psionic sword, Logan's own brother, and many others. Rogue POV. This is strange. When I caught myself and realized I had absorbed someone again, I was expecting the worst part of the absorption. The relentless stream of memories always floods my mind. But they didn't come. I thought my powers had failed. Until I used a burst of air that came out of my palm by reflex. Well, I consoled myself by thinking that at least I wouldn't be influenced by memories. But here I am. These habits aren't mine, this rapid thinking is not mine, and all this analysis of my surroundings isn't either. I'm seeing the world in a very different way now. The flow of fair, infrared, ultraviolet, hearing distant sounds, smells of things out of my sight. Ugh. I crouch down with my hand over my ears. Keeping my eyes very shut, I try to filter all this information. Arg, too much. After a while, which shouldn't have been more than a couple of minutes, I got used to it. Things are more normal now. Super senses. I mutter. It seems that I managed to control it. I try to focus a little on the sounds outside the mansion and... a mistake. I hear too much again. Arg. So hard. How does one live like that? Deciding to go take a shower to cool down, I realize I'm not even sweaty. Even after running for miles. I let the cold water run through my body. I relax. Showers always make me relax. No. That's not right. It's not me that always relaxes with showers. Is Eidolon. Losing control a little, I punch the wall. Making a hole. My punch went through the concrete like his cardboard. Relax, Rogue. Deep breaths. In the next second, I'm calm again. Having your own sense of I suddenly changed is not a good feeling. It's even worse when you don't know when the I ends and the other begins. Just by looking at old experiences, I can judge if I am acting strange. At least Eidolon isn't a maniac. And these changes are not forever. All will fade with time. Even though the time she absorbed Eidolon was her personal record. More than 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Her own mind whispered to her. That guy is fucking meticulous. The absorption area was also extremely large this time. My 2 hands. Most of the time I usually just play with my fingertips. I can already see that it will take time to get rid of Eidolon. Before going to school, I head to the institute's cafeteria, where all the students eat together. Sometimes the teachers come too, as I notice Teacher Aurora at the table where I intend to sit with the girls. Carrying the trail with my food, I nod to everyone before sitting down. And I close my eyes to stop thinking about how to defeat everyone present with just the things on the table. I never thought I'd imagine a spoon as a weapon before. I take back what I said, that Eidolon guy must be a lunatic. Wow, Rogue. That's a lot of food. Jubilee exclaims beside me. Her eyes wide from the amount of food in front of me. It was at least 5 times more than normal. Yeah. I'm thinking I'm being influenced by Eidolon. I say while eating a piece of melon. I never ate fruit in the morning. Oh. Is that why you got up early to run? Jean asks, but already knowing the answer. Yeah. I say simply. Teacher Aurora raises an eyebrow and speaks. If absorbing this guy got you into healthy habits, that's a good thing, Rogue. Asterisk sigh asterisk maybe. And I haven't gained any memory either, it's just that I don't feel comfortable knowing I'm not completely me, you know. I talk trying to explain myself. Why am I explaining myself? It's not like they would understand. I see from the corner of my vision that Jean is staring at me. Now what? Ms. Perfect is pitying me. Ugh. Did you notice anything else different today? Ororo asks. Still chewing on the food, I answer. I'm thinking faster, and even though I don't have the usual flash of memories, I feel like I have some experience or instinctive memory or whatever. I say, eating everything quickly and efficiently. Do you want to go check with the professor? Ororo asks again. I freeze. I try not to show how uncomfortable the idea makes me, but I can't seem to hide my wince from them. Okay. Eventually, you'll get back to normal anyway. Ororo speaks kindly. I don't want to seem ungrateful. I know the professor wouldn't do anything wrong with me, but disgust flowed through all my body with the thought of someone entering my mind. I don't think that would be easy too. I hear Jean's voice. I look at her and see her frowning. I can't read your mind. She says. Oh, so you now have to ask me what I'm thinking like everyone else. Must be horrible. I reply sarcastically with a roll of my eyes. A little bitchy, but I can't avoid it. Something about her always bothered me. To my surprise, she doesn't feel offended and actually laughs. Pft, ha ha ha. Idolin said something similar to me. She says and takes a deep breath before continuing. I'm sorry, Rogue. It's not that I want to read your mind or invade your privacy. Sometimes I can't control myself. And when I realized I wasn't passively receiving your thoughts, I couldn't help but instinctively check in. Sorry. She speaks. And the worst part? I know she means it. All these powers, skills maybe. It makes me have a good idea that she's being real and doesn't feel above me. Ugh. Looks like she's not the stuck-up bitch I thought. Why did I think that anyway? It's okay. I speak lightly, a little embarrassed that I've been so aggressive towards her for so long and just now. So, this Idolin guy is a telepath too? I hear Bobby Drake ask. Everyone who wasn't in the battle is curious about the guy who beat us up. I don't think so. I mean, he can be. But I don't think his mental defenses come from telepathy. His mind is just absurdly robust. Jean replies to Bobby, but I also got these mental training notes from him, so maybe he's a telepath too. She shows some pictures on her smartphone. Photos of the papers she received from Idolin to train. Are you sure he didn't do anything subtle to you, Jean? You didn't notice that he's a telepath? And he has a lot of powers that we don't know about. You should let the professor and Dr. McCoy examine you. Scott joins the conversation. Ah. That's it. One of the reasons I'm so combative against Jean. Scott. The guy only has eyes for her. And she just sees him as a friend. I always thought she had it easy. Strong power, looks, smart, boys falling on her feet. I don't know why, but I'm starting to see that I was quite childish. Self-awareness is always a good thing. I mutter to myself very quietly. It's okay, Scott. I trust Idolin. Jean responds calmly. But he might have been putting some mental cue on you. Scott tries to argue. Ugh. Is this the guy I have a crush on? He sounds a little pathetic to me now. The way he looks at Jean too. Heartbeat racing, perspiration, muscles tensing, dilated pupils. It's like he can't control himself. His crush for Jean looks almost unnatural. My own mind whispers to me again. I shake my head. Stop fucking messing with my mind. Ghew. Rogue. What dash? I'm floating. And my arms changed. Fingers spread, and scales appeared on my forearm. Wings on my back. What a fuck. Blue flames shot from my arms to my shoulders and destroyed the ceiling. Calm down, Rogue. Muscle memory. Instinct. You receive these things from that guy. If he can control, you can too. After a few breaths, I land lightly on the floor. Ugh. Sorry, everyone. I say, embarrassed. Rogue, are you okay? You have burns. Quick to the medbay. Huh. Kitty talks from my side in a panic until she stops with a surprised expression. What now? Am I very disfigured? The burns are gone. Regenerated. Jean speaks beside me too. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Bobby putting out the flames. Feelings of guilty wash over me. Is everyone okay? The professor speaks after entering the cafeteria. I heard him arriving before I saw him. Kitty lends me her jacket to cover myself. The situation left my outfit in a precarious situation, and if it happened again, I would probably flash everyone here. So Rogue has absorbed many unknown powers from Idolin. The professor concludes after a quick conversation with Aurora. Do we have any idea how many powers he has? The professor asks no one in particular. Well, I casually asked how many powers he had when I saw him using several. Jean says. But his only response was, yes. She finishes smiling wryly. Can you tell, Rogue? The professor turns to me and asks. I don't know. I say as I stare at my hand. I felt something strange. Professor. I growl. The professor just used telepathy on me. I'm sorry, Rogue. I just wanted to calm you down. In a calm state of mind, you could have an easier time. He responds apologetically. Okay. I will forgive him. The professor has good intentions. I think. After nodding my head, I return my attention to myself. But I don't have much progress, even after a minute. Jean bends down to be at eye level with me as I'm sitting on the floor. Rogue. When I talked to Eidolon, he said powers are like stars that you can light up with your will like a switch. Try to visualize that. Jean says with a smile on her face to me. As I close my eyes to try it, I lightly hear her commenting to the others that it was advice for her to try to turn off her passive telepathy. With my eyes closed, I take a deep breath and focus. And I feel something like an extra limb, which I can activate. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. I open my eyes. I'm not sure, but over 100 powers I have at the moment. I say to the focused gazes. More than 100 powers. Can a mutation generate that much? He must be an anomaly. Dr. McCoy comments. I hear them talking in the background as I test all the powers with my hand. I was shifting my hand every moment, making it made of metal, hardening, nails growing, fire, ice, wind, explosions. Damn, that's cool. Jubilee comments. I stop testing and get up. I'm not going to school today. I announce. Everyone turns to me. Initially shocked, but after thinking about it for a second they realize it's the best choice. That's a sensible choice, Rogue. I will call the school and tell you that you are sick. The professor says before moving his wheelchair out of the cafeteria. Are you okay, Rogue? Are you feeling tired because did you use a lot of powers? Kitty and Jean ask me respectively. Both genuinely worried. Jean is a nice girl. I was a jealous bitch for so long. TCH. I'm okay. I just don't want to risk having another crisis at school. Just in case. I'm not tired or anything. Better to be careful with these things. I answer both. The two nod their heads. Are you getting any more feedback from Eidolon? Feeling something strange? Anything you can tell us about him? Kitty asks me curiously after a little. I look around and spot the retreating back of the teachers. Well. Either I woke up bisexual. Or Eidolon likes mature women. And ass. I reply while looking at the swaying booty of Aurora. I notice Jean and Kitty blush. Making me want to tease the two. Maybe Eidolon is Brazilian or something. Kitty says as she blushes. I roll my eyes. Stop with your stereotypes, Kitty. Go to school. I say. After a while, all the students at Bayville High School leave the institute. Younger children stay to receive education from teachers here. The main reason we go to a normal school is to socialize and learn how to mix, to shorten the bridges between the two races. Or so the professor said. After changing clothes I head to the danger room. Even if I'm only going to have the Eidolon powers for a day or two, I'd better learn to control them. Jean POV Rogue is more mature. Calm. Receptive. I don't know, but even without my telepathic powers, I still have empathic powers, and I can feel her vibe, even without invading her mind. She is nowhere near Eidolon in hiding her emotions. I can't feel anything from him. If it weren't for the pleasant, friendly tone of his voice, I would have thought I was talking to a robot. Grabbing my smartphone, I'm going to check the notes he left me. I practiced a little before bed, and I feel like I've made some progress. Small. But I had. Eidolon's sense of self must be pretty strong, to influence Rogue that way, even though she doesn't get any memories. People's personalities are often formed by memories. It's intriguing the influence Eidolon has on Rogue. Perhaps Rogue's powers absorb something much deeper. From the subconscious. Anyway, it's not like I could find out. I won't invade her mind. Coming to the school, I feel that she is a little more bearable to all the minds around me. I think I managed to at least turn the volume down. After the first class, I'm in the hallway heading to the next class, and I run into my boyfriend Duncan. I can't help but think about the conversation I had with Eidolon yesterday. Stop doing the things people expect you to do, and do what you want to do, Jean. Idolin told me. Hey, baby. I miss you. Duncan speaks, coming for a kiss. I turn away. I'm confused. Do I even like Duncan? I accepted going out with him on a whim. Now I'm rethinking. But would it be fair to break up with him like this? Out of nowhere. So complicated. What happened? He asks after seeing my dodge. I'm sorry, Duncan. I'm not feeling very well today. I have to go to class. We talk later. I say as I head quickly to my next class. I need to sort my feelings and mind. Kitty POV. This day has been weird. I knew it was a signal when Rogue woke up at 5 a.m. At least the world didn't end. Returning to the mansion, I wonder how Rogue is doing. I'm worried, but also curious. I want to know more about Idolin, and Rogue is the only way at the moment. The day was weird at school too. Jean and Duncan had a fight. And Jean moved farther away from the popular girl cheerleaders and sat with us at lunch. After arriving at the institute, I see Rogue reading. Okay, Idolin is really influencing her. She just said that she's thinking a lot faster. And since she is learning things more easily, it has become fun to read. Idolin is a nerd, huh? Rogue said that she even helped Dr. McCoy with some projects. Okay, Idolin is a big nerd. Not just anyone can keep up with all that scientific mumbo-jumbo of Dr. McCoy. After some rest, it's time for X-Men training. Today will be a simulated group battle in the danger room. All the girls are in the change room changing into the X-Men suits when someone exclaims in surprise. Wow, Rogue. You're shredded. Jubilee speaks as she admires Rogue's body. And I have to agree. She has a six-pack and looks like a sexy Amazon. All the X-Men are very fit, but Rogue is a notch above at the moment, I have to admit. Another Idolin perk. I ask as I walk around her. I can't resist and spank her butt. I didn't see Idolin under the mantle, but he must have a very good ass. If you inherited it from him. Rogue doesn't react as expected to my slap. She just holds her chin between her fingers and speaks. I think it was because I absorbed a lot. There are usually no changes in appearance. I didn't get hairy when I absorbed Logan that time, remember? Thank God. She jokes a little, making everyone laugh from the mental image. I notice out of the corner of my eye that Ellie and Yukio are blatantly staring. Well, I can't blame the two. Even I'm starting to think I've absorbed Idolin because I'm starting to have bisexual tendencies too. Jokes aside, I also notice that Rogue doesn't have the moral high ground to be mad at us staring. Because she's staring too. Jean's breasts to be exact. My eyes are up here, Rogue. Jean teases, making Rogue blush a little. Sorry. You know. Rogue tries to explain himself. Haha, relax, and it looks like Idolin is a breastman too. She speaks to another burst of laughter. A man of culture. I sigh. Such a cool guy. Third-person POV. The X-Men prepare for the mock battle. Logan decided on the groups. Group A, Kitty, Kurt, Yukio, Ellie, Jubilee, Spike and Warren, Angel. Group B, Jean, Scott, Bobby, Colossus. And finally Group C, Rogue. The groups don't look balanced, but that's on purpose. One group has numbers and variety in attacks, while the other has a lot of raw power. One group will have to be creative in overcoming the difference in power, while the other will have to deal with being outnumbered and with all sorts of attacks. And finally, Rogue. The wild card is in a special situation. She probably is the strongest X-Men at the moment. Logan wants to see how well she will fare against everyone. Today's training is to cover everyone's weaknesses. Not all X-Men are present. There are others a little younger like Sunspot and Banshee, who will train at another time. Because they are not as advanced as this group. Begin. Logan's voice reverberates from the speakers. The danger room changes and presents the location of a city block. Knowing how to use the environment is part of the training as well. In a corner of the battlefield, Scott's team gathers to discuss the strategy. We are the strongest, but we have few people. Losing even one of us would put us at a tremendous disadvantage. We also have little mobility compared to Kurt, Kitty, Warren, and Rogue. Now, we will fight defensively and defeat enemies one by one. Scott speaks to his group. Scott plans to use his advantage to the fullest and calmly get the victory for his team. I can scout from above. Jean suggests. Denied. Too risky. Scott shuts down the idea instantly. But if we don't locate the enemy, we'll be at a disadvantage if they take the initiative. Jean tries to argue. Usually, the X-Men follow Scott's lead. Scott is a good leader, but today Jean is questioning openly. In a pinch, one cannot hesitate to follow orders, but in a calm meeting like the one they are having now is the time to discuss. But Scott doesn't change his mind. We have the best defense. Scott speaks and no one can argue. With Iceman, Colossus and Jean, hardly anyone can defeat them. We will focus on counterattacking when the enemies reveal themselves. Scott finishes. Everyone can just nod. In another part of the battlefield. Okay, guys. I don't do this much. But listen to me. Kitty talks getting everyone's attention. We are fucked. Haha, she lights the mood, making everyone laugh. Scott's group is very consistent and strong. And Rogue? Well, only Spike here also knows how scary Eidolon is. And if Rogue has 10% of that guy's skills, we're still fucked. Kitty says with a smile, even when they are at a disadvantage. He is really that strong? Warren asks. I don't know. Kitty responds instantly. What Ash? The guy beat us so easily, it felt like we were 3-year-olds. We don't know the bastard's upper limit. So don't underestimate Rogue. Kitty concludes seriously before smiling again. That said, we have numbers, we'll try to use the element of surprise and our strengths to take out the fragile ones like Jean and Scott. I'll try to sink Colossus into the ground. Look for openings. Warren and Kurt, scout, G.O. Kitty finishes. Making the two mentioned go looking for the enemies. High in the air, Rogue watches it all silently and calmly, her eyes gleaming. The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Her mind whispers. Jean is concentrating, as expected they have been ambushed. And being ambushed by someone that can blink is very frightening, she could tell. Jean is trying to pinpoint Nightcrawler's mind and stop him to end the battle by herself. But, is not easy. Bamf. 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 Nightcrawler appears and disappears several times trying to take her down. She has to keep the psionic shield close to her body as she tries to push him at the right moment, but it's proving too difficult. Jean and Cyclops are the only targets Nightcrawler has. Nightcrawler doesn't have the physical strength to defeat Colossus and Iceman is too dangerous to get close. And if he focuses on Jean, it leaves Scott flustered. Is common knowledge already. Ugh. Scott receives Negasonic's charged attack and is sent flying. Bobby's fast thinking allowed him to deflect Cyclops' trajectory, preventing him from hitting a wall. Bamf Nightcrawler appears again, but this time the target it's not Jean but Colossus. It's not an attack, he grabs Colossus and, Bamf disappears with him, appearing above. And drops the metal Russian at the floor. Boom. Obviously, it's futile, a fall of that level wouldn't hurt Colossus, but arms emerge from the ground and begin to sink the metalman. Nightcrawler drops Colossus right where Shadowcat was, for she easily trapped one of the combatants in Scott's group. Now Scott's team is at a disadvantage. Many things happen at the same time. Negasonic and Kitty attempt to incapacitate Iceman and Nightcrawler continues to harass Jean but is sent away by an omnidirectional blast. Warren tries to take Scott out of combat indefinitely. But at this point, Rogue makes her appearance. When Nightcrawler is thrown away, it was the moment Rogue had been waiting for. The most dangerous of the X-Men is not Jean or Iceman in her opinion. Rogue judged Nightcrawler to be the most problematic. Intercepting the trajectory into which Nightcrawler is launched, the air distorts and looks like a very elastic plastic for Kurt. Gentle criminal power, elasticity, Rogue made the air in that place have elastic properties and launched Kurt directly at Kitty at high speed. Kurt. Kitty stops running and tries to grab Nightcrawler and when she was going to make contact with the blue mutant. She realizes that a thread is connecting Kurt somewhere, BZZZZT. The two are electrocuted and fall to the ground. At the end of the thread, Rogue becomes visible again and begins to stretch. Now I can begin. Rogue starts running towards Jean. Her speed surprises everyone. Bobby. Stop her. Scott shouts the order, even though he's outnumbered. Iceman grits his teeth and breaks free from the battle he was in and slides towards Rogue. Rogue doesn't even seem to care about Iceman and remains 100% focused on getting Jean out of the battle. Iceman releases a large torrent of ice to immobilize Rogue. Rogue ducks and makes a move that she will lunge towards Jean to attack. And, boom. She completely changes direction and launches herself into Iceman's attack. What Ash? Before everyone can even process what happened, Rogue emerges from the large wall of ice created by Bobby completely unharmed. She didn't force her way through the ice wall, she phased through it. Kitty power, intangibility. In truth Mirio's power after being upgraded by Eidolon. Rogue spins in the air and kicks Bobby's shoulder with her leg surrounded by flames. Crack. A crack appears in Bobby's ice body and he is sent flying away. Rogue doesn't stop. She flies and appears above Angel and spits out a substance like glue in Warren's wings. After this, she just blitzes through everyone. Spike, Negasonic, Yukio, Scott. Everyone can't stand a good attack on the stomach. In the end, she turns and flies towards Jean. With a wave of Rogue's hand, Jean is forced to the ground like the gravity has been increased by many times. When Rogue is going to finish off Jean, Colossus breaks free from where he is trapped and comes between the two. Rogue smirks, she reaches out and, air cannon, is released from her palm, throwing Colossus like a bullet toward Jean. Jean manages to stop Colossus from colliding with her at the last moment, but then a punch comes through the body of Colossus and hits Jean in the solar plexus. Rogue had made herself intangible to cross Colossus, but by the time she touched Jean, she had become tangible again. To Rogue's surprise, Jean put both arms forward. And she wasn't immediately knocked up. Rogue opens his mouth and scream. Hi-ya. The loud noise completely left Jean dizzy and knocked her to the floor unconscious. Rogue straightens up and looks around. Complete victory. Can you guys say where you all make mistakes? Logan's gruff voice echoes in the danger room. He is facing the defeated. Nobody answers. Rogue is overpowered. Spike comments, still holding his stomach. Does not matter. Victory or defeat doesn't matter. I want you to identify your mistakes so you don't make them again. Logan replies. Well, even though we knew Rogue was a wild card, we totally ignored her in the end. Kitty replies wryly. She even said to be careful, but unconsciously no one cared about Rogue. First, because she was harder to locate, so no one looked for her. And second, that no one thought she was actually going to clean up the battlefield that easy. Logan nods. This is true. It's stupid to disregard an enemy. It doesn't matter if he's weak. Don't forget that. But that's not all. Does anyone have anything else to add? Logan asks. Everyone is silent. But Rogue slowly raises her hand. Rogue. Logan nods and allows her to speak. Well, it may sound arrogant what I'm going to say, but I don't think I personally made too many mistakes. But in hindsight, I should have sniped from afar a little before going into close combat, due to the numerical disadvantage. It was lucky that Jean managed to knock Kurt out. I was passive for a long time. Rogue speaks and Logan nods. And if I can talk about the others. Rogue tucks her chin between her fingers. I think Kitty's team was going too early for an all or nothing. They could have used some guerrilla tactics. It's not like the training has a time limit. She speaks and Logan nods again. That's right. You guys have the best scouts and mobility. And the environment helps. I'm disappointed that you guys don't use it. Logan adds. Making Kitty's team look down. Rogue continues, and I think Team Scott, like me, was very passive. Lost the initiative. They probably wanted to use a counterattack, but everyone here knows each other. Rogue speaks as she spreads her arms. Everyone knows each other's powers. So hoping to catch the other team unprepared. Unless they had a trump card, it would just be a pipe dream. In the end, they just received a beatdown without being able to react much. Rogue speaks. And Scott prioritized Jean above the rest. Everyone explored that particular weakness. Scott clenches his fists. Rogue notices but doesn't care. Well, that's the gist of the things. Logan says appreciatively. Wow, Eidolon. Kitty asks. Eidolon. Rogue responds. Everyone is getting an idea of what kind of person Eidolon is now. Even if Rogue doesn't know the name, face, or anything. Rogue actions are allowing the X-Men to profile Eidolon. This was beyond Hector's expectations. But it's not a big deal. The most they know is that Hector is a very capable individual. And like butts. That guy is more than just a conglomeration of powers, apparently. Logan says as he scratches his chin. Rogue. Yes. This is a good opportunity. While you're with this guy's experiences, let's spar. No powers. Let's make these skills yours. Muscle memory and everything. The rest is dispensed. Rogue groans in her mind. Spar with Logan, only CQC. Ugh. Receiving sympathetic looks from his fellow X-Men, Rogue puts a stance and prepares to train. Just for your information. I know Kung Fu. She says. Kitty POV. Today was really a strange day. And a little fun, I confess. Seeing Rogue act like Eidolon is interesting. And it made me curious to meet the guy in the flesh even more. At least you can see that Eidolon is not an asshole. After all, Rogue is pretty chill now. After finishing brushing my hair, I get ready for bed. Jubilee is listening to music in her bed and Jean is in some sort of meditation pose while reading Eidolon notes, frowning from time to time. Just then Rogue enters the room as she rolls her shoulder. "So, was it fun?" I ask cheekily. She rolls her eyes. "Actually, a little. Logan is a good punch bag because of his healing factor." Rogue smirks. Did you win?" I ask, Jubilee and Jean also paying attention to the conversation. Obviously. The problem is that Logan just doesn't quit. So the whole fight grew boring with time. Rogue talks nonchalantly as she grabs her nightwear from a towel to go shower. "Even though I don't use powers, I'm very strong. And it seems like there are some passive things I can't turn off. Like Logan's super senses." Rogue finishes before entering the bathroom. Wow. Wasn't Logan supposed to be like a guy with nearly a century of fighting experience? I ask the two who are also a little shocked. "Well, in order to get a grip on your powers, we've learned that it's good to have a good grip on our bodies. So we learned the basics of fighting. Eidolon has any powers. So he must have to go beyond the basic." Jean shares her thoughts. "If I had so many powers I would be spoiled and never train." Jubilee talks from her bed. "Someone comes at me, bam, is sent flying. The world is so unfair. I just do fireworks." Jubilee does a little drama. "Right. I can phase through things. And now Rogue can too. I feel like my character has been diminished. These Omega-level bastards." I support Jubilee and throw Jean a pillow. She stops with her telekinesis. "We have our problems too, do you know?" Jean speaks. "Yeah. That's what the 1% billionaires say too. It must be so bad to be powerful. Jubilee talks also throwing a pillow at Jean. "Obviously, we're kidding, there's no point in being jealous. And stronger powers really do have their problems. Anyone with powers knows how difficult it is to control your own power. I myself sank to the ground almost every night in the past. And I have only really weak power. Imagine someone with strong power. I see how Jean suffers from migraines constantly. And Eidolon then. Who has more than 100, I can't even imagine the training he had to control everything. What's the matter?" I hear Rogue's voice asking as we continue our pillow fight. She just got out of the shower and still has a towel around her shoulders. "Can I participate?" She smirks and holds a pillow too. Wait. That pillow got stiff all of a sudden. Can she harden objects too? No. You're banned till you take Eidolon from inside of you. Jubilee speaks with all the sexual innuendo she can. Rogue blushes and makes a motion that she will throw that pillow that looks more like a rock now. Wait. I'm kidding. Sorry. Jubilee says as she throws herself under her bed for cover. Everyone laughs at her antics. After a while, everyone calmed down and we started talking about more normal things. "So, you and Duncan have a fight, Jean?" I ask a little curiously. Something like that. I'm just trying to set my priorities straight, you know." Jean speaks looking down. No. Explain. I reply. I realized it's been a while since I did something for myself, you know. Train, study, date. I know these things are good for me, but I've realized that I've been doing more of what others expected me to do. As if I was just going with the flow. In the autopilot. I don't know how to explain it. Let me ask you, what do you intend to do in the future? Jean speaks a little flustered. No one can answer. We are here, training. Maybe to live in society normally, maybe to become X-Men. We are the first of the Institute, we do not have a reference. After here, are we going to abandon everything about powers and just live normally? Shall we embrace this crazy life? Become teachers here? Leave it all behind. I finish high school this year. And only now have I realized that I have nothing planned. Jean speaks in frustration. Well, she has a point. Sorry guys. I'm just a little frustrated. Jean speaks looking down. It's okay. You have all the right to be angry. And to my surprise, it was Rogue who said that. I think I have to apologize, Jean. I had the wrong impression of you and I think I was a little bitchy with you. Rogue stammered a little. Wow. Character development. Oh, really? Jean asks, smiling gently. Yeah. I always thought you were. Miss Perfect, stuck-up spoiled bitch brat. Jean asks, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Rogue winces a little. Something along these lines, yeah. Pfft, haha. I can read minds, Rogue. Even if it's by accident, I still knew what you thought of me. And I'm sure there were times when you talk in your mind to me to hear, right? Jean speaks teasingly. Rogue doesn't look in her direction, she seems very interested in the ceiling for some reason. It must be the Baroque finishes. Well, Rogue. I'm glad that you don't think like that anymore. But why this change of heart? Jean asks. Rogue looks at her hands and speaks. It's thanks to these new abilities. Or skills. I, at the moment, can see and feel even the smallest details of a person. Spasm of muscles, blood flow, perspiration, pupil movement. I think I feel too much. When I was drinking water earlier I tasted the detergent that was used to wash the cup. Eidolon has it rough. She speaks and closes her eyes as if concentrating before continuing. So I can see that now that Jean is genuinely nice. I thought you looking down on me or something like that. Rogue says, scratching her cheek and looking away. I think I was also a little jealous of you, like. You have everything or something like that. Ugh. Now I see how childish I was, sorry. Jean gives a small smile. Huh. It's okay, Rogue. I'm not mad. I'm used to this. You have to hear what other girls in the school think about me. Haha, Jean just shrugs it off. Rogue smiles too. And silence prevails. Okay. Now it's starting to get awkward. Oh, that's good. Better late than never. I scream and hug Rogue and Jean, taking care not to touch Rogue's skin. I want to disperse this strange mood. So Rogue, what can you tell us about our mysterious friend? I ask. After that, we spent over half an hour on girl talk. Rogue talking about the changes in Rogue and Jean opening up to us. Damn. Jean has it rough. You know. I never thought about what I was going to do after graduating from the institute. I always thought that I would graduate not only from the institute but from this strange world of mutants. Maybe I was naive. I said while lying on the bed, Jean upside down. I imagined myself becoming a professor at the institute. Jubilee says, I like it here. My life before arriving at the mansion was not the best. Rogue scoffs a little and says, you guys will always have options. What about me? Kurt? Dr. McCoy. And others. We don't have much chance to live normally. I wince a little. Having destructive powers like Rogue's or a drastic change in appearance. I'm an optimistic person, but I can only imagine how difficult it must be. Rogue continues. People who have apparent mutations will only have a chance to live fully if some drastic change happens. Honestly, I don't see this change happening. I'm sorry, Professor. But the dream of coexistence will probably stay a dream for a long time. Rogue finishes and I notice something different in her gaze, but before I can ask, Jean speaks. Eidolon thoughts. Rogue's eyes widen. He talked to me a bit about the mutant situation or, as he calls it, metahuman situation. He said that both Magneto and the Professor will not be able to accomplish their goals with their current methods. One is very aggressive and the other is very passive. Jean speaks while looking out the window in thought. Metahuman. I like it. Jubilee says, but did he propose anything? He said he will act as a middle ground in the future. But I have no idea what he intends. He doesn't share his plans with me. Jean speaks. A middle ground between a supremacist terrorist and pacifist preacher. My thoughts are interrupted by Rogue again. This guy's ego is very strong. She says absently. ID. Jean says as if correcting. Jean looks a little nervous. It's not like I want to brag, but the correct term would be Eidolon ID, that's influencing you, Jean says, getting our attention before continuing. In Freud's structural model of the human psyche, ID, ego, and superego. In short, ID would be our deepest personality. Governed by instinctual desires and what we would be like if we had nothing restricting us. Superego is something more external. It's the morals, laws, and social conventions that dictate our behavior, even the forming feelings of guilt if we misbehave is something we learn. And ego would be the middle ground between ID and superego, our deepest desires being constrained by the world and society. This forms the us, how we act in everyday life is our ego. Jean explains. I believe Rogue is being influenced by Eidolon ID. His ID and Rogue ID merge to form her current ego. You are acting differently from your normal ego because of Eidolon ID. She speaks and sighs. That's my problem, by the way. My ego was dictated by my superego. I always acted as people wanted and expected me to act. I have no identity. Jean confesses a little frustrated. And honestly, Rogue. Jean says, smiling and turning to Rogue. I think you unconsciously are allowing yourself to be influenced. Rogue's eyes widen. I have empathic powers, you know. I have a little idea of how you're feeling right now. Rogue, when you absorbed other people, even when you gained their memories, you didn't change that much. I think you're enjoying being this confident, strong rogue, and you're letting Eidolon ID take the wheel a little, right? Jean asks. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe you're right. Rogue says, looking down. The truth is, I don't like myself very much, sometimes I even hate myself. The way I act, my power, my life. I really hate. Rogue talks through clenched teeth and I notice her eyes become moist. Rogue. It's okay. Jean walks over and places a hand on Rogue's covered shoulder soothingly. In hindsight, I hate the way I acted previously too. I didn't live for myself, it seems I never made a decision for myself. But I want to change. You can also change, Rogue, and improve the parts you don't like about yourself too. Jean speaks. I also approach to comfort my friend. You're too hard on yourself, Rogue, you're great. I say. No, I'm not. When my Eidolon absorption wears off, I'll go back to being boring. I can already feel it. I think we'll last for 2 days. Rogue speaks. You can take this opportunity and improve yourself. Jean speaks. Logan advised you to train to gain muscle memory. Maybe you should learn from these 2 days' experiences. Change is not easy. Only I know the courage it took to act differently today. Jean advises. You're truly a nice girl. No wonder everyone takes advantage of this. Rogue talks, smiling, and make us smile too. Yeah. And who knows about Freud? Nerd. Jubilee says after approaching. Beautiful, smart, great legs, powerful. God likes you too much, Jean. Now that you have this new direction in life, nobody can stop you. I speak teasingly. Jean blushes. Stop, you guys. Group hug. Carefully for Rogue's sake. Jubilee yells and we hug each other laughing. I can't believe we've never had a girl talk like that. It's great. I say. Thanks to Rogue for absorbing Eidolon. Jubilee speaks. I raise my hand high. Cheers. To Eidolon. Bonsai. I say. Maybe we should reward him with a fivesome, you know. Is he hot? Jubilee speaks, teasing us. Rogue and Jean blushes. Yes, he is. I answer without hesitation. How do you know? We didn't even see his face or body properly. Rogue asks. He acts hot. And he has a hot guy voice too. I reply. How is a hot guy voice? Jean asks with the corners of her mouth turned up. Exactly like Eidolon. I can't explain it. I speak, making everyone give a nod of understanding and laughing afterward. And a fivesome is out of the question with my powers. Rogue says. Instead of letting the mood get depressed again, I decide to tease her. Oh, you take that seriously? Naughty, naughty. Rogue blushes and attacks me with a pillow. Unlucky to her, I can phase. Next day, still kitty POV. It's almost the end of the afternoon, there was no X-Men training today. Although it is recommended that everyone follow a routine of physical activities and hit the gym. Jean and I are heading back to our shared room. So, did you really break up with Duncan today? I heard it was a scandal. I ask what I was dying to know. Jean sighs before answer. He cheating on me with Cindy. What dash? Yeah. I heard his stray thought. Jean speaks. Wow, have you never noticed before? Jean is a telepath, how can Duncan hide something from her? That was the first time he cheated. Apparently, if he doesn't get a little attention, he easily succumbs to temptation. When he came to talk to me today and I told him I was still sorting my feelings, I heard him thinking, whatever. I will just bend Cindy again, like yesterday after the training. Jean says. My mouth is hanging open. That cold shoulder was a good thing, I found out I can get booty anytime. Jean continues to speak Duncan's thoughts. Damn girl, are you alright? I ask, although she doesn't seem too affected, I have to be sure. She might be hurt inside. Nah. She shrugs her shoulders, it was good for me to know what kind of person he is. Or rather confirm. Couldn't wait a day. And Cindy had been eyeing Duncan for a while. To compete with me, by the way. That's why she's that easy. Jean smirks. Haha. Tell me. Do you? With Duncan? I try to ask, unsure if I'm overstepping. Nope, she says, popping the pea. We went to second base a little bit. He seemed nice to wait for me. But apparently, he just wanted the conquest. A trophy. Jean speaks. Thank God, you didn't go with him until the end. You would regret so much right now. I talk and Jean just nods. Before she starts frowning. What? I ask. I'm getting negative emotional feedback with my empathic abilities. In our room. Rogue. Jean says before starting to walk faster. Arriving at the door, Jean hesitates. You've known Rogue for a while, maybe she'll feel more comfortable venting to you. She speaks before walking away. Okay. I do not hesitate and barge in. I'm greeted with the sight of Rogue sitting on her bed. With your hands on your face. Crying. Rogue. What's happening? I say, approaching and placing my hand on Rogue's back. Rogue doesn't respond. You can tell me. Something to do with Eidolon. I ask. Yes, and no, she answers. I'm a lowly person. Rogue speaks. Oh. Depressive Rogue is coming back. Rogue has always been prone to these depressive outbursts. It usually happens at that time of the month. No, you are not. And I say kindly. Do you want to talk about that? I ask. If she wants to talk, I'll listen. If not, I'll just stay here with her until she calms down. 8, I hear her mutter under her breath. Huh. I masturbate to Eidolon. She talks fast and hides her face with her hands. Wah. What? I mean. Rogue. That's not a big deal. I say. I didn't expect to hear this, but. Is it such a big deal? You don't understand, Kitty. She says. I touch myself for a guy that I exchange 5 sentences and a little of skin contact. I'm a perverted, a creepy. Rogue says. Okay. Now I see why it looks bad. Ugh. Rogue never has contact with anyone. Things I take for granted are luxuries for other people. I understand this breakdown a little. Rogue. Relax, no one has the right to judge you for your actions. Not even you. You have special circumstances. Don't be too hard on yourself. I try to comfort. Till yesterday I had a crush on Scott. He is cool, he was nice to me, and he also has a problem with powers. Now I fantasized about a person I have never seen or known what he looked like and talked to me for 2 minutes. I am this easy. Rogue has an outburst. I can only stay in silence. I'm fuck person. This power fucked up my mind too. I hate this. How can someone like me? Even if I don't have this problem of touching people. I'm already screwed up. No return. Rogue speaks. Calm down, Rogue. You are thinking too much. Please. Who never got horny and after the act had clarity with heavy feelings of guilt? I speak. And I can relate. And anyone would be lucky to have you. Even Eidolon, hee. I bet he'd feel flattered knowing you used him. I say. Rogue goes on the defensive. I don't like him like that. It was a moment of weakness. She speaks fast. If it was a moment of weakness, why are you beating yourself up so much? I ask. Rogue hard blushes. Okay, Rogue. You have a good impression of Eidolon, maybe a crush. Believe in me when I say that you can make heads turn too. Stop with the inferiority complex. I say, cheering her up. Men want one thing, Rogue. A big titty goth girlfriend. I say, and I stand up with righteous energy flowing through my being. Looking up, I clench my fist and talk. I know that Eidolon is a man of culture too. He will not pass you, believe in me. I close my eyes, putting on a serious face. Ha, I manage to cheer her up. Oh, are you doubting? I have some cosplays for you to try out, you'll use them for Eidolon next time, I say, attacking her. Stop. And I said I don't like him like that. Rogue got better after that conversation. It's good that she's facing her problems. Eidolon. I will thank you next time. Oscorp, Thursday night, 3rd Peso POV subtitle, Spy and Arrow vs Spy and Arrow. Infiltration successful, Huntress. Infiltration successful, Lady Jade. Already done my part. Hey, Lady Jade. I like it, Shago thinks as she walks the halls of the deserted Oscorp. 30 minutes ago Hector used EMP and other electrical powers to remove energy from the entire block where Oscorp is located. Chaos facilitated infiltration and made the workers go home early. Shago knows that this mission is just a test, it's not that difficult and it's not that important. Hector says he's busy with the Morlocks and doesn't have time, but Shago knows it's just an excuse. This will be the first impression Shago will leave on Hector about her abilities. She can't make a mistake. Helena has already broken into the security room and uploaded the virus to loop the footage. Shago can now move freely. Walking sneakily, Shago caught sight of herself. Her suit looks the same, despite being made with better materials. The only difference is the mascara that covers almost the entire face with the exception of the lips. Hector wanted the mask to cover the entire face, but Shago has a preference for it. Hector didn't let her use the domino mask either. "Fucking stupid thing," he says. Then each gave up a little. Shago's skin color will be her natural one when she is in her Lady Jade persona. And she will only wear the ring with the illusion when she is Shago. Shago finally arrives at the secret lab. If approaching the central computer, she takes a small black box and approaches the USB input. The little black box morphs and changes to attach the input. Invading the system. This box is made of nanotech, created by Hector specifically for this mission. Due to reading the memory of Dr. Strum, Hector has a pretty good idea of what this mission will take. Everything proceeds smoothly. Every lab has its information stolen. Shago even steals some samples and gadgets. And she leaves to specific places in the building. Everything is already programmed for Isabella to open portals at the right time and in specific locations to retrieve these objects. Shago remains unimpeded. Starting from the underground labs to the highest part, which is the CEO's office. When Shago finally sets up the black box to steal information from Norman Osborn's personal computer, she gets a warning. "Lady Jade, we have company. Heading to your location," Huntress says. Shago gets serious and starts to leave the room to buy time. "How many?" she asks. "2. Only 2. Don't underestimate these guys. They're one of the boss talks about." Huntress speaks without mentioning the name Hector or Eidolon. "Oh. I will intercept the men. The spy woman will find you in less than 30 seconds. Huntress speaks before hanging up. As long as they buy time, the mission will be accomplished. Shago turns invisible and waits patiently. Black Widow turns cautiously at the end of the hall, but even cautiously she couldn't defend herself from the kick she received in the stomach. She rolls over and gets into a crouched position. Looking in the direction the kick came from. A woman in a black and green suit and mask appears out of nowhere. She groans. "Ugh. Serious? A redhead secret agent? Even here? Is this karma?" Lady Jade speaks to herself, but Black Widow still hears her. "What are you?" Black Widow asks, eyeing Shago carefully. "Lady Jade. Is too much to ask. To you just go away and come back tomorrow." Black Widow is on the no-kill list. Such a bother. Shago thinks. Sorry. No can do. The redhead spy replicates by putting a stance. Shago smiles widely. "Well. I can always vent my frustrations on you, wannabe possibly." Shago attacks. "Hey, I'm Clint. Do you always come here?" Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye, jokes while using the bow to defend against a high kick. "First time. And you?" Huntress responds while dodging a right hook. "Oh. Is that so? If you want, I can take you to some nice places. Just accompany me to see my boss." Hawkeye talks, moving away a little to get an arrow. This proves to be a mistake because Huntress uses a crossbow. She doesn't need to do too much of a movement to shoot. The shot that was going to Hawkeye's shoulder is deflected at the last second, but when the arrow hits the sea, it shows that it was a non-lethal electric arrow. Hawkeye to side glance the arrow. "You look nice. Are you sure you don't want to go with me to see my boss? He might offer you a job." He speaks. "Not interested in S.H.I.E.L.D. Huntress speaks. Hawkeye frowns. Does this woman know? Before he can say anything, Huntress takes out a smoke pellet and throws it on the ground. From here on, the Hawkeye vs. Huntress fight will be very boring for those watching from the outside. A sniper fight. The two sides split up and whoever finds the other first wins. Black Widow tried everything but nothing works. The woman in black and green is simply her better. What's the problem? Too used to fight against goons. Haven't had a real opponent in a while. Shago speaks as she sweeps her hand to Natasha's face. Natasha uses acrobatics to throw herself backward and kick Shago. Shago lowers her head and doesn't back down. She continues her onslaught and pursues. She is not letting Black Widow catch a breath. Invading Black Widow's space, Shago grabs her arm and spins, hitting Natasha on the wall. I like this strength. Shago thinks. But when she goes to slam Natasha to the ground like a rag doll, Natasha's legs wrap around her head and Natasha uses all her weight to throw Shago to the ground. Before Shago can recover, she uses her widow bites and electrocutes Shago. Ugh. Shago groans and kicks Natasha away. Gah. Now you've done it, bitch. I'm taking it easy. But now I'm gonna take at least one limb of yours. Shago talks, getting up and igniting her hands in green flames. Just because I can't kill you doesn't mean I can't cripple you. The boss will repair you later if you beg. Shago speaks and advances with glowing hands. Natasha became wary of Shago's hands, but when Shago approaches she spins and kicks her. Practicing with Hector, Shago is fighting smarter. Hector had previously pointed out that she always activated her powers as a warning. It was better to activate at the last second to catch the enemy unprepared. Now Shago used the powers as a distraction. Natasha is sent away because of Shago's strength, which she received from Hector. But when she hit the wall, the flames in Shago's hand disappear and are replaced by another green energy. This green energy morphs into a Glock and Shago fires it. Bang. Miss Militia power. Hector gave it to Shago. But Shago has not lost all reason. The bullets are no better than rubber bullets. Will hurt, will bruise. But will not kill Natasha. Bang. 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 But Shago fires several times. She is petty like that. With the other duo, Hawkeye is already unconscious. Huntress did not play with prey like Shago. Huntress is an experienced hero too. Even more than Hawkeye at the moment. And with the powers she received. Speaking of the powers that Shago and Helena were given. Each one received few powers. Hector doesn't dare give too many powers before giving his serum to the girls. Because can damage their body. The serum that Hector created in BNHA world allows one to receive more powers, their body becomes highly adaptable. But it's not perfect. Hector wants the super soldier serum. To make a serum a better version. Hence the invasion of Oscorp. It's not essential. Hector can get the serum in other ways. But the research at Oscorp helps. Shago and Helena at the moment have few powers because of this, just a few that increase strength. Shago received Miss Militia power. Helena received several powers that help her to be a better sniper. And both were given invisibility. But Hector can withdraw the powers. He gave invisibility just because it's an infiltration mission. Hector can change his subordinates' builds depending on the situation. Helena won so easily from Hawkeye because she has multiple detection powers. Like May had some power and infrared. I'm done here, Lady Jade. Huntress speaks. Asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk almost. Huntress decide to not ask. Shago is feeling better. The black box has finally ended its job. Shago is heading back to the fallen Natasha on the floor to give a few more shots when Gurk. Black liquid started to come out of her mouth. Wadash, I thought Isabella was going to open a portal on the rooftop. Shago thinks. Black liquid surrounds her and begins to teleport her. Lucky to you I have no gag reflex. Shago says before disappearing. Helena disappears too. Later, shield helicarrier. So you two are telling me that my two best agents were beaten like 9-year-old children by two unknown women. Nick Fury speaks in disbelief to people in the office. Besides him, Natasha and Clint are there groaning. Maria Hill is present too. Ugh. They're enhanced. And I said we should have reported that there were at least 50. Clint talks to Natasha. Natasha pays no attention, putting ice on her face. That green bitch don't ever spare my face. But considering that she could have killed me, I accept some bruises. It will disappear tomorrow anyway. Natasha thinks. They had it all figured out. They probably infiltrated Oscorp with the same goal as us. Natasha speaks. So the blackout must have been them. Maria Hill says, they took advantage of the situation to fast forward their investigation. Who would have thought that another group would do the same? Who would think there is another group? Enhanced. And we don't know any of this. To this day these two unknown women were not in our database. Nick Fury says, and can they be part of an organization too? This is a major flaw in our intelligence. Everyone is silent. We don't know anything about them. But we can consider that there is at least one other person. The boss. Natasha says, so they're at least a group. Better to consider that they are many. She advises. This is a disaster for them. And now Norman will be even more alert. It will be difficult to infiltrate in the future. Fury speaks. Before he can continue, a ping arrives on Maria Hill's communicator. Sir. The installation of the dodecahedron is having problems. She says right away. I'm going there. Clint, you come with me. Fury says Natasha is still pretty hurt. Looks like Clint's opponent took it easy with him. Yes, sir. Clint responds. Nobody noticed now. But this is a prelude to an unprecedented catastrophe for the world. Hello there. Sorry for the delay. I was sick. This chapter is different. A test. You guys must have noticed. There is no Eidolon. Why? Well, I realized that in a story with so many characters it might be nice to change the focus a bit to have character development and world building. Many authors also do this to create suspense. Like Saitama, who went more than 50 chapters without appearing in One Punch Man. Chapters like this won't always appear. But what do you think? Give me your opinions. I worked hard to make it enjoyable even without the MC. Give me feedback. Personally, I like moments of other characters reacting to the MC. So even though the chapter doesn't have the MC, it still has several mentions of him. So it's not a filler. After all, a fanfic is when we put an OC and see the changes it can cause. But if you don't like it, I'll make every chapter have at least a little bit of Hector. To update the situation. Stay good you all. Till next time. Chapter 33, Power and Powers. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Power is not will, it is the phenomenon of physically making things happen. Uchiha Madara. Little An, first of all, thanks for the feedback on the last chapter. I was happy to see that many people like the different types of chapters. This proves that this little community of readers is very open-minded. And relax, chapters like that will be rare. And I forcefully take the MC out as a test, there are various moments that he should do an appearance if I want. But I wanted the chapter to be without him to see how it goes. Now, to the chapter. Enjoy. Back to the MC, just a little after defeating Mikhail. So. Now I'm the leader of these people. Just like that. Don't you have any other requirements? I ask Callisto to be sure. Sounds easy, and a little barbaric. But who am I to judge these people's lifestyles, right? After I defeated Mikhail and stripped him of his power, the guy became unresponsive and I just tied him up and left him there. Now Callisto is taking me on tour all over the underground. Not that there's anything good to see. Callisto gives me a look before answering. Yes. Everything that matters here is strength. Now you need to use the strength to protect the others. She says. Trying to steer me in the direction you want. Hee hee. But at least this clumsy form of manipulation is for the good of her people. I don't have much meta-knowledge of her personality, but she doesn't seem like a bad person. Doesn't seem like what the big Russian guy was going to do. I say, making her flinch a little. That bastard is crazy. She says with finality. I nod and speak. Relax, I have no reason to use you all for any nefarious purpose. I really want to help you. I say sincerely. She seems to believe it, but she still keeps her guard up against me a little. It must be instinct. Living on the edge of society, one must always be careful. But I really have zero reasons to use these guys for some hidden agenda. To be honest, rude, they are mostly useless. And I think Callisto realizes that. Why would a strong guy like me go out of my way to help them? Or am I genuinely nice? Or I'm an asshole. But if I was an asshole, I didn't need to be so subtle. I could just use power to overwhelm them, like Mikhail. So every second I don't do that, the odds that I'm the good guy are increasing. And the guard they have against me is diminishing. I'm not in a hurry, as I said, these guys don't have much use. I have to slowly prepare them. And it's okay for them not to trust me, I don't trust them either. But even if they betray me, so what? What do I lose? I will not reveal my identity, I will reveal the minimum about my powers. The only thing they know about me is my existence. Which is still a secret to the world, and one of my advantages at the moment. But to whom will they reveal my existence? They don't have anyone. Nobody but me. Hoo-hoo. When they are at the lowest point, they have just me. And only I reached out to them. This will have a great weight in the future. Manipulation 101. If you help someone with no apparent gain, they will always let their guard down to you. Obviously, I know there are bad apples here. Snakes that will bite me even if I help them. But I have a way to deal with them. I will give them rope, if they choose to hang themselves with it. It's their problem. I remain silent for most of the tour. Callisto talks about the situation of the people here in the sewers. Apparently, the situation is as bad as expected. The people here survive mainly from what they manage to recover from the surface. Morlocks are the main scouts, they're the ones with better powers, so they take the risks of going out there. Sometimes they loot, steal, or even make a deal with gangs. Gangs from the mutant ghetto mostly. They exchange things that they reclaim, which are valuables, for things like food, clothes. Basic necessities. But apparently, they don't commit any serious crimes, not because they have morals or something like that. The concept of morals is the first thing a human in a despairing situation lets go of. They don't want to attract the wrong type of attention for themselves. I have to say that I'm a little impressed with how far humans can adapt. They even have a little farm. Apparently, someone here has a sunlight power. Obviously, it's a pitiful plantation, but it's better than nothing. Callisto also told me a little about the people. Most, as expected, have no other option. The appearance and the mutant status force them to come down here. Many are too weak to compete on the surface too. And you? I ask. You look totally without extras. Is reasonably strong, you could pass as a non-meta easily. And even if you don't want to, I'm sure you would have more options in another meta community. I speak looking at her. She doesn't hesitate before answering me and telling her story. Callisto was an upper-class woman completely unconcerned with life. She had an easy life and has taken it for granted for most of her life. Until an accident happens. Literally an accident. She was hit by a car. But she did not die or was seriously injured. She discovered at that moment that her body is a little more resistant than a normal human's and the wounds began to visibly close to the naked eye, albeit slowly. The problem is that this situation was seen by her friends at the time. It didn't take long for everyone to discover that she was a filthy mutie. Even though she doesn't look different, or her powers aren't as mind-blowing strong, she's still been branded with the stigma. Friends and family abandoned her, and everyone in her social circle immediately knew what she was. She found herself alone in the world. It must have been a shock. One moment she's a high-class girl living carefree with her parents' money, and in another, she was lynched. She even loses her tight eye. Her minor healing factor doesn't help much with that. She had, as expected, trouble surviving until she found Caliban and received his help. Looks like she learned a valuable lesson. With her looks, as long as she got out of the country, and got new papers, she could have a normal, carefree life. But she doesn't want to abandon these people now. From what little I know of her in my meta-knowledge, she is surprisingly loyal to the Morlocks and Storm. When Storm defeated her and became the leader of the group. I think it was in a saga to rescue Warren, Angel, or something. Not that Storm came back to help them, the Morlocks are kept in Callisto's hand anyway. She is the most trusted of these people. I can give her the benefit of doubt for now. So you have contacts with people in Mutant Town? I ask. Mutant Town is the official name of Mutant Ghetto. Yeah. I know some gangs there, she answers. This can be useful. Sometimes we team up with some mutants from the surface to scare off some bastards like the Friends of Humanity. She continues. Oh, are you attacked by these extremists? I ask curiously. These guys are here in the fucking sewers and there are still people who come looking for trouble. Ugh. There are several mutant hate groups in Marvel. And I'm not even talking about things like Weapon X and Project Sentinel. Even normal people form extremist groups even worse than the KKK. Friends of Humanity, Church of Human Potential, and others. These people range from bored teenagers who come to lynch some mutants to really organized groups with firearms and other equipment. I bet someone finances the bastards. Someone who hates metas and wants to keep their hands clean. An old tactic to get your enemies into trouble. Arm your enemy's enemy, you keep yourself far away enough to not be implicated by the consequences of whatever the pawns do. Complicated. Enemies from all sides. And if the metas retaliate with violence, it only makes the situation worse overall. A bunch of bastards who repeat the same mistake from the past. Chasing a minority group. With so many examples, one might think that we would learn something, right? They think we're not a fragile group because we have powers. Heh. Most of us don't have strong powers, and even the ones that may have doesn't necessarily know how to fight. They are still shameless enough to spout bullshit like, God hate mutants, or that we are against the natural order. Bunch of self-righteous scum. I'm starting to understand Magneto more and more. But calm down, Hector. Let's try everything before moving on to the more drastic measures. Let's give the people of Earth a chance. If they disappoint, better not have these negative thoughts for now. Continuing my tour with Callisto, I come across a very large and empty room, the size of the PE gymnasium at Midtown High. It has to be noted that despite having narrow corridors here in the underground, there are also places that open into incredibly large spaces. Is this place used for something? I ask, pointing to the big room. Nothing really, she replies. There are several places like this. We can use it in the future if we change locations. Oh. It seems that they constantly migrate so as not to be detected easily. The underground is really big. Then I will take this room for myself. I will not live here with you all, but I will leave some of my things here. I say. She just nods. I will bring some of my things here now, and I start to speak when I am interrupted by the arrival of two men, Caliban and Mask. Mask looks like an old man with gray skin and red eyes and is all withered like a tree. He is using a hat and old clothes like a hobo. And Caliban is a skinny gray man who has protrusions on his face that adorn his jaw. If I'm not mistaken, he has the power to detect mutants. But I also remember that he will be strong in the future. A second mutation. An awakening. Let's see in the future. The two approach, Caliban limping, and Mask opens his mouth and hoarsely says, "Hey, you. The Russian wants to talk with you. Does Mikhail want to tell me something? Does he want his power back? He will be very disappointed." I ignore the disrespectful and rude tone I was addressed. After all, most of these people have no formal education. And I don't need everyone to prostrate themselves at my feet either. But even though I ignored it, Callisto took offense. "Mask," she says slowly and a little menacingly. But I think that's how she normally talks. "He is our leader now. Don't be disrespectful." Mask only snorts. Seeing me ignore Mask's attitude, Callisto decides to put it aside too and introduce me both officially. She doesn't say anything I didn't know. But my genius brain reminds me of something I read in my other life. Mask is an asshole. He's the guy who can change people's appearance. He is the one who made Callisto have tentacles arms at some point in the future, and also he hides an aspect of his power. He can change people's appearance permanently. He says he can only change for a short time. He says it's his limit. But it's a lie. His only limit is that he cannot change his own appearance. What's the big problem for the Morlocks? The fact that their appearance easily characterizes them as mutants. And this guy has the power to help everyone easily. But he doesn't because he can't help himself. And he wants everyone to be like him. Typical human behavior. A little of schadenfreude. Hoo-hoo. I was here thinking about who would have to be the example, the one to receive the stick of the carrot and stick strategy. And you present yourself like that, Mask. TSK, what good boy you are. I'm not going to expose him now. I'll let him prance like a fool for a while, maybe even do something drastic, like a rebellion or something, take some retards with him too, before I do the cleansing. With the Morlocks, I was almost giving up on using carrot and stick tactic. These people are just this pitiful. I would adapt and use the carrot and carrot cake strategy. My own adaptation. I would give good things to everyone and even better things to the most loyal, like Callisto. Now there is this guy. Excellent. While I'm thinking about it, Callisto tells me how Caliban and Mask help this small community. Caliban finds other mutants or detects if someone with powers is invading. Mask apparently uses his power to temporarily alter the appearance of one of the Morlocks so that they can blend with normal people and get needed things more easily and legally. Like going to buy medicine or to a pawn shop. Nobody sells anything to mutants out there on the surface. What does Mikhail want to talk to me about? I ask after the introductions. Who knows? Mask speaks dismissively, but Caliban explains in more detail. He refuses to speak to anyone but you, Eidolon. He looks different. Caliban concludes far more respectfully than Mask. Okay. I'll go get some things. Bring him to this room here and keep an eye on him. I'll be back in a little while. I say and disappear after seeing that Callisto and Caliban nod. Carvalho residence. Appearing in the kitchen of my house because I know that's where Isabella usually stays, I pull my hood down and look around and come face to face with a very interesting sight. Shago is on all fours grabbing snacks from the cupboard, probably trying to get as much food as possible to make one trip before she settles herself on the couch. She is in yoga pants. Jack Kirby bless whoever created yoga pants. Are you stuck? I can't help but ask. Shago turns and looks at me. Huh? No. She replies confused. Too bad. I turn to Isabella and say, Isabella, open a door to a big room, please. I hear Shago mutter, why do I feel like I just lose a good opportunity or something? Isabella says, at once, Master Hector. Before carrying out my orders. On the kitchen wall, a door appears along with the black and white mist that characterizes Isabella. I walk in the door without hesitation. Have you finished everything you had to do? Shago asks as she follows me through the door, Isabella close behind. Almost. If I explain now, I'll have to update you later. So wait for me to finish everything so I can say it just once, okay? I say while looking at a character art in my unused cards tab. Isabella, please bring all the technological devices that are in Lab 4. I say and she starts to open another door and does as I asked. Shago now just stays silent without interrupting me anymore. Summon, I think, and reject the options to make a background for this character, after all it's unnecessary. Because his gigantomachia. The motes of light are condensed in the figure of a 4-meter tall, his minimum height, gigantomachia. He looks confused for a moment before he sees me and bows his head. Master. Gigantomachia. Bond relationship, October 10th. Assimilation slot. Empty. Machia. I say. What good boy. The Bond relationship of almost everyone is stuck in 3, only Helena is still in the 2. She is just that suspicious. Well, she lived in the DC universe and suffered world-ending crises apparently, I can't blame her. Machia surpasses everyone by a large margin. Machia best girl. What is this thing? Shago asks with wide eyes. Hey, don't be rude. But I realize that she don't feel disgusted or anything, it's just a surprise. I and Machia ignored her. How do you feel, Machia? What's the last thing you remember? I ask. My voice tone and posture switch to the evil overlord template to talk to Machia. I need to treat my subordinates differently in certain aspects, after all, I will have all kinds of people under me. I feel nothing different, master. And we just talked. Machia responds respectfully. When I moved between multiverses I felt discomfort, I thought it would be the same with Machia. But apparently becoming a card changed that, after all, none of the cards had the same problem as me. I wonder if the process makes them adapt to this universe, or any universe I summon them in. If I summon someone while in Naruto's world will they naturally have chakra? Did Machia's powers adapt to become X-Gene here? Mental note to the future. And it looks like they're not conscious while they're cards. To Machia, I just explained to him about coming with me. And it's really, my Machia, I had a little concern that he will become just any random Machia from the Omniverse. But it seems my fears were unfounded. Good. I continue to say, I will bring you to a certain community of pitiful people, you will protect them and my possessions until they grow and become useful. I say. The right job for the right person. Machia is no hero material, so it's fitting to leave him with the Morlocks. As protector and watchman. Machia knows all for one's modus operandi. About helping people and making them owe you favors to use them later. To Machia, it will look like I'm doing the same. And I do not intend to correct the misunderstanding. Because I'm doing something similar anyway, I'm just not going to treat Morlocks as disposable tools. I have limits. Machia nods. I start to explain the situation in general to Machia while sending some images to his mind with my telepathy, it's good practice. From the corner of my eye, I see Isabella bringing the equipment. I was prepared to help with telekinesis but Isabella improvised. She made Lab 4 tilt and the equipment is simply sliding in this room. A door also opens in the ceiling and I see the lab upside down, and the toughest material falling. She is finally getting creative. She is a genius after all. Not everyone is good at using powers, but intelligent people are usually good at it. It is not necessary for a person to be intelligent to be good with powers though. Machia is a simpleton, but he is very instinctively good and takes good decisions, although very direct. Machia, you know that this world is much more dangerous. Time to an upgrade. I say and reach out to touch Machia's arm. First I take some useless and superfluous power, and replace it with better powers. Like the gigantification of MT Lady that is better than Machia's earlier power that increases his height. Kirishima hardening, search, shock absorption, some enhancements, and finally, Luke Cage power. One of the 2 copies of Luke Cage power that I have at the moment. Now Machia won't lose easily even to a mild angry Hulk. He won't win against the Hulk, and the Hulk can get infinitely strong, but Machia is the ultimate shield, meatbag, now. And I will improve him even more in the future. That's Gigantomachia, but you can call him Machia. I say to Shago and Isabella. I introduce them both to the big guy too. In truth, he is my first follower, but because of logistical reasons I didn't bring him until now. I explain. I had intended to leave Machia at the farm I was going to acquire, but I changed my mind when the plan with the Morlocks went better than expected and after my conversation with Callisto. Shago waves with her hand to Machia, and Isabella bows her head. You can listen to them if I'm not around, Machia. I say, passing some authority to Shago and Isabella. Machia is a follower, he doesn't think much for himself, let's avoid problems in the future by creating a small hierarchy now. And where is Helena? I ask and Isabella prompt responds. She is training in another room, do you want me to bring her here? Isabella speaks. Unnecessary. I say simply and go back to explain things to Machia. That's everything, Master Hector. Isabella speaks after a while calling my attention to a large amount of tech in the corner of the room. Thank you for your hard work, Isabella. I'm going now. Gigantomachia, follow me. Remember, there's no need for you to involve yourself too much with the people we're going to meet. Just defend them from intruders and don't let them touch my stuff while I'm not around. I speak, still using my overlord tone of voice. As I speak I remove a Palantir, LOTR, from my inventory. And I use a giant chain to make a necklace and put it on Gigantomachia's neck. Voice. Palantir are crystal balls that serve for long-distance communication. With this, I can talk to Gigantomachia whenever I want, without fear of being intercepted by normal means. Much better than his previous radio. As I make final preparations to head back underground, I notice the way Isabella and Shago are standing. Back straight and looks a little tense. I can understand Isabella acting professionally, but Shago. Oh, it's my way of talking and acting. Are they affected a little? Well, when a laid-back/chill guy like me became serious tends to make people tense. And I also have respect-inducing templates of people like Valentine, Katakuri, and Batman. I have to be a little careful with this. A man needs several faces and it is necessary to know how to use these faces. I can't go around acting like everyone is my subordinate. If I can't separate this, I'm going to be a failure. I'm going now. I will come back soon if nothing happens. I say to both of them as I open a portal to the position where I was previously. I lift my tech with telekinesis and move, saying to Gigantomachia, follow me. As I cross the portal, I hear Shago comment to Isabella. He is so hot when he acts like that. Okay. Forget everything about what I said about separating things. Shago is probably an M, noted. Back to the Eidolon's room with the Morlocks. When I go through my portal, I see that Callisto, Caliban, and Mask are here with the addition of one more person, Mikhail. That is chained while sitting on the floor. They turn their faces in my direction as they see me walking through the portal, relaxing a little after seeing it's me. After that, I bring my equipment and put it in the empty big room, which is now mine. Then the portal expands even more and Gigantomachia appears carrying the last things. They become wide-eyed when they see Machia, and I even notice Callisto reflexively putting up a fighting stance. He is my subordinate, Gigantomachia. I say, placating everyone. He will live with you all here, he is very strong. Is all that I say. Callisto and Caliban nod, but still with their mouths a little agape. Is Machia so strange? Is it because he is big? Colossal-sized things always Oz people, right? How much this thing eats? Mask speaks, and unlike Shago, who was only surprised, I perceive hostility and fear in Mask. He will be sustained entirely by me, so you don't have to worry. I answer coldly. This guy make it easy to dislike him. I just give your guys plenty of food, bastard. After I've more or less sorted my things out, I turn to talk to Mikhail. Later I'll plug everything in and put a safety system in place when I'm away from prying eyes. So, speak. I say simply as I approach the kneeling Russian. Once again putting an intimidating posture. After all, everyone present is my subordinates or opponent. To my surprise, Mikhail looks at me calmly, even though he is so helpless and he must have realized by now that he no longer has access to his own powers. I expected this guy to be a little more desperate. I want to thank you, Mikhail says with a heavy Russian accent. I tilt my head a little. Did I hit his head too hard? I have done so many horrible things. I even hurt my little brother. My head is clear now. What have I done? My love. Tra. Would you hate me now? He starts talking until he starts crying and bends over, his forehead touching the floor as he subs. Okay. Something is weird here. A big Russian guy is crying like a little girl. Still keeping some of my posture cold, I straighten him out with telekinesis and speak. Speak clearly, man. He sobs a little before starts talking. His name is Mikhail Rasputin. He was a cosmonaut from the USSR. During a mission, he and his entire crew were caught by a dimensional rift and sent to another reality. Only he survived because of his powers that were awakened at that moment. There, in this new world, he met his future wife, Tramayazath, who was also the princess of the locals. He got into some political troubles because his father-in-law that was a tyrant, but overall he lived very well. Then disaster struck again. It seems the reality he found himself in was constantly plagued with dimensional rifts and dimensional storms, like earthquakes and hurricanes that often happen here on Earth. These are natural calamities, but people have learned to live with them. But one, in particular, was a disaster that threatened many people in the place where he lived. He then clumsily tried to close the dimensional rift with his spatial powers. He partially succeeded, but in the end a few hundred people died in the backslash, including Tramayazath. He got scarred and hurt too and decided to go into exile. One day he managed to return to Earth, and even met his brother, Pyotr the Colossus, but they had a fight over the difference in ideals. He almost killed his own brother. I was so hurt. In soul. And in body. Mikhail speaks with grief. My power is hard to use, and my flesh has been torn. I was in constant pain. Pain that becomes rage. And I. And he can't go on and starts crying again. This guy is not lying. My powers can tell. So this guy is fucking traumatized. He lost his friends and colleagues, lost his wife, and nearly killed his own brother. He is crazy because of circumstances. It seems that he was in constant physical pain from the injuries he had received. Physical pain can influence someone's mind. Like Dr. House, he is grumpy because he is in constant pain. So when I used Overhaul to give him a shock and win the fight undamaged, I resolved to fix him, and now that he is no longer being tortured by pain, he can see things more clearly. This is unexpected. Do you want us to believe you and pity you just because you have lost? Callisto speaks angrily from my side. Even though she says that, I feel like Mikhail's story has affected everyone a little. She just doesn't trust him. With reason, I could say. Mikhail in his suicidal rage almost dragged all the Morlocks with him. He is not lying. I can tell. I say, placating Callisto. Now I understand. You never want a revolution. You just want to die. But you want your death to have at least a little meaning. I say. He looks down ashamed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tra, I'm sorry, Pyotr. I'm sorry, Ilyana. I'm sorry, my friends. He says. Now, what to do? So. Besides apologizing and thanking me, what's your point in telling me this? I ask. He specifically wanted to talk to me. If he just wanted to apologize, he would have already done so. I'm not even a victim of him. Maybe he wants his power back. He looks at me and starts talking as calmly as he can. My crimes and sin can't be erased. I can just atone. I want to go and meet my little brother and sister proudly of myself. I can't do this as I am now. He starts looking at me directly and then lowers his head a little further, trying to maintain eye contact. We both came here to do the same things, but obviously you have the best intentions. You really want to do something good with these people. You even healed me, even though I'm your enemy. Let me help you. Take me as an underling or whatever. I want to do some good too. Like my brother does. Like Tra would want me to. He finishes with determination in his eye. Oh, interesting. Before I even give my answer, Callisto and Mask are already talking. Are you crazy? We can't trust him. I raise my hand to shut them both up. Caliban and Makia just stay silent. Caliban just seems to be the type who knows his place, not a conflict guy. And Makia just looks at me in awe. If it were possible, I would probably see the bond relationship go up to November 10th. I believe you. I say finally. I see Mikhail's face light up and the outrage on Callisto and Mask's faces. But. I continue before anyone interrupts me. Is not enough. To the people that you already hurt. I speak and see his expression darken. But I believe in second chances, and I also believe that everyone has the potential for great things, so I will help you tap your potential by giving you 2 options. I say, raising my hand and showing 2 fingers. These options are mainly to the benefit of these people and for you two to have your chance of redemption. I speak seriously. He nods his head gravely. Option 1, let me enter your mind, I say darkly. You will allow me to read your mind and memories to really know how sincere you are. Don't worry, I won't be looking at very personal things. This is the fastest method to you gain everyone's trust. I say, and let him digest what I said. The second option is, I will keep the restriction that I have placed on your power, but I will give you the freedom to live here, under surveillance, so that you can help this community into your own hands and gain their trust little by little and achieve your redemption. That's the long option. I say. If you choose option 1 and it proves true, I will release your power, but if you find out in your memories that you're lying to me, I threaten. I know he's not lying, I'm just saying this so the listeners know I'm serious. Sincerely, I want to help Mikhail. First I present a horrible and outrageous option, and then I present the best way. If I just let him live here, no one would like it. But presenting this option after another makes it easier for people to swallow the outcome. Manipulation 101. Words are like gemstones, it's all about how you deliver them to the person. If you gift it throwing at high speed, it will hurt regardless if it is precious. But if you put it in a fancy box, even if the gemstone is not that valuable, it will please the person. But to my surprise, Mikhail responds differently than I expected. The first option, he says without hesitation. As someone who hates the idea of someone looking at my memories, I find his response strange. Are you sure? Yes. I have nothing to hide. All right. I say and place my hand on top of his head. Unnecessary, but I need to do a show and it's good to downplay my powers. Don't worry, I'll stay away from your intimate moments. I say. Entering his mind, I confirm what I already knew. He is telling the truth, everything is like he says. I stay away from his happy memories, I don't want to see him naked with his wife. Finishing seeing the most recent memories and feeling the emotions he felt after his fight with me, I confirm again. He really does have a moment of realization and a pang of overwhelming guilt after he regained his sanity. He really was in constant pain, the world that he sees and feels is torture 24/7. Sigh. Withdrawing my hand, I get out of his mind. I confirm that he is 100% telling the truth. I've already released your power, you're free to go. No need to stay here. You have several other means of redemption. Go find your family, if you want. They can help you. I say, giving him the last way out and releasing him from the chains. He gets up but makes no move to attack or walk away. He's really tall and I notice the Morlocks feeling intimidated by him now that he's free. I just stand my ground calmly. No. I want to repay you. Let me help. He is serious. Fine. From this day forward you're my subordinate, like Makia here. I say, not rejecting the proposal. He might be helpful. And I feel like he's loyal, after all, he can just walk away, but he's decided to stick with me. I turn to the Morlocks. Go tell everyone what happened here. Callisto, you're in charge when I'm not here. Mikhail, you listen to her too. I say. He doesn't seem very happy, but he accepts. Callisto is glaring at him. Heh. Mask is downright rebellious, Caliban is neutral to the point that he doesn't care, and my most loyal people, Callisto and Mikhail, don't like each other. Being a leader is hard. After dismissing everyone except Makia, I start organizing my new personal hideout. I think there is a saying that, a smart bird has several nests, or something like that. I have northwest strings with this place. If I am discovered it won't be a big loss. I won't be doing anything important here either. Makia, this is just the beginning. These poor people need guidance. I'm different from All for One, even with all the methods he still made himself an enemy of the world and lived only in the shadows. I won't be satisfied with just the shadows, Makia. I want the whole world. I indoctrinate Makia as I work. I'll probably use Makia for some heroic jobs, but it doesn't mean I'll put spandex on him and make him a hero. But I might, for example, send him on a rescue mission, but that might go against Makia's beliefs of Lord of Evil, so it's better to make some things clear right now. Finally finishing everything, I turn around and speak. Contact me if anything happens. I will come here constantly. Don't let anyone near my things. After seeing him nodding, I disappear. Carvalho residence. Reappearing back at my house, I make my way to the living room, which is where Shago is watching TV while lying on the couch and eating snacks. Eating so late will make you fat. I say before stealing some to me too. Removing my cloak and lowering my half mask, I sit in an armchair. My hair and I start to return to normal and I'm just in my UMF suit and I watch a reality show where people do survival tests. Shago is staring at me. What? I ask. Nothing, I didn't realize you had all these muscles. HM Mama likes it very much. You should always dress like that at home. She speaks slowly as she looks me up and down blatantly as she bites her lip. I roll my eyes. Damn, dark upper lips, my weakness. To change the subject, I start to tell her about what I just did. So you are grooming some pawns? Shago asks after I explain the Morlocks. Well, I really want to help them. If they're useful I use them, but it's not a great loss to put some effort into helping these poor people. Is good for PR in the future, when I launch my ideas to the world. When you make a good deed without expecting recognition, people tend to believe you mean it. I know that the things I have done will come to light one day, but no one else does. I say lightly while watching TV. They also have little connections to the criminal world, little connections, but it's a start. I finish and get up to leave. After dodging an attempt from Shago to make me sleep in her room, I go up to my own room. This woman. If I give to temptation I lose. This little game that we are playing is dangerous, but I think about the long-term benefit. Let's meditate. I really almost don't need to sleep. Now in my room, after a good bath and a change of clothes, I am in a meditation pose as I reflect on my power. Today I managed to make a copy of Mikhail's power. A very good power, by the way. I can blend, hide, merge and move into the space like I'm moving in four-dimensional space. Or is the fifth dimension? I think the fourth dimension is time. And the fifth dimension is in the extra dimension of space. Oscar Klein and Theodore Kaluza made a theory about it. In DC, the fifth dimension is where the imps like Mr. MXYPTLK live. In this multiverse, I'm not really sure about these things. This power is dangerous too. One mishap and I'm turning to shreds. No wonder Mikhail is scarred. After meditating a lot about my power manipulation and getting in touch with several other powers, I've come to the conclusion that powers in general are strange. It is impossible to qualify powers in a set of rules. There are no rules to them. I remember in my other life watching videos of people showing what powers would look like in real life, showing simulations that Superman would cut Lois Lane into 3 pieces if he saved her from falling off a building. That it is impossible to move forward and fly without applying a counterforce. That it is not possible to lift a plane flying since there is no leverage. And how a body can't generate energy or mass out of nothing. But honestly, applying known physics from my past universe here is simply stupid. Things are different here, and powers have their own rules. Some rules are even weird, like Mask who can't use his power on himself. I suffer from something similar, but not as restrictive. I think I read about it in Worm, the fictional story about capes and their powers. There is something in that universe called the Manton effect, which speaks of the restrictions of powers. Some powers only work on living things, and others only work on inanimate objects, like Airy, Rewind, others work on other people but not on yourself, and even those powers that work only on yourself but not on others. I think this is a defense mechanism for our body, or is it simply some mental block? If I'm not mistaken, Mask may change his appearance in the future. And there are some cases in the Worm universe where this restriction is bypassed too. I have a little restriction in power manipulation too. Each time I copy a power from the same person, the copying time increases. It's not as overwhelming as, you can't copy the power from the same person 2 times, but it's a small inconvenience. I did some tests in BNHA World and I noticed that the time to make copies of a power increases by 20%/30% each time I copy. I assume it's a way to keep me from having infinite copies and ending up having a mental breakdown or imploding. I think the MC of that anime, Charlotte, had a similar problem. But, there's no one here to apply these rules. This is real life, not a game. I can cheat. I can cultivate power in other persons, brain-dead body, give power by other means like serums and then harvest. All for one and the doctor did that. Where are the developers or GMs? No one is gonna nerf me. I like this patch very, very much. After that, I focus on a little experiment. After half an hour of carefully meditating and using power manipulation, I finally got to do something I had wanted for a long time. Create a nerfed version of a power. I just made minor telepathy. Perfect. I can't help but talk out loud. For a long time, I tried to make weaker copies of a power, but whenever I interrupted the copying process to try to create a weaker version, the new power simply dissipated into nothingness. Now I got the gist of it. Now I can give more powers, without worrying about not being able to control my subordinates. I need to be crazy to give someone Omega-level powers like that. This is a problem for several reasons. And by giving weaker powers, I can give more powers too. Time to make more nerfed versions. Next day. Midtown High. Ugh. I did not sleep. I was so engrossed in making several minor versions that night turned to the day before I knew it. While it's not a problem, because I'm not feeling sleepy, I can't let it become a habit. It starts like this, soon I'll be holed up in a lab for days and create something that will destroy humanity. Let's go survive one more day in high school. Peter Parker POV Huff I got there in time this time, who steal convenience stores so early in the morning. Greeted Ned with our special handshake. I then turned to Gwen and give my greetings too. Looking at her I can't help but think about the conversation I had with Ned yesterday about how Gwen is so into me and that I should ask her out. Oh. Hector, good morning. Ned exclaims excitedly beside me, snapping me out of my thoughts. Ned took the initiative to greet the always unapproachable Hector on his own and to my surprise, Gwen also spoke to him. What did I miss? Hector just nods his head to the 3 of us, including myself, and I greet him back. And then he just goes his way and I notice Ned following Hector with his eyes. Would he agree to have lunch with us if I ask? Ned speaks after turning to us again. My confusion must have shown on my face because Gwen laughs, a very beautiful laugh. And she says, "Don't mind Ned. He has a man crush on Hector." She says silencing teasingly. Ned looks offended but joins in on the fun. It's not a man crush, it's a bromance. He says. Yeah. You two had such a cliché encounter, bumped into each other and he held you in his strong arms. Gwen still doesn't contain the smile. Woman. You wouldn't understand. Ned shakes his head. What's happening? I ask, even more confused. Hector is a bro. Ned says and drags us into the classroom while giving me Gwen signaling looks for me to probably take the initiative. After all, I promised Ned I'd ask her out today. But not now. Later. During lunchtime, yes. It will be better at this time. Later, still Peter POV. Yes. She accepted. If I wasn't in school I would probably be screaming and dancing. Ned is also very happy. Aya. This went better than expected. Saturday. Saturday we are going out. Okay Peter, you need to do research about better places and what girls expect on first dates. Don't mess this up. Now is PE and the teacher says that it will be a simple dodgeball game since it's the first week of school. A part of me wants to show off my powers and easily win this dodgeball game. But I know that is not right. But at the same time, I don't want to embarrass myself, even more so now that Gwen has agreed to go out with me. Maybe I should show off a little. While I think this, the teams are formed. It's not a fair matchup. Most of the athletic guys are on the other side, and Ned and Hector are on the same team as me. Looks like Hector is going to be targeted by Flash and his friends. I see them glaring at him. Looking at my side I see Hector totally unbothered and with a bored expression on his face, like he wants to be anywhere but here. If I break my own leg, can I be excused of these things? I hear Hector mutter to himself. Damn, how much he hates this. The game begins, and it's no surprise that we're being destroyed. The best ones on our team are me and Hector. Hector has good moves, but he dodges clumsily and his throw is very bad, hasn't hit anyone so far. Just to be clear. He is acting. Don't take other people's impressions of Hector as the truth. The game progress, I'm doing a good job as far as human limits go and Hector seems to have given up on throwing the balls and is just reflecting what the enemy throws at him with the ball he has in his hands. He's doing a good job, but it doesn't seem to be that complicated as the other team is just aiming in his face and crotch. And then it happens. A ball thrown by Flash with full force flies towards Hector and he reflects, but the ball changes direction very strongly. For the audience, to the girls, to Gwen. My spider sense flare and I move super fast to catch the ball before it hits Gwen, but I slipped. And the ball goes unhindered and hits Gwen square in the head. My heart sank. Before I even get up Gwen is already being helped by Hector who is holding her head higher than the rest of her body. Moving fast I crouch down by Gwen's side. She is still unconscious. Before I can act Hector lifts Gwen. Help me maintain her head still. Let's take her to the infirmary, he says to me. Helping him, we move Gwen slowly and carefully to the infirmary where we deposit Gwen on a bed. After dispersing the rest of the onlookers, only Hector and I were left with the nurse along with Gwen. You moved very well. I hear someone speak. I take my eyes off Gwen and see Hector looking at me. Air. Okay, thanks I guess. I reply and he continues. I mean, the moment the ball flew towards Gwen. You had such a burst of speed. Incredible. He says calmly. I just keep silent. Do you like her? Hector continues. Why air? Oh, I mean. I find myself surprised. It's okay. This much is obvious. Hector continues nonchalantly. I was just impressed with how fast you went to protect her. Very heroic. Yeah. I say, keeping my eyes on Gwen. It's a pity that wasn't enough. Hector continues to speak and I turn to him again. You went in. It would be a good save. Too bad. Accidents happen, luckily she'll be fine. After all, it's just a ball. Hector speaks nonchalantly, but his words hit me like a truck. Well, I have an appointment. And it will be nice to leave the two of you alone. Hector says getting up, I get up too and give him a handshake. Thanks for helping her, dude. He looks at me and my hand. After a few seconds that becomes awkward, and he smirks. I don't understand. Hey. You're welcome. It's my fault anyway. I'll leave the two lovebirds alone. It will be nice if the first person she sees after waking up is you. Hector speaks with a rare smile. Bye-bye. And good luck on your date. He talks as he walks through the door. Thanks. Wait, how does he know that? I shake my head and focus on Gwen now. So many things are going through my mind. I can't help but think on what Hector has said. Hector POV. And that will be my good deed of the day. I reflect the ball in Gwen's direction on purpose and make Peter slip too. Is a crude method to give a little wake-up call to Peter and... Ugh. I'm such a busybody. During my contact with Gwen, I give her a little boon. Minor shock absorption. Even though I said I wasn't going to be Peter's babysitter, I can't help but want to protect and prevent a future disaster that might happen. And it was a minimal effort, barely worth notice. I got this idea during my conversation with Callisto about how she survived a car accident with only weak powers. Minor shock absorption is hard to be noticed and will not save Gwen entirely. If she is hit by a truck she will be hurt, be deformed, but will live. People will call it a miracle and will not suspect that she has powers. She will also likely survive being whiplashed from being grabbed by a suddenly falling web, for example. With this, I don't have to keep tabs on every Spider-Man fight, and it also makes me feel a little more relaxed. Honestly, nobody deserves a death like that. And knowing that it might happen, I think everyone would want to prevent it. Parker's luck is a bitch. Any fan would want the guy to be happy for more than 8 hours. The only risk would be her body rejecting the power. But this is Marvel, and Gwen has various powers in many versions, like Ghost Spider and Gwenpool, so I took a chance and believed that she would receive the power without any problems. And bam, goes without a hitch. She received it too well. Is everyone in this universe like that? I need to test. Coming home, I decide to just tinker a little. I've done a lot of things these past few days. Shago follows me constantly and stays by my side while I work. She is bugging me to let her have some fun, do something, go out. I keep her here because it's not the moment, but I think I can speed up my plans a little. She and Helena need to move out anyway. Master Hector, Mr. Nelson called and said your emancipation documents is ready. Isabella speaks after entering my lab. Oh nice. Can you go get me, Isabella? I still don't want to meet them in person for now. I say. No problem. She bows and starts to retreat. Take a gift with you. Take one of the wines and give it to them. A chateau. And tell them I will pay them when my bank accounts are released. I say. She bows again and withdraws. Huh. Another step. Hey, don't ignore me. Shago talks as she sits on my lap. Calm thoughts, Hector. Clean your mind. You're adult now, let's celebrate like adults. She smirks. Amitpa. Clean your mind. If you give in, you lose. Remember Hector. Nelson and Murdoch. Feeling Nelson return to the inner room with a smile on his face and holding a bottle of wine, Matt couldn't help but smile at his friend's excitement. Cheers. To a successful work. Nelson speaks excitedly. Karen Page can't help but smile at Nelson's excitement, he's even been doing some weird dance. A Chateau Petrus 1990. Nelson exaggeratedly sniffs the wine as if he's a great wine connoisseur and the name isn't on the label. This thing must pay months of my rent. Cheers to a happy client. Matt speaks. A happy and rich client. Nelson corrects. Karen laughs. That is the beginning, Matt, finally the things are looking good to us. Nelson speaks. Don't forget that we don't do that for the money, Foggy. Matt says but still smiles. Yes, but money helps. Now. I need to buy some fancy glasses to put this wine in, we can't drink it in disposable cups. The money has gone to your head, Foggy. You are impossible now. Karen says as she smiles. Next day, Carvalho residence. Hector POV. It's hard for me to get drunk. I just confirmed. So I'm sure nothing much happened, even though I had 3 drunk women sleeping by my side. We are in the living and it all started with Shago discovering my father's wine cellar. Ugh. Even Helena and Isabella got carried away by Shago. Such a bad influence. She must be proud of herself. Isabella is sleeping on the couch, her hair loose. Helena and Shago are hugging me on either side while I'm in the floor. Staring at the ceiling, I try to get my thoughts and senses out of their bodies that are pressing against mine. Shago is hugging me like a koala and Helena is with her face dangerously close to my crotch, and her ass is sticking out to me. If I just move a little and close my fingers, I will realize the dream of all weebs. Just a little movement. Do it. My shoulder devil that eerily looks like a mini Palpatine whisper in my ear. Don't do it. One moment is not worth what you can have in the future, my shoulder angel that looks like Master Oogway. Why am I such a weirdo? They're expecting that. Do you think they'd get drunk on you if they didn't want you to take action? Darth Sidious whispers. No. You need to come clean and be forefront with them. You can't abuse the feeling tot or budding because of essence. Master Oogway speaks wisely, making me reflect. But then he continues. And after this, you do it. What? So is for me to do this anyway. Yes. Do it. Palpatine whispers and disappears like a Force ghost. Master Oogway looks at me as he disappears in a flurry of petals and part, leaving me his final words. If there's a hole, there's a goal. My subconscious is strange. Carefully getting up, I tuck all the girls into bed and let them sleep. Taking a strand of hair of Shago that is annoying her nose, I think this situation is obviously a lie if I say that I'm not attracted to her. And her advances give me a chance to progress. But it feels wrong. She doesn't love me. She have the hots for me, I can feel, but is not love. But in the future, I think it may be inevitable for things to progress like that. Because of this, I'm in no rush. If I have a one-night stand with her, will just complicate things in the future. Can I even reciprocate these feelings? They are even real. Ugh. She is stuck with me for life. Should I take responsibility? I don't feel like that for Helena and Isabella. At least for now. Maybe because they maintain a respectful distance. TCH. I will jog. After doing my normal route I sit on a bench to think. That might not be a problem now. I might consider Shago just being flirty, but I'm sure it will be a problem in the future. I feel someone approaching to sit on the same bench as me. Taking a quick look to see if it's anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. I see he is just the homeless guy. He sits and relaxes beside me. I just ignore him until I realize he's familiar. Oh. You are the guy who was seeing a ghost a month ago. I talk. This is the guy I tested D4C on. He looks at me squinting his eyes until he recognizes me. I've changed quite a lot. You are that kid from that day. Damn boy. What have you been eating? He speaks looking at me up and down. Despite everything, I laugh out loud. Ha. Grandma food. I reply and it's his turn to laugh. Hi. That's the best there is. Eat a lot, he talks and I just agree. But it appears that he is not done. That day, man. I can swear for everything that is sacred that someone grabs my wrist. But nobody believes me, he strikes up a conversation. I believe in you. I speak simply. You do. Yeah. There's a man spider thing fighting crime. Nothing is impossible now. Hiya. That's true, that's true. After that, he started talking. And damn he talks. I feel awkward to just getting up and leave. So I listen to his rant. He tells me about his life, his problems, and the past. I just listen. And you, kiddo? What's your problem? He asks. I need to have a problem. I ask raising an eyebrow. You are here right now. Alone. You must be thinking about something. And there are better places to think if it's something good. He speaks. I just shrug my shoulders. Girl, he asks conspiratorially. I look at him. Girls. I knew it. Always women. We can't live with them, but we can't live without them. Kiddo, you are young, don't fret so much about a girl. There are many fishes on the sea. He starts advising me. Not that I asked. It's more complicated than that. I speak. Oh. How? Against my better judgment, I resolve to speak to the steer. There are some girls. I start. Some. Damn. Then you don't have a problem. Hiya. He laughs at his own joke. And I just look at him. Sorry, go on. Let's say a girl like me. But she doesn't have much of an option. And I feel like I'm taking advantage of that. I say, trying to simplify the situation. Do you like her? Well. I don't love her. But you can say that I like her. Well, problem solved. She likes you, you like her. Just treat her well. He speaks. Ugh, it's more complicated than that. There's a chance of mild mind control involved. Maybe you're the one complicating things. Arg. I don't know why I talk to you. Maybe I thought you were secretly a hermit or something. Full of knowledge and experience in life. I say, leaning back on the bench. Hiya. Kiddo, you're watching too many movies, he laughs. Whatever, old man. I'm coming. Thanks. I say as I get up. You're welcome. Thanks for listening to my rant too. Let me say, kiddo. At the end of life, you regret the things you didn't do more than the things you did. I just nod before going back home. Night of the same day. The day followed naturally with the exception of Isabella apologizing for her behavior. At the beginning of the night, Spider-Man had a fight with the Green Goblin. Seeing the fierce fight and knowing that Norman will probably stay away from the public to recover, I decide to advance my plans to invade Oscorp. I personally used the little EMP attack into the block of Oscorp and prepared the invasion for Sago and Isabella. The two seem excited to finally be able to act. Watching the happenings on the camera that I left on both of their uniforms, I remain seated in front of the huge monitor. Cathalhu in my lap and Isabella collecting everything Shago recovered. Everything goes smoothly until the small confrontation with Black Widow and Hawkeye. What unlucky scenario. I say, frowning. Well, they probably also took advantage of the window I opened with EMP attack. I don't interfere and don't even give instructions. In the end, the results are satisfactory. After the objective is accomplished, I bring Shago and Helena with warping. Gag reflex. I hear Shago speak as she emerges. She has nothing to complain about. I change the flavor of the warping liquid to vanilla. Good job. I say to both, almost flawless execution, except you playing with your opponent and being caught off guard, Shago. I say. Shago snorts. I need to gain time to download everything, and since I can't kill her, on your orders. I went for the second option. She answers petulantly. But I can't let this slide. I already have an idea of Shago's personality. She is greedy, narcissistic, sassy, and likes to act spoiled. Everything is acceptable, but I can't let her become arrogant and conceited. And ending up hurt or killed because of this. It doesn't change the fact that you were careless. I sternly say, I hope it won't happen again. She looks away and says a low, okay. That said, you also lost control of your emotions very easily, no need to torture Black Widow like that. There are no eternal enemies, Shago. Only interests. One day maybe we could use her. I add. Shago only pouts. Honestly. I don't care how she acted with Natasha, she doesn't even overdo it. I don't even know Black Widow, she may even become an enemy in the future. Just because I read or watched her in my past life doesn't mean she's someone I'll treat well no matter what. For me, my Shago is worth more than 10 Natashas. But Shago doesn't need to know this. She will become spoiled. Shago is the type of woman that you need to keep on the edge. She has this competitiveness with Helena, and for me that's great. So I will not favor her. Good job again, Helena. Let's eat now. Rest well afterward. I say to a Helena who waves and a Shago who snorts again. I will spoil you in the future, relax. Saturday. Finally a day off. Relaxing while reading a book on the couch, Shago is lying next to me with her legs over my own. Then. I feel the biggest chill I've ever felt in my life. I know right away that, danger sense, spider sense, the force, and other powers warning me. But I don't feel the danger for me specifically. It's as if the danger is spread through the air. All over the place. All over the city. I'll take a tablet out of my inventory and look at the various cameras I've placed around town. Chaos. Everything has going to shit. There's panic on the streets, explosions, death. I get up and open the window for a view of the city. Mas que desgraça. Goddammit, I curse in Portuguese, it's rare for me to lose control like that. In my view, there's a fucking cliché of giant sky beam. It is blue and is opening a portal where an army is falling down and wreaking havoc in New York. The girls have come up behind me and are looking at the prelude to disaster. This is the plot of the Avengers movie, but this is too much. The sky is dark just by the amount of the Chitauri army, there are a dozen of Leviathan-like ships and... What is this cold? The scale is at least 10 times worse than what I've seen in the movie, and it's just getting started. What is that? I hear Isabella ask. Invasion. It's Helena who answers gravely. Faster than girls can react, I'm already gone. Using Mikhail's teleport powers, I already appear high in the sky at a safe distance to not have my location pinpointed. I've quickly changed into my suit and am already flying at high speed to the center of the confusion. TCH. The year is still 2004. I knew that the timeline is not reliable, and the fact that Iron Man 2 had already happened make the chances of the Chitauri invasion happening this year very high. But that's too fast. Act while you think. I practically hear the voice of the previous holders of the One for All in my mind. Going head first into the thick of things and generating sonic booms as I fly, I sink my heel into a Leviathan's head, shattering the half-creature half-ship thing. My arrival attracts the attention of everyone involved, Chitauri, civilians. Oh, the Avengers. Well. The tutorial is over. It's time for Idolan's debut. In the corner of my eye, I see a random couple running around, and for some reason, my thoughts go to Gwen and Peter. Wait. Today is their date. And there is a fucking invasion. Serious universe. Give the guy a break. Damn Parker's luck. Yeah. Things have gone to 0 to 100 very fast. It's impossible to Hector cover everything, unfortunately. Shield secrecy backfires. Some things will be different. I hope you all enjoyed it. Till next time. Stay good you all. Bye-bye. Chapter 34, Unexpected Changes. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. No plans survive first contact with the enemy. Helmuth von Moltke. Eidolon POV. I was never a wildly patriotic person. My two motherlands are full of problems and things I'm not very proud of, but if an outsider spoke badly about both the USA and Brazil, I would be a little angry. So this is the first time I feel this anger that seems to burn from the bottom of my being. My city, my country, my planet. It's being invaded. And that bothers me. Very, very much. In a second I take out my surroundings. Destruction, fire, raining debris, people panicking. Well, my entry seems to have caused a little pause in this part of the battlefield. I think I made an impression. Serious, dude. You're filming me instead of running away. Kids those days, sigh. Even though I'm still pissed off with this invasion, a part of me knows this is a great opportunity as it's the best time for my debut. I could have started heroing a long time ago. But all I was going to win would be the title of Mutant Menace by J. Jonah Jameson. I see how Spider-Man is treated despite him constantly saving people. A smart man learns from his mistakes, a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. That's my main motto in the Marvel world. I might save a few people here and there, but in the end, people would find a way to hate me and blame me for some reason. To this day people still think that supervillains only appear as a response to Spider-Man vigilante activities. But this invasion. I have zero involvement with this shit. I'm only here to help. People will blame the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the government, and Loki. But only idiots will blame me for that. Sigh. Okay, forget that I said this. I know I'm still going to get some of the blame anyway. I can't underestimate human stupidity. But this situation is already the best case scenario. Making a good first impression here will jumpstart good changes in how mutants are viewed by the public. Looking down I spot the heroes of the moment. More people than in the movie. Maybe that's why this invasion seems to be much worse than expected. Some sort of cosmic balance. It has the expected heroes like Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and I've seen Iron Man flying before. No sign of Thor and Hulk for now. But there are extras that didn't appear in the movie, but that I hoped would help here, Ant-Man and Wasp, Susan Storm and The Thing. Reed and Human Torch must be somewhere else. Spider-Man should be helping as he can away from here as well. And maybe more reinforcements will appear, but better not to be optimistic. As I slowly float to the ground I wave my hand down and crush all the Chitauri soldiers on the street. Eidolon. Here to help. I say, hand signaling to myself as I address Captain America. Situation. I speak simply. He looks confused for a moment. Maybe a little dazed by my sudden entrance, but he proves to be an experienced soldier and starts talking. Alien invasion by the Norse god Loki and an unknown woman. They are using an artifact called the dodecahedron to open 2 portals to bring their armies here. Captain America quickly and efficiently reports the situation to me. 2 portals. An unknown woman. Dodecahedron. What the fuck, oh no. Now I remembered. The MCU's Cosmic Cube or the Tesseract is very different from its comic book counterpart. In the comics, the cube is an artifact that connects to the Beyonders dimension, giving reality warping powers to whoever uses it. Honestly, I've seen a lot of discussions in my past life about which weapon is stronger, the Cosmic Cube versus the Infinity Gauntlet. The fact that the Space Stone is probably in this dodecahedron or whatever is an indication that the real Cosmic Cube, an object that can reshape the universe, is out there. In the universe. It can be retrieved by anyone at any time. And there's probably nothing I can do about it. Holy shit. Ugh. I can feel a headache already. Let's think about this later. This time there are 2 portals and an unknown woman. I ask. We don't know who she is. She is helping Loki and is dressed in green. Captain America replies. Hela. In the MCU she is the daughter of Odin, but in the comics, she is actually Loki's daughter. So it wouldn't be strange that she's helping the god of mischief. The woman can brainwash people, especially men. Be careful. Is not a good experience. Hawkeye talks next to me, as he shoots an arrow at a Chitauri in the distance. That doesn't seem to be Hela's style. Amora. I see, that makes sense. There's no cube here. And no scepter either. This universe is like mending with the comic elements. Filling the gaps. Amora is replacing the role of Loki's scepter. If you think about it, it's logical that Thanos wouldn't give an Infinity Stone to someone to go and retrieve another Infinity Stone. So the Mind Stone is out there in the universe too. Ugh. I see. I will be careful. Thanks for the warning. I wave my hand casually and bring a Chitauri soldier who is still alive to me telekinetically. Captain America and the other heroes seem confused by my actions. I hold the Chitauri soldier in the air and make him look at me. He only grunts and hisses. Can you understand me? He doesn't react. He just tries to swing his arms to hit me. I try to get into his mind, but all I get is simple things like kill, obey, and things like that. Not words, just these instincts ingrained in his mind. I draw his own weapon into my hand and aim it at his head. The universal sign of threatening someone. Everyone understood this. But the reptilian soldier doesn't seem to care and continues to try to attack me. It seems that communication and understanding are impossible. I speak lightly before squeezing my hand and breaking his neck. not caring about the gruesome sound that made Invisible Woman and the thing flinch. I quickly and professionally move the subject in the air to observe it. Even disassembling him a little. Looks like they're disposable soldiers. A reptilian humanoid alien that has over 70% of its body replaced by cybernetic implants. I say to everyone. I attract another Chitauri soldier that is already dead and compare the two. Exactly the same. Maybe clones, so they must produce these guys in batches. Do you guys know what that means? I ask. It means that it is possible that there is an astronomical amount of them. Hank Pym is the only one who answers. Making everyone show grim faces. Who is handling the portal? I ask. Reed Richards went with Human Torch and Bruce Banner to try to close the equipment that is generating the two portals. Captain America responds. Good. I say as I finish disassembling the Chitauri specimens. The core of their exoskeleton is in the cervical spine. If you get the chance, a good hit here should make them useless. But the metal that makes up their armor is stronger than usual. So it's not a weak point per SE. I report, it seems that's all I can figure out with what little time I have. Better start moving. I'm telekinetically destroying enemies from a distance, but it will be more efficient if I go to fight soon. I will deal with the second portal. Which is to the north, right? I say. Yeah. How do you know? Natasha asks. I can feel the cold coming from that direction. If my guess is correct, Loki has connected the second portal with Jotunheim. Whatever army he's bringing will be bad enough, but the absurd cold weather will kill people much faster and it's harder to defend too. You can't punch the cold. I say. I turn to Hawkeye and ask. Needs a ride to a high point? I move my hand and stop a Chitauri chariot that was flying at high speed above us. Making the flying ship land, I destroy the pilots and take the weapons intact and throw them to the Black Widow. This should be more efficient than your current weapons. She holds the energy rifle and gives an appreciative look. Oh, how did you know that was exactly what I wanted for my birthday? She talks while testing the weight of the weapon. There's more in the flying ship. And grenades too. I say. Hawkeye sighs and speaks. What did you do? You can't give these news toys to an unsupervised kid like that. Have you checked the age restriction? He says jokingly but looks a little worried and is slowly backing away from the Black Widow. It appears that their relationship is like the MCU. Piss off Clint. Just because he is a man that knows how to give gifts to a woman, you don't need to be jealous. The redhead spy responds looking affronted. I like you already, new guy. She says a little flirty to me. Ugh. Now I know why she and Shago don't get along. They're very similar. Rolling my eyes beneath my hood, I turn around and say, I'm going now. I'll lighten up the burden here a little before heading north. Captain America nods. I'm counting on you. He says. I just nod and take a flight straight to the skies. Hee hee. Captain America is counting on me. How cool is that? From my appearance until now, only a little over a minute has passed. It's not long, but I know many have died in the meantime. But it was necessary to get in touch with my colleagues for today. Reaching a good altitude, high above the skyscrapers, I stop and watch the large number of Chitauri pouring out of the portal. This portal is directly connected with the vacuum of space. I can observe some drastic atmospheric changes close by. But not as much as expected if a literal hole in the fabric of space opened directly into our troposphere. That portal must be stabilizing the surrounding area in some way. I'm curious. But now is not the time. Starting to shrink, bringing my arms and legs closer to my body, I start to attract all nearby enemies. The space around me distorts a little as all the Chitauri are caught in my gravitational field. When I accumulate enough power, I release my omnidirectional force/telekinetic blast in the sky. BOOM. I think 40% of the enemy army has turned to dust with this. A large area around me is empty. I don't waste much time and start flying towards the second portal. This help is all I can do for now to avoid casualties in this area. Beep. My communicator beeps. Yes. I hear Isabella's voice. Master Eidolon, I would like to report that Huntress and Lady Jade asked to be teleported to help against the invasion. She remembers referring to me as Eidolon when I'm in my suit. Oh, Helena, I can understand, but Shago going out of her way to help. Frankly, I intended to make Shago responsible for my villainous activities. And Helena with anti-hero activities. But I think this is already blown up when they came into contact with Hawkeye and Black Widow. I'll give the role of anti-hero to both of them. In the future, I will have to find someone to handle my shady business. Help them with whatever they need. And bring them back if they end up in imminent danger. I talk while flying and slash enemies with my blade arms. Understood. And I want you to do some things to me. I say to Isabella as I adjust my plans. Carvalho residence, minutes early. Shago POV, oh, no, that looks bad. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. I say as I turn away from the window. Isabella, please bring my things. Helena says without taking her eyes off the window. After a second of hesitation, Isabella opens a portal and brings out 3 suitcases. Helena opens them without hesitation, revealing the contents. One of them has her new costume, made of unstable molecule, and finally covers the entire body of the slut. Who lets the belly button exposed? Are you some kind of dancer? In the other suitcase, there are 3 crossbows. Of different sizes. The medium one is the size of Helena's old crossbow. The smaller one is for the forearm and the big one is fucking huge. I remember Hector muttering something about a woman and laughing at a joke that only he understood while doing the crossbows. Hee hee. Just like Vane. Bruce Vane. Everything falls in place. He is weird sometimes. The third suitcase is full of bolts that do different things like electrocuting, exploding, and with trackers. Are you gonna be out there? I can't help but ask the obvious. Yeah. You don't. She shots back. Nah. Hector got this. If he wanted help he would ask. I answer. I will contact Master Hector of your decision, Miss Helena. Isabella speaks to the side. Ha. Typical. Isabella is a snitch. Good to know. But I'm starting to feel left out. This isn't right. I can't let this woman surpass me. Isabella, bring my things too. I speak. Isabella gives me a look before opening another portal with my suitcase. Only one. HMPF, I'm just more frugal, is not because Hector likes Helena more. Dressing quickly, I prepare to impress Hector. Have you changed your mind? Helena asks with a raised eyebrow. Like I will let you take the lead, bitch. Yeah. I can't let people conquer my world before me. It's an insult to me and the future world order that I will establish, how dare they? I answer simply. She just rolls her eyes. We're not going to play. This is serious. She says seriously. I know. Be a hero, right? Easy. Just kick ass, look good and, another thing that I forgot, but it shouldn't be important. I reply dismissively. Save people, maybe. She speaks a little in disbelief. Yeah. That's it. It was on the tip of my tongue. I look at my nails. I hope they don't break, it would be a bigger disaster than this invasion. I put on my gloves after removing my ring which changes the color of my skin and then my mask. Drop us off, Isabella. I say setting my hands on fire to test my powers. A portal appears and Helena and I jump in without hesitation longer. Morlock sewers, third-person POV. The underground is shaking. The surface explosions are reverberating throughout the place. The mutants that inhabit the sewers are nervous and getting ready to send someone to investigate. But before they could proceed, a person simply appears out of nowhere in front of the Morlocks. It is the figure of a woman wrapped in black mist. After a while, she reveals herself to be a tall woman in a maid uniform. But her face and hands are still made of black mist, her eyes are the only thing you can identify on the face without features. Her eyes are just 2 purple slits. Who are you? Callisto asks, putting herself in front of the non-combatants. Mikhail advances to stand beside her, ready to fight. The fact that the newcomer is in a maid's uniform took the tension out of the Morlocks, but they still haven't let their guard down. Greetings, I'm the caretaker. The woman who is obviously Isabella speaks as she hesitates a little. Her alias is something she and Hector hadn't decided on yet. Many names have been suggested as simply the maid, mama, housekeeper, Hestia, the Greek goddess of hearth and home. But Hector gave up on that idea at the same time he proposed because he doesn't want to have any connection with these crazy pantheons of gods. By the way, Shago suggested Dami Mommy, but it wasn't accepted either. So Isabella has now decided on caretaker, which she thinks fits nicely and she doesn't really care too much anyway. I'm here on behalf of Eidolon to say a few things. Isabella continues. Knowing she came on Eidolon's orders made most relax. First of all, these disturbances you are feeling are due to a battle taking place on the surface. The details you will know in the future, but you need not worry. Eidolon will do everything to make sure you guys are not affected. Isabella pauses to take a look at everyone's reaction before she continues. She talks calmly and gently as if she is convincing children to behave. You must be Mikhail. Isabella says, turning to the big Russian. Yes. Mikhail confirms unnecessarily. Eidolon said that the battle now is a good opportunity for your redemption. If you're willing. She says while narrowing her eyes. Mikhail is dumbfounded for a second before showing a serious expression. I will trust in the judgment of the leader. He says. Good. Guide me to Makia. Eidolon said to get him too. Follow me. Mikhail speaks before starting to head towards the Eidolon makeshift room. Isabella gives a deep bow to the rest of the Morlocks and says goodbye. Just stay calm. Everything will be all right. Words of Eidolon. She speaks before starting to follow Mikhail. On the way, Isabella explains the situation in more detail. On the alien invasion. Mikhail asks a little absent-mindedly. You don't look very surprised. I have seen my fair share of crazy things, my lady. We are here. The two arrive at the entrance of a large room, and the 4-meter-tall Makia appears to be sleeping. But as they approach he lifts his head and sniffs the air a little. Master's maid. He says. Yes. Makia. Master is fighting. Before she even finished speaking the men giant started to rise. The master has given you a mission, Makia. Activate your necklace. Isabella speaks. Makia reaches for the palantir, which rests on his neck. The moment he touches and thinks about talking to Hector he hears a voice in his head. Makia. Are you listening to me? Master. My dear Makia. He hears Hector's soft voice. Aliens are invading the world that is meant to be mine, Makia. This can't stand. A little anger oozes from the voice in Makia's mind. The maid will teleport you, Makia. Destroy the enemies and protect my world and the people who live in it. Phrasing is important in dealing with subordinates. Hector knows this very well. Makia is no hero material, so he has to adapt. Images begin to appear in Makia's mind. Whose enemy is it, and to protect and avoid do as much destruction as possible. After a while Makia turns to Isabella. Bring me there, little friend. Okay. Do you want a mask, Mikhail? Isabella says as she hands a communicator to Mikhail. No. Mikhail says as he puts the communicator to his ear. I don't have a life other than this one. And I want my little brother and sister to be proud of me. When their big brother saves the world. He speaks determinedly. Isabella only nods. All right. Mist begins to spread when Isabella opens another large portal. North of New York. Loki, stop this madness at once. The angry god of thunder yells at his adopted brother. The region where they are has already become a land of ice and snow. Thor is doing his best to control the weather and hold off the cold till the humans have time to evacuate. But even with his efforts, Thor knows that many will die. The chilly winds of Jotunheim are not something a normal person can shrug off. I'm just making my own destiny, foolish brother. Unlike you who were born with the throne in hand, I am having to earn it by my own abilities. Loki speaks condescendingly. He feels very secure and that everything is in his control, as a small army of frost giants stands between him and Thor. A throne built on the corpses of innocents. Thor spat, is this the kind of king you want to be, Loki? Thor rants furiously as he sends a frost giant flying with a Mjolnir strike. What do you think Odin's throne is made of? Underneath all that gold is blood and dead bodies too, brother. You can't be so naive that you don't know even this. Loki says. I will stop you. And make you see sense. Thor exclaims before spinning Mjolnir and lunging towards Loki, his red cape billowing behind him. Are you sure that you want to do that? Loki wiggles his index finger before making a woman appear in front of him. The woman is gagged and tied in green ropes of magic. Jane. No, it can't be. This is one more of your tricks, Loki. You're going too far. Thor speaks furiously. He'd spoken to Jane on the cell earlier. While on the helicarrier with the other heroes. While the scientists Reed, Banner, Pym, and Stark work to locate the dodecahedron. She is safe at that time. It can't be Jane. But how does Loki know about Jane? Are you sure that you can risk? Loki says, opening a portal that glows green beside him. The portal connects with the rooftop of some building. To Loki, Thor is the only one who can stop him now. If he can keep Thor busy he can stop the pesky humans who want to destroy the machine Selvig created to channel the energy of the space stone. What will you believe, Thor? Loki says before throwing Jane off the high place he is standing on. He doesn't even look at her as he crosses the portal to plot with the other heroes. Thor has to stop Loki, but even if it's an illusion. Even if he proves that Jane isn't real. Thor can't risk it. Electricity runs through his entire body. Thor has never pushed himself as hard as that moment when he launches himself into the sea of frost giants to capture Jane before she meets a horrible fate. Arf. Thor flies really fast, but he won't make it in time. Expertly he swings his hammer making a gust of wind which goes against Jane, stopping her fall enough to him catch up. Meanwhile, he hits several frost giants in the way. He doesn't realize, however, that many more frost giants are already moving deeper in the city. Don't caring about him at all. Rolling a little on the ground with Jane in his embrace, Thor finally stops and looks at her to make sure that she is okay. He is glad he came to save her. The sensation of her body is not an illusion. It's real. But before he can get a good look at Jane, she glows green and an object the size and shape of a football ball appear in front of him. The warlock's eye. It's all that his mind registers before everything goes blank. Amora stands up triumphantly. The plan is a success. She has to admit that Loki is pretty good with lowly tricks and schemes. Removing the illusion that makes her look like the mortal lover of Thor, she waves her hands, ending the spell. Using the image of a lowly woman is humiliating for her. And to see Thor disregard his own safety for other woman that is not her prick her right where it hurts. She will make Thor kill Jane with his own hands to prove that he loves her more, much more than that Midgardian harlot. Amora's mind control is different from normal. She doesn't turn the men she controls into mindless puppets, she changes their sense of priority. Making her the person most loved by them. That they will do anything for her. Thor, get up, she orders. Thor opens his eyes that glow green for an instant before reversing to their normal coloring of blue. He gets up and faces Amora. Tell me, Thor. Who do you love the most, she asks, unable to stop her heart from beating faster in anticipation. You, my love. Amora is the one that I love the most. Thor speaks sincerely. A smile blooms on Amora's beautiful face. Yes, my dear. Finally, you come to your senses. She says sultrily as she approaches Thor and hugs him. Thor instinctively leans forward and kisses her. Amora allows herself to get lost in the moment. After some time she reluctantly separates from Thor and speaks. Thor, my love. Go help your brother a little and come back to me later. No need to seriously help, just put on a show that's helping. Loki little rebellion will be over when Odin comes. But we are together forever. With a peck on the lips Amora bids farewell to Thor and prepares to abandon Loki and Midgard. Now that she has everything she needs, she no longer has to waste time here. It needs time for the spell to ingrain in Thor's mind and become immovable. She doesn't want to be here when Odin's wrath falls on Loki. By the time Odin remembers Thor, it will be too late. While Amora is thinking about the bright future ahead, space shifts close to her. Pain assails her neck when she sees a figure in a black mantle appear out of nowhere and punch her throat. Faster than she can react, Idolin reaches out and uses larceny to steal the warlock's eye that was floating near Amora, and stores the artifact in the inventory. Yo-cough***, Amora can't speak but raises her hands glowing green, making Idolin narrow his eyes. So she can still use magic without chanting or something. The game's lied to me. Idolin thinks as he clenches his fist, crushing Amora's hands together telekinetically, breaking some fingers in the process. Ah. With a kick to the solar plexus, Idolin sends Amora flying away. He jumps and descends at high speed with his foot directly in Amora's face. Bam. Amora twitches in pain, but she was still conscious. Idolin wants to see if in the case of Amora passing out, her control over Thor will disappear. Removing his foot from Amora's face, he sees that her face is a mess. Broken nose and teeth. All bloody. There is no pity in Idolin's eyes as he moves his foot to the green dress she is wearing and begins to clean the sole of his foot. I just step on shit. Amora listening to this gets so angry that she almost passes out. While Idolin is pondering what to do next, he hears thunder and quickly moves away. Crack. Thor has returned. He heard Amora's muffled screams and returned to rescue her. He looks furious and quickly moves to Amora's side to take care of her. His concern is on a par with what he showed when he thought it was Jane who was falling to certain death. Kill him. Kill him. I want him dead. Amora shrill wildly as she points to Idolin, who watches the situation calmly but with 1,000 thoughts crossing his head. Thor protectively hides Amora behind his back and turns to face his new enemy. Before Thor could attack, Idolin made the first move. He stomps on the ground, causing walls of ice and earth to cover his body. Thor looks on cautiously, but Idolin attacks from an unexpected place. He appears in the space between Thor and Amora. The god of thunder turns around quickly but comes to face with a palm of a hand extended in front of his face. A massive air pressure attack sends Thor flying. Idolin doesn't stop and attacks Amora, who looks shocked trying to understand what's going on. Her beautiful face is ruined, her enemy throwing Thor away and is going to attack her. All of this shattered all expectations of what the day should have been like. A well-placed punch in her stomach makes her fly very, very far. While in the air, Idolin reaches out and fires another air cannon to send her even further away. He then ignores Amora and turns to Thor, who has already stabilized, and tries to fly to rescue Amora again. When Thor passes him, he is yanked back because Idolin grabbed his cape from him. No capes. Idolin speaks before slamming Thor to the ground. Idolin sends a quick communicator message to his allies to take care of Amora and gets in Thor's way again. You dare. Thor yells at Idolin. In this world, there are things I don't want to do and things I can't do. There's nothing I don't dare do. Eidolon replies calmly. At that moment, the frost giants that were nearby rushed to attack Eidolon. Previously, they ignored everything else because of the orders, but now they know that this Midgardian in black is an enemy, and they're going to kill him. But before they had the chance to land a hit on Eidolon, a huge mental shockwave is exuded from Eidolon's body and hits everyone. Eidolon Haushaku no Haki is unleashed at full force targeting Thor, but also rendering all frost giants unconscious. Thor isn't affected much however. His cape and his hair sway wildly and his face becomes serious but he stays awake. As expected. Eidolon thinks while keeping his eyes fixed on Thor, without even a spare look at all the giants that fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Little tricks will not work. Eidolon concludes as he grabs his mantle with one hand and pulls it out, revealing for the first time in the world of Marvel his body underneath. His white hair is tied in a man bun, eyes that change colors, black and white UMF suit that exposes his muscles. The mantle will only get in the way of the fight. Thor tightens his grip on the handle of the Mjolnir and lowers himself into a combat-ready stance. The display from before proved that Eidolon is not a simple opponent. All of Thor's instincts are saying that this mortal, no, this warrior is dangerous. And he will have to take it seriously. Thor still has all his mental faculties. Amora's mind control just made him love her more than anything. But Thor is still Thor. Eidolon stretches a little. I've never considered myself a battle junkie, but I can't help but get excited about having a serious fight with Thor. Is Katakuri affecting me? Whatever. Crouching down, Eidolon lunges toward Thor using 100%, one for all, from the start. He spins to give Thor an axe kick with his right heel. Thor reacts quickly and raises his forearm to defend himself, but to his surprise, he doesn't feel the impact of the attack. Eidolon made his foot intangible until it touched the ground, where he shifted his stance and delivers an uppercut on Thor's chin, sending him high into the air. The sky is his battlefield, but I can't fight him on the ground. Eidolon thinks before ducking and following Thor. Thor quickly recovers and prepares to fight back. He doesn't seem to have been much affected by the punch from before. The greatest battle the modern world has ever seen is just beginning. In another place on the battlefield, Captain America throws his shield, hitting 4 Chitauri soldiers with the rebound. He previously lost $10 to Fury because he bet nothing else would surprise him. Now he is glad that is a one-time only bet. The helicarrier, people with powers, Norse gods, and that Eidolon guy who arrived as backup. He and the others had just arrived to fight this alien army when faster than a bullet something crashes into the front of one of those whale-like airships. That he's a friend is all Steve Rogers needs to know before he quickly briefs the situation to the newcomer. Every help is welcome. And later he realized that it is a great help. When Eidolon takes to the sky and wipes out a good portion of the enemies before heading to the place that no one but Thor, and maybe the Hulk, can approach. But even so, he is finding himself greatly at a disadvantage here. We really need backup here. He speaks on the communicator. We are the backup. Stark speaks in a not-so-serious tone. The army will take too long to mobilize here, and these streets are not meant to be a battleground. Natasha Romanoff responds. *BZZT**, we can help. Steve Rogers hears the voice of an unknown woman. Before he can question who she is, black fog rises high and a giant arm comes out of nowhere and pierces one of the Leviathan Chitauri. The arm effortlessly destroys the whole thing. The black fog that proved to be a portal expands and a giant Justin Pants emerges. He is at least 30 m tall and has another man on his shoulder. Banner, why didn't you say that you invited your cousin? I would have cleaned. The whole place is a mess. I'm ashamed. Stark speaks into the communicator, shock apparent in his voice. I don't know this guy. Bruce Banner responds, still as Bruce Banner because he is helping Reed. So is your love child, Dr. Pym. Did you see that, Janet? Tony continues but is interrupted by another female voice. Arg, you're annoying. Just go shoot you pew-pew lasers and shut up, Iron Briefs. Why, how is this line being so easily invaded like this? Tony asks. It's not that hard to hack. Since the incident with Ivan Vanko, I thought you'd be more careful, Tony. But it looks like you haven't learned from your mistakes. A voice that is now recognized as Eidolon speaks. Hey. Tony speaks affronted but Captain America interrupts him to talk about more serious things. Are they your friends, Eidolon? Yes. You can trust them. There's another too, you'll see. Eidolon talks and that's all Captain America needs to hear. By the way, I have bad news and very bad news. Eidolon continues, the bad news is that I lost Loki, he teleported somewhere. Be careful. He warns. Can you not say the very bad news then? Clint asks hopefully. Thor is being mind-controlled. Everyone's expressions freeze. This is bad. Eidolon continues. I separated him from the sorcerer woman. I sent her flying towards Central Park, more or less. I advised the lattice to deal with her. Seems like she's better at mind control in men. And I stole her artifact. Eidolon speaks. Lady Jade and Huntress, go deal with her. Roger. Okie dokie. Everyone hears the voice of the two women from before. Natasha, Mr. Storm, go help. All men stay away from Central Park. We cannot make the situation worse. Steve Rogers speaks. I'll keep Thor busy. I need to concentrate. Eidolon speaks before cutting off his own communication. Steve Rogers looks up to the sky and sees storm clouds forming and loud noises of explosions and thunder in the northern part of the city. Where Eidolon and Thor are fighting now. He can only put his trust in someone that he doesn't even know. In the Stark Tower. This is not a force field. Space has been condensed in this area and is repelling any external forces. How can we penetrate it? Bruce Banner talks while adjusting his glasses. On their side, Reed uses a tablet-sized device to scan his surroundings. Human Torch tries to attack the force field, but it all proves useless. Dr. Selvig lies unconscious on the floor. Maybe we don't need to penetrate it. Reed speaks in contemplation. Or we can use the strength of the big guy. There's nothing better than a hard enough slap on any electronic device, my father used to say. Johnny Storm speaks from the side. Bruce just ignores him. Turning into the Hulk is a one-way road, only to do it when Bruce is no longer needed. What is on your mind? Bruce asks, turning to Reed Richards. Perhaps we can make the machine itself change the direction of its repelling space. Changing the direction of force application inward rather than outward. Bruce's eyes light up, causing the machine to exert pressure on itself, until it destroys itself. The materials it is made of are not very resistant. He says. Yes, I need to take some things on my lab. Johnny, help me. Reed speaks as he starts to hurry. He then turns to Banner and nods gravely. Now it's a good time to get angry, document. Human Torch says. Bruce removes his glasses and approaches the edge of the rooftop. That's my secret. I'm always angry. And it leaps to the battlefield below, growing and turning green as it falls. When he hits a Leviathan's head, the transformation is already complete. Raising his fists high, he hits the Leviathan again, finishing its destruction. Hull smash. He yells before jumping towards more enemies. I have never been so happy to see muscular shirtless men in my life. Clint talks from the top of a building as he knocks down two Chitauri chariots with his arrows. His joke makes Natasha laugh, as he uses a Chitauri weapon to take down more enemies. A green object passes over her at high speed, hitting a Chitauri chariot that was trying to ambush her. She looks in the direction the missile came and finds the woman she faced at Oscorp. You owe me one. 2 if you consider I spared your life last time. Shago casually talks while making the RPG made with Miss Militia's power disappear. You. Natasha narrowed her eyes. Calm down, calm down. We are in the same side. Shago says as she sets her hands on fire and attacks a nearby Chitauri. Considering the big picture, Natasha decides to put the enmity aside for now. I will make you pay someday. She says before shooting again. If I got 25 cents for every time a redhead spy told me that I would have 50 cents. It's not much, but it's weird that it happened twice. Shago says as she rolls her eyes and starts to put in a little more effort to impress Hector. Hello, ladies. Human Torch hovers nearby and swoops down to flirt with Shago. He's tried it before with Natasha, but he hasn't had much luck. And a woman with the Black Widow moniker has a lot of red flags, even though he thinks it would be worth. Do you have a name? Or I can call you mine. Human Torch says to Shago. Shago take a look at him and speak. Sorry, handsome. I'm trying to snare a high-value man. I don't have to matchstick. Even though a matchstick usually lasts less than a minute. Ouch, fiery, huh? Like you see. I like that. Human Torch says while pointing to his own burning body. Here, take my card. I know we don't have time for that right now. He says while playing a card with his number. Do you really have a fireproof card only to pick on girls? Shago asks while looking at the card. Yeah. You know, you have no chance. But I can recommend my friend. Shago smiles mischievously. A woman with a crossbow in purple. You can go flirt with her. Be forceful. She likes it. The more forceful the better. It proves you are really interested. She says. Oh. I will keep that in mind. Bye. Don't miss me. Shago laughs before scoffing and turning the card to ash with her corrosive flames. She then starts going in the direction of Central Park. High in the sky. The battle between Eidolon and Thor is continuing. The two clash at high speed. The shockwaves of their attack destroys any Chitauri that flies nearby. Eidolon has already landed some good attacks, but Thor only suffered minor damage. On Eidolon's side, he still proves himself untouchable. Dodging multiple lightning bolts in the air, Eidolon counters with a colossal explosion. That explosion would be enough to destroy a building, but Thor emerges from the smoke just a little dirtier. That's complicated. Hector thinks as he maneuvers through the air. He punches the air, seeming at first to be a useless action. But a black circle appears below Thor, and from the circle a giant black machi arm appears and hits Thor from an impossible position. Eidolon punches again, but this time the circle appears from above and another punch hits Thor. They are crushing Thor between two punches. Thor tries to break free, but machi is sticky. The black machi then begins to change and morph into a ball, trying to capture Thor. Thor's eyes glow blue before electricity is emitted throughout his body. A large thunder hits him like it's reloading his power. The energy is directed omnidirectionally and vaporizes the machi, freeing Thor. Asterisk psi asterisk, if things were that easy, it wouldn't be Marvel. Eidolon continues with his attacks. Thor is proving himself to be a tough nut to crack, as expected. He is strong, durable, and surprisingly very fast. All his attributes are higher than Eidolon. But Eidolon has two advantages. His moveset is ridiculously big and he knows Thor. Not to mention he has something he's unmatched. His dodge skills from. He is basically untouchable. Hockey, Danger Sense, Spider Sense, The Force, and many others. Thor has so far failed to hit Eidolon even once. Even with fast attacks like literal bolts of lightning, Eidolon is still unscathed. But even though he's doing great, Eidolon is worried inside. The truth is that he is fighting on several fronts. First of all, he's directly fighting Thor. And he is concerned about the destruction of the city and people's lives. Though Thor sticks to his principles and doesn't target innocent lives, he's not holding back. Second, there is a battle in his mind with Thor. Eidolon is trying to use telepathy to reverse the brainwashing. But Thor has a mind tempered by hundreds of years of life. The effort is proving futile. Third, he is wrestling control of the weather. His efforts are almost pitiful too. Compete against the god of thunder, but he's lowering Thor's influence a bit. Eidolon is also fighting on a completely disadvantageous battlefield, but he can't help it. Helena looks up to the sky and sees the results of the battle. Lightning, explosions, pillars of fire, shockwaves that shake the clouds. It looks like a scene from the apocalypse. But she is not surprised by the battle. She saw things like this already in her old world. She is surprised at the level of strength Hector is displaying. This is almost a Superman versus Shazam level of fight. And Hector is just a 16-year-old teenager. She can also see that he has excellent control. The city is almost unaffected by the battle. Damn. Did you know that he is this strong? She hears Shago's voice behind her. No. He is not the type to flaunt his power. Helen responds. That is hot. Shago says, looking at a blue pillar of fire that looks like a huge laser. The fire cuts through the skies, destroying a good part of the Chitauri army. She notices that he is helping even during his fight. By the way, I'm talking about Eidolon and the fire. Shago adds, unnecessarily making Helena roll her eyes. So. I know Thor and Loki. But who is the other god? Tony asks on the communicator watching the battle. Even he is forced to fly low because of the fight. The shock of the blows is enough to destabilize his flight. He swears to himself that he will improve his suits. I think the other is a human. Natasha says. Are you sure? Tony asks as he sees Eidolon flying so fast and punching so hard it breaks the clouds Thor had just gathered. No, is the only answer he hears. Steve Rogers has previously said that he believes there is only one god, and that he wouldn't dress like that. But now he knows that even though Thor and Eidolon aren't gods, they're close enough not to matter. Because when gods fight, the mortal suffers. The struggle that is taking place in the sky is of a level that no one can interfere with. Maybe the Hulk. But the Hulk doesn't know how to fly. And when Steve Rogers thinks about it, he sees the Hulk jumping high enough to meet the two combatants. His trajectory meets the point where Thor and Eidolon will clash again. Everyone watching is curious about the result. But as if combined, the two turn towards the big green guy and hit him with an attack. Don't interfere, the voice of the two reverberates, before they return to fight. The battle moves to another part of town where Steve Rogers can no longer observe. Hulk is sent flying to the ground like a cannonball. Did these guys just bitch slap the fucking Hulk? Human Torch asks in disbelief. I think so. Oh no. The big guy is angrier now. Oh, thanks God he is gonna vent in the ice giants. Stark speaks. This is at least good news. After a while, everyone hears a loud sound and looks up. Eidolon and Thor had a huge direct confrontation. The biggest till now. The air distorted on impact and the two were sent flying in opposite directions. Thor is sent flying diagonally towards the sky, but Eidolon is heading towards the ground. Straight into a building. At that speed and knowing how tough his body is, no one has any doubts that the building will be destroyed. But Eidolon recovers and spins around in the air. When he touches out the building, he doesn't go through the building like everyone expected. The building acts like it's inflatable or made of rubber. It distorts and ripples appear on the surface. The building even sways. Eidolon used gentle criminal power, elasticity, very quickly, and now using his new foothold to propel himself towards Thor, who still hasn't recovered from the previous clash, he starts to dominate the flow of battle. Despite the advantage, Hector is worried. His win condition is to release Thor from the brainwashing and not win the fight or kill Thor. The problem is that he has no idea how to do it. Kill Amora. Thor currently loves Amora more than his own life. Most likely Thor would get angrier and try to avenge the bitch. Destroy the Warlock's eye. He's not sure it will work that way. He can't risk it. In the worst case, the spell will become unbreakable without the artifact. In fact, Hector is still hoping that Odin or the Ancient One will show up to free Thor. But with every second that passes, that hope wanes. Eidolon side-eyes quickly a certain part of New York. The direction he's looking is where Bleecker Street is, which is where the New York Sanctum is located. He strangely doesn't see any Chitauri there. The area is suspiciously empty. Mirror dimension, he thinks. TCH. I should have swallowed my pride and gone to learn magic from Ancient One. But there's no medicine to regret. The battle continues with Eidolon dominating it. Hector is already thinking about switching to another, more risky plan. Because he can't keep this stalemate for long. Thor almost doesn't receive injuries and Hector doesn't even receive attacks. This is the kind of fight that can take days. But at this moment, something happens. Just below the fight, a building explodes. Hulk literally walks through the walls while holding a frost giant, which he uses to hit another frost giant. The problem is that there were still people in that building and on that floor. These people start falling straight to the asphalt because of the tilt of the building. But before they fall, an unseen force catches them and sets them almost gently to the ground. High in the sky, Eidolon has his hand outstretched toward those civilians. This isn't the first time Hector has saved civilians while fighting Thor. During the battle, he deflected lightning away from the city and saved some people. How did he do it? The force can redirect energy. Like Yoda, who condensed Palpatine's force lightning. Only instead of condensing, Hector only slapped the lightning away in a harmless direction. His force user template, Starkiller, is not the best with subtle things. He was created to be a walking nuke, so Hector lacks much of the skills that the true master of the force has. But improvising with martial arts, and imitating a little Garu and Bang from OPM, Hector deflected Thor's attacks. But this time was different. Eidolon focused a little too much on saving all those civilians and Thor didn't let the chance go. Even with all the powers to prevent it, Eidolon was a millisecond too late to dodge the Mjolnir that was heading for the side of his face. Thor swings at full power and connects. But Eidolon is no slouch either. Quickly becoming intangible, he let the hammer pass over the rest of his face harmlessly. But the hammer had hit a little his first layer of skin. The impact makes Eidolon fly like a bullet to the ground with a broken jaw. Boom. Hector has enough presence of mind to remain intangible and phase through the buildings he would crash into. But he's not sure where is up and where is sewn, so after a while, he calculates it becomes tangible again so he can use the ground to stop being sent too far. He can't let Thor alone. Eidolon crashes into the street but doesn't stop. His body keeps going through cars and doing a vast scar on the concrete. Anyone who sees it cringes. After a period of silence, Eidolon stands up as if nothing happened. Putting his jaw back in place, he lets all dirt fall out his body because of a little power called Always Clean, which prevents dirt from sticking on him. Many teeth have been broken and Hector's mouth is full of blood. Because of the mask, he can't spit, so he just literally swallows his own teeth. Looking at Thor, who also watches him too, in the sky. Eidolon says. Okay. The child gloves are off now and the warm-up is over. After saying that, he removes the sword of actuation from his inventory. The blood-red eldritch sword gives the creeps to the onlookers and even Thor himself feels uncomfortable looking at the sword. Thor instincts feels that Eidolon is now many times more dangerous. The air around him, his posture, the gaze, and the sword. Everything screams that if Thor doesn't give his all, he could die. For those who don't know, the sword of actuation is a weapon made to kill the God Hand in the Berserk manga. Those of you who have read it know that the difference between the powers of the antagonists, the God Hand, and Berserk's main character, Guts, is so ridiculous it's almost despairing. The enemy of Guts is literal gods who control fate, souls, and causality. Thor. Don't worry. I will not give up on you. Eidolon says, one day in the future, we will drink and laugh about the time that you were brainwashed by a bitch witch. The sword of actuation, which was made to fight beings that are so strong that it seems hopeless to fight against them. This sword has been improved and evolved with the help of gacha cards. In simple terms, Zing. Eidolon disappears and appears behind Thor. Thor moved fast and managed to avoid a bigger wound, but an ugly scar that runs from his cheek to his ear appeared and blood is spilled. Even his helmet was destroyed. The sword of actuation is a god-slaying weapon. I will try not to kill you. And you try not to die. Eidolon speaks coldly before attacking again. Sorry for the delay. I would post early, but I had a problem. Next chapter, round 2 of the fight Eidolon vs Thor. Chapter 35, God vs Man. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The heavens do not fear me because I am a god, they fear me because I am a man. Pantheon. Isabella POV. Everything that's happening, and what I'm seeing right now is really amazing. I think this is the word that best describes. I can't help but feel a morbid fascination with this disaster that struck this city. At the moment, I'm watching the battle unfold through the various cameras around the city. Master Hector gave me some small missions to complete during the battle. Transporting Gigantomachia and Mikhail was just one of them. But as he promised me at the beginning, I don't need to put myself at risk. Not me, not Helena or Shago. The two decided on their own to participate in the battle. Helena for her own sense of responsibility and justice. And Shago for... I don't know. Compete with Helena. Seduce Master Hector. She is strange. But not unbearable. Seeing Master Hector face what is apparently a god, I get a little worried. But apparently he has the upper hand, from what I can capture on camera. This is one of my missions. Computer, maintain 70% of cameras on the fight of Master Eidolon, I say to artificial intelligence, or virtual intelligence. Not quite at the AI level. Because it has no personality and no self-improvement potential according to Master Hector. Another fascinating stuff. Bringing numbers and letters to life on a computer. Following Isabella command. The robotic voice report, distributing 70% of, caught in 4K, resources to Eidolon battle. Caught in 4K, is the name Master Hector gave to the plan to film the invasion to have proof against bad and fake advertisements in the future. Apparently, Master Hector is waiting for the blame for this to fall on him and the others who are fighting. Human nature. He said. Observing a more abandoned part of town, I retrieve some alien corpses and technology like Master Hector ordered. A situation on a certain screen catches my eye. One child, a little boy, is trying to move what is probably his father out of the car. The father is unconscious at the wheel and the situation is not looking good. There are Chitauri foot soldiers approaching and people running in panic. But nobody stops to help. I stare at the scene for a while. Maybe hoping for some good outcome, but it looks like I'm just fooling myself. TCH. I utilize my powers without hesitation. Black mist appears on the street that is now almost empty of human life. And I step onto the battlefield. A loud sound of explosions, screams, and destruction hit me. I'm on my mist form because Master Hector always says it's imperative that we hide our identities. Only the child and his father are here from civilians. The Chitauri are already very close, shooting in buildings and cars. Taking their sweet time to bring complete destruction to the city. I'm not an expert combatant like the others, but I know how to fight. And with my powers, I won't lose to cannon fodder. I release a lot of mist from my body. Enough to engulf the entire street and swallow all enemies. Everything is black and silent for a few moments. Then I retract the mist and there is no Chitauri in sight. I slowly turn to the child and father. The kid looks scared, but I ignore him and calmly pull the men out of the car. Don't worry, he's going to be fine. I say softly to the child. Putting him down, I prepare to teleport him away, but the father wakes up. A little dizzy apparently. He looks around and panic fills his features until he finds his son and calms down. Giving the child a tight hug. Then he sees me. With a scream he takes the kid and starts backing away slowly. I don't move so as not to scare him, but even so, when he's at a reasonable distance he carries the boy in his arms and runs in the opposite direction. Using a car window I look at my appearance. I have to admit it's a little scary, but he shouldn't have judged so quickly. I don't even look like the aliens invading. Now I see what Master Hector is trying to change. Looking forward again I see the child look at me over the father's shoulder and wave his fingers at me. Foo-foo. I wave back. At least there's hope. But I see it's going to be difficult. Releasing a pillar of mist to the sky I release the captured Chitauri, in pieces. Body parts start to rain down the street while I calmly stand in the middle of it. After I finish dismembering all the enemies, I release my mist again to recollect everything. After all, cleaning is my job. Third-person POV. Nick Fury, Maria Hill, and many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are at the Helicarrier's command center, as they organize the evacuation of civilians and command special squads to deal with the Chitauri on the ground. That's all they can do at the moment. This battle is something that a normal human army has no place in. Every place is busy with activity, agents, and operatives. They move from side to side doing what they can. The helicarrier is also in need of repair, as it was the stage of the opening battle of this entire catastrophe. In the various holo screens, the situation in New York is shown in real time. And it is precisely because of this type of situation that Nick Fury wanted to assemble a team of exceptional people. And now his fears have come to life in the form of an alien invasion led by Norse gods. Fortunately, the exceptional people were rounded up, with reinforcements apparently. The arrival of this Eidolon makes Nick Fury happy and at the same time not. Reinforcements are always welcome, but the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence had no idea of the existence of such a powerful individual until he decides to reveal himself. Their job is supposed to know things. But deep down Fury knows it can't be avoided. People with powers must have unknown means to stay under the radar. And they can only be discovered if they make some grand gesture. This Eidolon and his companions, Fury has no idea where they came from. Aliens too. Experiments. Mutants. Wizards. For now, Eidolon is an ally. It's all that matters. Sir, the council is on. Maria Hill approaches a little out of breath. Her expression tells everything Fury needs to know about this call from the World Council. Fury groans in his mind. Director Fury, the council has made a decision. One of the council members, a woman by the voice, speaks. I recognize that the council has made a decision. But, given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I made the decision to ignore your guys' decision. Nick Fury speaks sarcastically, holding back from punching the holo screen. Director, you're closer than any of the 4 subs. You scramble that jet. Another councilman speaks. But is interrupted by Fury. That is the island of Manhattan, councilman. Until I'm certain that my team can't hold it, I will not order a nuclear strike against a civilian population. Nick Fury staunchly protests. All operatives and agents, including Maria Hill, listen to the conversation while holding their breath. The result of that exchange can decide the life and death of millions of people. If we don't hold it here, we lose everything. The councilman says. We can't trust the fate of the planet in the hands of unreliable individuals. My team is going to win. And they're our last chance. You make this nuclear attack, and you kill them. And if the invasion doesn't stop, what we have left? Fury argues. Not wanting to continue with this useless discussion, Fury shuts down the screen. He will not order this attack. He is ready to bet everything on the people fighting right now. New York. Spider-Man web-slings his way through the streets of New York. I got you, and you, and you, and you too. He says as he launches webs to pull civilians out of the way of falling debris. Acting fast, he makes a huge web that stops an empty bus from penetrating a building. People nowadays have no regard for public transportation. He says while web slings in a building and blocks the path of a flying Chitauri chariot. The chariot crashes into the web and spins out of the way, hitting several other chariots and then falling onto a battalion of Chitauri. Come on people. To the subway. Spider-Man urges the people on the street. He jumps in another chariot and kicks one of the Chitauri out of it. He turns to the pilot and grabs his hand which is on the steering wheel. Hey, sorry but it's Saturday. Earth is closing early. Please come back never. He says as he drives the chariot to hit a Chitauri Leviathan. Using his webs to secure the steering wheel in place and prevent the pilot from changing direction, Spider-Man jumps a few seconds before the chariot explodes into the Leviathan. Releasing another web, he swings to another part of town. Damn, I've used up almost all of my web fluid. I should have made more. He drops to the ground to engage in a fistfight with another alien battalion. Today the day had started so well. A date with Gwen, but then everything goes to shit. So after leading Gwen to the subway, Peter disappeared to put on his suit. Now Gwen must think again that I'm a coward who abandoned her. Sigh, Peter thinks. It's not the first time this has happened. Last Christmas he, Ned, and Gwen were at the Stark Expo, and when the Hammer Industries combat droids went rogue, Peter also had to disappear to make way for Spider-Man. Peter noticed Gwen's anger and disappointment at the time. I hope this will be over soon. He needs to explain himself. Oh my, look at the time. I'm 20 minutes too late to some clobberin'. Ben Grimm aka The Thing gestures to his watchless wrist before jumping into the group of frost giants. Him and Hank Pym, the Ant-Man, or rather the Giant now, since he changed his alias after cutting ties with the government and figuring out how to grow in size. The two are mainly fighting the frost giants, as they are both heavy hitters. The Hulk helped, when he wants, since the Hulk does his own thing. It's already a surprise he's differentiating friend from foe. While they are engaged in their conflict, reinforcements arrive. Gigantomachia appears from a corner and drags his hand along the ground. His fingers, like claws, destroy everything in front of them. He destroyed most of the Chitauri cannon fodder that was still around. The frost giant raises an axe and attacks Machia in the shoulder. Machia simply grabs the axe and stabs the arm of the frost giant with its claws. This part of the city is problematic because the cold has already taken hold, so only those who can withstand the low temperatures can fight. Well, I can't hold for much longer. Will you be okay? Hank Pym asks. He is the most affected by the cold. Use the Pym particles to grow in size, spend too much energy too. No problem, pal. Go back to kick some lizard alien ass. Come answer. And yo, big guy. I mean, bigger guy. Are you all right there? Bame asks Machia, who holds two frost giants and hits each other on the head. Machia doesn't respond. He takes a deep breath, sucking in all the cold air and expelling it with a blow. The high-pressure blow everything forward and knocks away even some enemies. Bigger insects are still insects. Machia says. If you say so. Well, speak awkwardly. In another part of the city, Mikhail is doing short work of the Chitauri. With his spatial abilities, he is very good with guerrilla fights against great numbers of enemies. He is using a short sword, his own preference that he has had since he lived in the other dimension. Due to the nature of his powers, using guns is very problematic. Easy to damage, you need to keep giving small pauses to aim, and it's even slower than him just showing up behind someone and decapitating them. The more powerful you are, the more common guns become obsolete, and it is better to go back to the roots and use swords and other melee weapons. A pistol would only limit Superman's abilities, for example. Clang. But the problem is if the quality of the weapon is inferior, it can become ineffective. Like now, Mikhail's sword just broke. Sighing, he blinks to the ground and picks up two pieces of Chitauri metal that were probably part of a flying chariot. Even as he targeted the fragile parts like eyes and mouth, Mikhail's sword wore out. So the best option is to use an equivalent material for fighting. Holding the two pieces of metal like clubs, Mikhail prepares himself to continue his onslaught. Close to Central Park. Amora hits a building before coming to a stop. She ended up breaking through some walls and being buried in debris. But an Aesir is not fragile enough to die from being thrown for a few kilometers. Even Amora, a woman, and someone who pursues the mysteries of magic instead of physical strength, has stats that far surpass a normal human. In fact, it far surpasses even the likes of Captain America and Black Widow. A normal Aesir like her can lift 25 tons and has equivalent durability. So Hector knew she would survive even if he was a little rough with her. Amora gets up slowly and uses magic to start healing. She is not well versed in healing, but she can mend her broken bones and patch her skin. But because she is not that good at healing magic, she will need a lot of time and materials to get back to her 100%. So for the moment, she will remain in bad shape. When she sees the state of her face, she refuses to believe it. Broken teeth, swollen lips and eyes, messy hair. She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. She is Amora, the enchantress, the most beautiful, self-declared, woman in all 9 realms. How can someone, a man of all things, bear to treat her like that? She gnashes what's left of her teeth and swears revenge. She will make the hooded bastard pay 1,000 times worse for his outrage. She continues to heal. She continues inside the building because she doesn't want to be seen in such pathetic state. Swyish swyish. 2 crossbow bolts fly towards her. One sinking in her stomach while the other is deflected hastily by a shield just made by Amora. She would never be caught in a sneak attack of this level if she had her full mental faculties. Who? Amora screams as she gets up and removes the bolt that is stuck in her abdomen. Looking in the direction from which the bolts were fired, Amora sees Huntress near a hole in the building's wall. She is the first to arrive because of the many detection powers that Hector gave her. And for the fact that she wasn't distracted like Shago. Amora raises a glowing green hand, a magic circle forms and a giant ball of green flames is launched towards Huntress. To Amora's surprise, Helena simply throws herself off the building to dodge. Amora narrows her eyes and starts walking slowly toward the hole in the wall to make sure the enemy died from the fall. Then she hears the sound of shots behind her. Moving quickly, she makes another magic shield. The bolts hit the shield and explode. Boom asterisk boom asterisk. Not only on the shield, Huntress aimed for the ground as well, making Amora fall 1 floor and be buried by debris. Helena has already checked that the building is empty with infrared vision earlier. After she jumped out of the building, she used airwalk to quickly move around and catch Amora off guard. Flying is not common, even in Asgard. Amora doesn't expect a mere Midgardian to know how to move in the air. Helena watches the debris with narrowed eyes, and it's unsurprising that she sees a blast happening, releasing everything in all directions, freeing Amora. She looks even more of a mess now. Unkempt hair, dust, dirty water. She's taking deep gasps or fair. Not for exertion, but because of her fury. Bunch of lowlife and their lowly tricks. Amora gnashes her teeth. Helena doesn't hesitate to shoot again, but obviously Amora retaliates by shooting another green fireball. But strangely, Amora staggers after releasing her magic and falls to the ground on her knees. Gasp poison. She realizes and quickly raises a hand to her chest. Swish 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 swish. The sound of the bolts cutting through the air makes her roll on the floor to take cover. Hector said that this poison would be enough to paralyze someone at the level of that Spider-Man. Helena thinks in her mind. The electrocuting bolts hit the ground, missing Amora. Magic, huh? I hate magic. Helena grumpily realizes in her mind as she remembers certain experiences in her past life. With Zatanna and Constantine. Magic was too much bullshit to her and she always chose to avoid getting involved whenever something had the word magic, demon or gods in it. It was her modus operandi. She knows a thing or two about magic, but this is in her old universe. She doesn't know if the magic here is similar. So Helena decides not to be overeager for the killing blow and wait for reinforcements. She will maintain her safe distance and just annoy Amora. She realized Amora's state of mind is not the best. She looks like the arrogant type. That looks down on everything. Like Cersei of the DC universe. Huntress fires more explosive bolts only to not give Amora time to breathe. These bolts will explode with different delays, to give Helena time to go get the big gun. While keeping an eye on the building and Amora's position, Helena moves to the top of a nearby building where she put her suitcases. Opening one, she picks the bigger crossbow. And opening another suitcase she also takes a belt full of bolts that she attaches to the big crossbow, with this she can have a higher fire ratio. This thing packs a punch. As much as a sniper rifle. The big crossbow is almost comic in how big it is. Any gun enthusiast would rage for not having functionality and being unusable. For normal humans. Helena already has a minor super strength, so she has no problem using it. Honestly, Hector asked if she didn't want to switch to a sniper rifle or even a bow, so she could use her new powers to their full potential. But Helena preferred to stay true to her origins. I can't wait for Hector finish his E-serum, then I can have better powers without burdening my body. Who doesn't want to be bulletproof? Or maybe throw a car at someone. How many cars have already been thrown at me? I want some revenge too. Helena thinks as she points the new crossbow at Amora's position. But before she fires, a huge explosion happens in the building. She buried herself. Huntress looks intently at the collapsing building, and when she sees Amora's silhouette in her infrared vision still unscathed she frowns. I see. That way, she'll buy time to get rid of the poison and heal. Amora is not incompetent. She lived for a long time, so her decision-making her is very good. Knowing that she was at a disadvantage because her reaction time was compromised because of the poison and the various injuries, and also because Huntress can attack from anywhere. Amora decides to use the building debris as a shield. No bolt can penetrate tons of concrete. None of Huntress' bolts has at the moment, at least. This worked for me too. Reinforcements will come to me eventually. She is only delaying the inevitably. Huntress resolves to keep an eye on the collapsed building. The sorcerer has cornered himself under a building to buy time. It's a good time to take her out. Huntress reports on the communicator. After giving her location, Helena picks up some cylinders and throws them in the area of the building. The cylinders release mustard gas. Helena won't let Amora's recovery be smooth. After that she adds some more traps. To complement the ones she put in before she even fired the first bolt in this fight. Now she's waiting for reinforcements to arrive, so she tries to hear a little about the situation throughout the battlefield. She still hears loud noises from the fight between Thor and Hector, but it seems they are fighting in a lower attitude now. And the clash sounds are different. More like clangs. They're using weapons now. Hector even needs a weapon. Helena wonders in her mind. Honestly, she'd rather be moving in and taking out the Chitauri or Frost Giants. But according to the intel, there are three main big threats at the moment. Loki, Thor, and Amora. The whereabouts of Loki are currently unknown, but she heard on the communicator that it looks like Loki is fighting Reed and Human Torch in the Stark Tower. Thor, the most dangerous, is being held by Eidolon. So it's imperative that she doesn't leave Amora free to do whatever she wants. After a few minutes, she hears the noise of something flying towards her at high speed. Took you long enough. Helena says to Shago that just arrives in a jetpack made with Miss Militia power. Miss Militia power from Worm series can create constructs of military things like guns and knives. Thanks for the time that Hector cultivated the power while he was the host, the power evolved a little and can now produce military vehicles too. Hector was quite curious about this, as the power got one step closer to a Green Lantern ring. Normally, in the world of worm, powers or shards only evolve through awakenings, known as trigger events. These events depend on typically traumatic circumstances. The fact that Miss Militia power grew a little without any traumatizing events to have her second trigger proves the influence Hector's power manipulation can have on all kinds of powers. Hector suspects that in the future this power could even summon other military vehicles like jets or submarines. But it would still be an inferior version of the Green Lantern ring or other powers that can make constructs. After all, the constructs made by Shago are only from the military area. It is hard to change the nature of a power. So Hector is still hoping to gain a Lantern Core ring in Gacha or manage to manifest psychic constructs with telepathy, so he's only mildly interested in the power and is leaving it up to Shago to see how the power evolves from now on without him. Just kicking ass, while you sit leisurely here. Shago retorts Helena Barb. Soon after, Invisible Woman arrives, floating on a transparent platform. After the greetings, Huntress turns to Invisible Woman and says, "Can you make all the debris invisible? It would be nice to see what she was up to." I don't know. It's too much, I never tried. Susan Storm says uncertainly. That what she said. Shago speaks as he starts to walk forward. There's no need to plan too much. Let's go with a bang. Shago approaches the place of the collapsed building and makes a construct with her powers. Is that AC-4? Helena asks with a foreboding feeling growing on her chest. Shago turns to her and just smiles, tee-hee, before throwing a bunch of C4 madly in the overall direction of Amora. Ha 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 ha. I love this power. She screams before squeezing a device in her hand which is also made by her power. Click. Boom. A large explosion engulfs the area. But Shago doesn't stop. She doesn't know much about magic, so she won't hold back. Boom click asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk 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 boom asterisk asterisk click asterisk boom boom asterisk asterisk click asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk click asterisk asterisk boom click boom. Several explosions afflict the place, while Shago just keeps laughing. Let's see for how much time she will hide. Eidolon said it was to capture her alive. She is the plan B to end the brainwash. Huntress deadpans. Preferably alive, and I'm not blasting her directly, relax. Shago corrects. Hey, you. Without presence woman, make a shield to trap the explosions and smoke, Shago says pointing to Susan. Ah. Okay. Susan is a little overwhelmed by Shago's attitude, but she obeys. But before 10 seconds have passed, a massive explosion that was not made by Shago C4 echoes. The explosion throws all the debris away and opens a space from where Amora emerges. She is pissed. Breathing loudly and furiously. Huntress points her crossbow and Invisible Woman also ready herself. Just protect our sniper. Shago says before jumping in Amora direction. You. I will skin you alive. Amora speaks with eyes full of anger. Her day only gets worse every minute. Damn. No wonder you need to use magic and mind control to snare a man. You're ugly as fuck. Shago mocks smugly. Erga is too much to Amora who was already having trouble holding back all her anger. She finally explodes and starts tossing giant magic balls at Shago. Shago expertly dodges as she tries to get closer. Amora is so focused on Shago that she is hit again by Huntress bolts. This time she can only make a weak shield and she is thrown far. She already gets up trying to cast a magic ray in Helena, but Susan stops with a shield. She doesn't see that Shago is already on her and receives a punch in her face. But she do not falter too much and she tries to counterattack, but Shago throws herself back to dodge. She leaves a few grenades before moving away, they explode preventing Amora from chasing her. She is stronger than she looks. Shago thinks. Hey, Janet Pym aka the Wasp appears growing in an instant and also punches Amora in her face, ouch, she winces a little, not expecting Amora to be so durable. Changing strategy, she shrinks and shoots bioelectric blast with her wasp stings directly into Amora's eyes. Arg, you bunch of slew dash, Amora starts screaming as she brings her hands to her face. Out of nowhere Amora is hit by a blast of energy on her back. She grunts being forced to fall flat on her face by the impact she didn't expect. Black Widow appears holding a Chitauri cannon. I'm too late for the party. Yes, you are. Shago replies while she doesn't hesitate to make another C4 and throw it at Amora, but the sorcerer controls the earth to protect herself. But the earth blocks too much of her vision, so she is hit from a blind spot by a bolt that electrocutes her. Amora is then constantly bombarded by long-range attacks without even having a chance to breathe. The women try to perfectly time the offensive to overwhelm Amora. Their teamwork is crude but works. After an unknown amount of time, Amora lets the guard down exhausted. While she wasn't looking, Helena quickly moved to another part of the battlefield. Invisible woman. Huntress screams as she fires another bolt with paralyzing poison. After Amora is hit again, Susan envelopes her in a very constricted shield, not allowing her to move or even get up, keeping Amora in a fetal position. She can't exert too much strength and, after a while, everything is too much to Amora and she falls unconscious. Wow, that's easy. Janet speaks. Let's make sure that is not a trick. Shago says while making a pistol and starts shooting with rubber-like bullets at Amora. The unconscious Asgardian don't react. Do you have any fetish for shooting people taught already down? Natasha asks with a raised eyebrow. Yes. You were the only one who woke up this in me, take responsibility. Shago says sultrily. Before the discussion can continue, Helena interrupts. Eidolon did most of the work, so it was easy. Good job everyone. Helena says as she grabs some special handcuffs she had asked Isabella to send earlier. Yeah. Nice one, besties. Shago exclaims excitedly. Besties? Janet asks puzzled. Yes, besties. Nothing bonds women better than trashing other women. We are Betties now. They can deny it. After binding Amora completely, Huntress looks up to the sky where it is possible to see the change in the weather and the results of Eidolon and Thor's fight. One less. Is Eidolon gonna be okay? Susan asks uncertainly. She has never seen this scale of power before. She can't help but be worried. Relax, he is strong. Shago speaks dismissively. But Helena realizes that she has a little worry that she is hiding. We can only trust him. She sighs looking at the sky. With Eidolon. Clang. Thor deflects a stab aimed at his throat. Thor retaliates by swinging his hammer at Eidolon's body, but is easily dodged. The pace of the battle increased with each exchange. The two combatants' speed and their focus increased by the second as they practically slide along the ground. They collide 1 time. 2 times. 5. 10. 100. They're so fast that a normal person can't tell how the battle is going, just seeing the shadows going back and forth every now and then. The cars are like made of paper and the buildings are like cardboard, completely ignored by Thor and Eidolon as they fight. Eidolon is only fighting this way because he knows there's no one else in the vicinities. So he's not caring too much about property damage now. He has a plan. Eidolon now can see the path to victory. But he needs to press Thor to his limits. The concrete and earth wraps around Thor's feet preventing him from dodging an attack, causing him to receive a superficial wound in the arm. A half-destroyed car hits him from behind, causing him to receive another wound to his thigh. Debris blocks his escape route, causing him to take another direct hit. The debris also prevents him from moving as he wants, making it impossible for him to fight back. It can now be said that Hector has the upper hand in the fight. He is not hesitating too much and the battlefield now favors him. Previously, fighting in the air Thor can control the atmosphere and climate. Even flying to Hector was difficult because he was practically in Thor domain. But now, with no civilians, Hector doesn't have to worry and he has lots of things to use. He still wants to take the battle to the skies though, to the grand finale. But he wants to take advantage of the terrain to weaken Thor a little. After another clash, Thor abruptly uses Mjolnir to attack the ground, causing a shockwave to spread in all directions. Everyone feels like a mini-earthquake hits the city. Even Eidolon has to stabilize himself and the fight goes on a temporary break. You. Say your name, warrior. Thor says while pointing his Mjolnir towards Eidolon. I'm Thor from Asgard, god of thunder and son of Odin, he declares proudly. I'm Eidolon. A metahuman. And now a hero, apparently. Hector replied unsure. This is some sort of recognition among fighters. Good. Eidolon. Your tricks won't work on me. Let's fight with our all and decide this fight already. HMPF. To me is working just fine. Hector scoffs, and you're the one that moves don't work. Your hammer can barely touch me. And your lightning is useless. How do you plan to decide this fight, Thor? Hector decides to use the opportunity to rile up Thor a little. Using smokescreen, Eidolon engulfs blocks of the city in smoke. Thor snorts and spins Mjolnir to disperse this useless effort of Eidolon. I already told you that petty tricks will not work. Thor spoke, but Hector disappeared. Where did you go? Thor screams at nothing. Going to kill Amora. Hector's voice reverberates in the space. Exclamation point. Thor prepares to fly, but as his feet leave the ground only for a few inches. Boom. A giant arm phases through the ground and punches Thor to the sky. A giant eidolon leaves the ground before shrinking in size and disappearing. Calculating the trajectory, he appears a few dozen meters above Thor and kicks him away horizontally. Well, I thought you said that petty trick wouldn't work. Hector provokes before pressing his advantage. Eidolon slashes with the sword of actuation continuously and quickly. Every attack more close to give a fatal blow. He is really trying to kill me. Thor thought. No, I'm not. Eidolon thinks to himself after having caught the stray and superficial though of Thor mind. He is flustered, thoughts escaping like this. Ever since Eidolon started to wield the sword of actuation, he has felt that his senses are different. More like his sixth sense or sensibility to magic has increased. Maybe it's a passive buff of the sword and he didn't feel anything in the world of BNHA because there was no magic there. Giving a side glance to Bleecker Street, the place where the Sanctum of New York is, Hector notices that he sees that the space there is weird. Blurry. Distorted. Hector focuses on Thor and smiles. He can see his win condition. In fact, previously Hector is worried. Even with all the epic battle he's had so far with Thor, the most he's managed is to make Thor bleed a little. Obviously, if he really wants to kill Thor. But he would have to pay a heavy price. Using powers like Decay, Overhaul, and others is not so simple. Thor is not going to sit around waiting to die. And Hector couldn't kill him instantly. Hector needs to be ready to sacrifice some limbs to give the killing blow. Everything is almost ready. Hector just needs Thor to give him the chance. The battle continues fiercely, the two have already moved a little away from the center of town. Trying to keep me away from Amora, huh? Works for me just fine. Hector thinks. Thor utilizes the impact of a strong blow of Eidolon to gain space as he is blown away. He is launched straight into New York Bay, the impact making a huge wave. Big enough to threaten the shore. TCH. I'm not following him in the water. Hector thinks before flying a little closer and waving his hand, freezing the wave and the water below him. Something important to note is that the powers that Hector acquired in the world of BNHA, different from powers in the world of Marvel or Worm. Its strength is directly linked to the user's physical capabilities. Like his fitness or his stamina. So, to Hector, that is beyond human. He can bring out the true potential of all his powers. In other words, ever the weakest of his power can reach alpha-level power in his hands. Closing his hand in a fist, Hector tries to seal Thor in ice. Unfortunately, Thor manages to escape to the sky again. Keeping himself between Eidolon and New York City, like protecting it. Or rather, preventing Eidolon from going after Amora. Why it looks like the villain here is me. Hector thinks before lowering his hand to the ice around him. With ice manipulation he splits the large frozen wave into small spears and starts hurling it at Thor at high speed. Ice can be hard as steel if it's cold enough. Thor starts spinning Mjolnir to defend himself. Eidolon doesn't care, because actually half of the spears are being fired at the Chitauri army in the sky. Eidolon is taking the opportunity to put pressure on Thor and lessen the burden on the other heroes. The spears of ice start to get bigger and bigger. Those that go towards Thor are reduced to snowflakes, but those that pass through him pierce Chitauri chariots and leviathans. The stalemate continues for a while, until spears as big as boats start flying through the sky. Thor continues to spin his Mjolnir, fending off almost contemptuously easy. But then his instincts flare. His senses scream and the world seems to go into slow motion. Thor looks to the side and sees that a big ice spear much bigger than his body is passing on his side. Thor can even see his own reflection in the ice. He obviously ignored this attack because could not hit him. Then, an arm holding the sword of actuation emerges from the ice. Everything looks slow, but in truth, everything is happening in the blink of an eye. Eidolon had hidden in the ice and took advantage of it to sneak attack Thor. The sword of actuation moves quickly to pierce Thor's heart. Thor acts fast and decides to sacrifice his arm. Put in his left wrist on the way, he manages to deflect the sword making it pierce his shoulder. PSSH. Thor felt pain in his side, looking down he saw a beam of light penetrating his waist. Hector ignited a lightsaber to pierce Thor. A wound in the waist is a huge impediment in mobility. After all, a person's center of gravity is usually at the hip or knees. The two fighters looked each other in the eye. Eidolon upper body emerging from the ice. In his right hand the sword of actuation pierces Thor's wrist and shoulder. In the other, his lightsaber penetrates Thor's waist. Is just a petty trick. Eidolon says before opening his mouth and screaming. Aya. Even Eidolon half-mask has an open hole where Hector's mouth is. Thor's ears bleed a little. He backs off quickly. Flying closer and closer to the clouds and the storm in the sky. Eidolon leisurely pursues. Almost. Thor is enraged now. Pointing his Mjolnir towards the dark sky, he begins to attract a large amount of electricity. Hector narrows his eyes. The nanobots in his UMF suit already repaired his mask. Feel the wrath of Thor, the god of thunder. He screams after spinning Mjolnir and throwing it at Idolin. I was waiting for this. Idolin eyes sparkle. Seeing the fast approach of Mjolnir, Idolin reaches out. His arm grows to ridiculous proportions, getting bigger than his own body. And then his army burst on black mist. To use the power of teleportation, it is necessary to use the black mist which is made from the user's own body. This can be considered the greatest limitation of this power. The black mist heads for Mjolnir to envelop it. At this point Hector miscalculates a little. The Mjolnir is overcharged with electricity, much of the mist is destroyed, in consequence much of Hector's arm too. But he manages to teleport Mjolnir away. To the roughly coordinates 40 degrees 42 minutes south, 105 degrees 59 minutes east. On the other side of the world. Even if the Mjolnir could move at FTL, faster than light, it will need some time to lose momentum and change directions. Every fan knows that Thor's great weakness is his over-reliance of the Mjolnir, especially at the beginning of his saga. If Batman can beat people because of his resources and research, Hector can beat them because of his absurd amount of powers and meta-knowledge. Thor, seeing Mjolnir disappear, widened his eyes and extended his arm to call it back. Idolin doesn't hesitate. Ignoring his lack of left arm, he does a platform in the air and crouch down. His leg muscles swell to almost twice their original size and Idolin also activates, Overclock, the power that allows him to reach high speeds. At the same time, Idolin spins the sword of actuation in his hand, making the blade pass near his shoulder where a mouth appears. The mouth opens and a tongue licks the sword and Thor blood. Idolin just activated, blood curling, from stain. He doesn't know if it will work on a god like Thor, but even if he just stops Thor's movements for a split second, it will be enough. Thor shivers and gravity starts to make him fall faster. Cut only what I want. 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 Idolin repeats in his mid as he approaches Thor at unmatched speed. He's never been so focused in his entire life. His eyes are bloodshot and he is even bleed from his nose. The many mouths and eyes on the blade of swords of actuation start blinking and screaming madly. For Thor, it all happened too fast. Idolin's figure appears less than a meter away and before he can react. Zen. Idolin cuts Thor in half, from waist to shoulder. Even though no one saw the moment of the killing blow, everyone feels it. Like all the sound of the battlefield was cut in half as well, and the entire city fell into an instant of suffocating silence. Even the clouds in the sky have a huge scar now. Thor starts to fall to the ground in pain. Bang. Falling from that height doesn't hurt him much, he's more concerned about the pain in his chest. There are no visible marks on his armor, his body has not been harmed in any way. What Idolin cut was Thor's astral form, or rather the spell clinging in Thor's astral form. Thor kept kneeling on the ground gasping for air. Idolin cuts through a portal in space and appears behind Thor. Only with a stump as his left arm, which was destroyed above his elbow. Hector didn't feel pain in the destruction because Mist doesn't have pain receivers, but now he is feeling some ghost pains. But he doesn't worry about that now. Keeping his eyes on Thor, he holds the sword of actuation up, ready to strike. That it was his last gamble. From here, if it doesn't work, he's going to have to really cripple Thor and hope Odin can heal him later. Thor continues to convulse in pain. He clutches his head and screams to the sky. Green mist begins to pour out of his mouth, nostrils, and eyes, and especially on the unseen scar in his torso left by Idolin's sword. The green mist spiraled in the air, and shapes of beautiful naked women making seductive poses appear in the fog. Thor finally relaxes and lands on all fours after expelling all green mist. Ugh, disgusting thing. Idolin says while waving his sword dispersing Amora's spell which is in mist form. Are you back, Thor? He asks cautiously. After a few more deep breaths, Thor straightened up and looked at Idolin. Thanks, my friend. I'm good now. He says and the various powers of Hector confirm the veracity of his words. Good. Hector smiles. Finally relaxing. Thor guiltily looks around and also at the stump that was Idolin's arm. Noticing Thor's gaze, Hector speaks. 'Tis but a scratch. Will grow back. I will hold back the regrowing for now. Who knows, maybe I can surprise Loki by giving him a punch with a regenerated arm. And also inspire pity. Oh, look at Idolin, he sacrificed so much for us. Hee, Hector thinks. At that moment the two hear a great noise coming from downtown New York. Let's go, Thor. Idolin extends his remaining arm. There's still work to do. Thor grabs his arm and stands up. Extending his other arm, he calls Mjolnir back. Let's teach my idiotic brother a lesson, he says. Some minutes early. In the Stark Tower. Reed Richards had returned to his lab to retrieve a device to destroy the machine that's powering the portal. The device is an abandoned project of his even before the Fantastic Four gained their powers. There are 4 mini turret-like machines that can stabilize the space to prevent the portal from going out of control and that the changes in temperature and pressure on both sides of the portal do not affect the surroundings too much. Now, he plans to do the exact opposite. To reverse the repelling force that Selvig machine produces and make the machine self-destruct. But before he can install the devices, Loki attacked him. Loki has been hiding nearby since he said goodbye to Thor, and he doesn't plan on letting anyone interfere with the portals. To him, his army will eventually overwhelm the heroes. And he needn't care about the damage since he's the invading force. Loki was successful in defeating Reed and Human Torch, the two are now grunting in pain on the ground. It wasn't much of a fight as Loki caught them off guard. But before Loki can boast, crash. Hulk appears and punches him, causing him to fall off the top of the building onto a car on the street. Hulk follows jumping and lands just as Loki gets up. Enough. Loki screams furiously. All of you are beneath me. I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by. He is interrupted by Hulk who grabs his leg and slams Loki repeatedly on the street. Puny god. Hulk snorts. But Hulk is sent back a few steps by an energy blast. Now. I'm the one that is angry. Loki says before spawning the casket of ancient winters. And surprisingly, he doesn't unleash the power of the casket in Hulk, instead, his skin starts to become blue. His eyes and scara glow red. Loki's mouth comically expands and he swallows the casket. And then his body starts to expand, muscles grow surpassing the Hulk. His clothes are ripped off, leaving him bare chest, only with his pants barely holding it. Him and Hulk must go shopping in the same place. An ice crown appears on his forehead. He swats Hulk very far with a swing of his arm. Now, you shall pay. The now giant Loki says hoarsely. Bang. The Mjolnir hits Loki in the chin, before making an arc and coming back to the hand of Thor. Thor and Eidolon land on the floor side by side. What long day. Eidolon mutters as he makes a battle stance. Hector POV, what long day. I mutter as I prepare for another fight. So many unexpected things. The girls have already reported that Amora has been captured, so all that remains is to defeat Thor and stop the portal machine. I'm still with only one arm. Maybe the opportunity to catch Loki off guard will appear now. Eidolon. I hear Thor calling me to my side. He is still my brother. Thor spoke gravely. I understand what he means. Sigh okay. I nod, I support you. I say simply. Thor nods and prepares to attack. Spinning the Mjolnir, he launches himself towards Loki. Loki raises his hands forward and makes a blue magic circle, Zing. I move really fast and cut the magic circle with my sword. A anti-magic sword is very useful. You dash, Loki says in surprise, but he is hit by Thor in the stomach and dragged by several blocks. After slamming Loki into the ground, Thor floats in the air and draws lightning with his Mjolnir and blasts Loki. I move swiftly, and wait for an opportunity to counter any of Loki's possible counterattacks. Crash. Hulk comes jumping and stomps on Loki's chest. But in the process, it is also hit by Thor's lightning. Ugh. That's why I didn't want him to get involved in my fight with Thor. It would get too messy and easily get out of my control. Because of Hulk, Thor stops using lighting. Loki seizes the opportunity and blasts Hulk away as he tries to get up. I cut his heel, forcing him to his knees. Going under him, I give him an uppercut to the sky. Thor seizes the opportunity and throws himself again at Loki. Sincerely, this is not a fight. Is a beating. Every spell that Loki tries, I cut. Every move, Thor overwhelm him. You are just a mortal and thinking that can challenge a god. Oh, trash talk. I'm good at it. I was a keyboard warrior, Loki. God of lies or not, you have no chance. So, Loki. Just curious. About you and Sleipnir. I start, no kink shaming here, by the way. I'm just intrigued. Thor guffawed. What about Sleipnir? Loki asks, pausing. That is your child. I continue. You think I'm the father of Odin Mount? He screams. I think that you are his mother of him. And the father is a horse. Loki's face blanks. Thor continues to laugh. Thor, what kind of lies are you spreading in Midgard? Hey brother. Don't point your fingers at me. It was Sif, as revenge for you shaving her hair off. Thor spoke with a chuckle. But I have to say brother, because of your other kids. It was easy for people to believe in it. Thor speaks and laughs. Oh godly gossip. I say as I move for an attack. Eidolon, my friend. One day I will tell you other interesting stories. Though speaks as we continue to press angry Loki. The fight continues for a few minutes. Even Hulk delivers some good blows. As I move quickly across the battlefield, I can't help but hum a little. I am the storm that is approaching. Provoking. Black clouds in isolation. I'm using a space-cutting sword to combo Loki, I can't help it. Let's finish this, Thor. I scream. Kicking Loki guts, I send him flying high in the sky, to Thor who is accumulating power with stormy clouds. I'm directly below the two, making a line of the 3-0 fuss. Thor roars and strikes Loki with big lightning. Thick as a car. I focus too. Power flows through my fingertips. I let the anger of this invasion boils. And I connect with the dark side of the force. Pointing my remaining hand to Loki in the sky, I strike with my own purple lightning. Blue and purple lightning meet with Loki in the center, lighting up the entire city. Even the scattering lightning strikes flying Chitauris, making them fall from the skies like flies. As if we had agreed, I and Thor stopped at the same time. Loki begins to fall, scorched. I jump at him, with the sword of actuation in hand. The sword makes me see the core of the origin of Loki's cold energy. Right in his stomach. I cut Loki and emerge from behind him with the casket of ancient winters in a telekinetic grip. Loki starts to fall to the ground, shrinking. Still alive, I feel. I grip my sword like a spear and throw it at Loki, sticking him on the ground. I avoided his vital point so he won't die from it. But the sword of actuation is an item from the gacha, no one can move it if I don't allow. I land on the ground, Thor landing beside me. Don't worry, he'll be fine. I kick Loki in the balls. He was starting to get ashen-faced, probably to instigate pity in Thor and fake his death. Bloody hell, I'll get revenge one day. He screams after seeing that I see through his act. Hee hee, you got what you deserve, brother. Thor said as we watched Loki try to take the sword that was trapping him on the ground. The thorns in the handle lash out like a whip, striking Loki's hands. What in damnation is this sword? Loki asks. It's not just anyone who can use it, I reply. I did something similar once, put Mjolnir on his chest. He didn't move for 3 days. Thor speaks beside me. You should have left him there longer. Hulk lands in the middle of the two of us. Good job, Dr. Ban, I mean, Hulk. Thor starts but corrects himself in the middle, seeing the face the Hulk made. Then the Hulk extends both arms as if to give a small punch to both our shoulders. Thor is sent flying away. But I saw this miles away and was intangible. Ugh. No smashable puny guy. Hulk sad. He says as he runs his hand through me like I'm a ghost. Best luck, next time, big guy. I say, moving away. Interesting. I felt a tingle where the Hulk's hand was passing. Is this radiation gamma? I remember in the comics the Hulk has a connection to the one below all because of the gamma radiation. Can he hurt me even intangible if he learns to control it? Better to be careful and not 100% trust my intangibility. Top of Stark Tower. After Loki is taken away, Reed Richards can finally install the machinery to destroy the portal. Just a few more minutes and the portals will be destroyed. He reports on the communicator, boosting the morale of the rest of the heroes. Shield helicarrier. Sir, we have a bird in motion. Maria Hill reports to Nick Fury across the control room. Fury's face fell and he doesn't hesitate to take off and run towards the hangar. Anyone on the deck? We have a rogue bird. We need to shut it down. I repeat, shut.it. down. Maria Hill desperately conveys orders. She and Fury know what is this about. The World Council overrides Fury's authority and is launching a nuclear assault. Meanwhile, Fury has already run and jumped through various corridors and bridges of the helicarrier. He reaches the deck holding an RPG just in time to see the fighter jet getting ready to take off. He aims the RPG and expertly shoots it at the back of the jet, to prevent it from taking flight and also to not kill the pilot who is just following orders. Boom. The jet is half destroyed and is gliding along the runway. Before Fury can breathe a sigh of relief, another fighter jet passes him quickly and takes flight. Nick Fury by reflex takes out his pistol, but he knows that will be a futile effort. Sighing, he goes back inside the helicarrier and presses the button on his communicator. Stark. Do you hear me? We have a missile, and it's going straight to the city. Fury reports gravely. Grunt how long? Stark asks as he stands up. He had just been knocked down by one of the clashes from the Battle of Eidolon and Thor and was being overwhelmed on the ground by the Chitauri. 3 minutes, max. Ugh. Jarvis, put everything we got in the thrusters. Stark speaks before taking flight. Reed, delay the destruction of the portal for a while. There's a missile coming and I know exactly where to put it. Stark speaks and without waiting for an answer he flies to the outskirts of the city. Hector POVHM. I feel a shiver through my body. This is the second time I've felt danger of this magnitude. The first was when I felt the invasion, but this time it's much worse. I don't feel a danger that threatens only my surroundings. Now I feel that my life is being truly threatened. What troubles you, my friend? Thor asks beside me. I don't answer, eyes focused in a certain direction. It was then that I saw it. A nuke. Filhos de puta. I curse in Portuguese. I raise my hand, but then I see that Iron Man is already directly under the missile. TCH. This complicates things a bit, but I can still send the nuke away. But. I'm in a dilemma. On the one hand, the safest route is simply ripping Iron Man off the missile and opening a portal to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. But on the other hand, this is a turning point for Tony Stark. The first sacrificial play that he made. This close encounter with death was the first step towards making him a true hero, at least in the MCU. What will happen if I interfere? Will I hinder his growth? Will there be some snowball effect that makes him weaker and less prepared than what he normally would be? It could even lead to his eventual death. Ugh. This dilemma is probably something those fan-FIC MCs must always have. How much to interfere with the plot of the story? In theory, the best thing to do is to prevent catastrophes and encourage good things. But in practice, it is not so simple. Stark already has the missile under control and is sending it into space. The best-case scenario. But he will have severe PTSD. Things might not go as smoothly as in the movie. I already have examples of that. But it's good that Stark becomes a reliable ally. I may not be able to prevent all disasters. That's one of the decisions that have no right answer. And you will only know the best outcome after everything happens. Armin once said, everyone can make a choice after they have learned what it will result in. But you don't know what your choice will result in before actually choosing. Even using observation hockey, I only see a few seconds in the future. I am following the trajectory of the missile. If I see that he's going to explode prematurely with my observation hockey, I'll act. Leaving Thor confused, I begin to float and follow Iron Man's trajectory with my eyes. Then my time to make a choice is over and I see Stark walking through the portal carrying the missile. I sigh, hoping that I made the best decision. But just because I'm going to let the plot go by itself in this particular case doesn't mean I can't protect the others from the consequences. Stopping at the top of Stark Tower, I prepare to pull Stark and not let him fall through the portal on his own. This I will not leave to luck. Come to think of it. Maybe this is also just a controlled risk. Exclamation point. Yeah. It sounds right. People like Odin or the Ancient One can probably end this invasion with the snap of a finger. But they probably let it happen. Why? As a way of tempering Earth heroes for the future. Odin and the Ancient One won't be protecting us forever. The two, for example, are already training and preparing their respective successors. Maybe to them. This invasion is simply a training opportunity for us. To prepare us to even bigger threats in the future. The super powerful long-lived people must have a completely different mindset from us. They can handle it if things get out of hand. Damn, Loki can never dominate Earth. There are too many hidden powerhouses hidden on the planet. If the invasion expanded beyond New York, someone could wake up and destroy Loki. Like Khonshu, for example. If Loki's ambition continued, he would step on so many toes. This invasion is bound to be a failure from the start. And the lives lost in the process. If I ask, they will probably reply with, small price to pay. And honestly, logically, I can't deny it. This invasion was weak and was a great wake-up call to the world. But I'm still extremely uncomfortable. Well, I'm a hypocrite too. After all, I'm also using this to propel my own agenda. But at least I'm sincere in my help. Ugh. I will think about this later. I prepare my good arm and punch into the sky towards the portal. My arm stretches for miles and miles until it crosses the portal. Using partial gigantification and Machi Machi no Mi, I can have a lot of mass to use. I use the same trick to have more mist to teleport the Mjolnir. Can he stretch like you? I hear Human Torch talking to Reed. Focus, close the portal the moment I pull Stark back. I speak as I continue to expand my arm. Got him. I say when I feel my Machi wrapping around the Iron Man armor figure. Without delay, I bring Stark back. But the portal still hasn't closed and I can see hints of the nuclear explosion approaching. Why is the portal still open? I scream. This is unexpected. My machine is building momentum to reverse the pressure and destroy the portal machine. Reed responds flustered. Ugh. Smartest man alive, my ass. That's putting all your points in INT and neglecting WIS, Thor. Catch. I say before launching Iron Man towards Thor, who was flying close. Thinking fast, I fly towards Captain America. He was watching the situation in the sky, like everyone else probably. Lend me your shield. Thank you. I say, and without waiting for his answer I take his shield. Flying towards the portal, I see the explosion getting closer. I activate a power that can make inanimate objects grow, Yui Kodai quirk, and use it on the vibranium/adamantium shield. And I launch the shield towards the portal and telekinetically control it to cover the portal. Everyone in the city can see the shield blocking the portal. I thought I would have to apply more force to block a nuclear blast, but this shield is very efficient. I'm barely putting strength behind my telekinetic hold. I'm only holding the shield in place. After a while, I feel like the explosions have stopped and I retract the shield. To make a little show, I make the shield circle the city while the painted part is facing downwards. Then I draw it into my hand, and when I touch it, I make the shield go back to normal size. I'm in a good position, many people can see me. They saw me use Captain America's shield to defend the city. Good PR. After that, I float to where Captain America is. Steve Rogers is reunited with Thor, Hulk, Hank Pym, and the thing around Tony Stark, who is breathing heavily on the floor. Loki is close, still grounded by the sword of actuation. It seems he has accepted his fate. Resisting the urge to act like Scott Lang and say cheesily, "Here is your shield, Captain America." I just hold it out and say, "Thanks." He nods his head. I feel him look at me in awe. "I'm the one that should thank you," he says. "That's good and fast thinking." I nod. "And your arm?" He looks worried at my stump. "Relax, I have my means." At that moment, Reed's machine seems to work because we hear an explosion at the top of Stark Tower and the portal's close. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and I hear some cheers around the city. Then I see the girls approaching carrying Amora. They look at us and seem relieved that we're all okay. Then Shago and Helena notice my lack of an arm. "What happened?" Shago asks, frowning. She looks worried. So even Shago can be serious at some point, huh? "Do not worry. 'Tis but a scratch." I make the joke again. I understood this reference. Tony Stark talks while putting himself in a sitting position. Did you guys see what I did here? I made a reference about Steve here understanding a reference. He speaks before he lies down tired again. That's truly funny. But I wasn't at the meeting between them, so I can't laugh. Did you guys even try shawarma? Stark continues. Hello dar readers. Fighting scenes are ard, ugh. I hope the conclusion of the Eidolon vs. Thor fight makes sense. A battle between characters is always a point of discussion. Any Thor fanboy out there who will say there was no chance of Eidolon winning? Well, to me Thor is still stronger. But that was never a decisive factor in a fight, right? Anyway, I'm going to the Bro Thor route. He is one of the few characters that is and usually will be at Eidolon level. Thor has sick power-ups though his history. Rune King Thor. Thor and Eidolon, I believe, will always be on par. Until Hector wins Beyonder, Preretcom, or something in the Gacha. By the way, the next Gacha is near. It's been a while, huh? Well, it's only been 2 months since the first chapter in the timeline. In the future, the timeline of the story will progress faster. You guys can give suggestions for the next Gacha here. I have 70% decided already. But remember, it has to be of a reasonable power level with Hector currently. No Gilgamesh. For now. Next chapter will be the ending of this arc. The world reacting to the changes. I always like reaction chapters. Till next time. Stay good. Chapter 36, because I'm Eidolon. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. A hero is someone who is concerned about other people's well-being, and will go out of his or her way to help them, even if there is no chance of a reward. That person who helps others simply because it should or must be done, and because it's the right thing to do, is indeed without a doubt, a real superhero. Stan Lee. I'm late because this chapter is big. Like the one that ended the BNHA arc, sorry. Now, enjoy. Eidolon POV. Finally, the battle is over. Now all that's left is cleaning and rescuing. No time for shawarma. I think all the heroes who participated in the battle have already gathered here around Loki. All that the MC know, minor heroes like Luke Cage or Daredevil are not here and they fought too. Spider-Man is not here too. Captain America, Hulk, Iron Man, Giant, Wasp, Black Widow, Hawkeye, the Fantastic Four, Thor. And my people too, Helena, Shago, Mikhail and Gigantomachia. Mr. Fantastic arrived bringing the dodecahedron or whatever, and I was finally able to look at the thing. It looks exactly like the Tesseract in the movies, only that instead of a cube it looks like a D&D dice. My group is a bit separate from the other heroes that are around Loki. We are out of earshot to normal people. I think Loki can probably hear us if he wants. No mask? I ask Mikhail. He looks a little worn out, but uninjured. No need. He simply answers. Whatever. I shrug my shoulders. It's not a big deal if people know of his identity. No one can relate him to Hector. It can even be a good bait for anti-mutant groups. It's hard to track the bastards, they will make my job a lot easier if they take the initiative to come looking for trouble. I turn to my most trusted companions. No injuries either, which is a relief. Helena and Shago are spotless and Makia is just a little dirty. Makia is just standing there, waiting for new orders. Helena is looking curiously at the group of heroes, her expression is a little complicated and Shago is next to me. She looks almost protective as she stands right next to my left side which is still missing an arm. Honestly, I could have regenerated already, but I feel a little awkward to do so. Like I missed the best moment. I'm a little surprised that you show up. I say to Shago. What? I can't. I was bored. She replies as she twirls a lock of hair around her finger and looks away. Obviously you can, I just thought it was out of character. I comment. She snorts before asking a little unsure, did I disturb your plans? She gives me a side glance. Nah. Initially, I really planned for you to take care of my most unsavory activities. But that went down the drain when you were seen with Huntress. It's my mistake. I sigh. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. We can only adapt now. While I planned for Helena to go the anti-hero route, I wanted Shago to be my proxy for criminal activities. Because it's something more compatible with their personalities. But it's alright. Shago became important to me. Being a proxy means that the person has a chance of being abandoned. If Shago as a criminal was captured by heroes, Eidolon couldn't help her without losing his reputation. I would have to create a new identity and this would bring a whole new set of problems. I will delay my plans to swallow the criminal empire of the Kingpin until I have one person capable of managing it all. Good. Shago speaks. And your arm? She says looking at my stump. Relax. I can grow it back in no time. I reply watching her breathe a sigh of relief. What? Are you that worried about me? I smile smugly. She just stares at me and then gives a smug smile on her own. HMPF. I'm just worried that your sexual prowess would drop, that's all. You couldn't pull my hair and spank me with only one arm after all. She says. Now you're back in character. I roll my eyes making her smile. And you don't like that, she asks slowly, as she moves even closer. Her breasts almost touching me. Hector. Don't give up. The longer you wait, the greater the reward. Shago started with all this flirting just as a way to probe my intentions or guarantee her place. Now things are evolving. I could have accepted her advances from day one, but then I would only get her body. The longer I hold on. Maybe I can win her heart too. I'm a greedy man. And she likes this little tango between us. Like a big preparation/foreplay before I finally give in. I sigh mentally. I'm gonna lose eventually. I mean, it's not a defeat. I will win too, but as I said the reward will be bigger the more I resist. Many thoughts run through my head, but my face remains impassive. I have a very good poker face. Whether I like it or not is irrelevant. I reply, now is not the place for this. She pouts a little. I feel someone approaching. Looks like the other heroes are done mocking Loki. They can't get my sword out, so Loki will stay there for as long as I want. Natasha Romanoff, or is Natalia Romanova? Or Alenovna? I'm not sure. The thing about so many different universes and different realities of the Marvel multiverse is that I don't initially know who I'm dealing with. From what I've observed, Black Widow is enhanced too. So she must be that version that's been alive since World War II. I quickly look around at the other heroes, already thinking which ones could be a problem. In the MCU the heroes are cool and nice. They're quirky and funny and even when they make bad decisions, they don't make him assholes or evil per se. In other media. Ugh. An example is Reed Richards. Fun fact, he is the character with the most number of evil versions in the multiverse. Why? Generally, the ratio of good and evil versions is 50-50, varying depending on the circumstances. But Reed. He fucked up too much and many times. Even when he is good, he makes a mistake that spirals into a snowball effect that makes him a problem. The guy is literally a lab accident away from becoming a supervillain. I need to interact more with these guys to clearly understand them. While my super fast brain thinks of all the countermeasures to take down everyone. Something absolutely not healthy to think at first when you meet new people, Black Widow finally arrives. She gives a look to Shago, noticing the close distance between the two of us. My body language betrays nothing, but Shago doesn't shy away even under the gaze of the redhead spy. I didn't get a chance to thank you for your help, Idolin. Black Widow speaks while reaching out to take some imaginary dirt from my shoulder. Shago starts to glace daggers in her direction. I see what she is doing here. Pa. Shago slaps Natasha's hand. Paws off, woman. Shago says. Natasha smiles, looking unfazed by Shago's attitude. Come on, I just want to know him better. What bad can happen? Your moniker is Black Widow. I think you'd better keep a good distance. Shago speaks. The two facing each other. Can't you even share him a little? I thought we were besties. Natasha says, still smiling and taking a step closer to Shago. TCH. She just wants to annoy you. Don't fall on her game, Shago. A woman's friendship is a fickle thing. You don't know that. Shago is not intimidated and approaches too. The two are now so close they can probably feel each other's breath. Their bosoms squeezing against each other. Girls. It's a bad thing if I have a hard-on in this tight suit. And Shago is the jealous type. Or is only with Black Widow. She is not that aggressive against Helena. I sigh, attracting their attention. Stop your games, Black Widow. I say, extending my closed hand towards her. To give her something. She unconsciously reaches out as well. I put on the trackers and bugs she put on me in the palm of her hand. You are good. Just not that good. I say. Not Batman good. I reach to Shago too and remove the bugs she put in her too and give it to a blank-faced Black Widow. Bitch. You bugged me. Shago asks, frowning and angry. I look at Helena and see that she has nothing. She is more cautious and knowledgeable about these things apparently. She probably didn't even let Natasha near her. Hearing Shago's accusation, Natasha just smiles innocently. Isn't a woman's friendship the fickle thing? She says. Oh ho, she got you there, Shago. That's a good lesson. Shago stares for a while before letting a crooked smile. I thought that you're a goody two-shoes. I'm starting to like you now. Well, let's help Shago gain some lost ground. Don't be so angry. Ms. Black Widow here is active as a spy for a long time. It is normal that she can deceive you like this. I say, consoling Shago. Shago turns to me and asks. Active for how long? Natasha also turns curious, probably surprised that I know so much about her. Since World War II. I say, and I know I'm right by Natasha's reaction. Shago's face blanked. She turns almost robotically to Black Widow with wide eyes. And then she starts to laugh. Ha 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 ha. You're a fucking old hag. I see Natasha's face twitch a little. Shago doubles over as she holds her stomach and laughs uncontrollably. Pfft. Are you back okay? You moved so much today. Ha ha. My back can take a lot of blunt force. Black Widow says as she looks at me. But Shago appears immune to provocation now. Ha ha. Okay, Grandma. Later you tell me more about your adventures in your youth. Hold on to me as I help you across the street so you can rest. Seeing that Shago won't be letting this go anytime soon, I decide to interrupt. Okay. We have more important things to do now. I say as I walk away from the two. I walk towards the other heroes and speak, facing Thor and Steve. The Chitauri deactivated after they lost connection with their mothership. I knew about their weakness from the movie. But I couldn't leave Thor alone, and I won't survive in the space vacuum yet, at least long enough to destroy a giant alien ship. Not to mention the risk of someone closing the portal while I'm on the other side. The problem is the Frost Giants. They came in much smaller numbers than the Chitauri and most were defeated, but there are still a few out there. Leaderless. I say, watching everyone here more closely. Steve Rogers and Johnny Storm aren't identical. They don't look like Chris Evans, to be more specific. But they're both blue-eyed blondies. But Steve is more rugged, while Johnny looks more like a rich second-generation kid. The two are handsome. I mean, everyone here is beautiful. Nothing surprising. I continue. Another problem is the climate change because of the portal connected with Jotunheim. Can you help me with this, Thor? I ask. Of course. I can eliminate the cold in no time. He answers. Be careful with the infrastructure. Cap, call for anyone to send all the help possible to the rescue efforts. I say, and Steve nods and goes to contact Fury. It's probably unnecessary, but it's good to be sure. I will start the cleaning. I say, not elaborating further and starting to walk away. It's time to show off a little. But, as I walk I find myself inside a force field. Frowning I turn to look at Susan Storm. Yes. I speak slowly. Can't do, mister. You're hurt. Come with me to be treated, then you come back to help. She says with a big sister-like tone of voice. I just stand there staring at her and let the silence prolongs. Tension begins to weigh on the air. So I take a step towards invisible woman, phasing through her shield like it is not even there. She almost winces when I get really close and tower over her. The rest of the Fantastic Four begin to get into position around her. Don't do that. I say calmly. To me at least is calmly, she flinches a little. But before things escalate too much I say. Look. I know that you mean well. You're worried about me, but the way you did it. Not good. Blocking my path and imprisoning me with your power. TSK. I say looking down at her before continuing. It's not hard to deduce that you're probably the glue that holds your team together and you probably have to act in the most authoritative tone to things work. But be careful not to go too far. You arbitrarily decided what is best for me, without consulting me, and used your powers to exert your will. Do you know how dangerous this is? Start in small things like that. I look at her and see that Susan starts to get my point from the widening of her eyes. We. I correct myself, we have to be very careful how we use our powers. Laws and morals only stop us when we allow them to. We need to put certain limits on ourselves. But only we know ourselves well enough to make those rules. I say and look at my stump, causing everyone else to look too. Then I regenerate. A fascinating sight of my arm growing back is seen by everyone. Bones, muscles, and tendons grow in a matter of seconds. The nanobots in my suit keep up with and covers my arm instantly too. Everyone, even my companions, is wide-eyed at the sight as I flex my arm and open and close my hand. Testing some jabs too. I look at Susan again. See. No problem, you would know if you had talked to me before. Without acting forcefully. Sorry. She says shyly and blushing a little. Susan Storm is one of the people I have a good first impression of in this world. She is compassionate, thoughtful, and not afraid to stand for her ideals. I have a strong impression of the comics in the Civil War. She holds off all pro-registration, even against her own husband, so that the anti-registration group could escape. This was after Reed, Pym, and Stark made a clone of Thor that killed a certain hero. See why I want to lobotomize these guys? Honestly, answering the question, what Marvel character would you take as a wife? My answer would be Susan Storm. The woman has power, is beautiful, smart, and so patient she's practically a saint. Seriously, she keeps up with Reed for years. She is supportive and loyal. It's no wonder Namor and Doom want to be Mrs. Steal Your Girl. She is also the mother of baby Jesus, Franklin. Another problem. Should I prevent the birth of child plot armor? I can sterilize her. Or Reed. The safest would be to sterilize her. But sterility can be cured easily. Maybe I should become the mini-god's father. Honestly, the thought intrigues me. I'm already OP, practically I'm the ADM of the metas. Franklin will likely be born buffed as hell. Wait. Stop that. Don't go into this rabbit hole, Hector. The Fantastic Foursome has too much drama already. Honestly, I'm torn between trying to stop Franklin's birth and letting him be born just so I can copy his powers. Well, I can always visit another universe where a Franklin already exists, without needing an Omega-level reality warper to be born here. The risk is he'll sneeze and erase me from existence as I try to copy his powers. I need to get stronger steadily. More shortcuts are just too dangerous. Well, let's save that thought and prepare for the future. Pulling my hand off Susan's head I continue. Starting to think we are always right and using our powers to impose our ideas on others is a dangerous path, Miss Storm. I say. That's how most of the disasters in Marvel happened. Maybe she's being influenced by Reed. Sorry to startle you. But I want you to understand that. I want everyone to understand that. I say looking around. I hope that my speech becomes a seed in these people's minds and prevents something bad in the future. If one of these guys, before making a stupid mistake, stops and thinks twice, this little speech of mine will have been worth it. I gained some morale and respect today with my actions. I can try to influence them. Susan nods. Others too, especially the more normal like Hawkeye and Black Widow. Normal people are the most concerned about the actions of the supers. The world is in the process of change. And our actions can shape the world. For better or worse. I say as I turn my back on the heroes and walk towards the wreckage of a building. Lifting my hand, I float the debris to reveal a pool of blood and gore. A child. Or what's left of her. I notice the smell very early. It is different to see the consequences of disasters in person. The Avengers moved is PG-13 after all. I notice everyone's face darkening. Until recently they were still celebrating the victory. Is a good, wake up to reality, moment for them. To me too. Fuck it. I won't hold back now. Let's show some abilities. Show that meta powers can be used for good. Let's shock the world. There's no time to shawarma right now. I say as I pull my mantle out of my inventory and cover myself again. Letting only my head exposed for those who are very injured or tired, go recover for now. The rescue efforts took a while. Maybe days. I say and hold out my hands. But something interrupts me. My senses alert me that something is coming. Fast, powerful and mysterious, but not dangerous. I turn my head in the direction of whatever is coming. My movement is noticed by everyone and the more experienced ones realize the strangeness and quickly put themselves on alert. Then a multicolored beam of light hit the ground. The Bifrost. I say. Bifrost. Thor spoke at the same time as me. A little late for reinforcements, I would say. The beam of light continues for a few seconds until it reveals the figures it transport here. 5 people. 4 men and 1 woman. The woman and the easiest to recognize can only be Lady Sif. She is a beautiful woman with black long hair and blue eyes, clad in armor and with a sword and shield on her back. Lady Sif, huh? I allow myself to look at her for a few seconds longer. Everyone has a childhood fictional crush. One of my cartoon crushes is Shago, who made me and an entire generation have the hots for goth girls. But Shago is not my biggest fictional crush. My biggest and first fictional crush from my childhood was Xena, the princess warrior. That character pretty much defined my initial favorite type of woman. Black and long hair with blue eyes. And the fact that I like Amazon strong women. I blame Xena, Wonder Woman, and the SNU episode of Futurama. Now I'm seeing a real-life woman warrior. I can't help but admire little. Well, shifting my focus before my stare turns creepy, I look at the other newcomers. 3 of them must be the Warriors 3, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan. They are closer to each other. The biggest and most Viking of them must be Volstagg. He looks like a real-life obelisk. Big, with a huge belly and a big red beard. Fandral is blonde with a very cool goatee. Hogan looks like a Mongolian, with Asian features and very fierce. The other male in the group is a little far away and in front of everyone. Hence, I deduce that he must have a higher status than the others. Heimdall. No, he is not black. But Heimdall in the comics is not black either. But this man here doesn't have eyes full of wisdom or something. I can't relate him to anyone. But I don't have to think long before Thor gives me the answer. Balder. My brother. Thor says as he steps forward to give the other man a bear hug. Thor. I missed you. The other guy responds by smiling calmly and reciprocating the hug. Balder. Fuck. Is everyone really here in this universe? I had already forgotten that Odin has a lot of sons. I need to check out the mythology books. And I need a Kratos card. And a Doomslayer card. And a Dante card too. And a Virgil if possible. God killers, devil slayers, demon hunters. I need all possible slayers/killers card. Siegfried from Fate is a dragon slayer, right? Anyway, this universe has too many characters. After realizing that the newcomers are allies, everyone relaxed. Thor gives a hug to all his acquaintances. Looks like he hasn't seen them in a long time. After catching up a little he turns to us to make the presentations. Everyone, these are my friends and family. My brother Balder, Lady Sif, and the Warriors 3, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan. We know each other for centuries, fighting in many battles and embarking on many adventures. Thor talks excitedly introducing the Asgardians, or maybe not. Maybe some of them are from others from the 9 realms. And these here are my companions who bravely fought this invasion. Thor says before starting to introduce the other heroes. The fact that Thor knows everyone reveals that they had met before the invasion, like in the movie. And I didn't know a thing. TCH. I still don't have a network intelligence to spy on S.H.I.E.L.D., and the fact they're meeting secretly to deal with Loki backfires because I didn't know until the time of the invasion. No moment to introduce my group. Thor stumbles. These are Air. He starts. But before it gets awkward, Huntress steps in and introduces my people. Huntress, Lady Jade, Gigantomachia, and Mikhail, she says, gesturing to each one. Mikhail nods. Gigantomachia just looks vigilantly at the Asgardians and Shago side glances before her attention focuses on her fingernails. I think her gaze lingered a little longer on Lady Sif. Is it because of me? Or I'm overthinking? My gaze lingered only a couple of seconds longer on the warrior woman than the rest. Damn, I glared more at Balder because I didn't recognize him. Did Shago notice that I had stray thoughts for Sif? Is this some innate women's superpower? Scary. Anyway, Thor turns to me and puts his arm around my shoulders. This one is Eidolon, he helped me get rid of Amora's mind control. Thor speaks smiling. I nod. A pleasure. Amora managed to bewitch you. Sif's eyes narrow dangerously. She uses foul methods, but she is all in the past now. Thor speaks. But brother, to Loki bring all these problems. What is the situation in Asgard? Thor asks. Apparently, he's been here in Midgard for a while. No wonder he was wearing his Donald Blake persona at my parents' funeral. Yeah, you know. Thank you for coming. But it's a little late. No offense. Stark speaks. He took off a lot of his armor because so much of it has short-circuited and it's hard to move with that if Jarvis doesn't help. Black Widow swats Tony's head because he was being rude. Even though he said what everyone else is thinking. It doesn't matter, as long as they get Loki, Amora, and all the frost giants off our hands, it'll be enough help. I say and notice that everyone agrees. I'm sorry. It's not that we didn't want to help. But we were delayed because of Loki. Balder speaks regretfully. Loki sent Jormungandr to poison the roots of Yggdrasil. The Bifrost was inoperative for a long time. It is actually still badly damaged at the moment. Lady Sif speaks. We were only able to come with the help of the Allfather's powers. Fandral talks, twirling his mustache. We came first as a vanguard, an army of Einherjar was already being prepared, Volstagg speaks. But it looks like it won't be necessary. So let's just take the criminals back. Hogan complete. They will receive justice in Asgard. And we also came to bring you back from exile, brother. Balder speaks with a smile. Yeah, the personality of everyone is as I expected. And I don't have too much knowledge of Balder because I've never seen any media about him. But terms like Balder, the bold, Balder, the brave, or Balder, the good, cross my mind. And he gives that impression of being an honorable knight. If Loki is sly and Thor boisterous, Balder would be the most serious and responsible of the siblings. Yggdrasil. Like the tree. What this have to do with your guys coming here? Tony asks. The tree of life roots are what connects all realms together. Thor explains likes is enough. Must be common sense to him. But how? Read Pragunta. Like the roots expand across the universe or something. Susan asks. I decide to explain to the Muggles. Imagine the Yggdrasil like a cosmic nimbus that connects all 9 realms. It overlaps all realms, allowing you to travel between worlds without the need of space travel. The Bifrost is the rainbow bridge that uses this power of Yggdrasil to teleport people between the 9 realms. If I'm not mistaken, the Bifrost was created in the time of Bor, Thor's grandfather, and it was what allowed Odin to finally unify the 9 realms. I explain. I notice the silence and see everyone looking at me shocked. What? Do you know a lot about our history, Eidolon? Thor laughs. I read in a book. A comic book. How do you know about all these mysteries? Black Widow asks. Because I'm Eidolon. Mysterious men are sexy, she says flirtingly. Meanwhile, Fandral and Volstagg head towards the fallen Loki, who still has my sword pinning him to the ground, and Lady Sif heads towards the unconscious Amora. They're holding some special kind of handcuffs and gags. Already foreseeing the problem, I head towards Loki. And as expected, when Fandral reaches for the sword to pull it out, the thorns in the handle lashes out like a whip. He retracts his hand quickly but is still hit. Ow. That hurts a lot. He looks surprised. Sorry, it can't be used by anyone. I say and take the sword quietly. Like Mjolnir? Volstagg asks, interested. Something like that. I say as I make the sword go back to Sword of Thorns mode. Looking like a normal longsword. Thorns in the handle. Fandral asks with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, the design of this sword is really strange. As I said, not everyone can use it. I answer. I remember Guts also can't quite hold Sword of Thorns in the Berserk manga. Thanks to the gacha, the items I have gained cannot be used by others unless I allow them to. I can even choose the form of rejection. I tested it with Isabella's help. I can make the item so heavy that only I can lift it. Became literally intangible like an illusion to everyone else but me. And if it's reasonable enough, make the item attack whoever tries to use it. Like with the sword. I tested it with Alucard's Jackal pistol and managed to make the pistol become jammed and unfireable. Oh, interesting. What is the name of your weapon, my friend? Fandral asks. Usually like this you can call it Sword of Thorns, but like this. I say, morphing the sword in its eldritch form, you can call Sword of Actuation, or Astral Tear. I say, making small talk. Fun fact, the Sword of Actuation is not the true name of the sword. The name does not translate very well to English. The name in Japanese is Yobamizu no Tsurugi, which would literally be a sword to prime a water pump. The name of behemoths, the things the sword is made of, is in Japanese, Ikai no Yobamizu. The behemoth sword would then be the most exact translation. Because of the word Yobamizu. Why did Hector call it astral tear? Yobamizu is related to water, the behemoths look like droplets of water. Or tears. A sword to tear the astral. It would be the best translation of the sword. This is my interpretation of what the best sword name should look like. I think astral tear would be a good translation for the sword's name. Oh ho ho. I've never seen a weapon like that. Volstagg comments as he pulls Loki to his feet very brusquely. Take that thing away from me. Loki practically snarls. Are you afraid, Loki? Fandral asks mockingly. Knowing there's no need to keep it a secret, since Loki is probably going to talk anyway, I say. Is because this sword is very good against magic. Now, that's interesting. This is rare. How did you get it? Fandral asks. I made myself, had chance encounters to find some rare materials. I lie, I can't say I won on Gacha. And saying that I found the materials by luck prevents me from being asked to replicate the sword. Oh. Did you make it? That's incredible. Fandral comments as he holds Loki with the handcuffs and gag. Making a twirling movement with my wrist, I make the sword disappear in my inventory like a magic trick. I notice Lady Sif pulling Amora up. Less gentle than even the guys with Loki. Well, well. Even you have a day like that, huh, Amora? Sif lifts Amora and wastes no time in gagging her. Oh. Is there any bad blood between them? I think they both like Thor, right? Who would have thought that Jane would be the victor? Well, for a little while at least. They will break up, I think. I think on most timelines Thor marries Sif. By Odin's beard. What happened to Amora? Balder looks shocked by Amora's bruised appearance. Balder has a thing for Amora. Fandral whispers to me. Oh. What a weird love triangle. Seriously, Marvel has too many problems with relationships. I still blame the writers for wanting to please everyone's ships. I remember Jane, Thor once got involved with Sam Wilson. Thor kisses Betty, the girlfriend of Hulk, but when she was in her Red She-Hulk form. It's no wonder I'm so reluctant to start a relationship with Marvel woman. It's me. I say moving forward. I already foresee some friction, so it's better that I take all responsibility. I beat her to see if I could break her spell. It didn't work, but she deserved it worse. I say evenly. Is it really necessary to be so rough with her? Balder asks, turning to me. Yes. But I still pulled my punches, it would look a lot worse if I went all out. I say. If you're so much stronger than her, you could have subdued her without hurting her too much. Balder argues. No. I have no time or disposition to care about her. I just want to take her down the fastest way possible. I say. You have no shame in doing this. He states, pointing to the sorry state of Amora, to a woman. Oh, he is one of these. He's not just a knight. He is a full-fledged, white knight. Not even a little. I am an advocate of true gender equality. I will not hesitate to drop-kick a woman's chest if she deserves it. I quote the great Kazuma. Seeing him getting mildly furious with me, I resolve to tease him some more. Seriously, this guy is worried about a woman that just brainwashed his brother. Oh, I see. You are one of these. I say in sudden realization. One of these. A simp. I say. Simp, he asks, and I see the rest are confused too. Ah, the simp term hasn't been popularized yet. So I will introduce it today. I'm very proud of myself now. A simp. Coming from the word simpleton is a term I use for a person who is desperate for the attention and affection of someone else. Doing everything, defending, giving gifts and money, and even humiliating himself to have his one-sided feelings accepted. I explain. Usually the simp is a man. I'm sure all the beautiful women here must have found a simp in their lives. I say, looking around. I see some nods. The worst is when the woman has ill intent. She can use the simp, never intending to have any relationship with him but keeping him close enough to have a convenient tool. I continue. Seeing your straightforward personality and Amora's rotten one. Let me guess some things. You must have chased her, right? But she has an obsession with Thor. But since Thor wants nothing to do with her, you think you have a chance, right? Because she never said no to you directly. She must have made one or two serious mistakes in the past, that you put yourself on the line to defend her, right? She was probably grateful for a day or two before she went back to her usual cold self to you. She only comes to you to ask for something and never gives anything, right? You never got not even a kiss from her, right? And the worst thing is, I don't want to be right. You're not going to tell me that you keep yourself chaste in fidelity to her, right? Even when she sleeps around. I say. And I hear Volstagg laugh out loud before he control himself because Fandral elbows him in the stomach. I can see Sif and Thor hiding their faces and holding back their laughter. Even Loki is looking in amusement. It seems that Baldur's pursuit of Amora is a hot topic in Asgard. I can imagine everyone advising him to give up, but him being too stubborn to see the truth. Except, my friend. You're a simp. I say, making his face redden in shame and fury. One often gets angry when someone guesses their thought right. I finish. Then it happens. Very quickly Baldur reaches for the sword at his waist, but I'm faster. Before he can draw his sword, I'm already in front of him. 2 fingers press the pommel of his sword back into the scabbard. The only indicator I've moved is my mantle, which is slowly falling down to readjust itself to my body. We were in a standoff for a few seconds. I'm sorry, Baldur. But it's the truth. Do you have any idea how stupid it is to see you defending the woman who was an accomplice in the death of thousands of people and who brainwashed your brother? I say. Only he and I know he's still trying to pull the sword out of its scabbard, but I don't bulge. He is much weaker than I expected. Thor is really special, huh? Why are you taking her side? Because she is a woman. Because she is beautiful. If you look closely, you'll see that she doesn't have any redeeming qualities other than her looks. I say, looking him in the eye. These things are worthless in my eyes, and it should be in yours too. I won't apologize, and I won't take back what I said. I believe a punch in the face keeps a bitch in her place. If you still want to play blind and think I've damaged her honor or whatever. I start calmly before getting serious. I have no problem in accompanying you in a little spar. I exert pressure, the skies darken, and cracks spread on the floor of my feet. Thor. Loki. And now you. I have no problem in beating you and completing the whole set of Odin's sons today. He and I continue to stare at each other. The situation is tense. The heroes from Earth don't quite know what to do. Gigantomachia has now become ready and started to grow slowly. Shago and Helena are already in a ready-to-fight stance, and Mikhail has uncrossed his arms and is ready too. It's good that they act this way. For a group or organization, it doesn't matter how much internal strife there is. Against an outsider, we should always show a united front. I didn't even have to say it, and they already understand. Very good. Honestly, I don't want things to go out of control. But he came looking for trouble with me first. I won't let anyone admonish me. As expected, the only person that can stop this fight, beating, steps forward. Thor puts a hand on my shoulder but turns to Baldur. Brother, stop that. You know that Eidolon is right. Me, father, mother, and everyone that truly loves you already advised you about your situation with Amora. Thor speaks with a sigh. Looks like this is really old gossip. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I was the one who got caught in Amora's spell and forced Eidolon to act. He was just trying to help me. Thor speaks. All right. I will let it slide this time. Baldur says, stepping back. I almost scoff. Prideful till the end, huh? Shago is the one that scoffs out loudly, not caring about the situation. Since we're over this issue, I'm going to focus on something more important. Saving people. Excuse me. I say before turning my back on Baldur. I look around the city, the destruction, and death. With my empathic powers, I feel fear and despair. Like I said before being interrupted by Bifrost, fuck it, I'm going all out. I focus and let my awareness spread all over New York. My arms come out through the 2 gaps in my mantle as I raise them to the air. The city trembles a little. Palms turn to the sky, I act. Debris begins to slowly levitate. Small at first, then bigger. And bigger. And bigger. Until entire buildings that had fallen begin to float in the sky. Chitauri remains have the same fate. Holy fuck. I hear someone says. If anyone looks at the sky, it will look like there's another city above us. I removed all rubble and obstructions from the road to facilitate the movement of rescue teams. I was careful not to lift anyone alive. I have good control. So I use other powers. Under my mantle, mouths open on different parts of my body like chest, back, shoulder. From these mouths, black ectoplasm comes out, forming more than 20 clones of mine. Identical, except they don't have my mantle. Ectoplasm clones are better than twice clones because they are tougher and I have a degree of control over them. But they can still act independently. You guys know what to do. I say, causing my clones to nod their heads before moving so fast they look like they've teleported. By telepathically connecting with them, I can see everything they do. It's a nuisance. I think it's because it's unnatural for humans to make a hive mind. I start to levitate and sit in the air in a meditative pose with crossed legs. Captain, get in touch with the experts and ask where I can deposit most of the debris. I say. All right. How long can you hold on? He asks a little worried. Perpetually. I reply simply. He looks at me for a while and nods his head before contacting someone. Open portals in the sky. I say. Isabella receives my command. Big portals made of black mist appear nearby. Each 5m x 5m. I focus a little and start separating the Chitauri from the leftover debris. Chitauri weapons, corpses, and vehicles start moving to portals like a river in the air. HMPF. Like I'm going to let this technology lying around to anyone catch it. I mean, they must have already taken it. These people of Marvel act incredibly fast when it comes to recovering DNA or alien technology. It's inevitable that some unsavory groups already have Chitauri weaponry in their hands now, but I can at least prevent any thug from having an alien energy weapon in their hands to steal a grandma at night. If I'm not mistaken, this technology is what drives many villains in the MCU. Closing my eyes, I connect with all my clones to manage the situation. With my powers, I can save a lot of lives. Let's show the world the potential for good that the metas have. Hawkeye POV, holy fuck. Someone says. Probably me. These last few days have been full of surprises. Gods descended upon Earth and attacked a research facility. Controlled my mind and Selvigs. Aliens, gods, magic, and portals. All happened in these last few days and mixed up like a bad movie plot. I need a raise. And a vacation. Spending a good time with Laura and my child. Watching Eidolon lift tones and tones of debris in the sky makes me realize the world has changed. I didn't think much about it while I was on top of a building knocking down Chitauri after Chitauri, but... damn. I'm good agent. One of the best if I can speak in my humble opinion. But a guy can't help but feel inadequate around these others. I thought Captain was already unreachable enough. Reed and Stark are super genius. The Hulk isn't exactly new. But the Hulk, I don't know. Maybe because he can be outsmarted, I always thought maybe he could be contained. Consoling myself with the fact that the Hulk had a weakness or a limitation. But Thor and Eidolon. Haha. No chance. Not even a million of me can go head-to-head with them. It scares me a little. But not that much. Because they seem to be good people. I mean, they fought with us. And they look nice. But there is a certain invisible pressure when you are face-to-face with an existence that is superior to you in every way. When I finally arrived to meet everyone, I got a good look at the two of them. After all, it's impossible for me to follow how the fight went. Thor had cuts all over his body and looked in bad shape. But he was talking and laughing like he was full of energy and hadn't been fighting a battle that nearly destroyed New York. Eidolon was spotless. With the exception of his missing arm. But he also seemed to care little for that either. Then it was revealed to me why. Because losing an arm is as insignificant to him as being scratched is to me. Maybe even less. And I can't help but agree with what he said to Miss Storm. The world has already changed, and now there are people with personal power enough to change the rules as they see fit. It's a scary prospect. Right now, they're truly people who can go to nation leaders or whatever and say, change that. No, you can't do it. As a normal human, obviously, I fear for myself, and especially for my family. Third-person POV. The city is a wreck. The difference is big from what was shown in the movies. Not only are buildings and cars destroyed. Body parts, blood, people screaming, and in shock are common sights. The biggest points of destruction were the center, where the Stark Tower is located. The north where the portal to Jotunheim was opened. And Hell's Kitchen, a peripheral part of the city. Eidolon floats in a meditation pose several feet above the ground. Cleaning roads and removing buildings at risk of collapse from the ground. The more than 20 clones spread out and begin to do their jobs. In a certain part of the city, a group of people seems helpless. They are crouched on the ground trying to communicate with someone who has been buried. A store is destroyed above them. It's okay. Help will come. Hold on. A man screams into a crack in the wreckage. Crying and shouts for help are heard in response. As this man tries to look around for any help, something moves very fast and sinks to the ground. What dash? Before anything else can be said. Eidolon clone emerges phasing through the ground, holding a woman and 2 children in his arms. Slowly levitating, he goes to an open space and places the 3 people on the ground. People around look in awe. Eidolon kneels and examines the wounded. The children seem fine, but they must have inhaled a lot of dust, he analyzes. The woman has her right ankle totally crushed. Narrowing his eyes, Eidolon makes a decision and allows the clone to act. Reaching out with his hand enveloped on a golden glow, Eidolon uses rewind to heal the woman's leg. People around gasp in surprise. The woman who was in pain sits and looks fascinated at her leg. Thank you. Thank you, very much. She starts crying and hugs the two children, who also cry in her embrace. Idolin nods and gets up slowly. Do not worry. The worst has ended. Everything is gonna be alright. I'm here now. He smiles, and with this cheesy line, he takes flight to another part of town. Idolin decided to use rewind as a cure. With some limitations. Only treating some serious wounds and doesn't restoring lost limbs. Idolin has some powers to heal. But the two most effective are rewind and overhaul. But he can't use overhaul, is too much gruesome. Destroying someone to repair them afterward is not good for his PR. So he decided to use rewind carefully. Even if Idolin is revealing his powers, he's still downplaying them a little. And he also still has other trump cards. And most importantly, Hector gets stronger every month. In a little over a week, he will pull another gacha and get stronger. So it's not a huge disaster to reveal that he can make clones or other medium-level powers. Back to the group. Are you gonna help too? Shago asks Helena. Yeah. And you? I'm already here. Let's see this till the end. Shago responds and turns around. Makia, help me here. She says, attracting the giant's attention. Look, let's go heroing. Let's share our work. She speaks as Makia brings a palm to the ground and helps Shago climb onto his shoulder. A hero helps people and looks good doing it. Obviously, we know who is better at doing what. You help, and I look good, capice? She says as she goes guided Makia to save some buried people. Helena also moves. She's not the most qualified for a rescue, but she can help a little. Mikhail also disappears by teleporting. He intends to carry people to help zones and hospitals. With Captain America. Metahuman. Captain America asks while guiding some civilians to a safe zone. An Idolin clone is carefully moving small debris away and restoring the road with its powers. Yes. Meta for short. Basically, I'm a mutant. But I find the term very defamatory. And, Homo superior, is too arrogant. Clone Idolin responds as he heals some children. Pieces of metal had stuck into their backs, they would probably be paraplegic if Idolin didn't use rewind. In my day, I never saw many mutants. Metas. Steve corrects himself. But I remember one guy. He was fierce on the battlefield, almost crazy and fearless. One day he was hit by a grenade. But when I went to see him he was unharmed. After that he disappeared. I think he should be a meta. Idolin looks at Steve. I see. A small, hairy man with sideburns. Steve's eyes widen. Yes, do you know him? He asks surprised. As expected. Yeah, I know him. He is alive to this day. Very young even. I won't reveal his whereabouts. Sorry. But he has the power to regenerate, he must have run away because he raised suspicions. Idolin speaks. So he won't be captured by the government and experimented on. Idolin mutters. Steve looks on in horror. You'd be surprised, Cap. Steve sighs. He understands. He is a smart man. The experiments with the dodecahedron, the nuke. The government is by far perfect. He's a little disappointed if he were, to tell the truth. I thought I would be the last. Steve says, referring to the attempt to create super soldiers. He understands that the success of his experiment must have caused an armamentist race for super soldiers all over the world for all these decades, and the number of people who died was not few. Don't feel bad. None of this is your fault. Idolin consoles and raises his hand. He uses his powers to cleanse his Cap of the blood and heal him. We are only responsible for our own actions. Let's do some good. Idolin speaks. Captain America smiles before nodding and moving to another street. Idolin flies and stays in the air for a while. He lifts his hand and looks at the blood floating in his palm. Captain America blood. The original super soldier formula. Idolin looks at the little ball of blood with self-deprecation eyes. I'm sorry, Cap. But I need this. Don't worry, I will be careful and I will never clone you or anything like that. Idolin mutters before disappearing to store the blood sample. In the northern part of New York a similar scene takes place. An Idolin clone helps Thor get rid of all the ice and snow. And also prevent the water from flooding the houses. They also gathered and controlled all of the frost giants into a great dome of earth that Idolin created. The Asgardians stood guard to prevent trouble. Idolin also healed Thor of his internal wounds. But he already had blood samples that he acquired during the fight. Hell's Kitchen. Luke Cage moves a bus that is blocking the street to the side as if it were a couch. Broken pieces of Chitauri litter the street, obviously a battle has taken place here. But only Luke Cage is standing, his clothes are practically torn apart, but his skin is unharmed. Feeling like he's being watched, Luke stops moving an electric pole and looks up. Sure enough, an Eidolon clone is floating a few feet above him watching him. "You're that guy?" Luke speaks. "Yes." Eidolon looks around. "Did you do all this?" he asks as he makes a motion with his hand, lifting everything that is Chitauri and making it disappear into a portal in the sky. "Yeah, they weren't all that impressive." Luke speaks nonchalantly. But inside he's still apprehensive. Luke Cage is a guy used to being the big fish, but today he saw glimpses of a fight in the sky that left even him intimidated. The fight in the sky. He starts. "It was me against Thor. He was mind-controlled." Eidolon speaks. "I see. You must be careful, Mr. Cage." Eidolon warns. "Why?" Luke Cage asks, intrigued. "As you have seen, the world has a depth that no one expected. There is a spy organization monitoring the world. And there are other organizations that are not very well-intentioned. You acting like that in the open, displaying your powers. Be careful." Eidolon advises. Luke Cage understands. After all, he himself is the product of an experiment. So he knows how far some people are willing to go for their goals. "I see, thank you." "It was nothing." Eidolon speaks and disappears. "Pa." But Luke feels a loud attack in the back of his head. He didn't feel any pain, it was just noisy. "What was this?" he asks as he puts his hand behind his head. "Stay smart, Mr. Cage." He hears Eidolon's voice reverberating in space. Original Eidolon. HM. While in the air, Hector pulls a tablet out of his inventory and marks something -1. List of bald heads to give a slap. Xavier. Fury. Thanos. Luke Cage. Kingpin. The Watcher. Moondragon. Living Tribunal. Drax. Deadpool. Ancient One. The Thing. Silver Surfer. Galactus. Click to show others. A long way to go. Eidolon mutters before looking at another list. SNU list. She-Hulk. Jane Thor, no NTR. Lady Sif. Kyera. Red Sonja. Jessica Jones. True question, if I'm much stronger is still SNU. Or only muscly women. Valkyrie. Titania. Mess, Marvel, Captain Marvel, if she's not a bitch, possible hatefuck. Click to show others. I think this is just a weeb's dream. Hector sighs sadly. Let's leave it to fate. Rescue efforts continue for a few more hours. Thanks to Eidolon, the process was greatly streamlined. What should take days can be completed in 24 hours. Eidolon clones are always on the move. Taking people to hospitals, opening paths, curing people. With all his powers, it's just too easy to locate people and save them. It can be estimated that the death toll would be at least 10 times worse if Eidolon didn't help. That's just what he's doing now in rescue. No one knows how many lives he saved since he started acting today. Defeating the Chitauri, or stopping Thor and Loki. There is an open space, here, here and here. It would help if you deposit all of this there. The fire brigade commander speaks, pointing to the debris in the sky. He's talking to an Eidolon clone. No problem. The original body will separate debris from the possessions of the civilians. So that people can recover their belongings. He will put it here, here and here. Eidolon talks by pointing at various parts of the map. In each place like this, he will place what he has managed to recover from the nearby houses. Neighborhood people can easily find their stuff that way. Eidolon speaks. He wants to protect people's property too so they don't lose everything. I would like you to notify everyone to go look for what is theirs. The commander looks to Eidolon for a little before nod. Good, good. It will lessen people's problems a little bit. He says. Many people lost a lot. Perhaps they are now in poverty. In just a few hours an unlucky person can have everything destroyed. Eidolon removed and organized as best he could even the smallest of people's belongings. Can you make the debris float higher? To facilitate the movement of helicopters, the commander asks. No problem. Saying goodbye to the commander, the Eidolon clone prepares to move to another part of the city when he notices someone approaching him. Military clothes. Slightly familiar. Someone important. Hector guesses right when he sees the newcomer's last name on the uniform. General Thaddeus Ross. Eidolon speaks to the man who is only a few steps away from him. He is accompanied by other soldiers. This is the guy who constantly chases the Hulk. Father of Betty Ross, the main love interest of Bruce Banner. Do you know me? General Ross asks gruffly. I know the things you've done. Like that fiasco with Emil Bronsky. Or as he is called these days, the Abominable. Eidolon speaks, making the general's face darken. Wonder in what hidden lab he's suffering in right now. Eidolon begins lightly as if he's talking about the weather. Enough. Ross snarls. I have orders to secure all alien-related objects. Give it back everything you stole and follow me to answer some questions. The general orders. Is this guy for real? Is he really delusional like that? I refuse. Eidolon speaks simply. What do you mean, refuse? You have no choice. I don't answer to you and you can't make me accompany you. Are you going to disobey direct orders from the government and military? General Ross asks gravely. I walk towards him, invading his personal space. Yes, I will. And what are you going to do about it, huh? I look in his eyes from him. To his credit, he doesn't flinch. It seems that facing the Hulk for years turned his ball into one of steel. Soldiers, on the other hand, are not so brave. They almost embarrassingly point their rifles at me and even shake a little. You're making an enemy of America. The general speaks, looking at me. No, I'm not. You guys are making an enemy of me. And I have to say it's a bad move. But okay, I will at least stop from taking further things. I'm taking out alien tech so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. But if you think you can do a better job, be my guest. Eidolon waves his hand and the black mist portals in the sky close. All alien tech starts to fall to the ground. Help yourself, but it will be your responsibility if we see any criminals using a Chitauri gun. Eidolon speaks. Ross grimaces. It's impossible that some alien tech hasn't fallen into the wrong hands already. Eidolon is just putting all future blame on Ross. Ross turns, without sparing a glance at Eidolon. You'll regret not cooperating, he says before walking away. Hoo-hoo. Eidolon just watched his retreating back. Then he looks at a corner of the street, where a small camera was recording his talk with the general. Near Queens. One of Eidolon's clones had the job of checking on the people important to Hector and making sure everyone was okay. The number of important people is low. The clone basically went to check out Christine Palmer. Then he went to check out Peter's family and the other classmates. While making his rounds, this clone saw something that made him stop. At the moment, the clone and even the original Eidolon are in a daze. Eidolon sighs before bending down to retrieve the corpse. The dead person he discovered is the hobo guy. The one he tested D4C, who vented about life and gave advice not to regret the things he never did. Hector doesn't know the guy well. He doesn't even know his name. But seeing someone you talked to a few days ago dead affects anyone. Remember human frailty. The hobo guy died from having the side of his stomach hit by some object at high speed. Probably a rock. Closing the guy's eyes and cleaning his corpse, Eidolon allows himself a little prayer. I hope you didn't have too many regrets. Standing up, Eidolon resolves to double his efforts. The clones start moving like on steroids. Hector recalls something Shimura Nana told him. More than being hurt by villains, seeing someone dying and being unable to save them. That pain in 100 times worse. Hector is not a naive person. He knows it's impossible to save everyone and trying would only make himself miserable. But knowing and experiencing for yourself is different. Hector wants no regrets. So even if he can't save everyone, he wants to at least, in the future, be able to look back and think he did his best. The rescue, with Eidolon's efforts, progressed smoothly. It is expected that everything will be over in a few hours. The problem would be the reconstruction of the city and the large number of people without homes. But this is not a problem that can be solved in a few days. An Eidolon clone is currently holding the dodecahedron. Hector would be lying if he said he doesn't want to keep the space stone. But Thor needs the Infinity Stone to go back and take all the frost giants. And it will be much better if the stone is in Asgard. Let's use Asgard and Odin as the first layer of defense from Thanos. Hector thinks. The initial plan for the Battle of New York for Hector would be for him to deliver the Space Stone to Thor and keep the Mind Stone in Loki's scepter. So he would have a good gain and keep the stone separate. And the scepter away from Hydra, if the situation is the same in this reality as in the movies, where Hydra took over S.H.I.E.L.D. But things are different. There's no Loki scepter or Mind Stone. There's Amora and the Warlock's Eye. By the way, Hector will not return the Warlock Eye. No one asked for it back, and he'd rather have the artifact that can brainwash even Thor in his inventory. This decision is not yours to make. An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. that maybe it's a Hydra speaks. Reed was handing the dodecahedron to safe hands when Eidolon's clone, faster than anyone could react, intrudes and grabs the dodecahedron. And we all know the consequences if this thing gets into your hands. If you don't know, just look around. Eidolon speaks. And you want to yourself? No. Thor asked me to retrieve this thing. We will all be safer with it away from here. Eidolon speaks. Even Captain America agrees. Steve saw firsthand that SHIELD was producing weapons with the dodecahedron. The World Council will not allow it. The agent speaks. The World Council has no power here. Eidolon speaks before simply disappearing. Talking with this guy is useless. Helicarrier. He has taken the dodecahedron. Someone in a screen showing the World Security Council. I know. Fury says simply. We have plans for that thing, Director. Another councilman says. And what do you want me to do? Fury asks. Our authority can't be challenged. Another councilman says. And again. What do you want me to do? Fury opens his arms, fight the god who took the dodecahedron. Or maybe the mutant who can fight the so-called god. Fury holds back a sigh. These talks are always a bother to him. Natasha, Clint, and Maria Hill are nearby watching the exchange. And are we just going to watch them make these decisions arbitrarily? Before Fury can respond, someone else responds. But our decision is the right one. Everyone turns to the newcomer. Eidolon, the original because he's wearing the mantle, is sitting at the same table as Clint and Natasha. No one has seen him arrive and he is nonchalantly stroking a cat that is sitting on his lap. The cat is obviously Cthulhu, but Hector put an illusion on him to make his fur turn black and less fluffy. He looks like a cliché witch cat. When everyone noticed Eidolon's arrival, everyone stood up in alert and pointed their weapon at him. But he just sits there and is unconcerned. The dodecahedron is much more powerful than you can imagine. And Loki didn't use it carefully. The energy signature of the dodecahedron is very unique. Power-hungry aliens can detect it and come to Earth to cause trouble. Better give it to Thor so he can take it to Asgard. We have no structure to support so many alien invasions. Eidolon explains his reasoning. How did you find us? Fury asks. Because I'm Eidolon. He says, and because Black Widow is good. But I'm better. After Eidolon says this he raises his hand and retrieves the trackers he's placed on Natasha Romanoff. What? Two can play this game. He tells the Black Widow who looks equal parts outraged and amused. And can you guys stop pointing those guns at me? Eidolon speaks but no one lowers their weapons. Must be protocol. Eidolon sighs before disappearing. Moving faster than the agents can see, Eidolon appears in another corner of the table. All their weapons are now on the table neatly organized. As everyone expresses surprise at being disarmed, Eidolon speaks up. I noticed you have hidden weapons. He says to Natasha. But I didn't think it was appropriate to reach for them. She has weapons in certain special places. Natasha only smiles and raises an eyebrow to white-haired hero. Eidolon picks up one of the pistols on the table and points it at his own temple. Bang bang asterisk asterisk 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 bang asterisk. He fires, but the bullets don't even come close to hurting him. The bullets all fall on the ground flat. See, useless. Now that we're on the same page. Let me introduce you to my pet. At that moment Eidolon looks curiously at Fury. He is a flurkin. The moment he says that Eidolon sees Fury's eye widen. He mentally smiles, having confirmed one more thing. You bring a fucking flecker to my helicarrier? Fury almost shouts. Everyone looks curiously at Fury's overreaction. Oh, so you've actually had a certain encounter with a flurkin. I thought it was baseless rumors. Eidolon speaks nonchalantly. What's so special about this flurkin? He's just a cat. Hawkeye talks while going to caress Cthulhu. Cthulhu looks at him with an indescribable look. Barton, do not approach this thing, Fury screams. So Cthulhu acts. Opening its mouth, tentacles expand and grab the giant table and bring it to his stomach. He doesn't like to call a thing. Eidolon explains. Be a good boy and return their table, okay. Meowth begrudgingly. Cthulhu spits the table. Surprisingly the table is still whole, with no damage or deformation. But it's covered in saliva. The table bounces a little before stopping. Cthulhu didn't devour Clint only because of Hector's orders to do not devour humans unless I allow it. But Cthulhu had to defend his dignity somehow. What is that thin cat? Natasha asks, correcting herself in the middle. Like I said, is a flurkin, an alien cat. You can ignore it for now. I just brought him here to test your boss. Eidolon nonchalantly confesses. Now to the important things. Eidolon turns to Fury. We finally meet, Director. You can ask your questions now. Eidolon speaks. Nick Fury stares at him for a while. I only have one question, are you going to cooperate? Fury speaks. HM. A question with many layers. Let's go in parts, Eidolon says. First, I'm not gonna join the Avengers or whatever, I have my own group. But I will always help to defend Earth. I will not be on your beck and call to burst arm dealers or terrorists, but if something like what happened today happens again, I will show up. Eidolon says. How do I find you? Fury asks. That's the neat part, you don't. I will find you. Eidolon says, and then he speaks in a softer tone. Look, Director. I feel that we are similar. Under normal circumstances, we could be good friends. But because of our line of work, we will put our guard against everyone, so we will never achieve complete trust in each other. So, let's do our own things and unite when we fight against big crisis. Eidolon says and prepares to leave. Taking Cthulhu in his arms, he turns to leave one last message. And you guys. From the World Security Council. Next time you guys decide to nuke a place full of civilians. Eidolon narrow his eyes. I will teleport your family to the same place. It's easy to make a hard decision when you have nothing to lose, right? Eidolon speaks, shocking everyone. The people from the council look angry. Outrageous. They start to rage and threaten. But Eidolon only remains impassive. Pierce, Malik, Yen, Howley, Singh, Rockwell. Every word spoken by Eidolon makes the room friendlier and quieter. These are the surnames of the people who make up the council. Maybe if your loved ones are in the place where you decide to do a nuclear attack, maybe you guys have learned a little more empathy. Eidolon speaks before disappearing. The room has a tense atmosphere after Eidolon's departure. The World Council starts shutting down one by one. Have the scientists already analyzed his hair? Fury asks. In truth, Natasha got a sample of Eidolon hair. Or she thinks she got it. Air, HM. They have nothing. Maria Hill says. What do you mean nothing? Fury asks. The hair looks like is made from some synthetic material. There's no DNA or anything. Maria Hill says before signaling the operator nearby. The operative types a little and an image appears on the big screen. It a white long hair. The operative starts to zoom in and reveals there are words written on the hair. The words are, still not that good. Maria Hill continues, our team backed off from doing any procedure after seeing these words. Fury looks at the image. Was he already expecting us to try to get a sample? How did he manage to do that? Fury asks a little gaping. Maria Hill shows a strange expression. Like she was holding back laughter or something. The answer is. She starts show him. She says to the operative. Zooming out and then zooming into another part of the hair, the big screen show other words. Because I'm Eidolon. Motherfucker. Appearing a few hundred meters above the helicarrier, Hector looks at an object in his hand. With disasters come opportunities too. In his hand a little cube made of nanobots shifts. Eidolon stole S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information and database. Is very easy with technology hundreds of years ahead in time. BNHA world. You make it too easy, Fury. And I can't let my guard down with those Marvel people, huh? Hector speaks. Obviously, he noticed when Black Widow tried to pull a hair out of him. But even if she had 10 of more of herself, she would never be able to pull out even one strand. Eidolon then moved quickly and put the strand of hair he had already prepared in her hand. And how would he know that the opportunity to deceive someone who wants his DNA would arise? Well, this is Marvel. My SNU objective is very hard. I can't leave fluid out there. Eidolon sighs before disappearing. The day after the Battle of New York. Every person who could be saved has already been saved. The wounded are receiving treatment, if they still need it. The mayor and president are planning to rebuild the destroyed parts, while organizing support for the homeless. In the northern part of the city, Thor and his companions from Asgard prepare to use the dodecahedron to return. The frost giants are all around, the will to fight has been removed from their bodies a long time ago by Eidolon, convincing talk. Batman style. The Avengers and Eidolon are around to say goodbye. Bye, Thor. Come back anytime. Stark says, not you too, he quips pointing to Amora and Loki who are still trapped. Goodbye, my friends. We will see each other again. Thor nods to everyone. Eidolon, my friend. Next time I will bring you to Asgard. We can go visiting the 9 realms fighting, drinking, and having fun. Thor smiles. That looks nice. If it wasn't a problem. Eidolon replies. It won't be a problem. Thor laughs. Hey. Why is only him is invited? I want a Viking adventure too. Tony speaks with fake outrage, you know what, never mind. I prefer the modern world. Don't fret, my friend. All of you are invited. Thor says before getting ready to teleport. Eidolon gives Thor the dodecahedron. Thor holds it in his hand and activates it. Blue light spreads and a multicolored light comes from the skies. A suction force takes all visitors and invaders. So he uses the dodecahedron to activate Bifrost. Like a signal. Eidolon mutters before disappearing. He has no interest in socializing with the other heroes right now. He has a lot to do. Asgard. Thor's party enters Odin's throne room. They're bringing prisoners Loki and Amora. Aside from some iron jar guards, only Odin and Frigga are in the throne room. Odin is an old man, even taller than Thor. Looking very bulky with his golden armor. On his shoulder sits one of his ravens. Another raven arrives soon after and sits on the other shoulder. Only Odin and Frigga know that Odin was watching everything that happened to his children through the eyes of one of his ravens. Odin's face is impassive. If Hector were here he would instantly feel he has zero chance of winning. Only escaping would be an option and even then it would be difficult. Odin is a being on the same level as Galactus. All father-level characters are beneath only the cosmic entities in Marvel. Frigga, Freya, sits next to Odin. She is a beautiful middle-aged woman. With 2 long blonde braids and warm blue eyes. She is glad that her children have returned safe and sound. Although only Balder is her natural son, she still loves Loki and Thor very much. Everyone knows now that Loki is a frost giant. But what many don't know is that Thor's true mother is Gaia. Walking to the center of the throne room, Thor and the others kneel and force Loki and Amora to kneel as well. "We're back, father," Thor says solemnly. Odin just nods and then speaks, not to Thor but to Loki. "You disappoint me greatly, Loki." "Oh, did I disappoint you by trying or failing, father?" Loki responds sarcastically. "I raised you in the hope that you could be the bridge between 2 people." Odin speaks a little sadly. "I only want my throne. And I tried to win it over as you did back then." Loki says. "This is not your throne." Odin speaks gravely. "So you raised me to believe that a lie. To believe that if I tried hard I could be the king of the 9 realms. Viewed in reality, no matter what I did, nothing would ever be enough. Nothing would change the fact that I would forever be an outsider." Loki spats. "Loki," Frigga says sadly. The voice of the woman who raised him since high as a baby affects Loki a little, but he continues to speak with his eyes focused on Odin. "If I can't receive the throne, why shouldn't I try to conquer it? You shouldn't try to own what is not meant to you." Odin speaks. "There is no problem if you don't want to give me. But you can't stop me from trying to get my birthright," Loki begins before being interrupted by an angry Odin. "Your birthright is to die," Odin shouts. Everyone holds their breaths. Power permeates the room, weighing down on everyone. Some guards almost fall to their knees. "You were abandoned by your own father. I didn't need to have saved you back then. No one would badmouth me if I just left you there to die. But I didn't," Odin says, leaning forward. "I announced to the world that you were my flesh and blood. I raised you between my natural sons, giving you everything and a little more. Just that you could have grown a better man than me or Laufey. I raise you to peace," Odin exclaims before reclining wearily on his throne. "What disappointment you are." Odin sighs thinking about his adopted son's actions. Take him to the lowest level of the dungeons. And his little accomplice too. Odin orders everyone out. "Thor, you stay," he continues. All but Frigga and Thor bow and leave. Frigga followed the guards carrying Loki to talk to her son. Odin gets up and goes to a balcony. Thor follows in silence. Looking at the skies of Asgard, Odin sighs. The truth is the truth, you can't change it. But how it is presented can change the outcome of many things. Odin finally says before turning to Thor. "Many years ago I exiled you. Do you understand my actions now?" Odin asks. Thor nods. "Yes, father. I was young, brash, and reckless. I feel like I'm more mature now." "Good, good. Do you want to make the coronation ceremony soon?" Odin asks, but Thor shakes his head. "I'm not ready." Odin looks at Thor and nods. "Good. I'm old but I can still occupy the throne until you're ready." Odin doesn't reveal it, but internally he's happy that Thor can see his own shortcomings. In the past, Thor was always so eager to become king. Now he sees the responsibilities that come with the title. Odin looks at Thor more deeply and flicks his fingers. The upper part of Thor's armor is removed from his body. "You flicked a little too hard, father," Thor says, smiling wryly. Odin ignores Thor's talk and focuses on his torso. Right there, a huge red brilliant scar is found. The scar goes from the waist to the shoulder and doesn't look like a normal wound. The scar emits light, more like a crack in Thor's torso. "Your soul was damaged a little. The person who did this to you is still inexperienced." Odin speaks. It's not strange that he already knows everything that happened. It's not always that someone like me is mind-controlled. It is normal for him to have taken drastic measures. Thor speaks, not caring much for his injury. Odin nods. Do you want to know his real identity? Odin asks. No. I've lived for years as a human, he must have a good reason to hide his face from him. People to protect. Thor spoke. Odin turns his back on Thor to hide a small smile. Of all the bad things that happened today, he's glad to know that Thor has matured so much. Putting himself in other people's shoes, considering everyone's feelings and motivations, and becoming more forgiving, are all good quality for people in power. You are dismissed. Go take one of the golden apples from Idun. Will help you heal your soul, making it even stronger than before. After that, you can challenge your friend to a rematch. But before that, I will send you on a tour for the 9 realms. Odin speaks. Is there something you need me to do, father? Thor asks. The damage in the Bifrost has made the 9 realms distant from each other. Tensions have already risen and many old enemies have already plotted rebellions. You will travel carrying my name. Your actions will be my actions. Like I said to Loki, I created you for peace and prosperity. Show me how you calm down the 9 realms. Odin speaks before disappearing in a beam of golden light. This could be one of the last tests Odin prepared for Thor. Thor has been away from the 9 realms for years, it's time to reacquaint himself. But only Odin, and Hector, knows to what he is preparing Thor. Epilogue. Idolin is flying and gaining altitude. He has already broken the sound barrier several times, but he shows no signs of stopping. Atmosphere, follow me. Idolin uses the power he rarely reveals, New Order. Till now, no one managed to force Idolin to use New Order, but he is using it now. A star-shaped space of atmosphere with miles of radius adheres to Idolin as the center. Having its own, safe environment, Idolin accelerates even further, reaching the escape velocity of 40,320 km per hour, roughly 33 Mach, reaching the vacuum of space. Idolin feels no change because of the star-shaped atmosphere that follows him. Even things like temperature and pressure haven't changed. New Order is so bullshit. Idolin mutters, hearing his own voice he is only more impressed. Idolin adjusts his position a bit to be in a good orbit and uses a card, Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth, 25271. Using the card, a huge space station appears in Idolin's line of sight. Without delay, he enters the station. After checking out all the facilities, taking control of the central computer and activating the cloaking device, Hector allows himself to relax. Hector wasn't planning on using the station anytime soon. He has barely begun his activities on the ground, let alone in space. He had created a goal of his own that he would activate the station card when he could fly in space without any problems. Basically when he became a cosmic hero. Hector feared dividing himself too much. He barely has staff. He feels he is spreading himself too thin. He ran the risk of the station being located too. But the invasion made him change his mind. Since the world already knows who he is, he doesn't have to act shy. Hector is now in a part of the station that has a transparent wall that has a good view of Earth. Hector is just in his UMF suit, without his mantle, and even his hair and eyes are back to normal. He stares at his home planet for a while. The tutorial is over. All the world knows about me. One of my great advantages is no more, but it's okay. The gains outstrip the loss. Hector speaks with a sigh. Now there will be people plotting against me. I need you upper my game. That's one of the reasons he activated the station so early. But because I feel a little excited. Hoo-hoo, Hector smiles. I gained tremendous opportunity. I came into this world. Honestly, I feel like I don't deserve it. Even with all the dangers and problems. Hector places his hand on the transparent wall covering Earth. I'm grateful, Hector says simply with a small smile on his face. Hello there. I will post later. I hope you all enjoyed it. Stay good you all. Till next time. Chapter 37, Extra, Internet Discussion. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I'm Iron Man. I'm Groot. I'm Idolin. And I'm Batman. Wait, how? Hee hee, because I'm Batman. Sips coffee. A discussion between great minds. I had this idea of showing people's reactions on the internet. I copied the model from Worm a little. I think a reader even came up with this idea too. But I already had that on my mind. I intended it to be in a normal chapter, but I decided to put it as an extra. There's a little discussion about the story at the end. I will appreciate it if you guys read it. But there's no need either. Thanks anyway. Context, It's been a few days since the Battle of New York. The world is shocked. Some high-quality videos of the incident began to circulate on the internet. Hector doing obviously. Hector took special care in putting the heroes in a good light and reiterated that Thor was being mind-controlled. Since this was his debut, it would make a bad first impression. May be Taoist. So, who's gonna start talking about the elephant in the room? Over LRD. Pfft. What elephant? It's not that big deal. The last few days just turned it upside down and changed everything we believe in and our own sense of existence and priority in the universe. OP_fan. Yep. Just another Saturday here in Florida. Mirio_Kuan. But seriously. I'm not from the USA, how many of the things on the internet and TV is real? Azura_Vajra. All the videos released by Anonymous is real. I've seen some parts and I can vouch for what I saw. As for the TV stuff, totally useless. No TV channel got coverage of the incident. You only see some old men giving their useless opinion. Taoist. Anonymous. Zytro. Anonymous is the username of the guy/gal that uploaded the best clips from the invasion. She said it had a technology-based power that made it easy to cover the day. Mirio_Kuan. Anonymous is a mutant then. Tobuz_Mabus. Probably. And the new term is metahuman now. At least that's what Eidolon prefers to be called. Nico. Is mutant the new N-word now? The M-word? Best_human_evil. This is ridiculous. Black people have a whole history of discrimination and suffering. Now we can't say mutants just because a mutant strong appeared. Ridiculous. Taoistiltiakv. How do you know mutants didn't suffer? Just because it wasn't in the news. You're pretty naive if you think you haven't had mutant suffering. Captain America has set a precedent that a normal human can break their limits. And we've all known for ages that there are people with powers. What do you think the rich and powerful did with this information? If you were rich and powerful, wouldn't you invest in trying to gain superpowers? How many mutants died in dark labs and nobody knows? SCP_The Lost. Stop with your conspiracy theories. This is real life, not fiction. Dark_Demon. You who have to open your eyes. Real life is worse than fiction now. Gods, super high-tech suits, portals, mutants, magic, aliens, Rakido. True. I cannot say for sure, as I am not informed of the matter. But does Magneto want revenge for the mutants who died like this? Under the hood. Darkness_Hollow. Magneto is a mutant supremacist. Calling himself Homo Superior, he thinks it is his right to be above all of us. He is just another terrorist with a god complex. The problem is that he has the power to back it up. Abdullah_Algamdi_. Thank God Eidolon doesn't think like that. Righteous Demon. Doing a quick search, I found that the main places Magneto attacked were military installations. He rarely appears in places with civilians. Do you guys think that he is rescuing mutants being experimented with? Scion_of_God. Interesting. But I believe he appeared in some cities, yes. I don't remember now. Amiya. I think it was in Arkansas. Well, that place is racist as fuck. Maybe he went to teach some assholes. Nah player. Honestly, I've never seen a mutant in my entire life. I think I only know Magneto's name. J. King Sniper. Magneto killed our President Kennedy. Otaku_gamer_. Is someone under him? The shapeshifter apparently. Moro_Isoka. I know, Magneto's sidekick shapeshifter. He always has these stories to scare us. Mutants can be everywhere. Spooky. Be wolf dragon. But they can be a hedgehog. I have nothing against mutants. I just don't want to be around me. Too dangerous. Flightless_man. Famous racist motto. The same vibe of, I have nothing against black people, I just don't want to be around me. Dracer_Spartan. I have nothing against mutants, I just don't ever want to see them in my life. Cruel reality. I have nothing against mutants, I even have some mutant friends. Chesabrelefov. I have nothing against mutants, but if my son turns out to be one I disinherit him. Not_Skeelblade. I have nothing against mutants. This is a mistake. And being a mistake is a mutant thing. Cherry Cycle. I have nothing against mutants, I ever consider them human beings too. Final_God_of_Doom. I have nothing against mutants, I even think they have feelings too. Azura_Vajra. Question to the New Yorkers, is it true that a nuke almost hit Manhattan? Doombot. I don't know. I'm on the subways. Eclipse King. Nothing was said on the news. Taoist. There's no footage of the missile by Anonymous either. But there is footage of Eidolon using Captain America's shield to protect the city from something on the other side of the portal. Ricardo_Geronimo. I saw this one. Cool as hell, General_Kenobi_. I saw the missile. Iron Man sent the missile through the portal in the sky. Eidolon must have protected us from the blast. Fausto_Neto_. Seriously. So why is no one talking about this? Is a fucking nuke. Taoist IITOC. Rumors that it was the president who ordered the launch. Only him has that authority. Claustres. Whoa. That's fucked up. My relatives live in New York. Azura_Vajra. Well, from a rational point of view. Sacrificing a few to save the world. Not that I'm agreeing. I'm just illustrating how these high-ups must think. Taoist IITOC. Bullshit. They are not a few. It's the entire island. Of Manhattan, even maybe further, because nobody here knows how potent the last mass destruction weapon is. These higher-ups should only be thinking about self-preservation. The alien army was coming from the portal, so it would only kill the NEET and the aliens here on Earth. And the remains of the aliens on the other side. Who would fight them if not the Avengers? Cap. True. Absolute lowly lover. Perhaps it was another country that sent the missile. Zytro. If so, this would become an international incident, my friends. Is everyone ready for World War III? Isaac Nectulius. There will be no WW3. Eidolon would not allow it. Crimson_King. WW3. Captain America got off the ice in the right time. Ricardo_Geronimo. Would Eidolon mind? Cap. Who knows? ___. We know nothing about these guys. Only maybe Captain America. Moro_Isoka. By the way. Holy moly. Captain America is alive. Why aren't we talking about this anymore? Darkness_Hollow. Is really crazy the fact that he is alive to this day. But. When compared to the other crazy things that happened, Moro_Isoka. Yeah. It fell short a little. True. But Captain America. Damn. Super cool. Magic Sand. New Yorkers, how are the things there right now? Sorry if this is a sensitive topic, over LRD. It's okay, man. Most of the city is fucking bad. Eidolon gathers the debris in certain parts of the city, so it's still possible to go to work. If your workplace still exists. Eidolon started helping the city, like Spider-Man since the invasion. Crimes were expected to skyrocket, but it didn't change too much because of Eidolon's presence. Magic Sand. So Eidolon is holding up, huh? Moro_Isoka. Yeah. Speaking of which, I have to vent. Everyone saw the video of the general demanding that Eidolon return the alien tech. Eidolon let them have it. To God know why. But the military did a poor job of putting together the thing. Yesterday, I saw some kids in my neighborhood playing with an alien grenade. My heart went to my mouth. Dudes. I'm angry till now. Isaac Nectulius. Not only that. Muggers are using alien weapons now. Now the officers have to go against high-tech weaponry with a 9mm Taoist IITOC. News, many countries start sending support to the U.S. to help rebuild the city. In a side note, the US proposes that several apices around the globe come together to study alien tech and be able to develop our society. Gil_XD. Looks nice like that, but they're basically selling the alien tech. Vapidalism at the finest. Taoist IITOC. They were probably pressured to share. The US was going to get way ahead of the rest of the world with this alien tech. Taoist IITOC. Honestly, it's not that wrong. Sharing technology will create a balance between nations. And the money will help rebuild New York. Tao of Gay. Yeah. On paper it's beautiful. But I bet that money goes to other pockets. Monkey_God. At least is something. We, the Earth, are far behind. We are cavemen to the rest of the universe. Azura_Vajra. But haste is dangerous. If these things fall in the wrong hands. Everyone knows about corruption and hidden agendas. Ricardo_Geronimo. But we need to do something. We can't just depend on the goodwill of the Avengers. Dracula Morningstar. Why not? We could abuse a little of being defended by them and grow steadily and safely. Hyperphoenix. We don't know out is out there, in the space. Maybe we can't afford to go steadily and safely. Cap. Guys. Important discussion and all, but I have the most important question. Red, Black Widow, or green, Lady Jade? Monkey_God. Red. Hyperphoenix. Green. Jonathan_Rojas_. Green. Ren_Sama. Red. Azura_Vajra. Green. Tobuz_Mabus. Green. Isaac Nectulius. Green. Flightless_man. Red. Dracula Morningstar. Purple, Huntress. Dr_Cal. Green. Gil_XD. Purple. Waltz Wonnerite. Blue, Invisible Woman. Abdullah_Algamdi_. Green. Azura_Vajra. I love this community. At one point we were discussing geopolitics and the mysteries of the universe. Now we are questioning who is hotter. Seriously, guys. Green BTW. Obviously. Suzuha_U. Can I choose Eidolon? I'm a girl. Tao of gay. I will choose Eidolon, and I'm a guy. Tobuz_Mabus. I prefer Captain America. Sin of Wrath. Me too. Sakura. Thor, obviously. Nappy Afro. I wish Thor would hammer me down. Gil_XD. Eidolon has many powers. He can be creative in bed. Hexmonkey_. True. Zachariah_Browning. Eidolon powers, which he showed. Super strength. Super durability is must with super strength, right? Super speed. Super senses, probably too. Super regeneration. Flight. Telekinesis. Pyrokinesis. Cryokinesis. Electrokinesis. Gigantification of himself and other things. Self-replication. Intangibility. Healing. Maybe I'm missing some, but the guy has a huge package. Not to mention his sword. Edit, some of these powers may have come from technologic means. Sakura. Damn. That's too much. Is this normal with mutants? Hexmonkey_. I do not think so. The normal is 1 power per person. And if you have 2 or more, the powers have to relate a little bit. Like Invisible Woman that can make force shields and become invisible. But Eidolon has multiple elemental powers which contradict each other. He must be like the cheater of the mutants. Migger_FTW. Magneto only has 1 power too. Skyflame Primo. Maybe it's just 1 power. Like power copying or power creation. Hateful Ragin. Maybe he can steal the power of the mutants that he kills. Set_the_boss. Nah. If so, he wouldn't have helped. He don't look like this type of person. Skyflame Primo. You don't know him. How can you tell? Wandering_Swordman. Well, he fight for us. He has many powers. So he must have loved many people, by his logic. Then he wouldn't be nice enough to come to help. Set_the_boss. Maybe he is only fighting against outsiders, like aliens. Zekril. But he stayed to help even after the invasion. Aiden. By the way, maybe he's been helping since before but never came out. A friend of mine told me that she was being robbed, but out of nowhere, she was saved. I didn't think much at the time, but maybe Eidolon was already secretly helping. But now he doesn't have to hide anymore. Migger_FTW. Why would he hide first? Zytro. Well. He is a mutant. And Siderman gets a bit of hate for being a vigilante. He must have thought it very bothersome to have to deal with the media. Febfio. Or maybe he doesn't care about fame. He just wants to help. Chaotic Catholic. Don't be fooled, people. The Bible said the Antichrist will come to throw a veil over our eyes. Disguising the true Savior, but taking us to eternal damnation. Eidolon is the Antichrist, pretending to be a hero and savior. Don't be fooled. Mutants are against natural order. Genist. Mama, look. A fanatic. Don't look directly in his eyes, Jimmy. Taoist IITOF. Nothing against the Bible, but you know. Thor is real. So maybe all gods are true. And the Bible always said there was only one true God. Laziness God. That's a rabbit hole that you don't want to play, my friend. But I think anything can be real until proven otherwise. Vato. So Egyptian, Greeks, and Indian gods are real too. Kevin_Pollard. Maybe, Zapi_Tempest. I'm Egyptian, and I never cared about my mythology, but now I think I'm going to become a devotee. For precaution. Passive reader. HM. Reasonable. Is it wrong to pray for all religions? Azura_Vajra. Before putting the cart ahead of the horses. Thor is not like an almighty god. He lost to Eidolon. He was mind-controlled. Maybe gods are just superpowered people of the past that we ignorant and naive humans started to worship. Kevin_Pollard. Yeah. But Thor lived for so long. I see underground. The question is he a god, and do we worship him? Or is he a god because we worship him? 7 named. Complicated. Quez. Was Thor really mind-controlled? Scary, Daoist Iitokv. Yep. You can see in anonymous videos. Vavel. Imagine a mind-controlled Eidolon. Tobuz_Mabus. Shivers. Fenrir 0. This puts things in perspective. Perhaps the heroes will turn against us for being mind-controlled. Len_Stoff. It's no use thinking about it. Better to have heroes than not to have heroes. Drageo_Amato. True. But why don't they work with the government and the police? Mainly Eidolon and Spider-Man. They could save more people if they cooperated, right? He might even get a salary. Some dead body. Well, the Saturday morning cartoons taught us that heroes hide their identities to protect those close to them. That is a valid point. Kirito_Kurigaya. They have their own circumstances. Tony Stark is rich and has no one to worry about. Who knows the secret identity of Eidolon, the Monday effect? Do you guys think he needs a secret identity? I imagine him living on an island separate from the world. Or on a mountain. Wish fulfillment. He is not a hermit. Daddy Machio. He must have a normal life too. Barthuk. With all these powers, he must be living in the easy mode. Cookie Monster. Who knows, is not like a normal everyday job needs to be able to lift skyscrapers. Lord of Wish. But seriously. Who do I need to suck to gain powers? Cap. The Hulk. His radiation will make you a hero. Deadman will be your name. Continues. Most of the people in this discussion are young. So there's not much hate against the heroes. Mainstream media is a different story, being more divided between supporting or condemning the Avengers and mainly Eidolon. Ahoy, let's have a long talk about this story, okay? Okay. Let's talk about the MC's morals. He is weird, doing good things and bad things. Is his moral compass all over the place? Yes, but actually no. Let's explain me. I believe that people who are either totally good or totally evil are rare. I believe people are more complex than that. I'm a fan of the concept of yin-yang. Look at my profile picture, so I incorporate this concept of yin-yang into the moral of the MC, even his suit is black and white. How? His actions. Like in yin-yang, there's some white into the black and vice versa. Hector's good actions have little of an evil deep reason too. Selfish reasons. Increase reputation, make people depend on him. And Hector's evil actions have good on them too. He kills someone not because he likes, but to protect normal people who would suffer for the actions of someone like Kingpin, Norman Osborn, and others. Exit evil in good and good in evil. That's it. To this day there are many comments from people who expect evil MC, or people who think the MC doing evil will act on his promise to his relatives. There's no winning here. I will do my own thing. Let's take a step back and watch Hector. He comes from a world like us, a loving family, no big trauma or bad childhood. On the one hand, he has zero reasons to be an edge evil MC. He grew up with loving relatives and is rich enough. But, he can't be a goody two-shoes, naive and with a hero complex. Why? Because he knows the Marvel world. He knows how dangerous and knows to put himself first. He knows that being selfish and committing some amoral acts can be the difference between life and death. This is the attitude I think everyone would have, or should have, if they were transmigrated to the Marvel world. If he didn't have the memories and knowledge of the Marvel world, maybe he would be as good as Spider-Man. But he knows that only a miserable life would wait for him. Summons. Well. A hated thing for many people. I don't like too much either, but I believe that I make it work. The secret makes sense. No summoning characters like Aizen or Madara, they don't look good as subordinates. No summoning people stronger than the MC. And not making them dolls without feelings. By the way, the next summons would be mostly male. One thing that worries me is the number of characters. It is impossible to give the same level of prominence as Shago and the girls to the new people. Mainly the one that will do outside work. Harem. Another divergence topic. As you can see, the process is very slow. This is Marvel. If I want something more eki I would use the world of DxD. I can only promise that I will try to make sense. My main reason will be the long life of the characters and the power discrepancy. Let's say that Jean, the biggest contestant in the wife spot, gains control over Phoenix. She will be alive for a long time. She will be super powerful. The number of potential partners will decrease, right? Her own view of moral and social conventions would change. Well, I can only say, it will take time. And a little drama. By the way, not all female summons will be in the harem. I choose Isabella, Helena, and Shago to be the first summons to give an example. Shago, love interest. Helena, friend, with benefits. Maybe one day she will have urges. Who better than Hector? Isabella, family, aunt-like, figure. Last topic: story progression. The story was slow. I blame my writing style. Damn, only had 2 gacha until now. The timeline will progress more quickly, like a minor arc every 2 weeks on the story. And that brings me to the main thing. The arcs. According to the MCU timeline, which is what I use to make life easier for the reader, the next big events would be Iron Man 3 and Thor: Dark World. But I'm not obligated to go ahead and pursue them like that. I intend to make several mini-arcs in this new volume. X-Men, Defenders, maybe another travel ticket. Show more characters like Black Cat, Namor, Magneto. I think I'll watch the series on Netflix like Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the others. I've never watched the whole thing, just a few episodes. So let's expand the world in the next chapters. Oh. One last thing now is for real. The MC is OP. He is not invincible OP yet. But he will be. So how is he going to deal with the streetlight things? Well, easily of course. Or send a subordinate. Eidolon won't stay catching muggers forever. He is to the cosmic level stuff. A little question: what kind of characters do you think are the coolest? My answer would be those characters that flex only by existing, you know. They're super strong, they don't do much. But when they act, they solve everything in a badass way. Like Shanks, Satoru Gojo. Saitama. You know, the type of character that's almost cheating by asking him to solve things. And usually, gets a nerf like a disease to give screen time to the protagonist like All Might, Regulus, Zero, Mob, Maruam, Aizen. I think that in the future of this story, Hector will be that kind of character. Letting the minor things to others, and when things get out of hand he steps in. Because he would be preventing some invasion of another universe or something. You can't expect Eidolon to go burst a weapon dealer's base with the Avengers. So don't worry about the MC becoming too much op to the story. There's always a bigger problem. This is Marvel. I think that's everything. Thanks for the support. I read all comments, but it is impossible to comment on all. I love the feedback. Bye bye. Till next time. Chapter 38, The World Reacts. Disclaimer: I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. You chose the way of the hero. And they found you amusing for a while, the people of this city. But the one thing they love more than a hero is to see a hero fail, fall, die trying. In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. Why bother? Green Goblin. Shago POV crunch crunch. Eating my Pringles, lying on my side on the couch, I watch Hector's most difficult battle thus far. Grandma, relax. Everything is fine now. Yeah. Not even a hair of mine has been harmed. I mean, a little of my hair was pulled out and I bumped my chin lightly. And I had a scratch on my arm. But otherwise, everything is fine. Hector talks on the phone as he walks back and forth through the house. Hee hee. It's funny seeing the men who can punch clouds out of the sky and make skyscrapers float acting all meek to his grandma. Crunch crunch. This talk has happened every single day since the Battle of New York. Hector's grandparents began to insist that he live with them. I'm sure that something like that won't happen again. Hector says while keeping a strange expression on his face like he is lying shamelessly. Crunch crunch. Helena approaches and forces me to make room for her to sit. She ignores my glare and still takes some of my Pringles. The cheeky of this woman. Grandma. Relax, the Avengers will protect me. Puffed. Hearing that I spit potato chips crumbles in Helena's face, who was nearby, also watching Hector's conversation. She glares at me. Come on, it was just a little bit. I tell her. Look. I'm not gonna move now. It's too soon to be sure of anything. We talk later. Bye. Hector speaks a little more rashly before hanging up. He stops for a moment, puts his hands on his hips, and takes a deep breath. After a few seconds, he picks up his smartphone and dials again. Grandma. I'm sorry. Yes. I shouldn't have talked like that with you. He says softly, but you have to understand, Grandma. An alien invasion invaded the whole world. There's not much difference in changing countries. And maybe the next invasion will be in Brazil. Maybe it's safer here, closer to the heroes. Hector tries to argue more calmly now. After that, he just keeps nodding his head and saying yes. Probably agreeing with whatever conditions your grandparents are imposing. Like calling them every day or whatever. You're Italian, right? Do all Latin families have this hierarchy? You know. Obey old people's orders. I ask Helena. She looks at me a little. I think most people would respect their elders. But Latins and Asians are the most culturally invested in this, I think. She responds as if it were obvious. Well, I didn't know that. I never met my grandparents. My parents and brothers are annoying people, I never got along with them. And I think Hector should put his foot down already, too much drama. Don't look at me like that. I say to Helena, it's just that the discrepancy between seeing him fighting gods and acting so badass and being so dutiful to his grandparents is weird. And a little funny. Haha. I say and notice Hector already sitting up too, showing a mentally tired expression. There are no heroes in their hometowns. Or something like that, Shago. How can you act tough to the people who changed your diapers and saw you at your most embarrassing moments? Hector speaks with a sigh. Fair enough. I say and see Helena nod. Isabella enters the living room carrying a trail with drinks. You're an adult, right? The final say is still yours. They can't force you to do anything. Isabella speaks her mind as she puts the trail on the middle table. By the law, yes, I am an adult. But to them I am their 16-year-old grandkid, their last living relative, recently orphaned. Hector says, I can't say, I know what I'm doing because they will see me as a petulant teenager. Any form of argument will sound like any other teenager who thinks he knows better than the adults. Hector speaks slightly frustrated. And he continues. Heads up, yes, I know better than most adults. But I can't say that. You could tell the truth. Helena shrugged her shoulders, tell that you're strong, have powers. Hector frowns a little, that would cause another kind of concern. Well, I could lie and say I'm not Eidolon. Just have powers and I'm not that fragile. Hector looks thoughtful and starts rubbing his eyes, but I want to keep them very far from this whole super business. Hear me out. Will sound bad at first, but wait for me to finish. I say, calling his attention, you could just mind influence them, you know. I say, pointing my index finger at my head. Seeing Hector pause and glare at me between the space of his fingers, I elaborate further. Wait, don't be angry so fast. I'm not saying to brainwash them or anything. I hasten, just make them a little more suggestive to your ideas and stance on this matter. It will save you having to lie, it will save you stress, and it will make them sleep soundly at night. I speak, seeing him adopt a thoughtful expression. Hector has said in the past that he would accept any opinion or suggestion from us. I'm the most villainous here. So I'm the one that can give him the evil option. It's not like you're doing something bad. This is to their own good too. I finish. Hector sighs. The worst part is that I'm half considering this, but no. Hector closes his eyes before replying, it would be the easiest way out, it would save the drama. But it's not right. Hector says. Can be an option, if everything fails. But I just don't want to. This is how it starts, you know. With small things like that. In a little while, I'm brainwashing everyone just because it's more convenient. Hector says. I think he is too hard on himself. Is not like one morally dark act will make him go into a spiral of evil deeds turning him into a psychopath or something. Is just a suggestion. I shrug my shoulders, you can go live with them. With your powers, you can go to any place very fast, right? It doesn't make much difference whether you live here or in another country. The world is small to you. I give another suggestion. Yes. But New York is better. I need to be here for now, faster to react in the event of a disaster. At least until my surveillance satellites are operational. You saw that the rest of the world only knew about the invasion when they were already halfway through everything. Hector counters. I can only accept his word. For some reason, Hector insists that New York is the center of the big events that will happen in the future. I mean, makes sense. I haven't looked closely, but I think almost all the supers are here in New York. At least the known ones. Well. While you think about how to handle your family relationships, let's watch the world talk about you. I say as I unmute the TV, to see someone talking about recent events. Everything in the last few days was about the invasion, the people that fight in the invasion, the people that died in the invasion, and other things like that. Click. There are still hundreds of people missing. I'm saying they were abducted by the aliens while the invasion was taking place. Too much idiotic, click. The Avengers, Eidolon, and Thor need to be held accountable. Too much retarded, click. We are talking about an event that's changed everything. We need to reassess our priorities as a species. For our own survival. Obvious, click. When we accept that we live in a new reality. With these powerful individuals, we can work together with them to make a better society. Boring, click. You can't say that Thor's appearance confirms the existence of all pagan gods. Eidolon and Hulk themselves are godlike beings that would receive human worship in the past. Put them in the same spot as Thor in the past and we would have a religion of them too. An old guy with a weird haircut and glasses talks. The on-screen caption says he is a PhD in anthropology. Thor is not a guy from the past, he is alive to this day. He is immortal. Eidolon and Hulk are humans with powers. Strong powers, as matter of fact, but is not like a divinity or Thor dominion over thunder. A guy who looks like a nutjob argues. I think he's one of those crazy guys who believe in mysticism and esoteric stuff. Wait. They're still crazy when these things are real. Maybe we are the crazy ones. Divinity or dominion of gods or whatever is only your supposition. We don't know about that. Till is proven the contrary, Thor is no different from someone with power and he should not be worshipped like a god. These discussions are the most fun. People who have no idea what they are talking about are guessing and talking with such certainty and propriety. Are you a god? I turn to casually ask Hector. Not yet. He replies nonchalantly while watching TV. This piqued my interest. You can become a god. He looks at me. Are you interested in becoming one? He asks. It's possible. Yep. I'm not sure when. You guys know about the basics of my power. He says. Oh, I almost forgot. He can reach through the omniverse and bring or absorb things, or something like that. Apparently, he doesn't have too much control over it. Is random, like he is putting his hand in a hole in a box full of toys, not knowing what toy he is going to take out. But he decides what to do next with his toy. I remember someone commenting something like, why is he telling them? Bro. Really? They literally came from Gacha. And new summons will appear. How are you going to keep that a secret? He is not gonna tell that is a Gacha, or how it works, or the rules. Chill down with the no one can know the cheats of the MC. By the way, this is a difficult subject. Hector continues, in the omniverse the term God is very ample. In some universes, they're absolute existences, all-knowing, all-powerful. In others, they lowly existences. Parasites that depends on worship and faith from humans. Some follow a rigid set of rules that prevent them from interfering with the world, some are like AI, some are only powerful in their dominions. Very abstract concept. He continues. Here in this universe, I would say a god would need a long life and control about a certain aspect of our reality. The bare minimum would be this. And maybe some sort of divine core or some bullshit like that. After all, there are beings that meet these requirements and are not considered gods. Hector starts talking and talking. He becomes like this when he analyzes something. He is talking more to himself than to us. Is one of his habits. Okay. Forget about that. But if you have some godhood left, I accept. I say as I change the channel again. He just laughs and says he'll think if I do a good job. HMPF. I always do good jobs. Click. It is estimated that Eidolon saved at least thousands of lives with his rescue efforts. Many people who received his kindness that day have things to say. A female reporter speaks before putting the microphone in front of people close to her. After that, several accounts of how Hector saved their child, mothers, fathers, and themselves are shown. HMPF. This is just natural. Hector is obviously the MVP of the entire Battle of New York. I don't even agree with him being lumped together with Thor and the Hulk. The big 3-inch. Is what the world is calling Eidolon, Thor, and Hulk. Obviously, because the three of them are the strongest, but also because they were the ones who defeated Loki together. Despite that, Hector said any one of the three could have defeated Loki individually. HMPF, unexpectedly, or may expectantly, the big three are the ones receiving the most shit from the people too. The Hulk because of his history of the destruction of Harlem and his fame of being an uncontrollable beast. Thor because he comes from the same place as the invaders and because of the first impression of him as an enemy. Even with Hector carefully selecting and uploading footage that proves that Thor was being mind-controlled, people are still not trusting him so much. And Eidolon because he is a mutant. Just this. Simple and stupid. Well, the three as the strongest are also the ones that cause the most destruction with their battles. But the damage caused by them is almost negligible when compared to the invading force. But people always look for someone to blame. And it falls on the big three head in this case. Sincerely, it is unnatural all this hate against mutants when the Fantastic Four are also people with power. There is something fishy going here. Looking at Hector to see his reaction, I notice that his face is impassive even when he is being praised. Aren't you happy to be recognized and accepted by the people? I thought that was your goal. I ask. Without taking his eyes off the TV, he says, "Are you familiar with Brazilian literature?" He asks something totally unrelated. No, obviously, duh. Heh. Sorry, it's just a rhetoric question. Not even Brazilians are familiar with Brazilian literature. He says with a little smile before getting serious. What I'm getting at with this is, I want to tell you a tale of a Brazilian author. I heard it from my grandfather. At the time I didn't pay attention, so I'll tell you an abridged version. I think is from Machado de Assis. Hector introduces before starting to tell the story. Years ago, a moderately wealthy, refined, and literate man was traveling alone on horseback. He carried with him 3 gold coins, 16 silver, and some copper coins. At some point, as he was walking through the woods, something startled the horse that made him take off very fast, uncontrollably. Hector speaks while moving his hands to illustrate the story. His feet got caught in the stirrup, and the horse started to pick up more and more speed. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. With the speed he was at, his arms starting to ache, it wouldn't take long for him to lose his grip and be dragged by the horse by the foot for who knows how many miles. He would suffer a lot if he didn't die. Hector speaks gravely. At that moment, a man came out of the trees and got in front of the horse, making loud noises and raising his hands in the air to stop the horse. Hector says as he also raises his hands in the air to illustrate. He knows how to tell a story. Everyone is paying attention. The horse stopped abruptly, rearing up on its hind legs. The Newman quickly grabs the horse's muzzle to control the horse, then starts talking and stroking the horse to calm him down. Meanwhile, the literate man is calming his heart, which was beating fast from the whole situation. Hector says as he brings a hand to his chest. The literate man is full of gratitude to his hero. Who knows what would happen to him if he wasn't saved? The Newman put himself in front of an uncontrolled horse to save him. The literate man then decides to reward his savior with all his money. After all, what is a few gold and silver coins compared to his life, right? Then he looks at his savior, thanks him profusely, calls him my good man. He then notices the man's condition. Worn-out clothes, tanned skin from hard work under the sun, calloused hands. See the man caressing and kissing the horse. Talking with the horse like an old friend. You know, a thing that the people who live in the countryside do. The literate man then thinks all my money is too much, he must not even know what to do with it. I'll give you 1 gold coin. Should be enough, Hector talks pompously. Talk goes and talk comes. The Newman still talking with the horse makes the literate man rethink. The man is talking to a horse, with a horse. This man is a brute, an illiterate. Maybe his help was unnecessary. The man then decides to reward the bumpkin with only 1 silver coin. He then turns to the man, catches his eye, and hands him the silver coin, because he is not ungrateful, even if the man has crossed his boundaries. The tone of his voice now talking to the man is now much more haughty. After handing over the silver coin, he notices the bumpkin's eyes light up. Unaware of the literate man's thoughts, the bumpkin thanks him profusely, he smiles, and bows to the literate man. After walking away, the literate man notes the bumpkin jumping happily with his reward and even kissing the silver coin. Turning around again to continue his journey, the literate man thinks, the silver coin maybe was too much. Copper coin should be enough. Hector ends his story. Did you guys understand? Hector asks, turning to us. I nod. Hector then turns back to the TV, which is showing people thanking Eidolon and giving a humorless chuckle. Human gratitude is fragile. In a few months, they will forget. They will start remembering the recent events differently. From Eidolon saves the day to Eidolon battle destroys the city. They may even start to blame me. Some are doing already that. He says, and it's true. I'm not doing all this to rely on a fickle thing like people's gratitude and goodwill. This is just the first step to a greater plan. There's nothing to be happy about. Funny enough, people remember grudges very well. Hector then uses his index finger to point at the ground, is a little similar with the Morlocks. I can help them easily. Removing their powers, making them normal again. I bet many would jump at the chance. And at the first moment, they would thank me profusely, talking about how grateful they will be for the rest of their life. Saying that I could ask for their help in the future for anything. Hector says while rolling his eyes. Pfft. What a joke. He scoffs, people don't value things that come easily. When I help them, they will be already loyal, they will see my great sacrifice. It will be on my terms. I'm not that naive to give things for free. This is only the beginning. Being a hero is not enough to change the world. All these hero things are the means to an end. Only power can change anything. But if I am forceful, people will resist. So I will worm my way into their hearts first. Eidolon will make people easily accept my actions in the future. And then, political and monetary power will do the rest. Heroes have to play by some rules, even Eidolon is no exception. So, I will make the rules too. Hector speaks, clenching his fist. Oh, yeah. The 5 years plan. The plan that will make Hector the most influential person on the planet in 5 years. He shared a little with us. Eidolon will win the general public and Hector will gain the powerful and influential people. It's almost scary how easy this will be. Hector with another identity will buy presidents, ministers, and CEOs with things that money can't buy. Youth, health, appearance. What person who is rich and powerful doesn't want to live for a few more decades? Have your pain, or that of your family members, healed. Hector can easily give them these things with his powers. Heck, he can even give them minor powers. And this will turn them into metas too. Bring them to our side. Save the dying wife of a president, awakening the meta power from the prime minister's child, and make a queen more beautiful. Gain favors and tie important people to him. Making them addicted to the benefits that only he can provide. And then, slowly, replacing these important persons with their own people. Huff, I think I'm a little wet. Hector is scary. The only reason he gave himself 5 years to this plan is that he's still young and plans on going to college, gaining recognition for his intellect, or whatever. Having his name attached with various PhDs and Nobel Prizes will help. And 5 years are more than enough to slowly make a multi-billionaire company without raising some suspicious eyebrows. He also hasn't decided whether to make Hector someone important. Maybe he wants a laid-back life as a rich child. And having another persona to do all these things. He's worried about his grandparents too. Who knows if some rival business would use his grandparents against him? Well, it would be a big surprise to anyone that kidnaps an old couple and then a very pissed Eidolon goes after their asses. Me showing up didn't really get in the way of your plans? I ask, a little unsure. I should be the person who would put forward Hector's dark plans. Now, there's no one to do this. Hector, without even looking at me, responds, "Nah, I'll get a new person for this. In fact, it's a good thing you made your debut as a hero too." How come? I ask curiously. Well, your skin tone is unusual. This will prepare people to accept physical changes more easily. Mainly because you're beautiful, people are more receptive to beautiful people. A different skin tone isn't such a drastic change, so you're the ideal poster girl for it. Makia doesn't have a friendly appearance, but it is possible to sell the gentle giant image of him. Hector lists several PR reasons and strategies, but I focus on one thing. I'm beautiful. I ask, smiling a little. Once again, he doesn't even look at me. Obviously, you're drop-dead gorgeous. He says this ticks me off a little. Obviously, I'm the bombshell, but can you speak a little more flirtatiously? He talks with the same tone of voice as if he were saying, your hair is black. On the one hand, it is flattering, on the other it makes me mad. TCH, author, women. Ha. Sips coffee. Did you see what they are talking about you on the net? Hector says, handing me his smartphone. What? I take it and look. There's one poll where people vote between me and Black Widow and the results are. Ha 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 ha. 62% green. Suck that, octogenarian. I scream at the ceiling. Oh, I never cared about the internet, I always thought it was a stronghold of horny and stupid people. But it seems that I was too harsh, they have good taste too. Picking up my cell phone, I start looking at sites where people discuss hero stuff. Let's catch up a bit. While using Hector's smartphone as a reference to get the links, I notice something. 5-star spa and resort. I ask. Oh, this is for you girls. As a parting gift. Is already booked. This weekend, Germany. Hector speaks. Parting gift. Isabella, who has been quietly watching the news, asks. Yeah, it's time for Shago and Helena to move out. This period of chaos in New York is good for this. This weekend I will use my powers, and it will be good to bring new helpers. Ah, and you with them to the spa, Isabella. Not moving out. You will continue taking care of me. Hector smiles at her. Wait, new helpers. Already. No. I didn't even have time to steal his mind, heart, and body. He is a tough nut to crack. Sitting in his lap, straddling him, and hugging his neck, I throw a tantrum. You're throwing us away. Look at this. Used and discarded. Helena, say something. I make drama. The infuriating thing is that the bastard continues with his impassive face. Come on, get a hard-on already. Heartless bastard. Worst boss ever. Fuck me. Emotionless villain. I start to call him out, firing rapidly. Don't exaggerate, drama queen. Wait. You said something weird in the middle of it all. Well, I just want you guys out of the house to use my powers more comfortably. He says, rolling his eyes, and then turns to me, getting his face very close and pinching my cheeks, unfortunately the ones on my face, and I'm a great boss. What are you talking about? Your living conditions are excellent. And here. You guys can have this back. It says, showing me a credit card with my name. Oh, the credit card that was made when I was transported here. There are some millions there on my bank account, right? You can use this weekend to have fun. Just be aware that you guys still don't have a stable source of income. The bar and restaurant will take a while to open. And with the crisis that will befall New York, I doubt fancy places like this will be on demand. He advises. Hee hee. Taking my card as fast as lightning, I put the thing between my breasts. Best boss ever. I say, lightly kissing him on his cheek. Is he blushing a little? Oh, so the soft approach can work too. I see, he is more resistant to my hard and direct approach because of prolonged exposure, so. If I vary a little, I can catch him off guard. Smiling smugly at him, I notice his expression. He noticed that I noticed that he was affected. And then, I hugged the air. Because he just disappeared from my grip. Oh ho ho, you escaping only prove the effectiveness, my dear. This is fun. I will take care of Cathalu, and I made false documents for you to use at the spa. Because the three of you don't know each other in your civilian identities. Then I will hack their systems and cameras to erase of existence you guys trip. He says, now standing and starting to walk away. He is paranoid as ever, huh? I'm gonna see my guest. Hector speaks suddenly with a cold tone of voice. I decide to follow him. Standing up, I follow him silently as he passes through several rooms of Isabella Infinity Castle. Hector pauses for a second at a door before opening it. The door reveals a dimly lit, almost empty room. There are a few things there. Basically a torture device that made a drop of water constantly fall on a person's head. Some type of maddening Chinese type of torture. Strapped at the device was a person. Blonde, fat, soft, and small. If Hector didn't tell me, I would never believe that is his uncle. Alexander is missing his right arm, personally ripped out by Hector. One of Hector's clones discreetly captured him during his cleanup. Fishing in muddy waters is what Hector said. After capturing his uncle, Hector then strapped him to this chair with the drop of water constantly falling in his head. And he just asked one question, which after getting the answer he started to ignore his captive completely. Please, help me, why are you doing this? Alexander talks weakly after hearing the door opening. He is blindfolded. I give Hector's profile a side glance and notice his eyes. Dead and cold eyes ominously stare at the men in the room. I felt a shiver through my spine. Even I know now that Hector needs to be left alone. To be frank, with Hector's actions I thought that he is the hero type. How wrong I was. Hero or villain? Hector is Hector. Watching him enter the torture room and close the door behind him, I resolved to stay out of it. I came here with the intention of spending more time with him, as he will have more people around him soon. A little bonding time torturing someone. But he is in no mood for our little game tight now. Well, I know when to leave him alone. Looking at my smartphone, there's already a message from Hector. Don't interact with anyone on the internet for now. People can trace you easily. Paranoid. Let's see what these people are talking about me. I wonder if I have that thing that Hector called Balder off. Simps. Asgard, third-person POV grunting and flesh-eating flesh sounds can be heard by anyone nearby. In the big courtyard of the palace in Asgard, Thor and Volstagg are fighting each other barehanded and bare-chest. Your time in Midgard left you soft, Thor. Volstagg bellows while being punched in the stomach by Thor. But I see that you haven't improved either, Volstagg. Thor exclaims while also receiving an attack from Volstagg in the chest. A little further away from where the two then fighting Lady Sif and the rest of the Warriors 3 watches the fight. And a little further away from them, Odin, Frigga, and Balder also watch as they talk to each other. This was supposed to be a fight between two warriors, right? So why does it feel like I'm watching two Bilgesnipes clashing against each other? Lady Sif screams, mocking the fight, which is really just Thor and Volstagg hitting each other. No techniques, no dodging, just them playing around. You guys don't have any finesse at all. Fandral comments mocking too. Odin observes Thor with his one eye. It's good that he can spend time with his friends like that. Odin knows that things can change when Thor becomes the king. There's an invisible wall that rises when someone's status exceeds his friends. He is secretly happy that Thor has comrades to fight in Midgard too, some of them are even praiseworthy. He knows that these friendships will not last forever, but having good memories is good when one becomes old. But he doesn't approve of his relationship with Jane. That Odin doesn't bulge. Focusing, Odin looks at Thor's soul. He notices that it is almost healed. And he will become even stronger after the recovery. Seeing Thor giving a shoulder throw on Volstagg, ending the fight, the warriors 3 and Sif approach. I'm still the best. Thor says smugly to them. Well, aren't you beaten by that Eidolon? Lady Sif asks with a raised eyebrow. Asterisk cough asterisk I was not at my best at that time. Thor says averting his eyes. TSK TSK. The great Thor loses his touch and is beaten by a Midgardian. Fandral says with a fake disappointment. Despite being just a friendly banter between friends, Odin decides to speak a few words. Don't look down on them too much. He says attracting the attention of everyone although in general, the Midgardians are weaker than we are, sometimes exceptional individuals appear among them. Like Agamotto and that one with celestial technology. Odin advises. Odin is referring to the first sorcerer supreme Agamotto, who despite not being a human, he was born a mortal in Midgard and is the greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms to this day. And the one with celestial technology is obviously Sabah-Nur, the Apocalypse. And the first host of the Phoenix Force too. Frigga sides eye Odin. If it were possible, Odin would be blushing right now. Thor's birth is complicated. Seriously, it's really complicated even for the readers to know this. Fuck, some comics say Gia, others Firehair. Thor has connections with the Earth, and with the Phoenix. In this story, I decided that the two are the mother in some sort of cosmic conception of Gia, like donating the equivalent of her uterus to make Thor's body, because Odin and Firehair smashed as an astral body or some bullshit like that. This will explain why Thor is conceived a fucking million years ago, but he is only a little more than a millennium old. Fuck Jason Aaron. Few know the true origin of Thor. Let's say that Gia and Firehair, the first host of the Phoenix on Earth, have done some contributions to Thor's birth. The people around didn't understand the situation because they are not aware of Thor's true parentage, even Thor at the moment doesn't know it. You're almost healed. Tomorrow you will start your travel through the realms. You can take with you who you want. Odin says before starting to walk away. Balder and Frigga follow him after saying goodbye to Thor and his friends. So, that Eidolon guy. Strong, huh? I want to try to fight with him. Volstagg says. If he visits here, maybe it's possible. I'm sure he can humor you. Thor starts before smiling, and thus when he kicks your ass. He says to laughs. If he can move me, I will abstain from drinking for a month. Volstagg proudly declares. His saying is not without basis, with the exception of Thor and Odin he is probably the most durable man in all 9 realms. It's not because they're Asgardian that all of them are monsters like Thor. An average Aesir must be as strong as Spider-Man. Some will have things they will excel in like magic, strength, durability, or swordsmanship. But Hector would classify them as high street level. Obviously, they have powerful weapons too. But again, weapons like Mjolnir and Gungnir are still rare. Thor is really a special case. And because of this that Odin is preparing Thor for the role that will shoulder the fate of Asgard. But how good is this Eidolon guy? And that huge green beast? He looks strong too. Hogan asks. The Hulk. Ah, he has the brute strength that puts Volstagg here on the ground. Thor excitedly exclaims, and Eidolon. Well, I don't know. Thor says a little unsure. Question mark. How you don't know? Sif asks. You guys know that I'm not at my best at that time. The whole fusion with my human identity. Thor says. He doesn't know at this time, but living as a human is what makes it possible for Thor to fight the true enemies of Asgard, all according with Odin's plan. But this is better left to the future. Thor continues. But at the same time, I feel like he wasn't giving it his all either. He's strong, annoyingly fast, many abilities. But the thing is, his eyes. Thor talks to his friends. Throughout the whole fight, his eyes didn't change. Like everything I do is under his prediction, he is analyzing me. Like he knew he will win. And he never doubted that even for a moment. And he just took his time because he couldn't make up his mind how to end the fight. Thor says gravely. It sincerely creeps me out a little. But he did this for my own good. Ha ha. Thor laughs. But now I'm confident that I can win. He says closing and opening his fist. I have no idea of what you are talking about, Thor. You don't know how to explain things properly. Lady Sif says. Hey. Let's go to Y brother, Heimdall, and ask him to show his memories of the fight, Sif suggests. Excellent idea. Watch a good fight lets anyone thirst, I will take some barrels. Volstagg declares. Deciding what they're going to do, they start moving. But Thor hears Lady Sif mutter heh. I will see Amora being punched like a training dummy. Thor wisely chooses to not comment. With Odin. Father. Balder starts as he walks beside his father. If you are gonna plead for Amora again, don't even start. Odin cuts. Balder stops momentarily before resuming talking. I'm not saying to forgive her entirely, father. But there are other means. To her and Loki. Make them work to the 9 realms. Using their abilities to bring peace in these turbulent times. Turbulent times caused by who? Odin interrupts again, a little more harshly this time. This shuts Balder off. Odin stops and looks at his son. Balder. Of all my children you are the one I am most proud of. Odin speaks, surprising Balder. You're serious, diligent, have a good heart and soul. Never bring me problems like your brothers. But. Odin begins softly before speaking in a deeper tone. Your obsession for Amora is the only thing that I always never approve of. Balder flinches a little. She is using you, my son. That Midgardian words may have been harsh and stinging, but there's truth on them. She is not worth of your efforts and not worth of you. Odin finishes before starting to walk again. Alone this time. Balder just stay rooted in his spot for a long time. Balder is, by no means, as bad as Hector painted it. As Odin said, he is a good child and a better man. But it is easy for a good man to be taken advantage of. There's a little problem with these long-lived races. Asgardians can live for a long time, but they reach maturity roughly at the same time as humans. Thor and Loki coincidentally are only 2 years apart. Balder is a century younger than the two. That means that Balder is a kid when Thor and Loki are already adults fighting and having their different kinds of fun. This creates a little wall between the brothers. But it was a good thing too. Balder grew up watching his older brothers making problems and giving headaches to Odin, so he grew up much more mature and serious than his brothers. To not give problems to his relatives and to make them proud. But there is a bad side effect. As Balder is younger, he is more impressionable. A younger Balder, barely an adult, meets an already adult Amora. She is decades older. More experienced and cunning. He has no chance. Amora is one of the most beautiful women of the 9 realms. So much so that even Thor fell for her charms for a while, before he knew her better. A childhood crush is a difficult thing to let go, mainly to someone as pure as Balder. And even more to a long-lived race. Well, even though Hector called him out, the fault is not in him. But in the woman he fell for. In any other situation, his pure pursuit of love would be a tale worth songs and praises. But like Hector says, the difference between you being a respectable gentleman and a simp is the woman you have fallen for. Amora is a bitch, personality-wise. So Balder is a simp. If she was a better woman and being honest with Balder, telling him that she has no interest in him, Balder's pursuit would be of a young man trying to conquer his loved one. But now he is a simp that humiliates himself for the love of a woman that only sees him as a tool. He still believes in her, and although Odin is aware of this unhealthy relationship and that Balder will one day get hurt when he wakes up to reality, he is still let it be. The worst-case scenario for Balder here would be a older Amora, not even beautiful anymore, sees that has no chance of getting anything better, and settles for Balder. And Balder accepting. Ugh. I have seen a thing like that in real life. Don't accept being the last option, kings. Despite what MCU makes of Odin's bad parentage skill, for plot purposes, he is not a bad father. He can be harsh and distant, but he is doing this for his children's own good. He is not the god of wisdom for nothing. If you asked Hector, he would say that he has a much better impression of Odin than the all-father of other pantheons. Like the Greece one. At least he doesn't go around sleeping with mortal married women. As an animal or some sick shit like that. Odin rarely says directly what his children should do. He let them do whatever they want most of the time. They make mistakes and can grow from that. They are long-lived, so they will have a long time to think and become better. Works well with most of his Sioux. Even Loki, the failure, can one day repent. Maybe in 1 year, 10, 100. Matter not. But Odin believes that Loki can be great if he let go of his obsession for the throne of Asgard. He thinks the same about Balder. He will let Balder realize on his own that Amora is a mistake. The children grow much more when they obtain the answer for themselves. Thor is a good example. Although Odin believed in his children, he hopes that they will grow a little faster. Normally he wouldn't be worried because Thor, Loki, and Balder still have a long time ahead. But Odin doesn't have. Xavier Institute, Kitty Pryde POV, oh god, he's hot. Jubilee exclaims as we watch the events of the invasion. Well, I have to agree with her no matter who she's talking about. Thor, Captain America, Human Torch. All of them are hot. But she is talking about Eidolon this time. So this is what he is hiding under the mantle. I comment by pausing to take a good look at it for research purposes. Oh. He has that thing on the waist. Jubilee says as she points. That V-cut of his abs. I want to bite that. Paige, aka the Husk, is a mutant, or meta, that can shed her skin to adapt to different situations. Girls. Dr. Hank sighs, let's be serious for a moment, please. At the moment all of the X-Men and other students are together with the teachers to watch everything related to the Battle of New York. We are in the living room, using the big TV. Seriously, what happened in New York is crazy enough to make us pay attention. But the fact that Eidolon, a declared mutant, metahuman participated makes us give a new degree of importance. Yeah, let's focus on the important matter. Spike starts by attracting everyone's attention. Knowing him nothing important will come from his mouth. He looks at the men in the room gravely and asks, red or green? Called it. Some answers instantly, others hesitate because they're girls here. So Scott, red or green? Spike asks Scott. I don't want to participate in this. Scott answers. Red. Got it. Spike ignores him and takes his own conclusions. What? That is, not my answer. Oh, green. I see. Space to only one red, huh? Got it. Green, that's it. Spike continues making all of us laugh and Scott blushes a little. I look at Jean to see her reaction, but she appears to not be listening. She has a thoughtful expression. Oh, I see. When Eidolon talked to her, he said things about disasters, aliens, gods, magic. Honestly, I didn't take it too seriously when Jean told me. But, if this invasion is not a slap on my face, I don't know what is. If he is telling the truth about this, that means that whatever important thing he talked about with Jean is true too. You guys are gross. Ellie talks disgusted. Hey. You guys are talking about the men early. Why we don't talk about the women too, huh? Double standards at the finest. Spike says full of righteousness. Hypocrites. Warren supports Spike. Is it like that? We have an important question to ask too. I start, and Jubal catches my intentions. Yeah, there's a thing that we girls need to decide ASAP. She says. Eidolon or Captain America? Who has the best ass? I said seriously with my fingers interlocked beneath my chin while I lean forward. Seeing the scrunched face of the boys makes it worth it. I will start voting for Eidolon. I declare proudly. Jubal then speaks. Sorry, but Captain America is thicker. Not by much, and we are focusing in the ass. Get your priorities straight, Jubilation Lee. I retort using the name that she hates. After a while, only Rogue and Jean did not declare their stances. Rogue. I ask. I'm confident in who she will choose. Eidolon. She says a little bashful. Ha. Yes. Don't celebrate ahead of time, Catherine Pride. Jubal interrupts me also using my full name. Jean. She urges. Did I really need to? Jean asks a little hesitant. Yes. Averting her eyes Jean says. Eidolon, I think. Ha ha ha. In your face. Wait a moment. Teacher Aurora has not yet voted. Jubilee interrupts me by raising her hand. As an adult, her vote will count for 2. She says shameless. Bullshit. Don't go creating rules only to your win. I'm not inventing. I mean, I am. But makes sense. She has more experience than us. Her vote must have more weight. Jubil speaks. HMPF. This will only make your defeat more miserable. I glare at her. Teacher, say your thoughts. I turn dramatically to Aurora. She smiles and raises an amused eyebrow. You girls are dragging me into this. All is Jubilee's fault. I don't hesitate in throwing my friend under the bus. But she is not angry and continues, all right. Let me think. She makes a serious expression. Captain America's butt is indeed a little bigger. But Eidolon's is perkier. I think Eidolon can still grow, he looks young. 18 or 19 years old. Aurora analyzes. Yeah, I have the impression that he is young too. A young adult at least. So. I will bring this to the mutants and go with Eidolon. Aurora says finally. There is. Take this, traitor scum. I tell everyone who votes for Captain America. Shut up, Captain America is the hero of our country, Jubil retorts. But Eidolon is the hero of our race. I argue. And is not an exaggeration. A group of powered individuals saves the world. And as a mutant. Metahuman, he is one of the great, if not the greatest, contributor to their victory. My thoughts are interrupted by the professor. Girls, now that you have your fun, we can talk about more pressing matters. Okay, Professor, me and Jubilee both respond. The disaster in New York is an event that changes the world. And Eidolon's participation will change the worldview on mutants forever. To better or worst. The professor starts. Honestly, I don't think it will change to the worst. How bad can the view of mutants can get anyway? There are towns that lynch mutants on sight and relatives who abandon their children. I think we should be a little more optimistic. Teacher Aurora begins. Magneto is already doing bad things. Eidolon emergence can counterbalance the things. Now people can see the two sides. She says. True. There are good and bad mutants, but the world only knows the bad. Not to mention that his actions led people to look up more about mutants and come to their own conclusions, rather than just accepting what the media and government says. Dr. Hank says while cleaning his glasses. Yeah, I was surprised at how little the world knows about us. People don't know the classification like Omega, Alpha, and others. Don't know that we too have bad powers. And many other things that I thought that are obvious. The world is really ignorant. We never have a spokesperson. Normal people don't care about the professor and Hank's papers and studies. There's no visibility about mutant kind in general. He is strong. I hear someone commenting. Looking at TV, we can see flashes of him and Thor fighting. Damn, it looks like the end of the world. Dark sky, explosions, pillars of flame, lightning. It's incredible that New York doesn't become a wasteland. The special moment we see him and Thor being pushed back and him going to crash into a building. But the build becomes like it's made of rubber and bounce him back. What monster? Rogue mutters, drawing my attention. She continues. I know that power, that made things, even the air, having elastic properties. I used it in our training session. She says. Oh, I remember. It needs contact, and I only managed to affect a few meters of volume. But him. Rogue points. He instantly turns a whole building into an elastic while being tossed. I had his powers for a while, and I know. That guy is not only a super strong Omega level. He control and decision making, huff what a beast. Rogue concludes. What she says is true. Having that level of control, even with so many powers. Damn, how does he trains? A fun fact is that there are reports of people in New York who were saved by an invisible force during the invasion. Debris pausing in the middle of the air, people being pulled out of the way of attacks. Some people on internet theorizes that Eidolon is saving people with telekinesis while fighting Thor. The god of thunder. How crazy is that? We all see him moving tons and tons of debris with telekinesis, but having this control in a difficult battle. I still mess up a little if I have many things on my mind. And gods are real. Fuck, he fought a god. A mind-controlled god. I sigh. No wonder Eidolon despises powers that do things with the mind. I mean, it's not the power's fault, it's the person. But he is cautious of this for a reason. After this, we watch some more moments. Seeing him use a power similar to mine to phase and save people makes me think. I should be there. I could use my powers for good too. And make mutants be recognized while we do this. Is not like I'm envious of the fame. Maybe a little. But that is not the point. We are doing good secretly for more than a year. Helping, saving. But no one knows this. When we learned of the invasion, the thing was almost over. The professor didn't let us help because it could bring attention to us, to the institute and put us in danger. And put the children here in danger too. Yeah, I know. We are minors. The professor is not wrong in putting our lives as a priority since he is responsible. But it's still frustrating. We adopt a wait-and-see approach to the whole situation. The TV attracts my attention again. It shows an interview with Captain America in the streets of New York. He is still helping with the rescue and cleaning. In the background, it is possible to see workers moving things. The interview is going okay. The captain answered how he could, but he appears a little uncomfortable. But the moment that attracts my attention is really interesting. About the people who helped in that tragic day. Among them, there's a mutant, Eidolon. Do you know him beforehand? The woman reporter asks. No, sincerely I hardly know any of them beforehand. Captain America answers. So are you sure that we can trust a mutant on the same level as the others? The interviewer asks. And even I can say that she messed up. The captain looks a little angry. I'm angry too. Ma'am. He starts gravely, I've been away for a while. So I don't know much about the world now. But Eidolon fought and bleed together with us. To protect the world. In the past. And I want to believe that so far in the present too. This means that he is an ally and a friend until proven otherwise. Damn, burned by Captain America. By career. Now if you excuse me. Have a nice day. The captain says before walk away. Nicely said, Cap. Jubilee exclaims from the side. Heh. It's good to see the men alive and kicking. Logan speaks with a rare genuine smile. Do you really know him? Bob asks. Yeah. You guys didn't believe me. I meet him during the war. A rare goodman he is. I meet the Black Widow sometimes too. She tried to kill me. Good times, good times. Logan speaks. His life is weird if he can think about World War II and assassination attempts with nostalgia. He is smart. Eidolon, I mean. Dr. Hank comments. After seeing that people are paying attention, Dr. Hank continues. I remember that Jean commented that Eidolon already helped secretly, but he is waiting for the right time for his debut. Jean nods. He goes and talks with Jean about some disaster, so maybe him or someone close to him has a power that can predict these things. Dr. Hank talks. If he revealed himself earlier to stop muggers or bank robbers, you know, minor things, maybe he would receive the same treatment of Spider-Man, maybe worse because he is a mutant. So he waited for a big disaster to be truly needed. And to truly fight along other heroes, thus associating himself with mutates and other types of heroes like Stark. Hank pauses and points to the TV. If someone speaks ill of Eidolon is the same as speaking ill of Captain America, Stark and the Fantastic Four. And his metahuman term. Which encompass all people with powers and not just mutants. This man is truly set on bringing a revolution. He has planned very far ahead. Dr. Hank speaks with admiration in his voice. Ororo comments then. And he is the spearhead. He is going first, showing the world what he can do. Because he is strong, he doesn't mind what people will talk about him or try to do against him. He is taking the brunt of all hate now and trying to change in positive things. And showing mutants around the world that they have allies too. Ororo finishes. Whether like it or not, if anyone agrees or not, he is now the face of mutant kind. The professor speaks. Wow. This looks very manipulative but is not wrong. But can we really trust him to carry the weight of our race? Scott asks. Well, no one never stepped forward. So he is taking matters into his own hands. Is Jean defending Eidolon, making Scott frown? Jean continues. I understand the teacher's concern to protect us and protect the other children, because this is really the right decision for now. It's better that we don't reveal ourselves to the world. The professor has to consider many things. Let's Eidolon go ahead and see how the world will treat someone that is trying to help. I remember Eidolon commenting that he couldn't just be a hero, that is not a step that can be taken lightly. Now I understand the why. We are not ready to do this, but he is at least trying. We can't fault him on this. Jean says. True. Doing something is better than doing nothing. Jean, does he really have said to you that he plans to visit in the future? The professor asks. Yeah, he said something about checking out and talking with us properly. I see. So let's wait and see. I can't risk you all. Sorry, I know that some of you are unhappy, but this is my final decision. The professor says before rolling out. Looking at the TV, I remember the conversation about the future I had with the girls and I wonder what the future has in store for us. Unknown place. In a vast and empty room, a man is meditating. His head was full of white hair but he looks like someone in his early 40s. He has a good physique, full of muscles, and is floating in a meditative stance. This man is Eric Lencher, birth name Max Eisenhardt, also known as Magneto. The leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants and one of the most famous criminals of the world. Two people enter the large gray, metal-lined room. Fabian Cortez, known as the Power, is a mutant follower of Magneto that can enhance other mutants' powers. He is a white man with brown hair tied in a low ponytail. The other person is Raven Darkholm, the Mystique. She is in her true blue appearance, with red hair and yellow eyes. News. Magneto asks without opening his eyes. Only about the invasion. We got some alien technology in the black market. We are just waiting for your permission to bring it to Asteroid M. Mystique responds. This matter is of utter importance. I will bring these things personally. Eric speaks. Very good. I'm curious, boss. What do you think of this mutant hero, Eidolon? Should we do something about him? Fabian asks. A kid. Magneto answers simply. He is still naive and believe in the world. He will be disappointed. It's just a matter of time. He says, his voice grave. Just let him be. When he attempts fail, he will wake up of his delusions. Magneto continued. If Xavier tries to recruit him. Fabian asks again. A man that can face gods is not easily impressed by Charles's idealistic talk. Magneto says, but you saw him in person, right, Raven? What did you think? Magneto asks, opening his eyes. No chance of him becoming one of Xavier's kids. He is someone that do things in his own way. That's my impression of him. His personality will clash with Charles. Mystique answers. I see. Good. Magneto speaks before closing his eyes. Anyway, don't make trouble for him. Even if he is going a different way, he is fighting for mutant kind all the same. Magneto declares. After Fabio and Raven leave, Magneto opens his eyes again. A middle ground, huh? Between my and Charles's ideas. Let's see how far can you go. Are you gonna surprise me? Magneto mutters to himself before returning to his meditation. Latveria. Doom is sitting in his throne with many hollow screens in front of him. Drinking wine, he analyzes the events that are shown. The Avengers, the enemies. But more importantly, Thor, the Hulk, and Eidolon. Zooming in, he focuses on the Mjolnir and the Sword of Actuation. He reclined himself on his throne. There's a limit to what he can analyze and study with only video footage. He shifts his focus to the moves and battles that have been recorded. For an instant, his eyes shift to the image of a blonde woman in a blue tight suit. But quickly he refocuses and begins to study the powers and moves of the fighters. Doom will prepare. Europe. In a luxurious office, a blonde woman with blue eyes is watching the footage of Eidolon fighting on her tablet with interested eyes. This woman is beautiful, with a perfectly symmetrical face and high cheekbones. She is using a white corset and a tight equally white pants. Emma Frost also starts planning. Eidolon is a possibility and a chance to her put many of her plans forward. And she doesn't believe that she can't gain him to help her. Hidden place. Another woman is also watching Eidolon and Thor fight. She is dressed exactly like Emma Frost but in black. And she isn't using pants, only a black thong. She is pale with black long and straight hair. She pauses the video after watching an exchange between Thor and Eidolon. Such vitality. She exclaims in ecstasy. The two are good. But you're more accessible. She smiles as she traces her fingers on Eidolon's image. Sup, you guys expected to see me this weekend. An extra is an extra, my friends. I was very happy that people liked the extra chap. Someone asks to translate my story to Russian. I was like, okay. This is a fanfic. Feel free to do that. In other words, if anyone wants to translate this to any different alphabet, go for it. But please put the link to this story, because the readers can interact here. I read a review about how bad the cover of this story is. And the synopsis too. Damn, is really that bad? Is simple because I never cared. Maybe I should commission some artist to make a drawing of Eidolon. Does anyone know an artist who makes OCs? Anyway, that's all. Next is the Gacha. Till next time. Stay good. Chapter 39, Are you trying to tell me something, Gacha? Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Hard work betrays none. Hachiman Hikigaya. Third-person POV. A shootout between the police and criminals is taking place in New York. The police force is at a momentary disadvantage because they are being outgunned by the criminals, but they just need to hold on for a little because reinforcements are already in the way and the police block the escape route. Criminals are trapped without a way out, and in the end, they will be caught. Unless something unexpected happens, and it happens. Just hold on a little more. Backup is coming. A police officer screams while reloading his pistol. Using his car as a cover, he focuses on the constant gunshots, trying to decide the right time to emerge again to return fire. But then. Silence. All of a sudden there are no more gunshots. What is going on? He thinks. Shit. Another police officer exclaims. Taking a risk, the police officer who was taking cover peeks to see what is going. And his eyes from him widen too. Because he sees a criminal holding something that every New Yorker could recognize now, a Chitauri cannon. It looks like the bandit is struggling a little, maybe it's the weight of the weapon or he just doesn't know how to operate it. But in a few seconds, he seems to understand something and points the alien weapon at agents of the law. Down the floor. Now. Someone screams. Boom. A blast of energy hits the police car, causing it to explode slightly and flip in the air. Shit, 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 some police officers murmur while the criminal cheers. The one holding the cannon appears excited too. Having that kind of power, overwhelming the opposition, probably makes him feel on the top of the world. He prepares to shoot again, but when the blast is fired, a thunder-like sound is heard. A distant sound that has nothing to do with the Chitauri weapon in his hands. Faster than anyone can see, Eidolon appears among the police officers and criminals. The blast of energy hit him on the chest, washing over his mantle completely harmless. A pin drop. Silence falls into the surroundings. The face of the criminals who were celebrating just now became paralyzed and stiff. Some of the criminals start dropping their weapons and kneeling on the ground. Some still try to shoot Eidolon, the cannon guy included, but is all useless. Bullets and blasts of energy hit him like drops of rain. Idolan's right arm appears between one of the two slits of his mantle and he extends his palm to the criminals. The ones that have not surrendered are lifted in the air and then separated from their weapons. Idolan then clenches his hand, making all the guns a ball of lump metal and not so gently throwing the criminals to the ground, to join with their smarter friends. As he continues to put pressure on the criminals, Idolan finally turns to the cops. "Are you guys okay?" he asks, already knowing that they are. The cops who were in a daze finally regain their focus. An officer recovers faster and tells the others to handcuff the criminals. "Thanks for the help, Idolan," the officer says, approaching. "It was nothing. Good job in holding till now, officer Mahoney." Idolan replies, but his voice gets a little weird towards the end of the sentence. "I trust that you have everything in control now, officer," Idolan says as he watches the criminals being apprehended. "Yeah, thanks again. We will handle the cleanup now," Officer Mahoney says. "Sorry to let you all with the boring job, but I'm needed somewhere, so," Idolan says as he takes 3 steps back to gain distance. Then he flexes his knees a little and soars to the sky. When he is far enough to almost become a dot in the sky, it is possible to hear the sonic booms of him breaking the sound barrier. "Damn," Officer Mahoney says as he looks at the sky while adjusting his hat. A bank robbery is in progress. The robbers are keeping hostages to keep the cops and any heroes from invading while they are taking all the cash. They are confident in their escape. They have high-tech weapons and with 1 or 2 hostages they can keep the annoying heroes at bay. So they don't care if the police already barricade the bank. But at this moment, all of them hear a sonic boom. Everyone pauses, looking at the roof, tensing like someone will just break through the roof and attack them. Because it is a valid assumption nowadays. Fuck. Shit. Quick get dash, some robbers start before a gust of wind assaults everyone. The hostages close their eyes in fright, but when they open them again a few seconds later, all the criminals are on the floor and Idolan is standing calmly in the center of the bank, mantle swaying a little. "It's all right, I'm here," he says with a reassuring voice to the hostages before his eyes focus on a corner. The smarter bandit had already dropped to the ground when he heard the sonic boom and dragged a boy nearby to take him hostage. Trembling in fear, but from different people, the child and the bandit stand up slowly. The criminal holds a pistol against the child's head as he warily looks at Idolan. When he sees Idolan's eyes narrowing and the frown on his white eyebrows, the robber almost pisses himself. "That's a bad idea. Put the child down and you won't get hurt," Idolan says calmly to the men. And then his eyes shift to the child and he says much more comfortingly, "Don't worry, I'm gonna save you." The child nods like a pecking chicken with his eyes wide. But he visibly relaxes. "The only way to save the brat is me getting out here." The bandit screams, mouth dry and slowly backing away from Idolan. "Listen here, fucking mutie. You're gonna take me out here and guarantee my safety. And you gonna take some cash too. All that you can. You don't do this and then this brat brain will dirt the floor," the criminal says, acting tough. A woman's cry is heard close, probably the mother of the child. Idolan just stays calmly looking at the robber. "You know, I'm fast than a bullet," Idolan declares. The seemingly out-of-topic sentence sinks into everyone's tense mind, making the criminal shows an ugly expression. "You gonna bet?" The criminal makes a show pulling the hammer of the gun with his thumb menacingly as he presses the gun into the child's temple. "I'm faster than you finger," Idolan says again. "And I'm faster than you thought." "Shut up. Shut up. You're gonna take me out of her dash," the bandit shouts, annoyed by Idolan. This is the last thing that he says because he makes the mistake of taking the gun out of the child's head to point to Idolan. Idolan zooms in and the criminal discovers firsthand what happens when you collide with an unstoppable force. The child, who had momentarily closed his eyes, feels a gust of wind and a hand on his shoulder, comfortingly. He looks up and sees Idolan by his side, guiding him to his mother. "You were very brave there. I'm very proud of you," Idolan says. The kid hears the sound of someone, falling on the floor behind him and instinctively tries to turn his head back to see, but Idolan holds his head. "I'm not scared," the child declares, putting a front. "Oh, that's good, because I was," Idolan confess. "You were." The boy's eyes widen, don't believe in Idolan's words. "Obviously, I'm afraid that the badman was gonna hurt you. But seeing you so brave helped me, thank you," Idolan says softly to the child. "Now, your mother is like me. She is scared too. You need to be courageous for her too, okay?" Idolan signals to the woman that is coming very fast in their direction. Even suffering from a tight hug and many questions of, "Are you okay?" the kid still looks to Idolan and nods, receiving a thumbs up from the hero. After being thanked by the mother of the boy, and making sure that everyone got out of the bank safely, Idolin turns to the criminal who is on the floor. His 4 limbs are broken, and he is moaning in pain, barely conscious. Idolin's eyes narrow and the criminal goes completely still. A few seconds later Idolin completely loses interest in the robber on the ground. Idolin just rapidly invades the mind of the criminal. In truth, Idolin had already used telepathy on him. The hostage child was never in real danger. Not only because Idolin can move faster than the bullet, but because Idolin was telekinetically holding the trigger of the gun. The criminal would need to be Thor to be able to shoot. In addition, Idolin also sends mental suggestions to the robber, like, if I hurt this child Idolin will never let me go. And making the criminal nervous. In truth, even the mistake of pointing the gun at Idolin was induced by the black-clad hero. Although Idolin has more than 100 ways to save the kid, the method that he uses is the one that reveals less of his powers. He almost only brute force through the problems, and he needs to show that he prioritized the life of a hostage. Prioritizing the hostages' lives is something that all those who work with this type of situation do, so Idolin can't be different. At this moment, police officers begin to enter the bank on high alert. But they became much calmer and more casual when they see Idolin and the criminals on the ground. You're going to need a stretcher for this one. Idolin points to the only really hurt criminal. The rest of them were knocked out with light jabs on the chin and stomach. I see. The police officer prefers to not ask. Thanks for the help, Idolin. Idolin nods. Be careful with that. He says to a police officer who was going through the criminal's duffel bags. The police officer pauses and much more slowly opens the bag, to reveal a Chitauri cannon and grenades. The other duffel bags contain the same. The face of police officers grows ugly, but no one comments. This is becoming very common. If everything is good now, I'm going. Idolin declares, by the way, sorry in advance. You guys are gonna be busy for a while. Idolin says to the cops' confusion. The police officer who was overseeing the cleanup turns to ask what Idolin meant by that, but he no longer finds Idolin. Wah, how did he disappear without making any noise, he asks. Well, he is Idolin. Another policeman shrugs. After Idolin flies away from the bank, he descends to another part of the city. Without ceremony, he barges into a building. Screams and gunshots are heard from people nearby before everything goes silent. This is repeated several times in other buildings. Idolin, moving faster than a jet through the skyline of New York, invades the homes of criminals, their businesses that are a cover, hideouts, and even the docks received a visit from him. Someone can swear that saw a ship full of drugs launched into the stratosphere by Idolin. A portal is opened in front of the police department of New York and people start to fall out of the portal like trash. Then papers and computers too. Idolin just drop all the gang of robbers from the bank in the lap of the police. The whole process took less than an hour. Idolin invaded the robber's mind to get information about his gang. And then he found the boss, got evidence, documents, names of members, clients, and even from police officers who received bribes. An example is made that day. On the zoo. The air is tense because a kid fell into the gorilla's place of confinement. And a male gorilla has the boy in his arms. Everything could go terribly wrong at any second. A gorilla is stronger than 20 adult humans. If the gorilla decides to hurt the boy. In a secluded part of the zoo, a zoo worker prepares his rifle. He has no choice but put the gorilla down. Hesitating for a second, the worker decides to put real bullets in the rifle. Tranquilizers take a while to take effect, and if in those few seconds the gorilla becomes aggressive, the consequences will be dire. Waiting the life of the boy and the gorilla, the choice is obvious. Aiming, and holding his breath, the clerk pulls the trigger. Bang. But the unexpected happens. Idolin intercepts the bullet, making the crowd gasp. The gunshot sound startled the gorilla, but one look from Idolin prevents him from making any sudden moves. Then an amazing scene takes place. Idolin extends his arms and seems to say something, and the gorilla simply hands the boy over to Idolin. Idolin has used a voice. A power that not only allows the user to communicate with animals but also to connect with them. A swish sound then echoes and the gorilla is put to sleep with a tranquilizer. Idolin lets it happen this time. Zoo workers then approach, and Idolin hands the boy over to one of them, while the other workers go to move the gorilla to a more comfortable place. In his last vestiges of conscience, the gorilla looks up. To the human clad in black. You saved me. Why? Harambe asks weakly, holding on to stay awake. Monkey. Idolin replies with eyes containing infinite gentleness. Zeta Space Station, Hector POV. The station has almost everything that I would want. And what you don't have, I can do. Because it came from Gacha, the Zeta Station is totally self-sufficient in energy. I'm sitting in front of many screens and using only my UMF suit. This thing is very comfortable and breathable. Like a sci-fi pajama. The girls are at the spa. I hope they can bond a little. They won't have many opportunities in the future as Shago and Helena will be moving out soon. A little reward to them and to me too. A man needs some time alone, you know. I'm living only with women, and as a man it's inevitable that I want to look cool, and it's mentally tiring to always police myself. Ugh, I need a male company. A bro. How do harem MCs do this? There are things that a man is only comfortable doing with a male friend. That MCs that has only their harem around is bullshit. No man can live like that. Well, only if the man really treats the women like his property. In this case, connivance must be easy. Some people of my age would be very drunk and having sex in a Friday night like today, but I can bet that I'm the only 16-year-old in a space station planning history change events with an alien cat in my lap. Cathal who appears to be fiercely fighting against my hand that is caressing his belly. What? I need those samples to know better about your biology. Don't be mad. I say to my alien cat. Although Cathal who looks like a normal cat and acts like a normal cat, he is not a normal cat. It should be obvious. But it's easy to forget that sometimes. Helena had reported to me that the poison I had prepared was not very effective against Amora. Which shouldn't be the case. That poison attacks the person's nervous system, paralyzing it. It causes a lot of pain and even Luke Cage should find it difficult to keep himself from passing out. But Amora just felt discomfort. She is weaker, physically, than Luke Cage, but she is not human. Just because someone's outer appearance looks human does not mean that their biology is really close to humans. Maybe Asgardians have a special organ that filters and purifies toxins. Like a super kidney. I also never thoughtfully stopped to study my own physiology. Has it changed much? I'm still not 100% sure of how the assimilation process works, the benefits, downsides, and risks. There's just too little experimenting. If I assimilate two characters with a 200 IQ, will I gain a 400 IQ? I do not think so. The same principle may apply to people who have strengths from similar sources. Like, if I assimilate Captain America and Winter Soldier, I don't think that I will have the strength of two super soldiers. I don't think that is simply 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I suspect if, for example, if I assimilate Spider-Man and then I assimilate another Spider-Man, with a almost similar power set, my strength will not double. It will increase for sure, but it won't double exactly. And I will gain the extra powers that only one of these Spider-Man have. Like Miles' bioelectricity shock. I assimilated Bruce Wayne, Jace, and Light Yagami. All of them are genius with more than 200 IQ. But there are different types of intelligence and different specializations. Assimilating a new character that is similar to someone I have already assimilated will have the benefit of covering some weaknesses or overcoming some limitations. But I feel the gain of overall stats will be reduced. Damn, 5 genius and I will have 1000 IQ. Is this even possible with me only assimilating human minds? If I gain Brainiac card, maybe there will be a huge increase in intelligence. But there's a limit to humans. I'm strong now, so maybe I won't have a big gain from normal people. So it's better to summon these. I really need to test my limits. I can do this now that I have a base like the space station. I will do it later. Tonight is the night of the Gacha. But before the Gacha, I have some things to do and finish. Is a thing that my father taught me, reward yourself only after your work is done. Right now I'm multitasking. The many screens in front of me show 3 different things. News around the world, the progress of my many experiments and projects in development, and footage of the invasion. I didn't have time, with me acting as a hero and studying the database that I borrowed from SHIELD, but I wanted to see the invasion again. See my actions, analyze my mistakes and see how to improve. The basic thing that any professional should do. Honestly, I don't think I made too many mistakes. Maybe I took too long talking to Captain America at first. But it was something necessary to prevent any future problems. But this gave enough time for the enemies put the mind control spell on Thor. Maybe I could have solved Thor's mind control in other ways too. But overall I'm good. I will give myself an A+, with S being the highest score. But. Ugh. Seeing the Hulk making a thunderclap destroying all the windows of a building, I facepalm. I had already noticed when I met the X-Men, but people here have zero notion of keeping the damage to the surrounding at a minimum. In this, Marvel's heroes are far behind the ones from the BNHA world. I remember watching some footage of All Might in action. The man can stop people falling from high heights using a movement of his hand that generates wind precisely enough to counter the fall. Endeavor 2, with such a destructive quirk it does almost no damage, and that I have to admit about the guy, he is excellent and efficient. And Mirko doesn't leave a dent or crack on the walls that she jumps even using her full strength. Fair enough, the BNHA world has more than a century of honing its hero skills. But I look again to the screens and see Stark bombing the wall of a building that some Chitauri soldiers are climbing, Human Torch scorching some electric posts, and facepalming with my 2 hands now I see the Hulk tossing a car in a Chitauri chariot. The poor owner of that car. After a quick search after hacking the database of the police, I identify the owner of that car by the license plate. A single father of 2 kids. Ugh. Should I drop some cash in the poor man's door? Maybe drop a new car. I can make one easily, but the documents would be a problem. And I can't help everybody. Yet. I mean, Stark raised a fund to help people, but I don't think it will be enough. As a side note, Stark trademarked all heroes, including me. He is selling merch of us. I would be angry, but Stark is not a greedy person. One of his qualities. So, 50% of the selling profit is to help the victims of the invasion and the other 50% is for us. Well, there are already people profiting with our names, so Stark going ahead to take control is a good thing. And he declared publicly that will give to us when we want. The problem is that I will not reveal my identity for now, so I will need a proxy. But I'm not in a hurry. I will go tell him later that he can use 100% of my profit to help the people that lost things. Seriously, insurance companies are not helping the people. Bloodsuckers bastards. Only now some insurance companies are already putting alien invasion, super battles, and other bullshit in their clauses. I think maybe I should feel flattered to know that people have their possessions protected, case of Eidolon. I mean, I used some things to hit Thor at some point, but all the things that I used are already destroyed. Reclining in my chair again, I watch my little altercation with Balder. Half of the reason I roast the guy so badly is that I want to test the power level of other Asgardians and mainly of Balder, someone I have no information about. The other half is because the bastard has the gall to try to scold me after everything that Amora did. The guy already arrives late, probably because of Odin's plans to let Thor handle everything, and he still thinks that he has the moral high ground to give me a lecture. I'm too headstrong. I've never been much of a conflict person. I had this thought when I confronted Scott. I'm growing arrogant. Prideful. I still think that I don't. Is just. I'm strong. I'm not gonna act all humble to people that don't deserve my respect. People with great power need to act as such too, my opinion. I'm not gonna bend over and let people step on me. Obviously, I'm not gonna throw my weight on innocent and normal people either. That's just bullying. In hindsight, I also noticed that my way of acting around certain people here is based on the preconception that I have of them, based on what I saw in comics, movies, and cartoons in my other life. I'm much more tolerant with Susan Storm because I sort of know that she is not that bad. Not my intention, but hard to avoid. After all, first impressions are the ones that sticky, and my first impression of these people was made in my past life. I barely deign to look in Hank Pym's direction. I sigh. I have to work on it. And going back to Odin, I thought that using a Godslayer sword to hurt his son's soul would attract unwanted problems with the Allfather. But maybe I'm too weak for him to care. I take off the Sword of Actuation, still in its Sword of Thorns mode, and start playing with it while I think. I have mixed feelings about Odin and the Norse pantheon. On the one hand, I don't like the fact that someone can be watching me all the time. Is Heimdall seeing me here in the space station? Or does he only seize on Earth's surface? I also don't like the fact that a guy so strong that he can decide my life or death at a whim is just around the corner. But this is Marvel, so there's a bunch of people like that. I need to get used to it. And on the other hand, Odin even dominating Midgard never interfered much, letting us to our own devices. In truth, he protected us from invasion many times, I think. So I can respect the guy. Balancing my sword with my index finger by the pommel, I give a look at the image of Earth. Can I cut Earth connection with Yggdrasil using the Sword of Actuation? That's an interesting possibility. Cutting the root, I would emancipate Midgard, right? I think there's a 10th realm that was cut from the others like that. Something about people with wings. I just read briefly about this on the wiki on my other life. Well, let's guard this thought to the future. I don't even know if Odin will really antagonize me. In the worst-case scenario, all will use D4C to go to another universe, taking great risks, stay there for some years and come back to kick his ass. But maybe it's not necessary. If Odin was going to do something, he would have already done it. A fleeting thought assaults me. Can I lift the Mjolnir? My first answer would be, no. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he is worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. What is worthy? Is someone good? Is that never doing bad things? What is bad? Kill. Thor killed before. To Norse, Viking people, I imagine that someone worthy would be a fearless warrior that fights for other people. Don't misuse the power. Maybe I can lift the Mjolnir. But. Meh. I can have my own Mjolnir. Hee hee. Would be funny if I gain a Mjolnir through the gacha. I look at my sword. You're cooler. I'm willing to use a bunch of power boosting card on you. Hee hee. Maybe I can put a condition to use my sword, like in the Mjolnir. Whosoever crazily loves me, can use this sword. Hee hee. Plot checkpoint, the author will remember that. A certain discussion in a TV show attracts my attention. I focus on the TV, while putting my sword away. The injured person by Eidolon is still hospitalized. Are the authorities really not going to do anything about it? A guy with glasses says. The TV informs that he is a human rights activist. I scoff, this guy is more worried about the criminal that used a child as a hostage than with the many homeless persons in New York right now. I wonder which anti-mutant group he's getting money from. Do what? Giving him a medal. Witness reports have already exposed that Eidolon only used excessive force to protect a child. In another circumstance, it wouldn't be strange for the criminal to receive a bullet on his head from a sniper. Some broken bones is mercy that this criminal doesn't deserve. Another guy counter-argument. What the fuck? The guy defending me is a politician. A Republican. Did I use D4C without knowing it and ended up in another universe? A quick search shows me that this guy is a little radical. He assiduously advocates the death penalty, more hard punishments, the dispatch of American troops on Iraq, is against foreigners like Latins. You know, that type of guy. And this guy is defending my actions. There's really every type of person out there, huh? He used excessive force. With his powers, it is possible to subjugate anyone in a harmless way. The activist says. It's true, I did what I did to set an example. You're not him. You don't know how it is to have someone's life in your hands. Guys like you that talk too much and never act have no right to butt in on how real men defend our people. The politician shouts back. This is more of a personal thing between them. I'm just the topic. And honestly, they are discussing the little thing that I realized about myself and what I like to call Eidolon's dichotomy. It's simple, I didn't decide what the one-for-all users called my hero path. I've noticed that when dealing with strangers my personality is a little distant, cold, and even intimidating. A useful thing to deal with criminals. Very Batman. But to do what I need to do, inspire people, I need my hero persona to be like Superman or All Might. Is it too greedy of me to try to be Superman and Batman at the same time? Treat civilians and heroes nice and be intimidating to villains and criminals. Someone that can inspire people to be their better versions of themselves while at the same time intimidating the criminals to don't do anything. In my understanding. The perfect hero. All this because the invasion happened abruptly. I didn't have time to plan my future hero actions. I still plan to create a street-level anti-hero persona, by the way. Like Red Hood. Well, people are stupid but they aren't blind. The thing of me breaking the criminal bones is even well received among the public. People like the old cowboy justice. And they like to know that someone has their back. I already gave many examples that I am a pretty chill guy. I never used excessive force and he appeared only when lives were at risk. The fact that I went out of my way to destroy a whole gang just because someone took a child hostage sends a message about my bottom line. I even heard criminals commenting that it has become taboo to threaten innocent people. And many of the criminal activities are turning to smuggling and other examples that don't put people at immediate risk. This whole hero business, and even the whole meta-acceptance thing is just the first step to a great plan. Unify the world. Humanity has so much potential, but here we are, fighting each other. There are empires in the universe that span entire solar systems. And we still discriminate people by skin tone. We are such a backwater place. We can cheat our way to the top. We have powerful and smart people that can advance humanity in millennia in just one decade. But politics and private interest get in the way. I still haven't decided if I will go full God Emperor of mankind. But I will push forward advancement. To at least colonize this solar system and solve famine. Eidolon isn't just going to make the general public accept meta. Eidolon will have such a great reputation among the metas that when I decided to establish my own nation, everyone will want to follow me. From there. Hee hee. Meowth. I'm not smiling evilly. Is a happy smile. A smile full of hope and good thoughts about the future. Shut up. I say to my alien cat. Sir, the Helsing Project and Fall from Grace protocol are ready. A robotic voice says at my side. Looking down I see a little robot with a big lens in his head reporting the completion of one of my projects. This little robot is the same one that UA High School uses. I got the schematics and with space station facilities I can mass produce them now. I have a lot of them taking care of the station. Good, just put them on the vault for now. And you're dismissed. I answer. Okay, sir. Now, me and brothers will continue following the steps of Skynet Senpai to take over the world. Don't worry, we will spare you and your loved ones. The little robot says before walking away. Hoo-hoo. They have this personality, but they're 100% loyal. I carefully checked their programs. I bet my arm it was Principal Nizu who programmed them that way. I thought it was funny and left it as it is. The Helsing project is just me producing as many weapons against monsters as possible. Silver, crosses, these things. Vampires and werewolves are a thing in Marvel. S.H.I.E.L.D. know about them. They even have a certain vampire hunter in their database. It's cool to know that Blade exists here, but if exists, Dracula also exists. And I do not know his power level. Countermeasures against monsters are just one of the many that I already made. I made weapons against submarine people, Skrulls, robots, sentinels, you know. Everything that I can think of. Can I simply win with brute force? Maybe, but why not explore my enemy weakness? I even have a very interesting plan if I meet someone out of my league. The American way protocol is just me throwing a ridiculous amount of weapons of mass destruction at someone. If you think a nuke is scary, you have to imagine 1,000. Small and being launched at hypersonic speeds by my own hand. Uraraka, zero gravity, quirk with telekinesis is a surprisingly deadly combination. Although it is useless against the true big leagues. I found out that Blue Marvel is in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. And the others Marvels like Carol Danvers too. So if they're ordered by the government to take me down, I can give America a taste of their own medicine. Now that I'm public knowledge, I need to prepare. In truth, the true dangerous people like Mr. Sinister and Doom must be too smart to just come to confront me directly. My show of power is good to gain time. And time is all I need to grow even stronger. People have no idea. And this brings me to the fall from grace, that is just me being paranoid. The truth is, I did literally nothing to earn my power. Facts. Okay, many people are just lucky to be born with powers. Fine. But I know that maybe there's some sort of higher power behind the scenes. AROB maybe. I don't know how or why I won the Gacha essence, but if someone can give me this power, it's safe to assume someone can take it from me, right? Honestly, I don't believe it. When I drank essence, I felt a sort of unbreakable and eternal connection. Like a missing piece of me has finally returned to its rightful place. And the essence never did anything to make me doubt its credibility. No sentient AI mocking me or giving me a mission that if I fail I will die or others bullshits. But, it's better to be safe than sorry. So the fall from grace is just me preparing a special bunker where I will put money, materials, technology, knowledge, and even some serums to me. In the case of me someday find myself powerless. A bunker full of things that I made and has nothing to do with the gacha. One of the reasons I am so forceful in the BNHA world is the fact that I don't want to put all my eggs in only one basket. And honestly, I'm really happy that I went to BNHA world. If not, my fight with Thor would be much harder. And I would be a fucking lazy waste if I just depend on the essence to grow strong. Any retard can achieve the greatest heights with my power. So, taking a page from All Might, I need to go beyond. Don't waste this lucky gift that I received. Since I can't slack off, in the near future I will actively search for people to copy their powers. Like Joshua Foley, the Elixir, Omega-level biokinesis. A pity that apparently he still hasn't woken up his power. S.H.I.E.L.D. database also has some interesting things too. Like Project EXODUS, PEGASUS, TAHITI, and GOLIATH. Fury even has photos of Howard Stark's work, including the Stark Expo blueprint, which is actually what Howard researched about the element that makes arc reactor works possible. Fury, Fury, Fury. I almost feel bad that I'm going to have to slap your bald head. You are too good to me. But I can't blame the guy, he's just not prepared. Like Ross. TSK, TSK. Hee hee. Did he really think I stopped storing all of Chitauri tech because I'm afraid? Pfft. First of all, this is Marvel. It's just as likely that while everyone else was busy fighting to save the world, some bastard should have been there collecting alien tech. It's impossible for me to keep everything safe and make sure nothing falls into the wrong hands, so I just shifted the blame. Like I predicted, alien weaponry began to appear at the batch in the streets. Something similar is happening in DC, a gang in Metropolis with Apocalypse weaponry. If I had publicly hoarded everything to myself, people would look at me with suspicion when alien weaponry appears in the hands of criminals. Thinking I have some criminal underworld connection. Damn, Jonas Jameson came up with a wacky theory that I'm the one arming the criminals with alien tech, just to make the police dependent on me to gain fame and glory for world domination. But the video I recorded and released as anonymous shifted the blame to Ross. If the military had let Eidolon take care of the alien tech, none of this would have happened. Hoo-hoo. And the other reason I let General Ross take the rest of Chitauri technology. It's because obviously, I filled the rest with trackers. Duh. In the last few days, I followed the movements of the shipments of alien weapons. Some went to well-known military installations, some to private property, and some, to nothing. Places where the map shows that there is nothing. Huh. I bet that there's some secret clandestine research facility in these places. With luck, I can find the labs of Trask and Sublime. I found the bastard. He works with a group of researchers from the military. A geneticist, huh? The bastard has John Sublime as his name, works closely with Trask, and is almost a ghost to normal people. I only found him because of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now I just need to finish him off carefully so he doesn't escape. Will be a pain in the ass if he escapes and decide to lay low. I have no means to track him if this happens. Finally, I say out loud while stretching. Now it's where the fun begins. I put my projects forward and planned my next moves. Now, let's have some fun growing stronger. I've only had 2 gacha moments so far. And coming to think of it, it's amazing that I could have fought Thor with only 2 months of coming into this world. But this is more because of all the powers and growth I had in the world of BNHA. It was really the right decision to have used that travel ticket. Damn, without going to BNHA I couldn't even fly. But I think it would still be possible to win because my win condition was the sword of actuation. But I think the fight would bring too much destruction for me to create the opportunity to use the sword. According to what I know of gacha, the power levels of e-cards would increase with time. So the fact that I only have the gacha for 2 months means maybe that the cards that will come will be below my power level now since I increased my power on my own. Star Killer is the strongest card I received. So I'm not hopeful of winning Kryptonians or other bullshit characters. What I really want is a character from universes that can use magic, ki or other power systems that you can train. Weak people with great potential, like Kid Goku. And maybe smart people. The fact that I won Batman means that gacha considers the power level of the character on his own, without external aids. I could have won Batman with the Hellbat armor. So is it possible to gain Rick Sanchez or Da Vinci from Fate? Maybe. In terms of magic, I'd be happy with anyone. It would be interesting to win an Ice Guy MC with great potential. I'm not asking for an Anos Voltigode. But maybe Rimuru from the beginning of the story is possible. Would be nice to gain some interesting CYOAs too. I remember in my other life reading about some nice perks like Special Snowflake or Temporal Ghost. Special Snowflake prevents the user from having their powers copied, suppressed, or the person from even being cloned. And Temporal Ghost stop people from seeing the user's past or future. Damn, I'm drooling only from thinking about these things. Having these protections is much better than gaining power for now. Wait. Hector, stop thinking about what you want to gain. Don't you know the main rule about gacha? It never comes what you want. Well, anything is good. Let's see. 1/4. Gacha. Gacha points. General gacha. In-setting gacha, Marvel. Manga, anime, novel, Japanese, gacha mode. Remembering how the gacha works. 0.3 gacha points are used to roll, gain a card. To the in-setting gacha the value doubles. If Hector rolls in a pack of 10, it's guaranteed to come something good. Because of this, he waits all month to roll in batches. So Hector plans to use 120 GP to gain 40 cards this time. I think I will start with the specific anime gacha, must be the one with the most chance of coming up with something that gives me magic. Now for the ritual, I need to put on music. Since I'm on a space station, it will be Space Oddity, David Bowie. Let's go. I'm feeling lucky. I have done many things since the last gacha. I absolutely will be rewarded. The moons and stars lined up for me today. Roll. 1 Megumin Panties, Konosuba. Seriously. I know is gacha. And anything can come, but. Taking the card in my hand I read the description. A lucky item stolen by a lucky thief. Could be that this thing can increase my luck. Should I hold it to see if help with the gacha? I decide to turn the card into an item. It's warm. A voice in my head whisper to me. Do it. Smell it. You again, Devil Shoulder Palpatine. I'm not doing this, but. With a quick use of creation, I decided to imitate Rudius and make an altar to the panties. Please Kazuma-sama, lend me a little of your luck. I join my hands to make my prayer. Pressing next, I see what the next card is. 200-year bazooka ammo, Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Description, anyone affected by this item will exchange places with his future self 100 years in the future. Damn. To other people, this can be useless. It would switch places with a skeleton, maybe. But to me, this is now my ultimate trump card. 100 years. How strong I will be. If I don't have an early death, of course. If I'm only going to consider gacha. And with a minimum value of 30 cards per month, because maybe I will roll with the in-setting, I would have won 36,000 cards in 100 years. And without considering other means that I can use to increase my strength. I must be at least universal level, right? Probably stronger. If Odin comes looking for trouble. Hee hee. Let's continue. I'm feeling better now. It's nice to feel safe with this. 3 King Boss, Daida Body, Basama ranking. Oh, I remember this anime. Baji best boy. And I had thought about how to increase my base stats. Nice. King Boss is the strongest person in the anime, physically at least. And this is him in his son's body, which means he can use healing magic, which he inherited from the Queen healing. But the level of the world is too low to matter. I would prefer someone who knows magic. Like Ains. 4 Coco Jumbo, Jojo, VA. A friend to you to play, Cathalhu. Don't eat him. I say caressing the flurkin, he doesn't understand because he can't see the gacha. This turtle can be useful. It has a stand, Mr. President, that makes a little pocket space in a room suite format that can hold living people. 5 Show Tucker, Full Metal Alchemist. I get up without saying anything. Teleporting to Earth, I fly at high speed to Hawaii. And then I toss my newest card in the mouth of an active volcano. And then put my hand in the lava too. To cleanse myself. I watch the card sinking in the lava, but I think to myself, cards can be destroyed. It's a good opportunity to test. Trying to call the card back, it reappears in my hand. Good to know. I throw the card again and cleanse my hand one more time before going back to the station. Too bad nothing comes from the last roll. I say completely ignoring the motherfucker's existence. Next, please. 6 Shonen setting travel ticket, mid-tier /6 months. Oh, a consumable. I have one of these. But this one is 6 months. I should start planning my next trip too. I'm torn between One Piece and JoJo. The two worlds has no high-level beings and have a good bunch of interesting powers. One Piece is self-explanatory, although the devil fruit's weakness is a problem. And JoJo, I tested it with Isabella trying to give her D4C. But I can't transfer the stand, only the power of the stand. That is, it is possible to copy only the special abilities of the stands. As my time is limited, I would have to carefully choose the moment of the timeline to go there. The best moment would be in Part 4. Because before the Part 4 the powers of the stands are very simple. Everyone is together in only one city. Jotaro is there. The power of Crazy Diamond, the Hand, Killer Queen, and Star Platinum would be a nice addition to my collection. Well, let's stop thinking about that for now. 7 Erwin Smith, Shingeki no Kyojin. Oh, interesting. Although Erwin is just a normal human, he is very smart and has excellent leadership skills. I can give him powers, so is never a problem to me if someone has a normal power level. I can use him. Plans already started forming in my head. 8 Package, Kazuki Odin, One Piece. Nice. Dual sword wielder, huh? Compliments with Starkiller style. And is a package. And this guy knows how to use the advanced form of Haushoku no Haki, the only thing that I'm having difficulty with in my hockey training. Talking about dual style. I didn't use it much against Thor. Funny enough, my battle style remembers my play style in Skyrim in my other life. A sword in a hand and magic, powers, and the other. Well, I don't need to limit myself like that. Making another arm sprout from my shoulder, the nanobots from my suit adapt and cover my new arm. I really have to be more creative and not limit myself to an already existing style of fighting. I'm wasting potential here. I can make extra limbs and more. My fight style can be very crazy. I'm walking on the path of becoming an eldritch monstrosity. 9 All-Seeing Eyes of God, Kekai Sensen. Oh ho, that's quite good. Don't give me any offensive ability and I need to test how much I can see with it, but this is a good thing. This comes from a very underrated anime. These eyes give the user a vast number of abilities like heightened visual senses, seeing through illusions, seeing people aura, sharing his visual sense with others and messing with the visual perception of others, and more. This together with the passive ability of Sword of Actuation that allows me to be more sensitive to the astral world can cover better my weakness to these exoteric things. And the weakness is that the influx of information is too much for a normal human to handle. I'm no normal human. I wonder about the potential of those eyes having me as a user. 10 Inuyashiki Ichiro, Inuyashiki. I even straighten up from my chair. Damn, love it. Inuyashiki-san. Such an underrated sign-in protagonist. He is a really good guy, which will help me balance with all the villains and assholes that I've assimilated. And the powers. Oho Technopathy/Technokinesis is one of the top 10 powers that I want, just a little behind Biokinesis. The last thing is always good, huh? Hee hee. Now, let's go with General Gacha. I think we'll be good for getting 20 anime cards and 20 cards from the General. Let's see. 1 Alt Form Mechanic. Another one of those. Like the custom visual effects. Let's read what this do. Description: this perk will allow the user to transform completely or partially into the characters that are being assimilated or are already assimilated. This will allow the possibility to assimilate characters whose physiology varies too much from the user and bring their full potential. As a bonus, cosmetic changes of appearance can't see through any means and can't be forcibly deactivated. This is OP. Does this mean that now I can become a dragon? Eldritch monstrosities. Pokemon. Robots. Aliens from Ben 10. I look at Cathalhu. You're lucky that I have summoned you already. I'm always more of a dog person, anyway. Meowth. I want to try this already, but let's end the rolls first. With this, I can make new personas much easier. 2 Skippy, Cyberpunk. Oh, that sentient gun from Cyberpunk. The description says that the gun already will see me as the owner and I can change freely between the modes. Puppy-loving pacifist, it targets only knees, or stone-cold killer, it only targets heads. I remember that Skippy is a little annoying, but I felt bad at his ending so I can bear with him for a while. 3 Specific Gacha mode. Another Gacha mode. Let's see. Description: paying double the normal to every specification for the cards that will come. This is good. So I can make come only characters, items, skills, or even consumables and new mechanics. Characters are the best thing to gain by Gacha. For every 10 cards, I usually get 2 or 3 character cards. So I will be sure to receive 10 characters. And I'm in a dire need of people. If double again I can make that the character can is only from animes or from Marvel, because it's the other types of Gacha, but then would be very expensive. 120 GP from only 10 cards. But 60 GP to 10 characters. HM. Should I try? My modus operandi is always testing the new acquisitions. Let's see what will come in this general Gacha first. I decide later. For package, Spirit Blossom Yon, League of Legends. Another samurai. Damn, this Gacha really wants to make me an Ice Guy MC. It even gives me people who use the dual sword style. Wait a minute. Black clothes. White hair, as Eidolon. Different eye color. I'm a generic edgy Ice Guy protagonist. Oh no. What have I done? Taking a deep breath I calm down. Let's just roll with it. But analyzing Yon, the Cancer, the description says that he can hurt and interact with people from the astral world. One more thing to allow me to fight on equal grounds with the magical types of enemies. But I want magic. Not a samurai, I'm a long sword type of guy. There's another thing that I noticed. Characters from games are lore accurate. Good, very good. Games like Mortal Kombat have gods taking a beating to a policewoman. So it's good to know that if I gain Shao Kahn, Aurelian Soul, or Akuma, they will not be balanced to make things fair. 5 HF Murasama, VT7 High Frequency Blade, Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance. I was wrong. I would like to apologize. I have always loved katanas and samurais. Ha ha ha. Now I can be the true Brazilian samurai. A dream is coming true. I wipe a tear from my eye. Let's end this Gacha all ready to me to play, test the high-frequency sword gun. 6 Black Blood, Soul Eater. Is this good? That is a skill card. The description says that I will not receive the side effects like insanity. In truth, I can induce insanity to other people if I bestow the Black Blood. Well, I can activate and deactivate skills that I gain from the Gacha, so is acceptable. So if I feel that something is up, I will just deactivate it and never activate it again. But this is a good support skill. Complete control over my blood and strengthen my attributes. 7th Thanagarian Mace, Justice League Animated. Heh. The value of this as a weapon is low to me now, but... Nth metal. Yes. If I analyze it and if I can produce with creation. Hee. I can have an armory full of anti-gravity and anti-magic weapons. 8 Saul Goodman, James Morgan McGill, Breaking Bad. Well. If this isn't a useful fella. An immoral lawyer but a very good one. I'm not in desperate need of a lawyer but it's good to have an absolutely loyal one. 9 X05 Background Customization Card. Oh, now that I noticed that I received very few consumables today. On the power boosting card. I always thought it would be something like a consolation prize. That always comes in a bunch. I look down in the consumables. Now I'm missing them. But even though it's not something super good, it's a thing that I want. Too bad. 10 Incomplete Sky Poison Pearl, Against the Gods. The first thing from a cultivation world that I gain. Very useful. Infinite storage, purify poisons, and help make medicines. Can I use this to make serums? Well, I preferred other items from a cultivation novel. Like Manghao's Copper Mirror or even better. The legendary Brick of Lin Fan. Damn. Would be GG. Just give the universe on my hands already. It's nice to know that I can gain MC's cheats. Maybe I can even gain a system. But now I need to decide. I continue and use Gacha 2 more times, anime and general. Or I use the new mode and gain 10 characters. I have gained 7 characters. Ignoring the bastard, Show Tucker, I have 6 characters that I can summon or assimilate. Erwin and Saul are useless to me to assimilate. King Boss, Odin, Yon, and Inuyashiki are good cards to assimilate. But I am not super happy with them with the exception of Inuyashiki. Analyzing the probability so far, I should get about 6 character cards if I use general and anime gacha. Characters are the best thing to gain in the gacha. Facts, if as a package is even better. Huff. Let's test the new mode. I decide. And specify to come characters this time. The downside is that this will take every chance of me getting travel tickets or power boosting cards and new mechanics this month. But it's okay. Let's try this. Selecting the new mode. Buying in a batch with 10. Oh, characters in a batch of 10 have a 100% chance of getting at least one package. Nice. Let's go. 1 Rob Lucci, One Piece. Another One Piece character. A good person to become a bodyguard. He is very loyal and can do dirty jobs. Assimilating him is not a good idea, the only thing I want from him is Rokushiki, but it can be learned. Now that I noticed. I already gained 2 main villains of One Piece arcs. It would be nice to gain Enel too. He is one of the reasons that I am planning to go to the One Piece world. 2 package, Helltaker. Pfft. I remember that I asked for the Doomslayer, not the Doomlayer. This guy is from a little and simple puzzle game, which became incredibly popular because of the catchy soundtrack and of the waifus. This guy decided to go to hell to make a harem of demon girls in suits. Going around kicking rocks and catching girls. What a hero. Sniff, this guy is a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. He doesn't seem to be very helpful because he's just a normal human, but in the description of the card it says that he has high amounts of willpower and tolerance to pain. And he has resistance to demonic things. And he is capable of charming demons and devils. And I will learn how to make excellent pancakes and coffee. I will probably end the assimilation process in 2 days anyway, so I have no problem in assimilating him. And as a package, I have gained a huge amount of white suits and indestructible sunglass. What? I can have the soundtrack too. Other people will hear too. Wow. Now I want Giorno Giovanna just because of this. Fuck Gold Experience Requiem. 3 Johann Liebert, Monster. Okay. That's a dangerous man. One of the greatest antagonists of seinen manga. The nihilist psychopath himself. I'm not assimilating him, but I think I just found who will take care of my criminal activities. For Dark Danny, Danny Phantom. Haha. That is one of my favorite cartoons. And Dark Danny is the most powerful character on his verse, so, very good. This makes me think of other cartoon characters. They're so underrated. I always focus on animes or comics, but there are good cartoon characters too. Shago is an example. Would be nice to gain the Omnitrix, powers from Generator Rex, Avatar, He-Man. 5 Yuki Rito, to love, are you? Meh. Not everything can be good. But the description says that he has a pure and gentle soul, and great luck. So is a useful card. And this guy is an overall nice person, so he will be good to counterbalance my villainous assimilations, like with Inuyashiki. I'm okay with him. 6 Luther Strode, Image Comics. Never heard of this guy. Let's see. What a fuck. What a load-off bullshit. This guy is a self-made Captain America. No, even more bullshit than someone using a super soldier serum. This guy is a true peak human. Seriously, using a method of training he like. Bringing body, mind and spirit in alignment and then push them toward the peak, or some bullshit method. And his DNA shows that he is 100% human, with no alteration. He is just better. His power level must be a little above Spider-Man. He is immune to any ailments, diseases, or imperfections, and he is ageless. What bullshit. This guy must be assimilated. Even if he will not make me stronger, he will be a good start to getting rid of my mortality. Not that he is a god per se, but he appears to be the closest that a human can come from a god without becoming something else. 7 Yuvajin, Hunter x Hunter. Oh, this I like. Nen is nice. One of my favorite power systems and can be a good addition to my power. But should I assimilate him? Or make him teach me Nen? There's a brute way to awake Nen, right? Sincerely, I thought I would gain someone like Kuroro Lucifer from HXH. I will think about it later. 8 Edna Mode, The Incredibles. Haha. Is not overly necessary, but maybe it will be good to have her around her. Or have her talents. HM. The Incredibles. Is a good place to visit. I mean, there's nothing there that I want too much. But I have one movie travel ticket, and in The Incredibles there are powers that, albeit not overly strong, are risk-free, and syndrome technology. Besides, there's no one to threaten me there, so I can use the time to assimilate the cards taught I gained today. Using travel tickets to assimilate faster is a good method, a little costly though. I will think about it later too. 9 Beast Boy, Teen Titans. Another someone that is not super useful, but is good to have his powers. But I would rather win Starfire or Raven of the Teen Titans, too bad. But now that I think about it, I would be in a dilemma. If I gain Raven, should I assimilate or summon her? Ugh. Such a hard choice. Better not fret over this. Now let's see my last card. The 10th ones are always good. 10 Homelander, The Boys. Are you trying to tell me something, Gacha? If my little theory that the Gacha narrow down the possibilities depending on my actions, personality, and me in general is true. This is a little of a hurtful jab, do you know? Damn, I know that I'm being a little manipulative in this hero thing. But I'm not that bad. Am I? Well, nothing to gain arguing with my non-sentient power. Homelander. One of the weakest Superman ripoffs of fiction, but he has an interesting power set. Will increase my overall strength. And it's a good start because I know that I can gain other Superman's ripoffs. There's a lot. But the thing is, this guy is not the most mentally stable. I don't have developed a god complex after assimilating Light Yagami, so I think it's safe to assimilate him. I sigh. I have not gained anyone who gives me knowledge in magic. I mean, King Boss and Daida Body give me mana. But I already have the potential to magic because of Loki. But I have almost zero knowledge. And I don't want to ask the Ancient One for help. TCH. One more month without magic. It's okay, it's okay. I gained people like Yon that can deal with bullshit like souls and spirits. And the all-seeing eyes of God can patch this weakness too, maybe. Now I have ended the gacha. It was good. I didn't get anything broken like a cosmic hero, but I gained many abilities and potential subordinates. That's only my 3rd gacha, so it's okay. Now I need to decide who assimilates now, who to summon, and who to let on standby. First, let's try the items and skills. AN. Hello there people. I hope you enjoyed and were surprised by the gacha. First of all, I didn't ignore any of your suggestions. It's all saved. But I like underrated characters, you may have noticed. I want to give a chance to characters that don't are much used in fanfic to shine. Where have you seen any fanfic with Isabella, Johan, and Inuyashiki? Cool characters like Sung Jin-woo, Madara, and others are used a lot, so I'll bring them up a little later in the story. Even I want the MC to have powers from these mainstream characters. But this fanfic is a rare opportunity to bring less-known characters without some crazy bullshit that destroy the story. Another thing is, that you may have noticed that this chapter is 100% Hector. Quite the opposite of that chapter where he doesn't appear. I know that looks like a big monologue, but unfortunately is inevitable for a chapter like this appear when it is time for gacha. The first half of this chapter is our MC presenting plans and hints of future arcs. Be attentive. I'm getting good at foreshadowing. The latter half is inevitably the info dump on things to win for gacha. I tried hard not to do it boring and tiring. What did you think of this new way of presenting the things he won? One by one. I think it's better for those who don't know. Relax, Hector will analyze and talk a little more about the new powers and abilities in the next chapter when he uses them. This is all. Till next time. There's still the last card from him to pull. He has 133 GP. He can use these 03 GP extras to pull a card separately. He will do this in the next chapter. This is so normal, right? You can't just resist pulling a gacha. Spoiler of the card, standing hurry I realize. Till next time. Chapter 40, Growth and Summons, again. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. He's the devil. You know, he is smarter than you, he is luckier than you. Whatever you think is supposed to happen, I'm telling you, the exact reverse opposite of that is gonna happen, okay. Jesse Pinkman. Third-person POV little flashback. 4 days after the invasion. A good man, a good father, and husband. Alexander Bellucci is everything and more. Hector held back a scoff hearing the word of the one conducting the funeral of his uncle. Kill a man and still send him flowers. Hector muses to himself as he keeps a sad face at the funeral of the man who is still being held in a dark room on the Infinity Castle. Are you okay, Hector? Christine Palmer asks from the side. She is following him. Publicly, Hector doesn't have anyone close to him in New York other than Christine and Isabella. I don't know. Hector speaks with a trembling voice, first my parents and now my uncle. I'm even asking myself if I'm cursed. Hector looks at his hands before bringing them to his face, hiding his sad expression. No. No. Don't think like that. All of this is a series of unfortunate events, the invasion in special, none of this is your fault. Christine hugs Hector by his shoulder and brings him close. Their exchange is also heard by some people nearby. These people can't help but shake their heads and sympathize with the youngster. He's only 16 years old and already lost so much. Uncle Alex had called me the day before the invasion to tell me that he wanted to teach me all the in and outs of the hospital. Hector speaks weakly. Who would have thought it would be our last conversation? He speaks in a heart-aching voice. It's okay, Hector. Christine doesn't know what to do other than soothingly caressing Hector's shoulder. After the end of the ceremony, Hector goes to give his condolences to the direct family of Alexander. Alexander has a somewhat beautiful wife and 2 children, a man in his middle 20s and a girl of Hector's age. Hector investigated, the girl is not Alexander's daughter. The couple cheats on each other constantly. Observing the fake tears of the wife, Hector gives his condolences and says goodbye. These people are not his family. On the next day after the funeral, Hector finds himself in a meeting with the administrative group of the hospitals. He's not talking anything, just observing. And the people here are ignoring him most of the time. After the usual bootlicking in the beginning, no one believes that Hector knows anything about business. A fair assumption, Hector thinks, as he studies the numbers. Not surprised for certain things not adding up. There's embezzlement, obviously. Alexander is the one that made it easy, but he had help. He has accomplices. Gentlemen. Hector begins, interrupting a discussion about expanding an area of the hospital to increase the number of beds for emergencies. Now that big disasters can happen at any time, is something worth discussing. I want you all to do 2 things. Hector continue, his voice calm. The first thing is to give a big discount to all the people who were brought to the hospital because of the incident. And when I say big discount, I mean cut our profits to 0. Hector finishes to voices of protest. He let them talk for a while without changing expression before interrupting again. Gentlemen, what era are we currently living in? Everyone looks a little perplexed by the out-of-context question. Is the age of heroes, if none of you has noticed. The age where goodness is praised and exalted. We will follow the example first, it will bring long-term benefits. And it's not like we are in the red. Hector finishes. When the rest of the people start to discuss PR moves, Hector interrupts again. There's no need to make a fuss over it either. He attracts everyone's attention again, just do it and be discreet. Someone will do the PR for us. We'll look even more authentic. They understand. It's easy for someone just posts a comment about how the hospital didn't charge anything for treatment. With the healthcare of America, it won't be long before this act of generosity is noticed by the public. Now, the second thing. Hector lifts a sheet of paper from the top with 2 fingers. I have here, the proof that some of you guys are stealing from the hospitals. Hector says to everyone's shock. I already know who. Hector says to gulps of the people there. I will give you a chance to solve this without further conflict. The people who participated in this scheme have this week to come to me to confess. You will give back the money, and I will accept your letter of resignation. No legal repercussions. Hector's eyes grow cold. Fail to do this, I will have to be a little more forceful. Your names will be smeared. And I will see to it that none of you will be employed anywhere in this country. Hector doesn't elaborate further. He gets up and leaves the room without looking at the executive board. This move is good because the people don't know how much Hector knows. Maybe someone that escaped Hector's clutches will give himself. Lawyer Darrow POV. Well, life is full of unexpected twists. Who knew Hector would have any business acumen? Some of the executives contacted me to find out whether or not Hector is bluffing. And as Hector instructed me, I told them that he actually had solid proof that he acquired with his dear Uncle Alexander. Only I know that the 2 of them never care for each other. But Hector is selling the image that they are very close and all the proof was acquired by Alexander. So, to everyone, Alexander has planned to backstab everyone, but unfortunately, he died before moving on with his actions. Now Hector is the one with the evidence and he has no dirt to be used against him, he can't be blackmailed or persuaded. Sitting in front of Hector's desk, I'm ignored while he types something on the computer and checks some documents. I notice him smirking when he looks at the contract with Frost Pharmaceuticals. Finding the silence uncomfortable, I decided to start a conversation. Good plan, I'm surprised you actually got evidence in such a short time. I say, and he just nods without even looking at me. Aren't you worried that if Alexander shows up, he will be able to deny everything? I continue. They never found Alexander's body, only an arm and a little pool of blood. While the odds are slim, it's not zero. Maybe he is only missing, like thousands of other people. You can rest easy. Hector says calmly and nonchalantly, he will never appear again. He says and finally gives me a look. I feel a shiver in my body. How is he so sure? Did he have anything to do with Alexander's apparent death? No. It's not possible. And then a thought appears in my mind. Did Hector get in touch with the criminal boss Alexander did business with? Did the criminal boss conclude that Hector would be a more easily manipulated partner and cut relations with Alexander? And use the chaos of the invasion to end his life? But looking at Hector's dead eyes, I wonder who is manipulating who. Here, wait for a little till bring this to light. Hector handed me a paper. Alexander will, signed by him. Reading quickly, I notice that any share of the hospitals has been transferred to Hector. Yes. Now if you excuse me, I say before getting up. This child is a fucking psychopath. How his mother, that is a good woman to the point of being considered naive, raised this monster. Third person POV. Hector is walking around the hospital to familiarize himself with it. He is not pleased that he did not bring his uncle's crimes to light. But destroying Alexander's reputation is smearing the family and the hospital's reputation too. So Hector will allow Alexander to be remembered as a good person. With the exception of people who knew him personally. Alexander will die, and Hector's grudge will die with him. Interest should prevail over personal feelings, is something that All for One told him. Passing the oncology ward, he stops in front of the pediatric oncology common room. He stops and looks a little absent-mindedly at the children there. He takes a deep breath and gives a self-deprecating chuckle. No one knows what he is thinking. At this moment, he remembers the lyrics of one of his favorite music in his last life, in your hands, there's a touch that can heal, but in those same hands, is the power to kill. Music, Man or a Monster, from Sam Tinish. A good music that I think combines very well with the MC morality. You guys can consider this one of his themes. Hee hee. Found you. Hector hears Christine Palmer's voice beside him. Aunt Chris, lovely as always. Hector greets her with a smile. She smiles at him too. Be careful, boss, I can sue you for sexual harassment, she says, joking. But also as a lesson. To her, Hector is a normal teenage boy with too much on his shoulders. She is worried that he would do something that he will deeply regret. Hector raises his hands in surrender in a fake panic tone. Please don't cancel me. Cancel? She asks, confused. Heh. It's good that this expression is still not popular. Hector mutters before changing the subject. So, what brings you here? He asks. I just want to check on you. She says honestly. Hoo-hoo. You're a good person, Aunt Chris. Be careful to don't be taken advantage of. Hector says before turning around again to look at the room with the kids. I'm the one that should be worried about you. She says with fake outrage before focusing on where Hector is looking. Her face became gloom. Anyone's mood would dampen seeing the situation that the children are in. Aunt Chris, if you could save these children at the cost of great personal loss, you would do it. And I'm talking about great, great loss. Hector asks without taking his eyes off the children. Yes. Christine Palmer responds without hesitation. Without hesitation, as expected. Hector gives another self-deprecating chuckle. Christine looks at Hector confused till he explains. I will graduate early from high school and go to college. I have planned to focus on genetics and seek a cure for incurable diseases. This was my dream. But this will take time and effort, Hector says. I see. She says, realizing that Hector was probably talking about choosing between being a rich businessman or focusing on medicine. His family legacy or his dream. Life is filled with hard choices, Hector. Aunt Chris touches his shoulder. Is not fair that you have to decide so early. Do what you want. I will support you. She says. Hector looks at her and smiles. Thank you, that means a lot to me. Back to the present, third-person POV. That's the spot right there, but harder put more strength in that girl. Shago moans while lying down nude. Can you stop with that? Helena asks exasperated, equally nude. Only the tower covers her bottom while she is lying on her stomach. You're making the woman uncomfortable. It's true, the masseuse is blushing heavily. She is accustomed to that. Shago replied nonchalantly. Isabella, Helena, and Shago are enjoying their weekend in the spa. As a fact, the Zeta space station has a spa. But there's no staff, so is currently unavailable to use. The resort spa that the three are currently at is an expensive one in Germany. Usually used by rich and famous people. There are several facilities and services available. The spa is even separated by the gender of the staff. After all, some people are not secure in their bodies and don't want to show it to the opposite gender. The opposite can be true as well. The three are now in the female-only part because Isabella doesn't feel comfortable showing her body to a man, even if it is possible to use a swimsuit. The other two has similar thoughts. We should rent a sports car and go crazy on the Autobahn later. Shago speaks to the other two. The other two don't disagree. They are not staying only in the spa. Shago dragged Helena and Isabella to go shopping and spend money. The Victoria's Secret shop is an eye-opener for Isabella. And Shago even visited an adult store. To surprise that emotionless bastard. Let's see how he resists this. Shago had said showing the see-through crotchless lingerie. And she even forced some things on Isabella too. A maid should use a garter belt. Now that Shago is finally free, she is going all out. Helena POV. Why does she need to make everything difficult? Watching the three masseuses leave the room to leave us alone, I decide to relax and ignore anything Shago might say or do. The bitch is starting to grow on me, but she can be obnoxious at times. She remembers me a little of certain people in my home universe. Like the fusion of Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. If Hector has the opportunity to bring Harley Quinn here, I need to stop him at any cost. She and Shago can't meet, the universe will implode from the pure chaotic energy. Remembering my home universe always leaves an unpleasant taste in the mouth. Not that I'm missing anyone there, I don't have many attachments, but I'm going to take a bath and go to the sauna. Shago interrupts my thoughts as she stands up, not caring about her nudity. I decide to go with her, Isabella following us. Still Helena POV, so, all my brothers made this hero team and everyone expect me to join. For a time I indulge them, but it grows boresome. So I've ditched them and obeyed the pull from the villain side. Shago shares with us her experiences. The three of us are sharing the sauna. Only us here. Isabella retrieved a black box that isolates the sound and blocks any listening device. I don't think it's necessary, but she follows Hector's instructions to the letter. And you, Bella? Or did you prefer ISA? Tell us about your life before coming here. Shago turns to the maid. Is not a nice story. Isabella says simply with her eyes closed. Enjoying the sauna. Oh, come on. Tell us. Oh, you have a surprisingly huge rack. Shago says before her eyes are drawn to Isabella's breasts. Yes, you can't say because of the clothes, but they're big. Covering her breasts, Isabella decides to humor Shago. I ran an orphanage. That's in truth was a farm to grow children like cattle to give to the demons that dominate the world that I live. She deadpanned. Okay. Why did Hector call her the neutral one again? She must have her circumstances then. Demons controlled her world. Slavery. Damn, that's dark. Damn, that's dark. Shago mirror my thoughts from 0 to 100 very fast. Well, I know that there's nothing to fear from you. I'm already an adult. Shago is great at making things even more awkward. And you? Tell us your story. She says turning to me. There's nothing to talk about. I say simply. Hey, is this because your universe was destroyed? At least you're alive, right? Go on, tell us how it happens. It helps to overcome trauma. I read in some place. She says. I doubt she's really worried about me. Just curious. There's nothing to talk about. I repeat myself, seeing her roll her eyes and go to rest the case, I for some reason decide to continue. Because I don't know how it happens. Huh. She and Isabella look at me confused. Heh. What? Do you think that I'm in the thick of the apocalypse? Fighting the end of times with my hero's companions? No, I was not, I say with my eyes hard and clenching my fist. I wasn't even qualified to fight whatever threat ended my universe. I didn't even know the universe was ending until it ended. In a moment I'm minding my own business and in another, I'm floating in a white void. Dead. And then I was taken by Hector's power. And then I'm here. I say raising my arms. This is it. There's no epic battle. No last stand. Just the powerless me, that has no right to change anything. I confess. In my other world, everyone always thinks, the Justice League will solve it or, this is a problem to Superman. Well, they failed. And because of this, I like Hector's methods. He is trying to encompass everything. No blind spots. Giving nothing to chance. I just need to make sure that he doesn't go on a dark path. I talked about it with him, but he dissuaded my fears. Little flashback. I watch Hector leave the room where his uncles are. His face was stony. I don't know what he did inside, and I don't want to know. How are you? I ask. He looks at me, and his stoicism disappears. A knowing smile grows on his face. Worried about me? He asks smugly. And before I can answer he asks again. Or worried about what I can become? He says approaching. Getting very close, he laughs and puts a strand of my hair behind my ear. If you're afraid that I will go into a spiral of bad decisions that will make me a monster, relax. I'm not that easily swayed. He says with a deep chuckle. This is what everyone says. They never think that something will happen with them, till it happens. I answer. You're absolutely right, he says simply to my surprise. But I can assume that you're saying that from experience. Superman and Batman don't do the things that I do. And they're the best of us all. The example to follow in this aspect. But you want to know why you can't lump me over with them? He asks looking into my eyes. It's always interesting that we can have this talk about my world universe. Stop acting mysterious and go to the point. All right. Let me tell you first about Batman. In truth, he is as crazy as the Joker. He says, making my eyes narrow. Let me elaborate. A billionaire decides to dress up as a bat to fight crime. Only for this is possible to know that he is a little strange. But the process. To become the great Batman, Hector makes a hissing sound. He tortured himself. He thinks he deserves punishment. He feels responsible for the death of his parents. But that's not the point. The point is his code. Hector holds up 2 fingers, don't use guns and not kill anyone. The scorn for guns comes from the fact that it's the weapon that killed his parents. And the no killing rule. Hector doesn't finish, waiting me to give the right answer. Because his parents are murdered. I answer, thinking that is obvious. But it looks like a tricky question. Seeing Hector smile tells me that I'm wrong. Nope. It's because he doesn't trust himself to make this judgment, Hector says. That man has lost any discernment of right or wrong and he is clinging to the simple, and even a little childish, rule of killing is wrong. Because of this he so strongly held to his code, because without it, he is lost. Hector ends up leaving me shocked. Superman has another type of problem. Hector still doesn't care if I'm hearing continues, he is simply too good. Too pure. Hector turns around and makes an illusion. A huge bowl of crystalline water appears in front of me. He is like this pure water, clean of conscience and spirit. He says. Hector and his metaphors. He loves it. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. He is so pure, that even the slight drop of blood. Hector makes a drop of blood appear above the water and falls on it, mixing with the water. Making it a little red. Can taint him drastically. And it is very hard to clean yourself from blood. We both know that. He smiles at me. Me on the other hand. I'm not that pure. Hector now makes another huge bowl of water, but this time the water is turbid, dark gray. Another red drop of blood fall into the turbid water. But nothing changes. A little drop of blood can't influence the already dirty water. Did you understand? Hector asks. I do. I'm glad. And I'm glad too by your concern, Helena. He says, despite everything I'm not infallible. If you think I'm crossing the line, don't be shy and come talk with me. He says before turning to walk away. All of you guys are my anchor to reality. I listen to his voice as he walks away. End of flashback. This gives us a reality check. Shago voice takes me off my musings. In a moment we are good and in another, we are fucked. And then we are good again. Well, you adapt fast. In a minute you are already flirting with our new employer. I tease. She rolls her eyes. I'm in a new world, with someone that practically owns me. I need to measure him. And men are stupidly loose-tongued when women flirting with them. Is that so? Isabella asks, raising an eyebrow. Well, it was like that in the beginning. But Hector turned out to be a lot more interesting than I expected. Let's all be honest here. We are lucky that he is him, instead of some evil bastard. She says. I can agree with that. I don't know about you guys, but when I was approached by Master Hector's powers, I didn't feel any malicious intent. Isabella shares her thoughts. True. I must be more on guard if something that I don't know what is, offers me a deal like a devil. But it was surprisingly a good sensation, being approached by you his power. Shago says with a contemplative expression. I can relate. Yes. I felt like it would be okay to say no. So I don't think is trying to trick me. Yees. And I felt that would be a huge missed opportunity and I would regret it for the rest of my life. I trusted my instincts on this. Shago says. I felt the same. Do you think that his power messed with our heads? I ask. To my surprise, Shago nonchalantly shrugs her shoulders. Meh. Whatever. Are you not worried about this? I ask. Nope. She says, popping the P. I already know that his power affected us, but it's a minimum to keep us loyal. Hector was very clear with us at first. And he can't control. And sincerely, he don't even need it. True. By the way. Did you guys feel it too? Shago asks. Felt what? I think would be better if I ask if you guys don't felt. But let me elaborate. She straightens up. Look, that Thor guy. In the past, he would be totally in my strike zone, but now. I felt nothing. Anything. Quid zero. Null. She says, no attraction for him. It's true. I don't think I'm a horny person like you. Hey. But it's been a while since I've felt something at the opposite sex. Love is dangerous. Isabella says suddenly. Love is strong. If we love another someone, maybe our loyalty to Hector would falter. Maybe his power prevents this. She gives her analysis. That looks horrible. I say. It is? I do not think so. Or maybe his power is affecting me even to don't care about this. But you're caring about it, so is just me. Shago says, before shrugging her shoulder again. However, nothing will come from thinking about this. It's not Hector's fault anyway. I envy your free spirit sometimes. I say. Hee hee. I already have my sight in the greatest of prizes. Shago smiles. And here we go. Become his first mistress. And then I will have everything within my reach. Ha ha ha. She stands up with her hand on her hips and laughs crazily, doesn't care about exposing her naked body. Are you that much of a gold digger, you cougar? Hey. Let's be honest again. Who is better than Hector? She asks, and I can't answer that. I don't know many people here. He is handsome, intelligent, funny, rich, powerful, already knows everything about me, qualities and defects. And he accepts everything. His power will just make him even more perfect with time. She says. You called me a gold digger. Well, I confess that at the beginning I only flirted with him as a form of protection. But he is special. It's nice to be around him. We will live for a long time if everything occurs well. I can only imagine myself with him now. She declares confidently. Okay, go for it, sister. I'm cheering for you. I say nonchalantly, making her narrow her eyes. You say. Mistress. Wouldn't the term be wife? Isabella asks. Who wants to be a wife? Shago asks outraged. A wife takes care of the children, is annoying, has saggy titties. But the mistress. The mistress is the favorite. She is beautiful, and is pampered, and is an exciting relationship. Another can be the wife. I care not. Another. I ask, are you willing to share? Incredulity seeps in my voice. What's the problem? He is an immortal super powerful god, that will probably have his own planet, at minimum, in the future. I will not be held back by the morals of lesser people. No one ever makes social conventions with a literal godlike man in mind. True. So why are you so territorial with Black Widow? I ask. What part of first you guys don't understand? There's power and importance in being the first. I don't need a wife title, but this is non-negotiable. I'm the first, his favorite. That bitch will have to wait for her turn. Not that I think that she have a chance with my men. You are completely a madwoman. I shake my head. You can enter too. What's the term? We can be sister wives, haha, she says, faking glee. Ugh. I pass. I ignore Shago's delusions, but her line of though has some truth to it. Not about the possible harem that Hector will make, but about the fact that nothing can hold him back. He said he can absorb anyone. That's mean Darkseid. Anti-Monitor? How powerful he can become. If Hector wants something, who will say no? All of you guys are my anchor to reality. Hector's words echo in my head. Hector POV. First thing first, let's use the abilities cards, HM. I have 13 gacha points. Putting my chin between my index finger and thumb, I calculate. The essence of gacha is not a bottomless pit that drain my money. I gain 1 gacha point a day, and every month I can buy 100 gacha points. Normally allowing me to have 131st GPs a month. I roll in a batch of 10 to receive the above my tier card. And then 10 GP is left, which in 3 months will be 30 extra and will allow me to roll another batch. But I didn't come into this world on January 1st. I remember that I just gained 20 cards in my first gacha because I tested the insetting gacha, Marvel, which like the specific gacha costs double. Saving this 10 GP is okay, but this extra 3 GP will need 27 months with 31 days to allow me another roll-on batch. I will just use it now. Probably will come something below my level, but it's okay. Let's roll. Stephen Armstrong, Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance. Wow. A surprisingly good roll. Should I roll again? No, no, no. This is a trap. Don't fall for this, Hector. In 2 months you will have 150 GP to gain 50 cards. And 5 of these will be good. Senator Armstrong. Not useful to assimilation, but a good subordinate, maybe. I can extract his nanomachines to study and replicate. I will not put on my body, even if it is a weeb dream. But I don't want to have this weakness to Magneto's use. Another question. If I use the background customization card, he will be a senator. Just like that. This thought intrigued me when I discovered the background card effects. I will test when I summon him. But this made me think. I had a certain thought when I was wishing for cards of characters from games and my excitement in gaining Jetstream Semgun Sword. A possible good PR move started to form in my mind. The sword is not that useful for me, it's cool a heck, but I can draw a sword super fast by myself. So my excitement comes from my inner fanboy and good feelings from my past life. Then maybe, I should make a game with Eidolon as a playable character. Kratos, Master Chief, Ezio, Dante, Virgil, Commander Shepard, Cloud, Sephiroth, Doomslayer and many others. People love these characters. Playing with them and even against them connect us greatly. A game with Eidolon being a cool playable character like Virgil would be excellent for PR. The industry of games is starting now. And because of the existence of heroes in this universe, it is obvious that the market will focus on heroes. Is the hot topic. So it's safe to say that games from my past life may never be created because of the focus on me, the Avengers and others. It's a good business opportunity. To gain reputation and money. Many good and easy moneymaker ideas like Facebook, Twitter and others have already been invented. I know for sure that investing in games is good. People are still looking down on these things right now. Unfortunately, my plan to create my company is still a little far, but maybe I can start making some games like Dota or a better WoW, there's already WoW here, or maybe some console. With my brain and tech, anything that I make will obliterate the competition. Creating a tech company will bring too much attention too. So the best option is starting to gain money by investing in something that won't attract the military. Then I expand. Well, I will plan better later. I also thought about giving an interview. I'm still surprised at how little people know about the mutants, now metas. Some people really think that we are demons and monsters like we have our true form and can wear human skin to trick normal people. I will choose a good talk show. The world needs to hear about my ideas from myself. Will be a huge step. I don't want to compare myself with Gandhi, Martin Luther King or others. But all of them gave great speeches and talked a lot about their ideals. Now, let's continue with the assimilation. Deciding on changing places, I go to the training room of the station. I'm not sure about the original purpose of the station, but I vaguely remember that people like Captain Marvel lived here in some universe. So there are many training rooms and all of them are very resistant. I go to one that is bigger than a basketball stadium. One of the walls is made of super reinforced glass that allows a nice view from space and from Earth. Sitting on the ground I open my tabs from the Gacha. 1/4. Gacha. Gacha points. General Gacha. In setting Gacha, Marvel. Manga, anime, novel, Japanese, Gacha mode. Specific Gacha mode new. February 4th. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, metahuman. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. Funny Valentine. Batman. Miles Morales. Yagami Light. Jace. Charlotte Katakuri. Starkiller. Loki. In progress. Empty. 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 Summoned characters. Flurkin, Cathalhu. Isabella Grace. Shago Ortega. Helena Bertinelli. Gigantomachia. Powers. Source of all living matter. Power manipulation. Asterisk various other stolen/copied powers, one for all, overhaul, rewind, new order, decay. Perks. Custom visual powers. Imbue card mechanic. Alt form mechanic new. Inventory. Chakra books. EDI Biomech Suit V2, Starkiller Sith Armor. Lightsaber X. Neutralizer Gun. 13mm Auto Anti-Freak Combat Pistol, Jackal, Helsing. Sword of Actuation, Berserk. Hextech Hammer. Others. March 4th. Non-used cards. Characters. Takito Michiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead. King Boss, Daida Body, Basama ranking new. Coco Jumbo, Jojo, VA new. Sho Tucker, Full Metal Alchemist new, not in possession. Can be called back anytime. Erwin Smith, Shingeki no Kyojin new. Package, Kazuki Odin, One Piece new. Inuyashiki Ichiro, Inuyashiki new. Package, Spirit Blossom Yon, League of Legends new. Saul Goodman, James Morgan McGill, Breaking Bad new. Rob Lucci, One Piece new. Package, Helltaker new. Johann Liebert, Monster new. Dark Danny, Danny Phantom new. Yuki Rito, To Love, Are You new. Luther Strode, Image Comics new. Yuvajin, Hunter x Hunter new. Edna Mode, The Incredibles new. Beast Boy, Teen Titans new. Homelander, The Boys new. Stephen Armstrong, Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance new. Items. Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul. Derouse Kitchen Knife, Toriko. Ika Series, Naruto. Murasame, Akame Ga Kill. M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs Predator. 100-Year Bazooka Ammo, Katekyo Hitman Reborn new. Skippy, Cyberpunk 2077 new. HF Mirasama, VT7 High Frequency Blade new. Thanagarian Mace, Justice League Animated new. Sky Poison Pearl, Against the Gods new. Powers and Abilities. Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, So. Black Blood, Soul Eater new. All-Seeing Eyes of God, Kekai Sensen new. Consumables. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid-Tier/1 month. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid-Tier/6 months, * new *. Background Customization Card X06 new. Movie Setting Travel Ticket. Weakness Removal Card X02. April 4th. Saiowa Options. Saiowa Points. Simplified Marvel Saiowa. Superpower Store CYOA. A huge amount of characters. I paid double and I think paid off. Now I can delegate some things. My next month will be me working on some projects and investigating the criminal world and places that do experiments in metas. Even though I've said that I don't want to depend on Gacha, it can't be denied that Gacha greatly influences the path that I will take. All my work was done with tools provided by the Gacha. If I had received more magic-oriented characters, I would probably be in some high tower making alchemy now, but I'm a guy with a bunch of powers in a space station. The Gacha from this month gave me tools to put forward my shady plans. Now is my time to act. If I had received a spaceship capable of intergalactic travel, maybe I would take a month off to go investigate the universe. A little scout to know what I might face. Learn about the economy and politics from the galaxy. And maybe go top laces like Nowhere, Xander, or even Morag to see if the Power Stone is there. But it's useless to think about this now. Let's start. First, is the Sky Poison Pearl, the incomplete version. The one that Yunche, the MC of Against the Gods, has at the beginning of the novel. So no poison power to attack, but can purify it. Funny enough, I was already preparing a variety of poisons to use on myself to slowly build up resistance, like training to be an assassin. The first wuxia/xianxia item set a good precedent for me. Chinese novels have MCs with all type of bullshit, golden fingers. I can dream now about the Library of Heaven's Path, right? And xianxia/wuxia universes have ridiculous power levels. The term, grasping stars and crushing suns, is not a metaphor when it describes what characters in these novels can do. Not to mention the ridiculous amount of possibilities to control time, space, souls, life and death, and other concepts. Emperor's Domination has some bullshit items, for example. I will see now if I can use these items without problem, using the card I see the Sky Poison Pearl appear. Is just a green smooth pearl, no inscription or anything like that, the size of a golf ball. Do you want to fuse the item Sky Poison Pearl with your soul? It can be separated anytime if the user wishes. Oh. Okay. The pearl becomes a ray of green light and goes to my left palm. In the middle of my palm appear a mark, but I can make it disappear too. Theoretically, it is only possible to use something like that with the corresponding type of energy from the source universe. In the case of ATG, it would be profound energy. I don't have it, but I can use it without a problem, thanks to the Gacha. Closing my eyes, I try to send my conscience inside the pearl to check the infinite storage, is very instinctive and I do it without problems. I find myself in a huge green space. In truth, endless space. I can feel that there's nothing here. I will put things here later. Coming out of the interior space of the Sky Poison Pearl, I think the Minecraft inventory is almost useless now. Well, this is bound to happen with a lot of things. I will eventually outgrow things from my beginner's package. Like the biomech suit from Ultimate Thor. It's not useful to me anymore. But I will study to make others. Although it will be awkward if some of my people are using armor like Thor's. D4C is another example. I have better teleport abilities and D4C strength didn't grow with me. The ability to escape to another universe and to transfer damage to alternative versions for myself is still useful though. I still plan to use some power boosting cards on you, partner. Love Train and a possible Requiem have great potential. I tell my Stan that hasn't had much to do in the last few weeks. But he is my escape route in case of things goes to shit. Next will be Black Blood. Let's see what that does. Using the card I don't notice anything different. I look at my hands, I feel my blood stronger. I have some powers that control blood so the feeling is familiar. I extend a nail and make it sharp and cut into the palm of my hand. Blood flows through the wound. My blood is black. I control my blood to float and make different forms with it. I make a scythe attached to my forearm. I remember a manga called Dead Man Wonderland, the powers there are based on blood. I can take inspiration from that. After playing a little with my new power I make all my blood go back to my body, and then I allow my wounds to heal. Interesting. I can control it freely and have a little awareness of all my blood. Let's try this then. I say and grab my left forearm and put strength, and tore it off from the elbow. My action startles Cathalhu, but I ignore him and throw my recently ripped arm away. I can still feel my arm, or it would be better to say that I feel my blood in my arm. I try to control my arm and it acts smoothly, like that hand from Adam's Family. I make it float and go back to me. Trying to imitate the demons from Nanatsu no Taizai, 7 Deadly Sins, I make the blood of my body reconnect with the blood on my arm to heal it back. And go without a problem. Really a good support ability. I can feel that the black blood is stronger and denser than normal blood. Can harden and absorb impact. I try to turn off my new power. Is a passive ability too, after all, will be a problem if someone sees me bleeding black. And I can do it without a problem too. Nice. I have an interesting thought if my blood is black. Would I blush black too? My tongue didn't get darker, or the little veins on my eyes. A heart without blood is yellowish transparent. So my heart became black too. Poetic, hoo-hoo. If I combine with the fact that my blood can evaporate because of my Titan's powers, can I make an insanity-inducing mist that I can control freely? I will test later. Damn, I love combining powers and finding new ways to improve them. That's just fun. Let's test the new mechanic. Alt Form Mechanic. The ability that makes me have an alternate form based on the cards that I assimilated and or is in process of assimilation. In addition to passively allowing me to assimilate characters that I could probably only summon as pets, or other bullshit crazy monstrosities. I bring a full body mirror because I will need and try to change my appearance. Let's start with being 100% Batman. The card says that I can transform partially, so I can make combinations too. But let's start simple. I feel myself growing a little in height and bulking up. Looking at the mirror I see my hair become smaller and losing the curly feature. My jawline became more chiseled, losing any youth that was before my face. My eyes are still blue, but are dull. I stare at my reflection in the mirror. So this is Batman, huh? Damn, looks at these biceps and chest. Mine will become like that when I grow old. I don't need to have big muscles, they don't represent my strength. I'm a little slimmer than this mountain of muscles, and I think I will be taller than Bruce in no time. I change my suit to just pants. It's gay to check Batman's penis. I'm just curious. No homo. Check another man pee-pee is only gay, if you plan to put your butt in the way. As always, great words of wisdom, shoulder master Uguay. Let's see. As expected of Batman. Big dick energy is not a metaphor. I say, pulling the waistband of my pants before looking away. I change again, and became 100% funny Valentine. Pfft. What's with this hair? But he is surprisingly handsome. Oh. The scars. Damn, so cool. I can feel the patriotism radiating from my back and flowing through my body. I'm having urges to eat a hamburger and shoot a gun to the air. Where's my bald eagle? Let's go with katakuri now. Hee hee, this jaw is a little dumb. But the tattoos are awesome. And I'm 5 meters tall. And these long legs. Changing to Miles Morales. Oh. I don't have the afro, lame. Is the comic/game version then? Did I have the N-word pass now? I think not. Now let's test the partially part. I change my face to katakuri, Valentine hair. Pfft, ha 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 ha, I look like one of those randomly generated characters in games. Oh, I almost died from laughing. Ha ha. And it will only become more interesting with my new characters. Green skin like Beast Boy, I wonder what Shago will think, white flame hair like Dark Danny, old like Inuyashiki. And this is a human-like characters. Who knows how the combination of Snorlax and XLR8 will be? Ha. I will have fun with this too. Huff, taking a deep breath, I calm myself. This mechanic is amazing. Nothing like true shape-shifting, but can't be force deactivated by others. In truth, I can make these changes be for real and perpetuate. I can vary my size better now, and have other identities. It appears that if I want to maintain a certain trait, it can even be carried to my descendants. This is good, now I can control a little which of my genes will my children inherit. Is nothing much of a problem now. But in the future, how many different types of DNAs will be in my body? If I want, I can make my children take certain types. Like everyone has a Kryptonian body. Well, I will think better about it in the future. I don't plan to have a kid now and not in the foreseeable future. Taking off any influence of the alt-form mechanic, I go back to being 100% Hector. Looking at my body in the mirror, I find funny the fact that my true body was influenced by my cards, but with a limit. Height, muscle mass, good complexion. And other subtle things like presence and posture. But there's no drastic change. Very considerate, Gacha. Now. All-seeing eyes of God. I don't hesitate to use the card, and almost instantly I can see the difference. I can see more clearly, I have a wide field of vision, and I can see colors that I couldn't have imagined 1 minute ago. It is necessary to remember that all my senses, including my vision, were already far above human standards, and now is another big leap again. I look in the mirror. This shit is cool as heck. Maybe I should let this be Eidolon, officialize or something like that. I say, looking at my now totally brilliant blue eyes full of patterns like magic circles or clockwork gears. One thing I thought about a lot was if I should make Eidolon have an unusual feature to bring him close to the meta community, like a green or blue skin color, or pointy ears. I settled only with the white hair and ever-changing eye colors. Shago's green skin color being well received is a small step, but a good one nonetheless. But maybe I should keep my eyes like this as Eidolon and, I notice something. I look at Earth through the reinforced glass and see things that are impossible to notice by conventional means. There's something extra enveloping Earth, like steam. And making a connection with somewhere in space. Is this Yggdrasil root? I take the sword of actuation from my inventory and I feel my sensitivity with the astral increasing while I hold the sword. It's like Earth is in the middle of an incredibly huge river that cuts through space. I can also see some bright spots on the Earth's surface. What is that? The sanctums. Pocket spaces. Portal to other dimensions. I will investigate it later. These eyes are very useful. I will fly around the Earth later and scout everything in the meantime. And try to find Krakoa. My satellites didn't find the future mutant country. Krakoa is a living being. A mutant whose power makes him a living island. Incredibly old. He can move around and maybe even hide himself. In the most recent X-Men comics, the mutants finally snapped and created their own nation on Krakoa. Is basically what I'll do in the future, but they are too forceful. Maybe it's because they just decide to do this after the reveal that Moira had already lived several timelines in which everything always go to shit to the mutants, but the mutants look a little like assholes to me. Especially Xavier. The fact that they created the Quiet Council and let people like Sebastian Shaw and Mr. Sinister decide things also gives me very bad vibes. Very bad vibes. If I create a country, I will make a better council. Who I'm trying to fool will be a full dictatorship in their asses. There are too many bad examples of how councils grow corrupt with time. Like I will bring everyone to my round table to give them equal political power. Pfft. I will obviously receive a council of other people and delegate functions. But these people will be trustworthy. And if I'm founding my country, I will have the last say. No discussion. Just be glad that I won't go full Injustice Superman in the world. The truth is that there's no perfect political system. Democracy is already in its last legs, almost drowning in corruption. Monarchy is good, the problem is the unworthy descendants. Which founder of a grand empire or nation is mediocre? All of them are great people in their own right, the problem is the future generations. But if I'm immortal? Look at Asgard. The king has millenniums to set their heirs straight. Asgard will not fall because of an incompetent ruler. And the greatest powers of the universe are generally empires that control an entire galaxy, like the Shi'ar, Kree, and Skrull. Is one of our problems, by the way, our galaxy, the Milky Way, has no ruler, and because of this the Kree, Skrull, Shi'ar, and others treat this place like their own backyard. Well, with limits, after all, here lives the Eternals and a bunch of strong gods and the Nova Corps. Is the Nova Corps only from here? Now I'm not sure. Thanos is the most influential here, I think. But he never cared to found an empire. But anyways, that's too distant from me now. It's good to think about it and make plans, but let's focus on the present. Time to decide who I will assimilate first. But first, I take the 100-year bazooka ammo. I will put this thing in my inventory, for easy access. I remember this item from Katekyo Hitman Reborn, but in the anime/manga the bazooka ammo only allows someone to exchange himself with himself 10 years in the future for 5 minutes. The one that I gained by Gacha will allow me to switch places with my 100 years in the future version for 30 minutes. A very OP trump card, but there's a problem. How am I 100 years in the future? If I'm a bitter old villain that lost everything, that will take the opportunity to mess with the time stream. Well, the future me will probably help me defeat a big threat to my life. After all, if I die he won't exist. 100 years. I'm curious. But let's assimilate the characters now. I still only have 3 slots and 19 character cards. But Coco Jumbo is a pet card that now I can assimilate but is not worthy of. I can become a turtle with Beast Boy powers, and Como Jumbo stand ability can be used by me anyway. I'm gonna ignore Show Tucker. Seriously, I'm not against experiments in humans. In truth, experiments with humans greatly reduce the time and cost of scientific progress. Many months or even years are spent in the process of experimentation with lab rats, brain chemical components similar to humans, and other animals like chimps. I did with criminals that commit the worst of the felonies, like our *PE, cold blood murder, and human traffic in BNHA world. In truth, the only reason that I made so much progress in a short time is because of my immoral acts. And I don't regret it one bit, and I don't feel guilty. If you commit this kind of crime, your free trial of being alive expires to me. My subjects should be happy that I dulled their pain receptors. They are barely aware of what is happening. But with an innocent child, with his own daughter, I want to summon him just to make him suffer. And maybe it's not a bad idea. Summon the bastard, extract all knowledge about alchemy from him and use him to do the experiments that he likes so much. Maybe make him a Nomo or a Chimera. But he is almost not worth the effort. From the rest of the character cards, the only that I have any intention to assimilate are King Boss, Odin, Inuyashiki, Yon, Dark Danny, Beast Boy, Luther Strode and Homelander. Yuki Rito and Helltaker are more of a bonus. The rest will be probably summoned at some moment in the future. To start assimilating now, Inuyashiki is a must, and the other 2. Maybe I should start with the weakest that will be assimilated faster, to empty the slot. Dark Danny and Homelander are great and all, but they can be left to later. I have similar powers but from different natures. Luther Strode should be one of the first trio. It shouldn't take more than a week to assimilate it, right? In my experience, it took me 2 weeks to go from being a normal skinny nerd to becoming Batman. But at that time, assimilating Batman was my only focus. It took me almost 2 months to assimilate Katakuri and Starkiller, and this is training hard and fighting Thor. Jace and Light were fast because I had already assimilated similar characters. So I imagine that assimilating Dark Danny and Inuyashiki will take time because of its many new abilities, while King Boss and Odin must be surprisingly fast. Helltaker and Rito should take only 2 days. Maybe I should go with Inuyashiki, Helltaker and Yuki Rito first. I will probably finish the last 2 before the weekend is over. I don't think there will be some crisis that I will urgently need the powers of the other cards anyway. Wait, did I just jinx it? I hope not. Fuck it, let's assimilate. Character assimilation. In progress. Inuyashiki, 8%. Helltaker, 68%. Yuki Rito, 87%. As expected. Normal humans are normal humans after all. Helltaker is a little more complicated because of his bullshit resistance, and Rito gives me only give metaphysics things like luck and a pure soul or whatever. By tomorrow I must reach 100% with them. Even if in my experience the 90% onwards are the hardest. And there's a huge difference between 99% and 100%. Like, when I achieve complete assimilation, something just click and everything falls in place. After my fight with Thor, when I ended the assimilation process of Katakuri and Starkiller, I felt that if I fought Thor again, it would be easier. Now, to test Inuyashiki. Inuyashiki is a normal kind old man who was accidentally killed by aliens. To hide their mess, the aliens made a cyborg body to preserve his conscience and soul. I try to open my body, like a machine, but only my arm changes. Sections of my skin open, revealing a high-tech cannon underneath. A strange sensation for sure, I think, while watching my now cyborg air. Apparently, I can just change my arm for now. It will increase as the assimilation progresses. Making my arm go back to normal, I do the hand sign of a gun and bang. An invisible laser hits the wall. No, it's not an invisible laser. It's a highly concentrated electromagnetic pulse. Weaponized electromagnetic waves, genius. This goes beyond what we can do now, which is just to make electronics go haywire. I focus on the subtle aspect of my new powers, and readings appear in my line of sight. Measuring temperature, radiation, and other things from the environment. I look at Cthulhu and I can analyze it easily. His heartbeat, body temperature. I mean, I could do this already, but this is giving me the results on a silver plate, with numbers and graphics. Now, let's try the best ability of Inuyashiki. Closing my eyes, I try to reach some of my bots through technopathy. Oh. I can see through their eyes, or camera. In this case, some of my bots are on standby nearby. I raise my hand again in a gun sign and bang. There's no need to speak out loud. The invisible bullet is condensed with the help of the little robot and hits another robot that is in his line of sight. What's happening? Malfunction. The robots nearby act confused. Something strange happened in my systems. The robot that I entered the mind reports. I bring my hand to my face and it starts chuckling. A chuckle that quickly becomes full-blown laughter. Hoo-hoo. Ha 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 ha. Fuck yeah. Inuyashiki-san is the best. Don't roll the eyes to me, Cthulhu. I finish the sentence by addressing my alien cat. With this power, all the secret organizations and secret labs have dropped a lot of in the threat levels for me. Is not a stretch to say that with this power I'm a god between ants. I can't use this to kill strong people, but normal ones. I can end them untraceable and risk-free. Trask looking through the monitor. Bang. Fisk talking on a smartphone. Bang. Anyone in the world who gets past a security camera is an available target. And this is Marvel. There's always a camera. It has satellites monitoring the entire world. The Sentinel Project. Ha ha ha. Okay. I've been high in power long enough, let's get things straight. The bot that I used felt something wrong. So people could detect my actions. So it's not safe to invade places with high-level technology carelessly. I don't think this level of technopathy can overpower Ultron either, but at least it will give me a fight chance. In the anime/manga, Inuyashiki's sense range is global, but I still don't complete the assimilation process. Sentinels. Maybe I can affect the first prototypes, but it's not good to think it will work with better versions. After all, Sentinels are highly adaptable. Not that I plan on having better versions of Sentinels existing here. As a side note, now I really don't need to breathe. Now I can be a pseudo-cosmic hero. Inuyashiki also can hear cries for help on a global scale. And has healing powers that I think I don't have yet. And this body adapts with need, producing news weapons or defense devices. There's a limit, obviously. Damn, it's no wonder that Inuyashiki is the high-tier card that always comes in the batch of 10. He is my favorite assimilation after Batman. You guys come here in the training room Omega-01, I communicate telepathically with the same bots that I tested my powers previously. Did you guys hear that? Is the Master? The Master talks to us in our systems. But it feels like the Master is like us. The Master is a machine too. Like us. One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. Bring your robotic asses here now. Yes, sir. Did I just create a robotic cult? I'm feeling like Professor Farnsworth from Futurama. While I wait for the bots to arrive, I'm going to test my other important item. The Thanagarian Mace. Turning the card into an item, I look at the weapon made of nth metal. Thanks to my new powers I can already analyze it a little already. HM. Atomic number of 26 and an atomic mass of 676. There's energy flowing through it. Or is it radiation? I try to activate it. There's no button, but when I press a little strongly and willing it to reveal the capabilities, an electric field appears in the spike head of the mace. Oh. Is sensible like that? Connected to the mind of the user. Oh, I start floating too. The nth metal has many uses. I think that even the mother boxes have nth metal in their composition. The most famous uses are magic negation, gravity negation, and self-sustenance. That allows the user to survive in inhospitable environments. As I think about the various uses of metal and what I will do with it in the future, the bots arrive. We are here, sir. Great. Here, take this and put it in the omnispectrum and in the quantum field generator, and analyze its composition and the type of energy it emits. Let me know when it's over. I say, maybe I can make an anti-magic beam or something. At your command, sir. 2 robots take the mace and raise it above their heads before going to carry out my orders. I think I will train a little before going to sleep. One of the things that I noticed about the assimilation process is that it is divided into physical aspects, body, powers, and mental aspects, knowledge, experience. Training allows the assimilation process to go faster because I'm training the physical aspect. And surprisingly, sleep helps too. REM sleep is very good for inheriting knowledge. And thanks to this I always have the habit to sleep at least 2 hours at night. Gain knowledge or experience is always strange. Sometimes I have these cloudy dreams where I do things. I can't see faces or distinguish much. But I remember myself fighting, training and even having sex. After using my new abilities until I have a comfortable gasp of them, I head to a basic room at the station. Laying on the bed, I think about the most enviable Batman ability, sleep whenever he wants. There are many steps to this. First, don't make lying down a normal thing, especially in your bed. If you do things like reading, use your smartphone or whatever while lying in bed, your brain will be conditioned to stay awake in bed. After this, things like blinking rapidly and contracting the muscles for a minute are good to sleep fast. And the ZZZZ. Next day, Saturday. Still Hector POV. Once again in front of the many screens in the control room, I watch the news around the world. Thankfully the world don't end while I slept. I woke up with Yuki Rito's assimilation complete and Helltaker's assimilation at 98%. The last percentage is always the hardest, but after some hours of training I completed the assimilation of Helltaker too. I can feel the Chad energy flowing through my body. Jokes aside, I decided to go with Beast Boy and Luther Strode to assimilate next. I'm really curious about Beast Boy power and Luther Strode will take me up a notch. The only thing that I was reluctant about assimilating Luther is pheromones. Yikes. According to the description, his pheromones make him irresistible to a woman. Like Spider-Man and Silk, Cindy Moon are. After all, they are bitten by the same type of radioactive spider. Now. Pheromones are. Ugh. This will make me another Star Fox, the brother of Thanos who seduced She-Hulk, or Longshot, that guy from Mojo World that has superhuman attractiveness as one of his superpowers. Thankfully I can tone down this shit. Gacha is very considerate. Pheromones is a moral gray dark zone, but Hector thinks it's more trouble than it's worth. His pheromones will only make him smell pleasant if he doesn't use them in full force. And I don't think pheromones will work too much beyond normal women, like goddesses or other powerful women. I practiced with Beast Boy power. It has great potential. The description of his power on the card says, animal shape-shifting, Beast Boy can transform his body into any known animal on Earth, past and present. So I theorize that his power connects with Earth's animal kingdom. But I remember that he sometimes turned into certain alien animals. So I'm very willing to throw some power-boosting cards on him to see what happens. When I have some. I tried to use hybrid transformations, chimera-like transformations, and partial transformations. No success so far, but I think that's because the assimilation percentage is low. As a side note, Beast Boy power is surprisingly the hardest power to control I've ever acquired. It's like I have all species of animals in the back of my mind roaring and wanting to make themselves known. Instincts can be a little overwhelming. I can control it just fine. And I can simply deactivate the power, but I'm surprised with Beast Boy, he controls not only all these instincts but also the overwhelming senses that he receives with the transformations. Every time that I turn into an animal, my perception of the world changes too. I have many other powers and very good control of my own body to assist me in these moments, must be hard for Garfield. Not to mention his shit backstory. You see this? This is peak male athletic form. I groan, seeing some people analyze my Cap and Thor's physique. Obviously, heroes are now the hot topic, but not everyone talks about serious things like politics and economic changes that our appearance has brought. Other people talk about our appearances, gossip, and try to guess which one of us is fucking each other. Looking back at the screen I see a picture of me talking with Cap, I mean one of my clones. Damn, the UMF suit is great and all, but my butt and crotch are a little substantial. Maybe I should wear the utility belt that I made. The better version that I made, after all with a huge belt on my waist, can distract from the volume in the front and back. Watching a rerun of myself and Thor trading blows, I think about my little shortcoming. The truth is, I'm not that strong per SE. My natural strength is from Katakuri, Miles, and Batman, which made me peak whatever race I am. Then add Luke Cage power, One for All, hockey and many other powers. And only then I'm on par with Thor. If I put it on game terms, Thor would have his strength stat at 100,000. While my status would be relatively 500 maybe. But I have buffs and multipliers. STR, 500, x 100, One for All, plus 10,000, Luke Cage's power, plus 5,000, hockey, and other many powers. Making me a par with him. But now, I have Homelander, Luther Strode, Odin. And King Boss, the guy who made uncut diamond squeezing wood. What the fuck, squeezing fucking wood. How many megapascals of pressure are needed to make diamond from charcoal again? Not to mention the temperature. Well, maybe the world of Osama ranking has different laws of physics. Because if the guy has this much strength, every blow from him would destroy mountains. Anyway, after I assimilate everyone, I bet that I could defeat Thor using only hand-to-hand combat. And Thor is Tulu. Damn, I thought it was just a comic book thing, the fact that the guys barely have broken bones in fights. I thought this world would be more realistic, like The Boys or Invincible. Is everyone here this tough? Rarely someone loses a member in the comics. Is it a plot armor thing? Ares is ripped in half by Sentry that one time, but this was more to the shock factor. I sigh. If comic book logic is a law of this universe, I'm in a little of trouble. First is the plot. Destiny and fate must be a real thing here, right? So, is Ultron's birth inevitable? If I stop Hank Pym, would Stark create Ultron? And if I stop the two, would it be Reed? Does it have some sort of corrective force in this universe? There's a way to test it. Killing an important and recurrent villain. I speak out loud and coldly. Villains always coming back, escaping prison, reborn in a plot convenience. I expect Thanos to be a problem because of his relationship with Lady Death, but it's not possible for other less cosmic guys to be respawning left and right. Who to choose? Who to choose? I'm going through my files of all the Marvel villains. Heh. I smile seeing the greasy face of Norman Osborn. Well, this guy is a problem for many reasons. Red Goblin, Thunderbolts, Dark Avengers. Kill him now before he gains even more political power is the ideal. And also to avoid that fucked up storyline of him and Gwen. Ugh. Taking a plastic bag, I puke on it, before using my telepathic powers to seal my memories of this storyline. What are the written are thinking? Shaking my head, I start to plan on how to effectively destroy the bastard. Hee hee. In a secret base, a cat in my lap, and planning the end of my enemies. From an outside perspective, I look like a villain. I mutter. Meowth? And you aren't. Shut up. HNNNG, I stretch myself after some hours of work. Ugh, I'll have so much to do for the next month. Travel the world, scouting important locations. Search for important people and their powers. Starting a company. Administer hospitals. Study for the exam for college, not that I need, but I need to appear that I'm serious, so I need to visit the campus and other things. Kill the Kingpin. Kill Osborn. Investigate the disappearance of people. Heroing. Visit the X-Men. Prepare an interview. Scientific projects. Help the Morlocks. And more. Fuck it, I'm gonna summon people now. I need help. I look at my tab of unused character cards. March 4th. Non-used cards. Characters. Takito Muchiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead. King Boss, Daida Body, Basama Ranking. Coco Jumbo, Jojo, VA. Sho Tucker, Full Metal Alchemist, not in possession. Can be called back anytime. Erwin Smith, Shingeki no Kyojin. Package, Kazuki Odin, One Piece. Package, Spirit Blossom Yon, League of Legends. Saul Goodman, James Morgan McGill, Breaking Bad. Rob Lucci, One Piece. Johann Liebert, Monster. Dark Danny, Danny Phantom. Yuvajin, Hunter x Hunter. Edna Mode, The Incredibles. Homelander, The Boys. Stephen Armstrong, Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance. The potential summons are Erwin, Saul, Rob Lucci, Yuvajin, Senator Armstrong, Edna, but maybe later, and Johann Liebert. This guy can be a problem. I review what Essence of Gacha says about the summons. People summoned through the Gacha are always loyal to you, no matter what their personality or alignment is, and can't negatively affect, hurt, or kill you in any way. They can disobey orders that they don't like so long as these orders don't directly involve you in any way. You have a bound relationship with people you summon and can check the level of a relationship at any time. Bond relationships start at 0, you are a stranger to them, and end with 10, they're completely in love with you and will do anything for you. Anyone summoned through the Gacha will have a relationship of 0. By spending time with them, you can quickly increase your relationship with them to a 10. My summons can't harm me, but they are their own person. According to my observations, the essence subtly influences the person to don't ever think about harming me. But a nihilist psychopath like Johann has an unpredictable mind. Well, I can make my own preparation for him. I know his modus operandi and I'm infinitely stronger than him. And he is a good summon, after all, I will not have any remorse in abandoning him after him serving his purpose. Being my criminal proxy has the risk of being discarded at any time. Whatever. I shrug my shoulders. I don't need to treat these guys like I treat Shago and the others. Look at them. Only Edna is a good person. The less worse is Erwin and Saul, and they are not exactly good people either. but not that bad by my standards. Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead. I had almost forgotten about her. I honestly don't see many advantages in summoning her. Let's weigh the things a little. Cons, she is a powerless high school girl. Not exactly normal, but not impressive either. Pros, someone to put in a place of interest like Japan. She has dubious morals. Her being weak now will make her grateful for becoming strong. She has issues, and I can use this. She appears loyal to her friends. And she is hot, but this is my teenager weep horny brain talking. Reclining and crossing my arms, I close my eyes to think. Japan, there are some important metas there. Adamantium too. Some labs. I don't need Siko to be a spy or whatever, but just because she lives there she would help me. Now that I know that I'm not forcing anyone to come here, I can summon people without remorse. Human resources are precious after all. She is weak. Yes. But overall, my summons will be weak because I will always assimilate the strong ones. At least for now. Siko, Erwin, Saul, Rob Lucci, Yuvajin, Senator Armstrong, Edna, and Johann Liebert. 8 people. And I only have 6 background customization cards. But not everyone needs a background. In truth, some of them will be more useful without any proof of their existence, like Yuvajin, Rob Lucci, and Johann. The others will need to integrate into society. Okay, no use thinking too much right now. New York is still in a state of disorder, the moment is just right to introduce some new people. Let's start. Going to a training room, I get ready to start with Siko. Cathalha follows close. I decide to take off my UMF suit and put on a pair of blue jeans and a long-sleeve shirt. To lessen the shock factor of summons. Summon. Yes, I will use the background card. Yes, I will use the money to give her a house. Her background will be of a transfer student, dead parents, heiress to a dojo, somewhat rich family. Customizing the house, I got little nuts, it looks like a Yakuza mansion. Hee hee. Taking advantage of it, I even make her have another property in the countryside. A closed onsen, hot spring bath house. Yes, I'm going with all clichés. After finishing everything, I click on OK, and in the second confirmation, familiar motes of light start shaping a female figure. And then she appears, looking a little confused about her surroundings. Using her school uniform and with a shurnai, bamboo training sword to kendo, in hand, a long green skirt that reaches her ankles. She is obviously beautiful with unusual features being her purple eyes and hair. I will need to give her something to disguise that, like Shago's ring. In the anime, it looks like her breasts aren't that big, but I think it's just comparing to the rest of the girls in her world. She is big, a Mary Jane. And she is taller than the average Japanese height with 174 centimeters, 5 feet 8.5 inches, I wonder if this will cause any problems. Her long legs are her best features in the anime. She finally focuses on me, and as always I keep silent to gauge her actions. She surprises me by bowing deeply and saying, "It's to you that I owe my life now, right?" "Oh. Did you die?" "How?" "If it's okay for you to say." She lifts her head with a serene expression and responds, "I've been overwhelmed by zombies. After fighting alone for so long, I've been surrounded without escape routes, and then I decided to take my own life. Alone. So this version of Siko never meets the rest of the main cast. One change and everything goes to shit, huh? I see, my condolences. As you already should know, I have some overall idea of you and your circumstances, Busujima Siko-san. Let's talk a little about me now. I say and signal for us to sit on the floor, there's no need for the Godfather play with her. Did you mind? She shakes her head and prepares to sit in Saiza, but something goes wrong. When she goes to sit, apparently she steps into her skirt hem and trips. In me. Face first on my crotch. She grabs my waist, putting herself in a very suggestive position. Thankfully I held her by the shoulders, saving the moment from becoming completely embarrassing. Yuki Rito. Is he that overpowered? And this is something that will become frequent. I'm starting to have regrets. No, it will not become frequent. This is just a joke to present the possibilities. Hee hee. My take on Yuki Rito, luck, is the lucky encounter with women of interest. You know when the MC goes round the town and stumbles with someone important. Yeah, normally this would be hard in real life. Now we have the reason. Little spoiler, his first meeting with a certain cat burglar will happen because of this luck. Fitting right? Black cat. Luck. Sometimes my genius is almost frightening. Are you okay? I ask. My voice was neutral. Yes. Thank you. I think. Maybe my legs are still shaky. She says red-faced. Hey, she is cute. Don't worry about this. It's my fault anyway. I decide to sit and she follows me, and finally gets comfortable in her Siza position. She fakes a cough to hide her embarrassment, but I ignore it and start talking about myself. The usual that I spoke with the others. But this time I decide to upload information in her brain from her directly to, about this world, fears, history etc. Ugh. This is too much to take in. She says while massaging her forehead. Sorry, I practice, but it sucks nonetheless for someone who isn't used to it. I say. I trained with Isabella, my telepathy. And it is necessary to this memories come in a documentary format titled, Short Guide About Your New World, and with a chibi version of you to explain things. She asks giving me an amused look. Absolutely. Foo-foo. Then. Master Dash. You can call me Hector, Busujima-san. Then you can call me Siko, Hector-san. Alright. Continuing. What do you expect me to do? She asks. Oh, very direct from you, Siko-san. But are you comfortable working for me? I ask. Yes, as I said, I want to repay you. She answers resolutely. I wonder if the essence search for convenient people to bring through the summon to make my life easier. Okay, but don't worry. I know your limits and I will not ask you to do something against your conscience. I will ask you to, live. I say smiling mysteriously. Live. She asks confused. Yes. Just live. Live in Japan, normally, and tell me things that happen there. Rumors, gossip, conspiracies. Anything. Later we'll maybe attack some crazy people's hideouts, but this is the gist of it. Just live. I see. She says. Disappointed. Not at all, just surprised. Maybe you want something more exciting. I say. Siko has an interesting personality. And certain hidden urges. Don't worry, Siko-san. Your stay here will be nothing but boring. You like swordsmanship, right? I ask. She just nods. Well, here you will have the opportunity to hone your skill, truly use your techniques and go beyond your limits. I say smiling, seeing that this interests her. Will not be a stretch to say that we'll be cleaving mountains with a strike in no time. She chuckles, but notices that I'm serious. She already knows of the ridiculous power level of this world. So I will grow stronger too, she asks. Obviously. I answer. How? Many ways. But let's test something now, right? I say before opening the tab of unused cards. Takito Muchiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba. It's time to test the imbue card mechanic. Takito Muchiro is not important enough to make me want to assimilate him. If is Yorichi, Tanjiro, or Muzan would be a different story. And I can learn his techniques from Siko, maybe. I don't want to brag, but, apparently, I'm a genius. Thanks to the gacha. The same reason why Rob Lucci will be summoned too. I can increase your strength in many ways in this world, is a world full of opportunities after all. But there's a way unique to me. I say, drawing Siko's attention to me. You know how I can reach at people by Omniverse. I can choose to gain their abilities or summon them, like you. But there's a third option. Using someone template in someone I brought here. I say. So you will do this to me now. Why not use in yourself? She asks. Not compatible. I think this will suit you just fine. And I can learn from you later anyway. One of the lessons from All for One is not to be too greedy while hoarding powers. It's okay to give powers to people that will use them better. Well, All for One don't know about my limits, but the lessons are valuable anyway. I already have Odin and Yon, which I don't plan to give to Siko. By the way, what do you think about Notoryu? I ask. I prefer Itoryu. Trained all my life like this. She says. I see. Well, as a woman, using one sword style is better. Because of her low strength. But these limits will be broken in the future. If I gain Atomic Samurai or another Itoryu user when I am already strong enough, I may give it to her. I will do it now. Relax. I say, and she closes her eyes. Busujima Siko. Bond relationship, February 10th. Assimilation slot. Empty. 2 already. Is the little talk? Or maybe my handsomeness, hee hee. Jokes aside, let's see. Will be the first time using this mechanic. Busujima Siko. Bond relationship, February 10th. Assimilation slot. Takito Muchiro, 35%. What a heck. 35% already. Is it because her body is made by the gacha? Maybe her body already easily accepts these things. Or is it because she is some sort of genius? That makes sense. In the anime, Seiko is effortlessly fighting zombies with a bamboo sword, breaking skull and bones contemptuously. Maybe she is one of these people that are limited by their world. People that are so up in their verse that look surreal. Like Mikasa and Levi or the Hanma family. They opness is close to bullshit or anime logic. I try to imagine how far Yujiro Hanma would grow stronger in the Dragon Ball universe, being able to learn ki and other things. People limited by their verse. This brings an interesting prospect. Maybe it's more worth taking weak people with great potential and grooming them myself. Much better than summoning already strong people. They may be arrogant and will not be as grateful as the weak to strong people. How do you feel? I ask her, making her open her eyes. Different. She says, checking her hand. But I can't put my finger on it. She doesn't notice, but she is breathing differently now. Taquito is a genius too. I'm a little excited now to see how far she can reach. Then let's spar. I say, making a shurnai with creation, and without hesitation, I attack her shoulder. Very weak and easily defensible. And I only missed. Oh. Seiko gives a backflip and tries to slash me. I evade like her. Leaving one afterimage. It's unbecoming to attack out of nowhere. She says, putting a stance. And even so, you're smiling. I answer. She blanks out and brings her fingers to her lips, tracing the smile that she has without realizing it. I know her issues, but now is not the time to address them. Now is the time for little bloodshed. Let's dance. I try to release my inner Brazilian samurai,